Su Jiao, how dare you behave so shamelessly with a man? You've completely ruined the Su family's reputation.
Your sister is right.
Your father should never have kept you alive.
Guards.
Drag this disgraceful girl out and beat her to death. Under the dark night sky, the brightly lit courtyard of the Su residence was filled with a chilling tension. A sharp, cold voice echoed. The mistress of the Su family sat high above, her face full of pride and disdain. Around her stood many people, each wearing the same mocking and scornful expression. On the floor below lay a thin, frail girl, her clothes torn and her body covered in wounds. Blood stained the ground beneath her. Terrified, the girl cried hoarsely, her voice trembling as she begged for mercy. No, I didn't. It was third sister. She set me up. She and the crown prince slap. A loud slap cut her off. Su Yunma looked down at her with contempt and said coldly, Sister, I've always respected and cared for you. Why must you slander me even now? You truly have a cruel heart. The slap carried strong spiritual power. The girl coughed up blood, her face streaked with tears and pain, too weak to fight back. Su Yunma smiled proudly at her pitiful state. She slowly crouched down, leaned close to the girl's ear, and whispered with a soft laugh, You were right. Everything that happened was my plan, and the crown prince agreed to it. I'm already carrying his child. Soon, I'll become the crown princess. All the glory, wealth, and power will belong to me alone. The crown prince has already reported your supposed crime to his majesty. He's on his way here now. Your engagement will be cancelled, and you'll be sentenced to a severe punishment. Your name will be shamed throughout the capital. The girl's eyes widened in shock and disbelief.
Why?
Why are you doing this to me? She cried, her face pale as paper, her voice rough and broken. Her nails dug into the ground, leaving bloody marks. All her life, everyone had despised and bullied her, everyone except her third sister, who had always treated her kindly. But ever since she accidentally saw her third sister and the crown prince together last night, her world had completely fallen apart. No wonder the servants had been looking at her with such strange expressions lately. She had thought, as always, that it was because they mocked her for being unable to cultivate. Su Yunma's cold voice cut through her heart like a blade. Because you, a useless person, are in my way. The act is over. Everything ends here. Oh, and one more thing, he added with a cruel smile. That ugly scar on your face? I was the one who caused it. All the humiliation you've suffered over the years was done under my orders. The girl trembled as if struck by lightning. Her mind went blank, and her body turned cold. Su Yunma enjoyed the shock on her face, satisfied and proud like a peacock.
No.
The girl's eyes turned red with fury. Overwhelmed by rage, she suddenly grabbed Su Yunma by the neck, laughing wildly, her voice filled with deep hatred. Su Yunma, even if I become a spirit after death, I won't let you win. If I die, I'll drag you down with me. If there's another life, I'll make you pay for everything you've done. With a loud bang, the girl slammed her head against Su Yunma's, blood splattering everywhere. It all happened too fast for anyone to react.
Ah!
Su Yunma screamed, kicking her away. His head throbbed painfully, and his vision spun. The girl was thrown to the ground, her face pale as paper, blood flowing from her forehead. She lay still and silent. The scene fell into chaos as everyone backed away in fear. Someone hurry. Protect the third miss. Madame Su turned pale with fright. She knew her daughter was carrying the crown prince's child. If anything happened to the baby, both their lives would be in danger. Su Yunma clutched her stomach, crying out in panic, Mother, help me. Madame Su quickly helped her sit down and shouted, Qingzhu, go call Physician Bai right now. Physician Bai, who had long been secretly working for Madame Su, lived nearby for easy access. Su Yunma glared hatefully at the motionless, blood-covered figure in the corner, her voice trembling with anger. Someone check if that wretch is dead. If not, beat her until she can't move. Even if she's dead, make sure she's punished properly. Yes, madam. The room was filled with Madame Su and Su Yunma's followers. An older servant woman sneered as she walked toward the young girl. "You little brat. A child with no manners dares to offend the madam and the young lady? If you're still alive, I'll make you wish you weren't." The servant spat on the ground, her face twisted with cruelty. She rolled up her sleeves and reached out to grab the girl's hair. But in the next second, a chilling, deadly aura filled the air. The temperature dropped sharply, freezing cold. The girl's eyes snapped open. Her dark, cold gaze shone with a frightening light, staring straight at the servant as if looking at a corpse. The servant's hand froze midair. Her heart tightened, her face turned pale, and a shiver ran down her spine. Those eyes looked like they belonged to a ghost crawling out of the depths of darkness, cold and terrifying. Calm, merciless, and filled with quiet power. Like a ruler of the night, holding control over life and death. The servant's mind went blank for a moment, then her face darkened with anger. Her cloudy eyes burned with fury as she shouted, "You little wretch, you really are alive." She was a respected third-level spirit master, yet she had just been frightened by a girl who couldn't even cultivate. What a joke. A useless person was still useless. No amount of pretending could change that. Without hesitation, the servant grabbed the girl's hair, determined to teach her a lesson. To humiliate the so-called useless young lady of the Su family in front of everyone. How satisfying that would be. The thought made her eyes gleam with cruel excitement. But she didn't notice the sudden flash of cold determination in the girl's phoenix-like eyes.
Ah?
The servant screamed as she was kicked hard, flying across the room and crashing into the wall.
Bang!
She hit the ground heavily. Ugh. Blood surged in her chest, and she coughed up a mouthful of it. The sudden turn of events made everyone gasp in shock. What's going on? Madame Su's face changed drastically as she stood up, ordering her people to protect Su Yunma. Madame Chen rolled on the ground, groaning in pain and shouting angrily, "That girl isn't dead."
She.
Before she could finish, her whole body trembled with rage. She couldn't believe she had been kicked away by someone everyone thought was useless. Her ribs even seemed broken. How could that be possible? Madame Chen stared in shock at the young girl lying in a pool of blood. The girl slowly stood up. Her small face was cold and expressionless, blood trickling down from her forehead and covering half her face. A dark, chilling aura surrounded her, making her look like a spirit returning from the underworld. Sujio's eyes moved slightly as she looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings with calm indifference. Suddenly, a sharp pain exploded in her head, as if a bomb had gone off. Strange memories that didn't belong to her flooded her mind. She quickly grasped the key points. She had been the most powerful leader of a secret organization in the 24th century, but during a mission, she was betrayed and killed. Her soul had now crossed into a world where strength ruled all. Here, people cultivated spiritual power, and only the strong were respected. But the body she now inhabited belonged to a so-called failure. She was the eldest daughter of the Su family in the eastern Ling kingdom of the Fengyun continent. At birth, the sky had glowed with colorful light and divine birds had circled above, marking her as someone extraordinary. Everyone thought she would be a genius, but at the age of 5, her talent test revealed the opposite. Her energy core was broken, her meridians blocked, and she had no ability to cultivate. From then on, her family abandoned her, and others mocked and bullied her. Her mother fell ill and disappeared, while her father, in anger, promoted a concubine named Madame Ouyang to be his official wife. Later, Su Yunma and the crown prince were secretly meeting when the original Su Jiao accidentally discovered them. To protect themselves, they framed her for something shameful and had her removed. What a cruel pair! Su Jiao felt the deep hatred and sorrow rising from the soul within her. Her fingers trembled slightly from the emotion. "Don't worry," she whispered in her heart. "I'll take revenge for you." Only then did her heart calm a little. The word failure would never apply to her, the ruler of the night. Out of habit, She touched her left wrist and was startled to find the same phoenix-shaped birthmark she had in her previous life. Could it be that the mark had crossed over with her? And if so, what about her personal space? No one had ever known that a hidden space existed within the phoenix mark on her body. With a single thought, Sujo brought that space with her into this new life. Even the phoenix shadow needle she had accidentally obtained in her past life was still there.
Perfect. A faint, confident smile curved on Sununtai's lips.
Sujo, you're still alive? Su Yunma, remembering how terrified she had been just moments ago, glared at her with hatred. Sujo's eyes moved slightly, her calm gaze landing lightly on Su Yunma. Su Yunma froze. In those dark, quiet eyes, she felt a power so strong it made her tremble. That gaze carried the presence of someone who stood above all others, cold, proud, and commanding. Her pupils shrank sharply. She must be imagining things.
Guards, tie her up.
Take her eyes, Su Yunma shouted, her voice filled with cruelty. In an instant, 7 or 8 guards surrounded Sujo. The air turned icy, chilling everyone to the bone. The young woman's lips curved slightly. The aura around her grew sharp and powerful. In her deep, phoenix-like eyes, a flash of icy blue light appeared, cold, noble, and overwhelming. It made others instinctively want to bow before her. The guards looked at each other, too afraid to move. Su Yunma gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "What are you waiting for? Move, or you'll regret it." The guards trembled, terrified of angering her.
Attack.
One of them finally shouted and rushed forward. But in an instant, Suju snatched his weapon and struck, sealing his energy center. My power!" The guard screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. The sound chilled everyone's hearts. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't Suju supposed to be a useless girl who couldn't cultivate? How could she fight back? And that guard was a 4th-level spirit master. Another guard was thrown aside, his limbs struck and broken in an instant. The speed was unbelievable. A sharp cracking sound echoed, making everyone's nerves tighten in fear. At the same moment, a tall, dark figure that had been moving swiftly across the rooftops suddenly stopped. His presence was powerful yet hidden, and his lazy, mysterious gaze slowly fell on the girl inside the room, meeting her beautiful phoenix-like eyes. Ice blue eyes? A rare look of surprise appeared on the handsome and noble face of the mysterious man. Su Yunma's face turned pale, her heart tightening as if someone were squeezing it, making it hard to breathe. How could this be? How could this happen? Wasn't Suju supposed to have no spiritual power? Could it be that she was pushed too far? Mother! She's gone mad. Kill her. You must kill her. Su Yunma trembled as she hid behind Madame Ouyang, unable to understand how Sujo had suddenly become so strong. What frightened her most was that there was no trace of spiritual energy coming from Sujo at all. Thinking of the harsh words she had just said, Su Yunma regretted them deeply. Madame Su glared coldly at her and said sharply, "You're afraid of that useless girl? How shameful! How can you ever become the crown prince's wife or a future empress like this?" Su Yunma felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, calming her panic a little. Everything she had done was for the title of crown princess. No matter how strange Suju seemed, she was still a powerless nobody. Nothing to fear. Clutching her handkerchief tightly, Su Yunma regained her proud and confident expression. But just then, the sounds of fighting suddenly stopped. Cold bodies lay scattered across the ground, the scene a shocking mess. Gasps filled the air as everyone stared in disbelief at the girl before them. Was this really the same weak girl who had always been bullied? Covered in blood and with torn clothes, she looked anything but pitiful. Instead, she carried a terrifying aura of power. Those who followed her would prosper, and those who opposed her would fall. No one dared to meet her eyes. Madame Su's face turned dark with anger. Sujo's calm gaze locked onto Su Yunma as she walked toward her step by step. At that moment, she looked like a spirit of vengeance, her dark eyes sharp and cold, filled with unstoppable strength. Su Yunma's heart, which had just calmed down, began to race again. Su Gui's every step seemed to press on her mother's heart, making her so frightened that she felt she might break down at any moment. Madame Su's face darkened, her voice sharp and cold. Su Gui, kneel. You not only behaved improperly with a man, but now you also dare to disrespect your elders. Do you want to harm your own mother? Or hurt your sister? Harm my mother? Su Gui's eyes were calm, her tone quiet. And what are you to say such things? The story mixes romance with the main plot. The male lead is very proactive. He believes that if he isn't bold, he won't win his gentle wife's heart. There's quite a bit of romance, so if you don't like love stories, you might want to skip this one. The male lead's heart belongs only to the heroine. From the first moment he saw her, he knew she was the one. She is his only exception, and he is the only one who moves her heart. Both are loyal and devoted, their love pure and sweet. If you don't enjoy romantic plots, this might not be for you. Note: in this fictional setting, girls are considered adults at 15 and may discuss marriage after that age. A flash of anger crossed Madame Su's eyes, her face fierce. How dare you? Su Gui gave a faint smile, but her words were sharp and cutting. She said, if you hadn't used deceitful tricks to win over Su Zhongqing back then, how could a servant like you have become the lady of the Su family? You! Madame Su's face turned red with fury, her eyes filled with rage. This ungrateful girl had exposed her secret in front of everyone. Such nonsense. You must be out of your mind. Madame Su's expression twisted as she raised her hand to slap Su Gui. But Su Gui was faster. A crisp sound echoed through the hall. Madame Su's face was struck hard, her powdered cheek quickly swelling and turning red. She froze in shock, unable to react. Gasps filled the air. How could Su Gui dare to do that? Madame Su is a 5th-level spirit master. How could she be struck by Su Gui? She's lost her mind. She must be crazy. Su Gui is finished. A loud slap echoed, and Madame Su's cheek burned with pain. She could hardly believe what had just happened. That girl had actually struck her. Madame Su glared at Su Jiu with venomous eyes, as if she wanted to tear her apart. Furious beyond control, she shouted, "You ungrateful child! You must be tired of living. I'll ruin that face of yours." Blinded by rage, Madame Su charged at Su Jiu. But Su Jiu moved swiftly to the side, her small hand striking Madame Su's waist and pulling out the spirit whip she carried. The whip lashed down Madame Su's body. Caught off guard, she had no time to defend herself. "Ah!" Madame Su screamed in pain, her eyes wide with fury. "I'll destroy you," she shouted, trying to summon her spiritual power, only to find it gone. "What did you do to me?" she demanded, her face twisting with anger and fear.
Su Jiu smiled coldly.
What else could she have done? She had sealed Madame Su's energy points. In her past life, Su Jiu had been a master of martial arts and medicine. She knew the human body better than anyone. Though this world used spiritual power instead of inner strength, the principles were similar. Once the energy channels were blocked, no power could flow. Those 3 strikes with the whip had been a cover. She had secretly used her phoenix shadow needles to seal Madame Su's meridians. With a sharp kick, Su Jiu struck Madame Su's knees. Madame Su cried out in pain and fell to the ground, forced to kneel. The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Such defiance was unheard of. "Su Jiu, you wicked girl. I'll make you pay." Madame Su screamed, her face twisted with humiliation and rage. But no matter how she struggled, she couldn't stand. Her knees felt as heavy as stone. "Su Jiu, let go of my mother!" Su Yunma shouted, his eyes blazing with hatred as he rushed toward her. Su Jiu flicked her arm, and the spirit whip coiled around Su Yunma's neck like a cold, venomous snake. The shadow of death loomed over him. Su Yunma and Madame Su turned pale with fear.
"Ah! No!"
Su Yunma's pupils shrank as she screamed in terror. struggling desperately to escape, afraid she would be the next to die. Sujio pulled her arm slightly, and Su Yunma froze in place, immediately kneeling to beg for mercy. "Sister, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please, my good sister, spare me. Help me." Su Yunma trembled as she pleaded, tears streaming down her pale face, her fear overwhelming her. Madame Su was furious, her nails digging deep into her palm, but she dared not act rashly. She forced herself to stay calm and tried to soothe Sujio. Putting on a strained smile, she spoke in a trembling voice meant to sound kind. "Xiaojio, your sister knows she was wrong. You're generous. Please let her go. If you forgive us, we'll speak well of you to your father. We'll pretend nothing ever happened and even help you explain things to the crown prince."
Oh.
Sujio raised an eyebrow, looking slightly interested. Madame Su's eyes lit up with hope. She exchanged a glance with Su Yunma, and both saw the same hidden cruelty behind each other's smiles. What a fool, so easy to trick with a few kind words. Once the crown prince arrives, this girl will pay for today's humiliation 100-fold. As long as you let my mother and me go, we'll act as if nothing happened today. We'll even find a skilled healer to remove the scars on your face. You'll still be the eldest daughter of the Su family, respected and untouchable. Sujio raised her brows slightly, her expression deep and unreadable, as if she were truly considering it. Su Yunma and Madame Su exchanged another glance. There was hope. Overjoyed, Su Yunma almost shouted with excitement and continued to persuade her. "My good sister, I truly know I was wrong. I was young and foolish before. Please don't hold it against me. When the crown prince arrives, I'll explain everything for you. I'll make sure he doesn't break off the engagement. You'll still be the honored future crown princess."
But
Sujio looked at them with a faint, knowing smile. "But I never did anything improper with a man, did I? Sister, didn't you just say that all of this was your plan? You set me up on purpose. How will you explain that to the crown prince?" Su Yunma felt a rush of blood stuck in her throat, her face turning pale and then green with anger. She cursed silently. Why is this woman so hard to fool? Why does she have to bring up the worst things at the worst time? Can't she see all the servants listening? The servants trembled, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. They were terrified, wishing they had never been there, afraid they might be silenced forever. Madame Su suddenly said, "The matter of misconduct still needs to be investigated. We can't decide guilt so quickly. His Highness the Crown Prince always looks at evidence." A hint of amusement flashed across Sujio's face. She glanced at the cold bodies nearby and said slowly, "Then if Father and the Crown Prince ask about those people, how should we explain their deaths?" So many questions. Su Yunma almost choked in frustration. Sujio shifted her arm slightly, tightening the whip in her hand. Su Yunma's breath caught, her heart pounding in fear. She quickly said, "That's easy to explain. These people tried to rebel and capture Mother and me to threaten Father for cultivation resources. They were all stopped and punished." Sujio glanced at the crowd, her eyes sharp and mocking. "That doesn't sound believable. So many people saw what really happened." Su Yunma glared fiercely at the servants, her face twisted with anger. "You all, tell us what happened just now." These servants usually worked for Su Yunma and Madame Su. Terrified of their power, they didn't dare to resist. One by one, they dropped to their knees, trembling as they said, "Guards Zhang and Li led a rebellion and tried to capture Madame and the 3rd Mississippi. The eldest miss was injured while saving them. We all saw it with our own eyes and wouldn't dare lie."
See?
They were already skilled at giving false testimony. A cold, mocking light flashed in Sujio's dark eyes. Su Yunma, pleased with their answer, looked at Sujio and asked carefully, "My dear sister, what do you think? Can you let Mother and me go now?" As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp voice came from outside the door. "His Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived." Su Yunma and Madame Su's eyes lit up, their faces filled with excitement and joy. "Brother Crown Prince, please save me. Husband, help me." The two of them, as if seeing their savior, struggled to their feet and rushed toward the door. But just then, the cold spirit whip that had been wrapped around them suddenly loosened. Su Yunma and Madame Su froze for a moment, thinking that the useless girl must have been frightened. Madame Su quickly snatched the whip back without any resistance. Overjoyed, both of them lifted their heads proudly and hurried out. They didn't notice the faint, cold smile curling at Su Jio's lips behind them. She had released the whip on purpose. After all, the real show was just beginning. Suddenly, Su Jio paused and looked up slightly. Her gaze landed on a small gap between the roof tiles, her brows tightening. There was a powerful presence up there, and it was dangerous. But clearly, the person was only watching. That presence had appeared not long after she woke up. Su Jio's lips curved into a cold smile. As long as they didn't interfere, they could watch or pass by as they pleased. But if they dared to act, no matter who they were, she would show no mercy. Sensing her killing intent, the tall, shadowy figure on the roof raised an eyebrow lazily. His face, calm and elegant, showed a hint of interest. The so-called useless eldest daughter of the Su family actually had such strength and courage to deal with her cruel mother and sister. Interesting. What surprised Nangong Ming even more was that he had hidden his presence completely, yet this girl had still sensed him. In the entire Eastern Ling Kingdom, very few could do that. Her aura, cold, sharp, and decisive, was that of someone who had survived countless battles. Most astonishing of all, Nangong Ming noticed an ancient seal hidden within her. It was powerful and ancient beyond measure. Was this really a useless girl? A faint, wicked smile appeared on Nangong Ming's handsome face. His crimson lips curved slightly, and a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his deep, bright eyes. He suddenly wanted to see how the young girl, who had no spiritual power at all, would handle the coming crisis. With the arrival of the Crown Prince, the entire courtyard was instantly filled with a tense and chilling atmosphere. A group of fierce guards surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. At the front stood the Crown Prince, Nangong Ling. Though only 17 or 18, he carried the natural authority of someone born to rule. Yet, the pride in his eyes gave him a cold and dangerous air, like a venomous snake lurking in the dark. Beside him stood a man in his 40s, Su Zhongqing, the head of the Su family. Usually calm and refined, his face now looked dark and cold, radiating a sharp, intimidating presence. When the two heard cries for help from inside the house, their expressions changed at once. They saw Su Yunma and Madame Su rushing out in panic, as if something terrifying was chasing them. What happened? The Crown Prince asked coldly. Your Highness. Su Yunma threw herself into his arms, crying helplessly. Her small body trembled as she sobbed, her voice full of fear and disbelief. Please save us, Your Highness. My sister, she tried to hurt me, and Mother. Everyone was stunned. What? Su Zhongqing's face darkened in shock. Madame Su covered her swollen cheek, her tearful eyes filled with pain and hesitation as she looked at him. Your face, what happened? Su Zhongqing asked, his voice trembling with anger. His eyes grew stormy, filled with suppressed fury. Madame Su, as the lady of the Su household, could not act as pitifully as her daughter, but her tone was full of sorrow and resentment. It's all because of your useless daughter, who can't cultivate. Father, Su Ju is still inside. Please order someone to tie her up. She hit Mother, forced her to kneel, and almost hurt us both. Su Yunma cried out sharply, her voice full of anger and humiliation. Madame Su froze, glaring at her daughter in disbelief and frustration. This foolish girl had actually said that in front of everyone. Did she not see that the courtyard was full of outsiders? She, the dignified lady of the Su family, had been slapped and forced to kneel by a powerless girl. If this spread through the capital, how could she ever hold her head high again? Madame Su was so angry that she wanted to strangle her foolish daughter. Su Yunma only thought about getting rid of Su Jio and didn't think about the consequences. Everyone was shocked by Su Yunma's words and looked at each other in disbelief. Is that true? What exactly happened? Su Zhongqing's face turned dark, his sharp eyes glaring at Madame Su. How could she answer that? Madame Su clenched her fists tightly inside her sleeves, trembling with anger. If she admitted it was true, not only would she lose face, but the entire Su family would be disgraced, and her husband might not forgive her. If she said it was false, that would mean Su Yunma was lying, which would leave a terrible impression on the crown prince and everyone present. No matter what she said, it would be wrong. Madame Su glared fiercely at Su Yunma. Of course it's not true. Third sister, why would you slander me like this? Just then, a confused young girl's voice came from inside the room. Through the blazing firelight, a thin, frail girl slowly walked out. A twisted scar ran down the left side of her face, making her look frightening in the flickering light, as if she carried an eerie, dangerous aura. Her expression was calm, but her sharp eyes gave off a chilling sense of power, like the calm before a storm. Those eyes looked as if they had seen countless battles in a dark abyss, cold and emotionless. What a terrifying presence! For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Su Zhongqing and the crown prince both stood stunned. All around, there was complete silence. Father, catch her quickly. Su Yunma screamed, her eyes filled with hatred and fear. The tense atmosphere suddenly broke. Su Zhongqing and the crown prince, Nan Gongling, snapped back to their senses, their eyes sharp and alert. The girl stood quietly at the doorway, covered in blood and wounds, looking weak and exhausted. Nothing like the terrifying figure from moments ago.
Su-hyu,
what happened? Su Zhongqing asked coldly, anger hidden in his voice. Su Jiu replied calmly, some guards tried to kidnap Madam and third sister to force you into giving them cultivation resources. I happened to discover it and brought Captain Zhao to rescue them. Unfortunately, Captain Zhao lost his life while saving third sister. Su Gui suddenly turned to Su Yunma, her voice cold and mocking. My dear sister, is this how you treat the one who saved your life? I just rescued you, and now you want to kill me? Are you really that eager to marry the crown prince? You! Su Yunma and Madame Su widened their eyes in shock, staring at Su Gui in disbelief. You're lying. Su Yunma trembled with anger, almost jumping up. What savior? You were the one who tried to harm me and mother. How could she twist the truth like this? That wicked woman.
Sugi is nered inwardly.
Can't handle it already? Not only can I twist the truth, I can even make you prove it for me. Su Zhongqing's face darkened, his sharp gaze like a blade as it turned toward Su Yunma. Su Yunma's heart tightened. Afraid her father might believe Su Gui's words, she hurriedly said, Father, she's lying. She's only saying this to cover up her own wrongdoing. Su Gui replied calmly, Third sister, there's no need to argue with me. Father can see the truth for himself. Su Yunma's eyes widened, a bad feeling rising in her heart. What trick is this woman playing? The scene inside the room was full of blood, clear evidence of violence. Could she have cleaned it up in such a short time?
Impossible.
Su Gui looked at her with a faint smile. What's wrong? Are you afraid father will see the truth? Su Zhongqing frowned deeply, his cold, piercing gaze fixed on Su Yunma. You! Su Yunma felt a rush of blood in her throat, her face pale with anger. Gritting her teeth, she said, Fine. Let's see what tricks you can pull. Su Gui curved her lips slightly and stepped aside, revealing the scene inside the room. Everyone gasped sharply, stunned by what they saw. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the floor was covered with fallen bodies. The sight was unbearable. A few servants huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. Everyone felt a chill run through them, as if they had fallen into an icy pit. Outrageous. Su Zhongqing's face turned cold, his voice as sharp and frigid as winter frost. Su Yunma's eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing at the bodies, she said excitedly, Father, she's the one who did this. Su Gui looked at her with an amused expression, as if watching a fool. Third sister, if you want to accuse me, at least come up with a believable reason, all right? I can't even cultivate and have no spiritual power. How could I possibly kill them? Indeed, how could someone without spiritual power defeat third or fourth level warriors? No one in the courtyard believed Su Yunma's words. Some even sneered. Su Zhongqing was furious. His sharp, cold gaze turned to Su Yunma. Nonsense. Su Yunma's face turned pale. She was frightened, angry, and unwilling to give up. It really was her. Father, if you don't believe me, you can ask the servants. You there, come and tell father how those people died. Su Yunma ordered the servants inside, her eyes fierce enough to make them tremble. Her gaze carried a clear warning. But in her anger, Su Yunma forgot that earlier, when she had begged Su Gui for mercy, she had already told these servants to lie for her. The servants, still terrified from before, dared not speak carelessly. Now that Su Yunma called on them, they stammered nervously, "Master, Guard Zhang and Li tried to rebel and kidnap Madame and the third young lady." The eldest miss arrived with Guard Zhao just in time to save them. The eldest miss was even injured while protecting Madame. We saw it all with our own eyes and would never dare to lie. Their words and expressions seemed completely sincere. Even Su Gui couldn't help but admire how convincingly they lied. Su Yunma swayed, feeling as if struck by lightning. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted from rage. Useless fools. She even hit Mother and forced her to kneel. "Are you all blind?" Su Yunma shouted angrily, her eyes blazing. Madame Su almost spat blood. Was this ungrateful child trying to drag her down too? Su Gui added fuel to the fire at just the right moment. "Madam, third sister is trying to frame me and even dragged you into it. Isn't that terribly disrespectful? You." Madame Su's face darkened, and the handkerchief in her sleeve was nearly torn apart. "Mother, say something," Su Yunma cried, stomping her foot in frustration, her eyes red. Madame Su couldn't possibly admit anything. She glared at Su Yunma in anger. "Enough. Be quiet." Only then did Madame Su realize Su Jiu's trick. She was so angry and upset that she could hardly breathe. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the servant tried to make his story sound more believable and added, "Madame's spirit whip was taken by Guard Li. And somehow, he used some strange power that made Madame unable to use her own energy. Master, if you don't believe me, you can check Madame's energy yourself." Su Yunma's face turned red with anger, her eyes wide and fierce.
Lies.
All lies. It was that wicked Su Jiu who took Mother's spirit whip. The servant looked at Su Yunma in fear, confused as to why she was so angry when he had followed the third Miss's instructions exactly. Su Jiu's lips curved slightly as she watched the dramatic scene. She sneered, "Third sister, your words are really interesting. I went to save someone. Yet somehow I became the one who harmed you? I can't even cultivate. How could I possibly take your mother's weapon? You shameless girl." Su Yunma was so furious that her chest heaved, almost fainting from anger. Who could have guessed that Su Jiu would suddenly become so strong? She used to be quiet and timid, never daring to talk back. Now she was sharp-tongued and cunning like a fox. Could it be that the shock had somehow made this fool smarter? Su Yunma trembled all over with rage. Seeing that Su Yunma couldn't explain herself, Su Zhongqing's face darkened, his sharp gaze cold as a blade. He checked Madame Su's energy flow and indeed found that her power could not gather at all, clearly sealed by the spirit whip. The servant had told the truth.
Sus konginges aisi austrnt Su Unmo.
When did you become such a liar? Su Yunma's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, you actually believe that woman's words? Su Zhongqing's face was covered in shadow as he shouted, "Foolish child. Do you think I can't tell that your mother's energy is gone?" His words completely confirmed the servant's story. At once, everyone looked at Su Yunma with strange expressions, thinking that tonight she had become rude and unreasonable. Madame Su had lost her spiritual power, and with the servant's confessions and Master Su's confirmation, all the evidence pointed to Su Yunma lying. And the reason for her lie was to put Su Jiu to death. How deep must the hatred be for siblings to turn against each other? In an instant, everyone looked at Su Yunma with mixed emotions. Su Yunma was so angry she almost fainted, stomping her feet and gritting her teeth in frustration. Su Jio's lips curved into a cold smile. She remembered how, in the past, the original Su Jio had been falsely accused by Su Yunma of stealing. No matter how she explained, no one believed her. Su Yunma, does this feeling of helplessness hurt? Just wait. There are even more painful things waiting for you. All the suffering you brought to this body, you will experience 100 times over. A chilling light flashed in Su Jio's eyes. Su Yunma's eyes were filled with unwillingness. She tried to explain, Father, Su Jio, enough. What a disgrace.
Su Songin interrupted impatiently.
His powerful aura spread through the room, cold and oppressive. Su Yunma had never been scolded like this before. Now, being shouted at by her father, resentment filled her heart. She glared at the servants, furious. Useless fools. What did Su Jio give you to make you speak for her? She screamed, losing all her usual grace. The servants were terrified. They couldn't understand what the third young lady meant. Wasn't it she and Madame Su who had begged the eldest young lady to help them make false statements? The eldest young lady's cold, terrifying look earlier had scared them half to death. Judging by this situation, once things calmed down, the third young lady would surely take revenge on them. But when they remembered the eldest young lady's deadly gaze from before, they shivered again. To save their lives, the servants had no choice but to keep acting, kneeling and begging for mercy. Master, please spare us. We didn't lie. It's true that Madame was accidentally struck while trying to save the third young lady, and the third young lady even knelt and begged for her life. We saw and heard everything ourselves. We don't understand why the third young lady is accusing us. Even Gardley said the eldest young lady was foolish. She was framed by the third young lady, yet still tried to save her, not even realizing she was being harmed. The third miss even threatened Gardley, saying that if her unborn child was harmed, she would destroy his entire family. The last sentence struck like thunder on a clear day. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Unborn child? Destroy his family? Su Yunma was pregnant? But she was an unmarried young lady. All eyes turned towards Su Yunma's stomach. Su Yunma was completely stunned and panicked. Be quiet. What nonsense are you talking about? Her sharp, angry voice echoed as she struck toward the person's head.
Wait.
Su Jio reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist with claw-like fingers. A faint, mocking smile appeared on her lips. Trying to silence someone? Su Yunma trembled with anger and tried to fight back, but a sharp pain spread through her wrist, leaving her powerless. Let go. What did you do to me? She shouted, struggling in vain, unable to move. Su Jio smiled faintly and said calmly, What's wrong? Third sister? Are you angry because you've been exposed? I didn't expect this. You secretly met someone, and now you're trying to blame me for something I didn't do. How cruel of you. Of course, those last words from the servant had been arranged by Su Jio before she came out. Because Su Yunmo really was pregnant, and the father was the crown prince. Su Jio's plan was not only to turn the situation around but also to reveal the truth. Once Su Yunma's secret was exposed, the false accusation against her would naturally be cleared. Hearing this, the crown prince's face darkened, his eyes filled with cold anger. From the beginning until now, this girl hadn't even looked at him properly. In the past, every time she saw him, she would act gentle and emotional, always trying to get his attention. And now, her behavior completely crossed his line, trying new tricks to attract him? Humph. Foolish and pathetic. Even if she weren't a failure in cultivation, with that unpleasant face, she still wasn't worthy of being his princess. The crown prince's lips curved in a proud smile, his sharp black eyes fixed on Su Jio. His deep voice carried a dangerous warning. Su Jio, don't refuse kindness only to invite trouble. The evidence of your secret meeting with another man is clear. I have already reported to the emperor to cancel our engagement. Why are you still trying to accuse your sister? What are you planning? Sujio finally looked at the crown prince, her gaze calm and steady. Your Highness, you really can't tell right from wrong, can you? It was the servants who spread the rumor. What does that have to do with me? Then she smiled faintly.
Oh, right.
The servant also mentioned punishment for the whole family. Only the royal family has that power. Could it be that Su Yunma's pregnancy has something to do with you? Outrageous. Nonsense. The crown prince's face darkened completely, his expression filled with anger and threat. Sujio gave a cold smile. What's wrong? Everyone can see how close you are to my third sister. You protect her so much that you've completely forgotten your fiancé. Now that she's being misunderstood, don't you want to know the truth? The crown prince's face turned pale. He knew very well whose child Su Yunma was carrying. But such a thing could never be revealed. Besides, Su Zhongqing, that old fox, was still in the dark. If the truth came out, his authority would surely suffer. No, he couldn't let Sujio ruin everything. A cruel light flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward, looking down at her with a threatening tone. Are you really going to believe a servant's words? If everyone started spreading rumors, how could I possibly live in peace? Sujio's lips curved in mockery. The servants can prove that my third sister lied, and they can also prove my innocence. How is that overthinking? Your Highness, you seem very unwilling to clear her name. Could it be that the man involved is actually you? Suhyu, the crown prince shouted, cutting her off in fury. If she kept talking, who knew what kind of trouble she might stir up? Public opinion could build or destroy a throne. He had never expected this woman, once thought useless, to be so clever and calculating. He had truly underestimated her. Suju tilted her head to look at him, her gaze calm, but her lips curling into a cold smile. Your Highness, do you mean to say you'll personally help our third sister clear her name? You. The crown prince choked on his own anger, his face turning pale, then dark. Fury surged through him so strongly he almost lost control. A trap laid in plain sight. This woman actually dared to corner him so openly. If he refused to help, it would look like he really had something to do with Su Yunma. If he agreed, then Su Yunma's secret would be exposed. No matter what he chose, he would lose. He was furious beyond words. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Rage burned in his chest like fire.
Meanwhile, Suhyu sneered inwardly.
Compete with her in words? She had been sharp-tongued long before he even learned to speak. What's wrong, Your Highness? Still can't decide? Sujio pressed on, her tone sharp and unrelenting. Our third sister is so pitiful. She's always been close to you, calling you dear prince every day. But now that her reputation is at stake, you stay silent. It seems Your Highness isn't as sincere as she thought.
Fine.
Whatever you say. Are you satisfied now? The crown prince roared, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted with rage. He wanted nothing more than to silence her mocking voice. Sujio's smile deepened, her words cutting like a blade.
See?
Wouldn't it have been easier to agree from the start? You'd save yourself the trouble. Why make things harder for yourself?
Her sarcasm hit him like, eh.
The crown prince felt his chest tighten, a bitter taste rising in his throat, but he forced it down, refusing to show weakness.
Sujio, was it?
He would remember her. His fists creaked as he clenched them again. Taking a deep breath, he forced his anger down and managed a stiff, ugly smile. Guards, summon Physician Chu, he ordered, his face dark as storm clouds. But Sujio interrupted calmly. Physician Chu works in the palace. It would take too long for him to come and go. Better to call someone else. The crown prince's face darkened terribly, as if he might lose control at any moment. His teeth ground together as he said coldly, Physician Chu's skills are excellent, and his diagnosis is trustworthy. But in truth, Physician Chu is his man, and he would always give the result the prince wanted. Sujio didn't care about his anger at all. Instead, she smiled brightly. My father is one of the top alchemists in the entire capital. Why look elsewhere? His medical skills are far better than Physician Chu's. Do you not trust him? At that moment, Madame Su suddenly said, "Physician Bai is here. We can ask him to examine her." The Crown Prince's eyes lit up, and he gave Madame Su an approving look. He knew that Physician Bai was also on his side. Su Jiu, however, smiled meaningfully. "Madam, are you saying my father's skills are not as good as Physician Bai's?" Madame Su's face turned pale. She glared at Su Jiu angrily, knowing that Su Zhongqing hated it most when others questioned his abilities. Su Jiu turned to her father and said, "Father, it's said that alchemists have sharp spiritual senses. Please check third sister's pulse yourself. That way, we can clear her name and prevent rumors from spreading tomorrow that might bring shame to our family." She gave no one a chance to speak, cutting off any attempt to deceive or cover up the truth. She had made her point so clearly that if they still tried to play tricks, they would only embarrass themselves further. She had plenty of ways to deal with them and wasn't afraid of what came next. The only question was whether they could handle the humiliation. By now, Su Zhongqing had completely calmed down. His sharp eyes were cold and fierce, like those of a hawk, fixed steadily on her. Su Jiu sneered inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. Her clear dark eyes were steady, and her lips curved slightly as she met his piercing gaze, without flinching. The air was thick with tension. Everyone held their breath, trying to make themselves as small as possible, afraid of being caught in the conflict. The servants were both fearful and curious, watching the scene unfold with anxious eyes. At this point, Su Yunma completely panicked. "No, that can't happen," she cried, her face pale. If her father took her pulse, everything would be exposed. Silence. The Crown Prince's cold gaze fell on Su Yunma, his dark eyes filled with warning. This foolish woman, she couldn't even handle a small matter properly. Was she trying to embarrass him even more? Now, he had no choice but to sacrifice her to protect himself. Su Yunma's pregnancy could no longer be hidden, but he absolutely could not admit that the child was his. Su Yunma trembled, panic rising in her heart. Her tearful eyes pleaded with the Crown Prince. But he acted as if he hadn't seen her at all, and instead signaled Su Zhongqing to proceed. In that instant, Su Yunma felt her heart turn cold, as if she had fallen into an icy pit. The chill seeped into her bones. A surge of hatred rose within her. Her eyes turned venomous, cold as a snake's, fixed on Su Jiu with twisted fury, as if she wished she could destroy her completely. Su Jiu, however, smiled gracefully and said, "Don't worry, third sister. Father will surely clear your name." Su Yunma was so angry she nearly fainted, wishing she could strike Su Jiu down on the spot. She struggled, resisted, and cried out, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't escape. The more she tried to hide, the more curious everyone became. In the end, Su Zhongqing still took her pulse. The moment he felt the sign of pregnancy, his face changed completely, and a wave of fury surged within him. He felt utterly deceived. What a disgraceful daughter. He raised his hand and slapped her hard. "Ah!" Su Yunma was thrown to the ground. If the Crown Prince hadn't caught her in time, she might have been seriously hurt. "Yunma!" Madame Su screamed in fear and rushed forward to hold her. Su Yunma burst into tears, blood mixing with the broken pieces of her teeth. The Crown Prince hadn't expected Su Zhongqing to strike her. His face darkened like a brewing storm. "Whose child is it?" Su Zhongqing demanded, his eyes blazing with anger. "That foolish girl." He hadn't noticed before, but now her behavior and complexion clearly showed signs of pregnancy. His face turned ashen with rage. Su Yunma looked at the Crown Prince in panic, tears streaming down her face as she silently begged for help. But the Crown Prince stepped back, his eyes filled with shock and disappointment. "Yunma, did you really have a secret relationship with someone?" Su Yunma was completely stunned. What did the Crown Prince mean by this? Was he denying everything? Sure enough, the next moment she saw a flash of warning and threat in his dark eyes, gone in an instant. Su Yunma's pupils shrank, her whole body turned cold, and her blood rushed to her head. The world spun before her eyes, and she almost fainted in despair. Was he really going to abandon her now that he had gotten what he wanted? No, she couldn't let that happen. The Crown Prince spoke with a look of deep sorrow. Sister Yunma, how could you do this? You've always been gentle and virtuous, a model for all the ladies in the capital. How could you be so foolish? Su Jiu raised an eyebrow. So, the Crown Prince was trying to wash his hands clean of everything. How shameless. But clearly, he had underestimated Su Yunma's determination. Realizing that the Crown Prince wanted to protect himself, Su Yunma's heart filled with anger and unwillingness. If things had come to this point, she had nothing left to lose. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at the Crown Prince, her voice trembling. Your Highness, what are you saying? The child is yours. You promised me that if I accused Su Jiu of improper behavior, you'd have a reason to break off your engagement and marry me. You said Su Jiu was standing in your way and that you'd give our child a proper place in the royal family. How can you say you didn't know I was expecting? You even sent me medicine to strengthen my body just yesterday. Su Jiu almost burst out laughing. This was too entertaining. Su Yunma had just revealed everything. The Crown Prince felt his mind explode like thunder. His vision blurred, and he felt as if lightning had struck him. As soon as her words fell, the entire hall erupted in shock. Is what the third miss said true? The Crown Prince and the third miss plotted together and framed the eldest lady. No wonder His Highness refused to confirm her condition earlier. So, he's the one behind it all. The Crown Prince even tried to deny her after everything that happened? How disgraceful. Heavens! This is too much. Is this really the Crown Prince we thought we knew? What a coward. Listening to all the comments and criticism, the Crown Prince was so furious that he almost wanted to kill someone. His face turned dark, his anger burned like fire, and a chilling aura surrounded him. Su Yunma, what nonsense are you talking about? The Crown Prince's voice was cold and filled with rage. Su Yunma turned pale with fear, but there was no turning back now. She was already in trouble. Her future was completely ruined. Even if she had to face the consequences, she wouldn't go down alone. Brother Crown Prince, what's wrong with you? Have you forgotten the promises we made? The dreams we shared about ruling the world together? Su Yunma cried bitterly and threw herself into his arms, pretending to hit him. In the struggle, a small blue undergarment hidden in his robe fell to the ground. Ah! That belongs to the third miss. A maid cried out in shock. It was a woman's most private clothing, clear evidence. The Crown Prince's eyes widened in fury, and he looked as if he wanted to strangle Su Yunma on the spot. Around them, the crowd erupted in whispers like ripples spreading across a lake. He hid a woman's clothing. So, the Crown Prince really is involved with the third miss. The eldest miss is so pitiful. She can't even train properly, gets mocked every day, and now her own sister and fiancé have betrayed her. How tragic. The worst part is that the Crown Prince, who's supposed to be honorable, won't even admit what he's done. What a disgrace. How can someone like him be the future ruler? Exactly. He should just give up his position and let the Lord of the Underworld take over. TSK, the Lord of the Underworld wouldn't even want the title of Crown Prince. Su Jiu watched the chaos with great amusement, clearly enjoying the scene. The Crown Prince couldn't stand it any longer. His reputation was completely ruined. He glared at Su Jiu with burning anger, his fury surging like a storm. His powerful energy burst out, making everyone tremble in fear. The crowd instantly fell silent. The servants were so terrified that they didn't even dare to breathe. The Crown Prince's face twisted in disgust, as if he had swallowed a fly. He flicked his sleeve angrily and turned to leave. Your Highness! Su Jiu suddenly called out. The Crown Prince froze for a moment, his heart sinking. Whenever she spoke, nothing good ever followed. The Crown Prince steadied himself, his dark eyes sharp as he glared at Su Jiu and said mockingly, Su Jiu, haven't you caused enough trouble today? Haven't you always wanted me to marry you? Let me tell you, even if the sky falls, I will never. Before he could finish, he was suddenly interrupted. Su Jiu looked at him with disdain and sneered. Your Highness, after doing something so disgraceful, how do you still have the nerve to talk about marrying me? The Crown Prince's throat tightened, and his face burned as if struck by a whip. His eyes locked fiercely on Sujio. Sujio gave a cold smile. If I remember correctly, when our engagement was arranged, the five-colored divine bird descended from the sky and asked His Majesty to issue a decree allowing both sides the right to cancel the engagement. Everyone here, please be my witnesses. From this moment on, I, Sujio, officially end my engagement with the Crown Prince. From now on, we will go our separate ways. As for the Crown Prince and Su Yunma's improper behavior, don't involve me in it anymore. It's embarrassing enough. After saying this, Sujio ignored them and turned to leave. Behind her came the Crown Prince's furious shout. Sujio, what did you say? Say it again. Sujio rolled her eyes. If your Highness can't hear well, go see a healer. Don't bother me again. The Crown Prince's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging as his face twisted in rage. He was absolutely furious. He wanted nothing more than to drag her back and punish her. Just then, Sujio suddenly stopped walking. A cruel smile appeared on the Crown Prince's face. So, she was still afraid of him after all. A useless girl who couldn't cultivate. No matter how bold she acted, she was still a coward at heart. However, Sujio turned her gaze towards Su Zhongqing and said calmly, Father, Yunzhong Pavilion has been occupied by my third sister for a long time. Isn't it time she returned it to me? Before her talent test at the age of 5, Sujio had been considered a rare genius and lived in the best courtyard among the younger generation of the Su family. But after failing the spiritual power test, everything she had was taken by Su Yunma. Now, Sujio was determined to take it all back. Hearing this, the Crown Prince's smile froze on his face. Sujio, Yunzhong Pavilion is mine. Don't even think about it. Su Yunmo rushed out, her sharp voice piercing the air, her face twisted with anger. But Sujio completely ignored her. She looked calmly at Su Zhongqing and said with a mocking tone, Father, do you know that all these years, your daughter hasn't even had a proper place to stay? Even a beggar's broken temple would be better than where I live. We are both your daughters. Don't you think this unfair treatment is a bit too much? Su Zhongqing's expression changed slightly. He remembered visiting her courtyard once. It was so run down that anyone would have thought it was an abandoned place in the wilderness. Weeds grew everywhere. The house was falling apart, and there wasn't even a single servant to help. A flash of anger appeared in Su Zhongqing's eyes as he glared coldly at Madame Ouyang. The back courtyard had always been under her care, and he hadn't expected his good wife to have done such things behind his back. If word of this spread, wouldn't people think that the mighty General Su couldn't even provide for his own daughter? How could he hold his head high then? Thinking of this, Su Zhongqing's face darkened. He said in a deep voice, Someone clean up the Cloud Pavilion. From today on, the eldest young lady will receive all the treatment she deserves as the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Anyone who dares to withhold anything will be punished according to family rules. Even if she was not talented in cultivation, her status remained the same, and appearances had to be maintained. Su Zhongqing frowned deeply and gave Sujio a long, meaningful look. Father, how can you do this? The Cloud Pavilion is mine. Why give it to Sujio? Su Yunma's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness and anger. Sujio gave a cold laugh. You broke the rules and acted without honor. Tell me, who should be ashamed? Since you like the Crown Prince so much, I'll gladly give him to you. I wish you both a long and happy life together. Her last words were full of biting sarcasm. Everyone knew that after today's public quarrel between Su Yunma and the Crown Prince, there was no way they could ever live in harmony again. Sujio, stop right there. The Crown Prince shouted angrily. But Sujio didn't even glance at him, leaving only a graceful figure behind as she walked away. You! The Crown Prince's face turned pale with fury, his usual noble composure completely gone, leaving him looking utterly humiliated. Everyone present shrank back like frightened quails, afraid that they might be the next to suffer his wrath. In the end, the Crown Prince, furious and unable to hold back any longer, glared coldly at Su Zhongqing and said with anger and mockery, "Lord Su, you truly have raised a fine daughter." Without caring about Su Zhongqing's expression, the crown prince flicked his sleeve sharply and strode away. "Your Highness," Su Yunma called out, hurrying after him. Su Zhongqing's face darkened like a storm. He shouted sternly, "Stop. Haven't you embarrassed us enough?" Su Yunma froze, her face twisting with anger and resentment. At that moment, she hated Su Jiao deeply. She felt that her life had been completely ruined. Clenching her fists tightly, her eyes glimmered with a cruel light. After leaving that suffocating place, Su Jiao followed the memories in her mind and walked toward the Cloud Pavilion. Having fiercely confronted Su Yunma and the Crown Prince, Su Jiao felt that the resentment in her soul had finally faded away. She whispered softly, "Rest in peace. From now on, you are me, and I am you. Every humiliation you once suffered, I will return one by one." Her quiet voice drifted in the air, faint yet sharp, carrying a hidden strength like a storm waiting to break. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Su Jiao felt her soul completely merge with her new body. As she walked, she searched through the memories in her mind and discovered that the original owner had always worked hard to study and cultivate spiritual power. In this world, those who practiced spiritual power were called spirit masters. Their natural abilities were divided into 10 types: metal, wood, earth, fire, water, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and space. The first 6 were the most common. Lightning was rare, but not unheard of. The last 3 were extremely rare, appearing only a few times in hundreds of years on the Fengyan continent. The cultivation levels on the Fengyan continent were divided into 8 realms: Spirit Master, Spirit Sect, Spirit Marquis, Spirit King, Spirit Lord, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sovereign, and Spirit Saint. Each realm had 9 stages. Unfortunately, this body was truly weak. Its energy channels were blocked, and its core was dry, making it impossible to use any spiritual power. No matter how hard the original owner tried, it was useless. But Su Jiao was not someone who accepted defeat easily. If there was no path, she would create one herself. It seemed she would have to visit the Testing Alliance tomorrow to check her condition. As Su Jiao was deep in thought, a sudden, chilling aura filled the air. Her expression changed slightly. With a swift turn of her wrist, a dagger gleaming with cold light struck out fiercely, landing precisely at the intruder's neck. Almost at the same moment, Su Jiao's delicate throat was gripped by a cold, powerful hand. The air grew tense, danger filling the space. Su Jiao's eyes widened, reflecting a face of striking beauty. The man's sharp and elegant features looked as if they had been carved by a master artist. So perfect it was almost unreal, noble and graceful, unmatched in charm. His lazy yet mysterious eyes seemed to hold a strange, captivating power. One glance felt like an eternity. The man's entire presence radiated strength and authority, his aura so commanding that no one dared approach. He carried himself like a ruler born to stand above all. Yet at that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his dark eyes. He clearly hadn't expected the young woman before him to react so quickly. Her single move had actually threatened him. A faint, amused smile curved Nan Gongming's lips, both charming and dangerous. Su Jiao, however, felt a strong sense of danger. This man was the same one who had secretly watched her earlier. She had thought he had already left, but he had been following her all along. In an instant, the cold wind rose, carrying a sharp, chilling tension. The air felt like a freezing current rushing down from a snowy mountain, biting cold, almost suffocating. The two faced each other in silence, neither willing to back down. Nan Gongming raised an eyebrow. He had only come to the Su family's treasure hall to take something, but he hadn't expected to witness such an interesting scene. Even more surprising, the so-called useless daughter of the Su family had such a sharp and striking side. Decisive and clever, cunning yet composed, she was nothing like the timid, weak girl people described. Looking into her beautiful eyes, where a faint blue light flickered, Nan Gongming felt something stir within him. The heart that had always been cold and distant seemed to soften just a little. These were the eyes he had seen in his dreams, ice blue, powerful, and mysterious, sealed with an unknown force. The scene from his dreams. Who exactly was she? Nan Gongming's long, slender fingers slowly moved from the girl's neck to her eyes. Su Jio's heart sank, and without hesitation, the dagger in her hand sliced across her opponent's skin. Her movements were sharp and decisive, swift as lightning, fierce and precise. This strike was meant to end it all. But suddenly, a powerful force knocked the dagger away, shattering it in an instant. Su Jio's eyes darkened. Like a nimble cat, she twisted her body, and 3 shimmering needles appeared between her fingers, striking mercilessly at her opponent's vital points. At the same time, she kicked upward toward his head, her flexible body making her attack both strange and unpredictable. Every move was lightning fast, filled with deadly intent, impossible to guard against. A flicker of surprise flashed in Nan Gongming's eyes. A low, amused laugh escaped his chest as his energy surged, gently pushing her back. Su Jio quickly retreated, her cold gaze fixed on him, her small face tense with caution. "You're bold and talented," he said. His deep, magnetic voice carried a hint of mischief. A faint, playful smile curved his crimson lips, both charming and dangerous. Just 2 moves, yet it felt like 100. He was truly impressed. Nan Gongming's bright eyes gleamed like stars as he stared at Su Jio, his gaze intense and unwavering. Su Jio narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice cold and mocking. "What is your purpose here?" Nan Gongming gave a crooked smile. In a flash, he appeared before her, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. Su Jio swept her leg fiercely toward him, aiming for a critical point, her attack swift and merciless. But Nan Gongming easily deflected her strike. His warm hand caught her wrist, pulling her into his arms. His low, teasing voice carried a hint of heat. "Little one, strength without control leads to failure. You should understand that." Caught off guard by the sudden closeness, Su Jio's expression changed slightly. "Let go," she shouted angrily.
"Shh."
His slender finger pressed lightly against her lips, his tone playful yet calm. "If they see like this, they'll think you're meeting a man in secret." Just as he spoke, hurried footsteps and angry voices echoed from nearby. Su Jio frowned. It was Su Yunma and Madame Su. This road was the main avenue of the mansion. The fork ahead led both to the Cloud Pavilion and to other courtyards. Nan Gongming's strong arm wrapped around her slender waist. With a swift movement, he pulled her into the shadowed hollow behind a rockery, hiding them completely from sight. Su Jio shook off his hand, quieting her breath as she stayed alert to her surroundings. She wondered if he had chosen this spot on purpose. The shaded side of the rockery was just big enough for 2 people. She wanted to move away from him, but as soon as she stepped out, the bright moonlight would fall on her, making her easy to spot. Nan Gongming smiled with a hint of mischief. His calm, handsome face showed no sign of worry. His long, graceful arm pulled her back into his embrace, and his lazy, low voice brushed her ear like warm wind. "Don't worry. With me here, they won't find us." Their closeness made the air feel warm and tense. Su Jio glared at him coldly. She wanted to move again, but something told her that if she did, he would surely do something unexpected. After thinking for a moment, she decided to stay still to avoid trouble. Soon, she saw Su Yunma and Madame Su hurrying past with a group of servants. Su Yunma was complaining loudly, blaming Madame Su for not admitting what had happened in the house and for not punishing Su Jio sooner. Her tone was sharp and bitter. Madame Su's face was dark with anger as she scolded her daughter for being foolish. The 2 of them had completely lost their usual grace and dignity. Su Jio sneered as she watched them leave. "I can't handle it already? Your good days are far from over." The scar on her face had yet to be repaid. "Su Yunma, soon you'll know what it feels like to lose your beauty." A cold light flickered in Su Jio's eyes. Ming looked at the girl before him, her gaze sharp and icy. His lips curved into a smile as warm and bright as spring sunlight. He teased, "You've angered the crown prince today. Tomorrow won't be easy for you." Sujo shot him a frosty glance, realizing he was enjoying her trouble. Yet, despite his mocking tone, his strikingly handsome face still carried an air of elegance and noble pride, his lazy eyes filled with effortless confidence. Su Hui was speechless. "So, what if I don't care?" Su Hui's eyes were cold, and a hint of arrogance flickered in her gaze. Being just a crown princess didn't impress her. Ming chuckled softly, his long, smooth fingers casually pinching her delicate chin. His deep, shining eyes sparkled like stars, and he smiled charmingly, saying, "If you don't care about being a crown princess, how about becoming the queen of the Underworld?" Sure enough, this person had a complicated background. Su Hui sneered. "Who cares about your princess? You're just like the king of heaven himself. If you provoke me, you'll regret it." Just then, Su Hui noticed a small patch of dark yellow fabric showing at his chest, made of an old-fashioned material that looked familiar. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Quick as lightning, she pulled the cloth out. "This is a fragment of the treasure map from the Great Marsh of Yunhuang." Su Hui was slightly surprised inside. The original owner had seen Su Yunma showing off in front of her before. After bragging, Su Yunma was caught by Su Zhongqing, who falsely accused her of stealing the treasure map, causing the original owner to be punished so badly she almost lost her life. Because of that, the original owner remembered this incomplete map very clearly. Su Zhongqing valued this treasure map as if it were his life. If he found out it was missing, he would probably go crazy with anger. Su Hui sneered mockingly. A prince who should be ruling wisely, but instead comes to the Su residence to act like a reckless thief. Ming's charming, devilish face showed no sign of panic when caught. Instead, he leaned in with a wicked smile, his blood-red lips looking like fresh blood, and his husky voice was very pleasant. "Since you found out, then you and I are on the same side." Su Hui pushed him away, her face showing a tired expression as she said, "Who wants to be on your side?" Although she was happy to see Su Zhongqing and his group suffer, she didn't want to be involved with someone so treacherous. This man was clearly cunning and dark-hearted. Once he set his sights on someone, they wouldn't even realize they'd been sold out. Su Hui threw the treasure map back to him and was about to leave. Ming's deep, beautiful eyes slightly lifted, and a lazy smile played on his lips as he suddenly said, "Don't you want to unlock the seal on yourself and start practicing?" Su Hui's heart jolted. His meaning is that she has a hidden seal on her that causes others to think she has a weak talent body, but the original memories do not mention any seal. She only remembers that when she was born, she was considered a rare talented genius, but later tests showed she had a useless spiritual root. And no one in her memories ever placed a sealing mark on her. Whether it's true or not, if she can start practicing cultivation, her influence in this world will increase. She won't be controlled by stronger people or have her life threatened. Tonight, she was able to easily deal with the prince and his group because they were caught off guard. But if she encounters a powerful person like this one, she will always suffer losses. In a world that values martial strength, only by becoming strong enough can she avoid being manipulated. Although her heart was turbulent, Su Chi remained calm on the outside and asked, "Seal?"
"I don't know anything about that."
Ming's enchanting, sinister eyes flashed with surprise. "You don't know?" Seeming to realize something, he said clearly, "No wonder you've been bullied for so many years." Su Chi glanced at him. This person really has a sharp tongue, speaking directly and accurately. Ming smiled faintly, his wicked lips slightly curling up. Suddenly, he cut his own finger, and bright red blood dripped out. In an instant, 3,000 black hairs fluttered, and his beautiful, deep face looked like an ancient deity. Mysterious chants slowly came from his mouth, and powerful, terrifying spiritual energy flowed into the blood. Su Chi's eyes narrowed slightly. She saw him grab her wrist, and a pure spiritual force flowed through the blood into her limbs and bones. In a moment, A mysterious ancient golden totem appeared on her dantian. It was indeed a seal. Su Qi was deeply shocked. After a while, Nangong Ming withdrew his spiritual energy, and she found that the seal in her dantian had returned to its original state, as if it had never appeared. Su Qi's eyes flickered slightly. So, you really have a way to unlock the seal on me? A smile appeared in Nangong Ming's eyes, and his handsome face was full of charming, roguish charm. He lowered his head and leaned in, his seductive, deep voice slowly flowing out. Kiss me, and I will tell you how to unlock the seal. 3 dark lines appeared on Sujio's forehead as her beautiful, obsidian-like eyes silently watched him, her gaze full of disbelief. This man had just tried to attack her, and now he wanted a kiss? Did he have no shame? Nangong Ming's strikingly handsome face carried a charming, mischievous smile as he spoke in a teasing tone. If you don't want to give me a kiss, then how about becoming my princess? Sujio looked at him as if he had lost his mind. How could someone so good-looking be so ridiculous? His lazy, magnetic voice lingered near her face as his fair, slender fingers gently played with her hand. He said with a sly smile, "A favor should be repaid. Since helping you break the seal was so difficult, I should at least get some reward." Sujio thought for a moment. That did make sense. No one helps others for no reason. Change the condition, she said calmly. Nangong Ming raised his brows, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Then how about a wedding night? Sujio kicked him immediately. He was getting more and more outrageous.
Haha.
Nangong Ming laughed heartily, his handsome face full of delight. He gently pinched her cheek and said with a grin, "All right, I'll stop teasing you. 3 days from now, I'll come find you and help you break the seal." Sujio thought for a moment and replied, "Fine. If you can really help me, I'll grant you one wish, anything that doesn't go against my principles." A wicked yet dazzling smile curved Nangong Ming's lips. "Then I'll have to work even harder." Sujio looked at her reflection in the bronze mirror, her eyes lowering slightly. The face staring back at her was scarred, yet it resembled her face from her previous life. Especially the eyes. Sometimes they shimmered with a faint blue light, clear and bright. When she looked at someone, it felt as if her gaze carried a mysterious power that could draw people in completely. In her past life, she had thought her eyes were naturally blue, but after being reborn, she sensed something different. Especially when she woke up, her pupils would feel strangely warm. Suddenly, a red glow appeared on her wrist where the phoenix birthmark was. In the next moment, Sujio's consciousness entered her inner space. Surrounding her, a vast and overwhelming aura of spiritual energy enveloped her soul and body, as if her limbs and meridians had been cleansed. Su Nian's eyes widened in surprise, and she murmured, "This change is quite big." In her previous life, her portable space was only a small area, like a storage room. But now, here is blue sky and white clouds. It is vast and expansive. Lush green plants grow all around, flowers blooming in clusters. It feels like a paradise outside of the world. If this weren't her personal space, she would think she had traveled to another world again. Suddenly, a clear, ancient voice appeared beside her ear, like a divine being from ancient times, carrying immense power but also gentle and kind. Su Nian's heart trembled. For some reason, even though this was the first time she heard this voice, it felt very familiar. Her nose suddenly felt sore, and her heart seemed to be squeezed tightly. Soon, a faint, fairy-like shadow appeared inside the space. It was a stunningly beautiful woman, with flawless skin and elegant bones, radiating grace and charm, unmatched in the world. Her natural aura was like a deity from the heavens, majestic, noble, and untouchable. Su Nian looked at her with disbelief, her heart pounding wildly. A distant call seemed to rise from her soul, as if shouting something deep inside. "My child, Mother has finally waited for you." Su Nian shivered all over, staring blankly at her. "Mother?" she murmured, her throat feeling blocked, her eyes turning red. In her previous life, she was the strongest leader of the hidden sect. But she was born without parents, walking through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Coming from darkness, heading into the abyss. She was naturally cold and indifferent, never feeling family love, and didn't even know what the words, mother, meant. But at this moment, just the shadows standing before her, she could feel the surging of blood ties, like a raging storm, and the deep love she had for herself. My good child, you've suffered. The woman's eyes were gentle and affectionate, her voice ethereal, ancient, as if wandering through endless years, boundless and vast. Her arms slowly lifted, and her delicate, porcelain-white fingers gently touched Su Nian's forehead. Mother doesn't have much time left. This is the Phoenix God space, a space you were born with, which will accompany you to another world to avoid calamity. Now that you are finally back, your 3 souls and 7 spirits are complete, and your mother can sense you immediately. The seal on your body was placed by me and your father to prevent the Heavenly Path Empress from tracking you. Your bloodline is unique in the world, a rare body that cultivates both divine and demon powers, and you will live as long as the heavens. Children of gods and demons have special talents to take and give, as well as the power to destroy worlds. All kinds of beings, gods, demons, monsters, ghosts, and humans, want to fight for this power. From now on, you must remember that no one can know your true identity. The rules of the divine realm are collapsing, and chaos will spread across the cloud continent. The Eye of Creation can help you unlock your seal, avoid the heavenly path's pursuit, and help you grow stronger quickly. Finding the divine artifact, the heavenly demon zither, will help you locate the heirs of the ancient 8 clans. Your mother is also searching for your father. One day, we will defeat our enemies and reunite as a family. As her voice faded, Suchi felt a sudden chill in her eyes. Her beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with a dazzling icy blue light, shining brightly and enchantingly, noble as a deity. Danger and allure intertwined. The Eye of Creation, a divine talent, allows her to see the past, understand the future, and see through all illusions. The illusion had already vanished. The gentle touch at her forehead still lingered with warmth. Suchi closed her eyes and clenched her fists slightly. From the moment she merged with the Eye of Creation, she understood everything clearly. She was originally part of this world, but to avoid disaster, she was reborn into the modern era. Now, rebirth has made her 3 souls and 7 spirits complete, and this body is truly hers. Her so-called mother once fell ill and disappeared, but in truth, she was hiding from the Heavenly Path Empress to avoid being tracked. In this way, Su Zhongqing is not her biological father, but a fallen person her mother saved by chance. Her mother only pretended to be someone else to stay in the Su family. Su Qi had no memory of her inheritance, and her beautiful mother never had the chance to tell her. So she didn't know her real identity or her mother's and stepfather's true backgrounds. But she could find out. The bloodline of the divine demon child, the divine realm, the heavenly demon zither, the ancient 8 clans, the Heavenly Path Empress's pursuit, and her enemies, these all flashed through her mind. Su Qi's dazzling phoenix eyes, like obsidian, shot out a sharp, cold light. Her powerful aura was intimidating. She was fearless of the world. Whoever dared to come, she would show no mercy and fight to the end. Even in the realm of gods, even in the realm of the heavenly way. After Su Hui's consciousness returned to her body, she unintentionally looked up and froze in surprise. Her face, which had been destroyed by Su Yunma, had undergone a dramatic transformation thanks to the Eye of Destiny. In the mirror, her face was stunning. Bright eyes shining like stars, delicate and perfect features, skin as smooth as porcelain, like frozen fat, with icy bones and jade-like skin, her eyebrows and eyes like a painting. Though only 14 or 15 years old, she was breathtakingly beautiful, noble, and commanding. Her natural aura was like a goddess from the heavens, absolutely enchanting, stunningly beautiful, confident, noble, and elegant. Her icy blue eyes, cold and indifferent yet mesmerizing, added a mysterious charm that made people unable to resist falling for her, exuding utmost nobility. Su Hui's slender fingers gently traced her exquisite features. She knew these features deep in her bones. This was her true face. Seductive, charming, stunningly beautiful, capable of captivating all living beings, unmatched in the world. Everything in the world seemed to lose its color before her. A faint, mischievous smile played on Su Hui's beautiful lips. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At the front gate of the Underworld King's residence,
Bang!
a sweet-looking girl in pink was ruthlessly thrown out by the butler. Yes, literally thrown. The girl looked disheveled, her arm bent at a strange angle. She was crying heartbreakingly. Onlookers whispered among themselves. Ugh, another lovesick girl who dared to break into the Underworld King's residence and got thrown out.
Whose girl is she?
Thrown out in broad daylight. So tragic, so pitiful. What's this? Breaking into the Underworld King's residence, surviving is already lucky. Didn't you see what happened to the eldest daughter of the Sidhu family? She only wanted to see His Majesty, and she risked her life for it. The Underworld King is known for his extreme cleanliness and disinterest in women. Rumors say he's fierce and brutal, with ruthless methods that are terrifying. Of course. After all, our Underworld King is the most talented and outstanding young man on the Cloud Continent. He's everyone's dream lover. To see him, some would risk their lives, 10 lives even. Su Hui got off the carriage and overheard this conversation. She raised her eyebrows slightly. So the Underworld King was extremely clean and disinterested in women? Is this rumor probably false? The Demon King's son she met 3 days ago, upon seeing her, immediately said, "Kiss, wedding night," and Demon Queen, showing charm and elegance. Could that be a fake prince? Su Nian glanced at the handsome man beside her, with curiosity in her eyes. Nan Gongming smiled with gentle eyes, a beautiful and deep face, and a hint of affection. "You are the only exception for me, little Su Su." Su Nian shivered all over. From the beginning to the end, they both wore veils and casually walked past the pink-clad girl, moving lazily and freely, with a noble aura surrounding them. Everyone saw them walk into the Demon King's residence casually, side by side. The girl was graceful and elegant, with an extraordinary aura. The man was handsome and charming, with a noble and relaxed air. Everyone couldn't help but feel curious. But once the Demon King's gate closed, no matter how curious they were, it was not something they could worry about. Of course, what they cared about most was the recent popular event, the emergence of the Secret Realm. Is it true that in 7 days, the Dragon and Phoenix Secret Realm will open? Have you noticed all the countries and factions rushing to the Dragon and Phoenix Mountains? The Secret Realm contains countless treasures and high-level spiritual tools, and major sects are watching eagerly. Anyone who gets one will improve their cultivation speed rapidly. If lucky, you might even encounter ancient divine beasts and make contracts. Everyone discussed excitedly. News about the Dragon and Phoenix Secret Realm spread like the wind, overwhelming and everywhere. Su Nian followed Nan Gongming to the highest part of the residence, Stargazing Tower. As her veil was lifted, her stunning face appeared in the air. Her beauty was breathtaking, making all other scenery seem like a background. A gasp of surprise sounded around. "Hey, kid, where did you find such a beautiful girl?" Su Nian looked toward the voice. She saw an old man in white robes, nearly 70, with a youthful face and white hair. Nan Gongming looked at Su Nian's stunning face and was slightly surprised. This girl was like a treasure full of surprises, very interesting. Nan Gongming flashed a charming smile on his captivating face, his voice very pleasant and slightly mischievous. "I haven't caught her yet. I'm still chasing her." Su Hui rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to bother with this mischievous person. "Is that your reason for rushing all the way to the Empire Academy to drag me here? Hey kid, don't cause trouble for that young lady." Old Mu scowled and glared angrily. Nan Gongming showed a charming smile and said softly, "Of course not." Old Mu looked at Su Hui, uncertain. "Could it be?" "Yes," Nan Gongming replied with a mysterious, deep voice. She has an ancient, powerful seal on her. We need your help, sir. As he spoke, Nangong Ming placed his finger on Su Hui's wrist. A strong, pure spiritual energy flowed into her. Soon, a simple, ancient-looking golden seal appeared again. Old Mu's eyes widened in shock. An ancient seal, the Empire Academy was the top spiritual cultivation place on the Wind and Cloud continent. As its dean, Old Mu was very knowledgeable, well-versed in many things, and his cultivation was extremely deep. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful ancient seal. No wonder Nangong Ming traveled so far to bring him here. Nangong Ming nodded gently, his voice calm and gentle. The materials needed to remove the seal are already prepared. Old Mu looked serious and thought for a moment. All right, let's do it. Nangong Ming's gaze fell on Su Hui. His deep, beautiful eyes looked like a quiet sea. He smiled slowly and said, "During the process of removing the seal, your life might be in danger. Do you trust me, little Su?" A playful smile appeared on Su Hui's stunning face. Her voice was light, lazy, and casual, with a hint of a smile. "When my life is in danger, I might turn around and fight back. Do you trust me?" Nangong Ming was slightly stunned and then smiled. His smile was like fireworks blooming in the night sky. Bright, dazzling, and enchanting. All the spiritual energy in the world seemed to gather in him. She entrusted her life to him, and he held his life in her hands as well. They were evenly matched, equally strong. How interesting this was. Nangong Ming's heart beat faster. He looked forward to the days ahead. Nangong Ming's beautiful eyes held a gentle smile, a hint of affection flashing in his glass-like pupils. His long, fair hand gently stroked Su Nian's small head. "Let's begin." With a wave of his large hand, the entire star-picking tower and even the entire Underworld Prince's residence activated their highest-level formation. The ancient seal was lifted, and surely strange phenomena would occur, causing a great commotion. Su Nian sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly closed. In an instant, the large rooftop was filled with howling wind, and mysterious, ancient star-patterned totems appeared around her. Powerful spiritual energy poured in. Su Nian felt her blood boiling, her meridians burning hot all over her body, as if she had fallen into a sea of fire and magma. It spread through her limbs and bones. Every meridian, every inch of her bones, seemed to be shattered and rebuilt. A raging fire surged in her dantian. Her whole body seemed ready to explode. The blurry memories of her past and present flashed through her mind like gaps in time. Ruined walls, scattered corpses, flesh flying everywhere. The scene was bloody and chaotic, with screams that pierced the heart. Despair, grief, darkness like poison spreading wildly, destroying everything, an unstoppable force. Su Nian's brows furrowed tightly, sweat beads covering her delicate skin. Her once rosy face suddenly turned deathly pale, full of pain. Her body spasmed uncontrollably. Ugh! Su Nian spat out a mouthful of blood. Nightmare? Inner demon. Nangong Ming's face changed drastically. His aura suddenly turned cold and bloodthirsty, filled with killing intent. This ancient seal was devouring her soul. Without hesitation, slash, Nangong Ming stabbed a dagger into her chest. In that moment, a radiant light burst forth. A drop of blood, glowing with golden light, slowly rose. It seemed to contain a vast, surging spiritual power. "With my blood, I exchange for your peace and painlessness in this life." Nangong Ming's charming, deep voice was firm and commanding. At this moment, his innate aura was like a king ruling the world, powerful, commanding, looking down on everything. He also resembled a divine being in the 9 heavens, ancient, deep, mysterious, and unpredictable. "Young Master Nangong," Mu Elder exclaimed in shock. This was her blood. "How long have you known this girl? Is it worth you to care so much? Are you serious? A single drop of blood from the heart can ruin his cultivation for life." Nangong Ming casually wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and lazily said, Be quiet. Stabilize the formation. You. Old Mu glared at him angrily, but had to hold back. If the formation were to break, all three of them would die. This ancient seal was too powerful and strange. The blood from the heart, shining with golden light, fell into Su Xiu's forehead, flowing through her meridians and organs, refining and merging with each pass. The world around them changed color. Deafening thunder roared like a rolling army. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the clear sky, dark clouds gathered, and lightning struck fiercely. The entire world seemed heavy with a dull, oppressive atmosphere, stifling, terrifying, and full of pressure. A red light shot out from within Su Xiu's body, soaring into the sky. In the void, a terrifying red vortex filled with rolling thunder appeared, like a net of lightning covering the entire sky, as if the end of the world was near. Strange phenomena drew everyone's attention to the Underworld King's residence. Many powerful people gathered from all directions. Nangong Ming smiled helplessly, knowing that lifting the seal would cause a commotion. But he didn't expect it to be so big. Send orders. Anyone who crosses the boundary, kill without mercy. Nangong Ming's eyes were icy, his aura commanding and intimidating. His supreme kingly presence looked down on everything, exuding a powerful dominance. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish, making others tremble. Understood. An underworld wind trembled as he solemnly responded. At this moment, 9 red lights suddenly shot out from the vortex, radiating rapidly in all directions. Suddenly, the Dragon and Phoenix Mountains echoed with deafening roars of dragons and phoenixes. Above the Dragon and Phoenix Mountains, a huge phoenix shadow and a divine dragon shadow appeared intertwined. Terrifying pressure from the heavens and earth poured out. The entire Eastern Ling Kingdom was in an uproar. What's going on? The Dragon and Phoenix secret realm is appearing early. Hurry. Quickly head to the Dragon and Phoenix Mountains. We must be the first to enter the secret realm. What's happening with the Underworld King's Tower? That strange phenomenon seems to be coming from the Underworld King's residence. Who knows? With the brutality of Lord Underworld, who dares to provoke him? Those who don't want to die, hurry and leave. Don't miss the opening of the secret realm. All the powerful people outside the Underworld King's residence retreated in an instant. Nangong Ming was silent for a moment. He slowly lifted his gaze toward the direction of the Dragon Phoenix Mountains, his eyes deep and unreadable. Was this just a coincidence? A faint, confident smile curved his lips. He didn't believe it for a second. The young girl he had his eye on was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. At that moment, Su Xiu was unaware of the great disturbance caused by the breaking of the seal. A clear voice echoed in her mind, bringing her fading consciousness back to clarity. The sharp pain tearing through her soul began to ease, and the agony in her body vanished completely. It felt as if her entire being had been reborn, every inch of her skin, and every bone renewed and full of life. Her presence became even more mysterious, noble, and unmatched. Instinctively, Su Xiu looked inward at her energy core. What had once been lifeless and barren was now vibrant and full of power. More astonishingly, she discovered she had 2 energy cores, one dark as the abyss, the other glowing with golden light. This was the legendary Divine Demon Core. Spiritual energy from all directions surged toward her. The golden core spun rapidly, forming a vortex of power that grew stronger by the second. Her spiritual sea roared like a storm, waves of golden light crashing and surging as if breaking free from ages of restraint. Outside her consciousness, Su Xiu sat cross-legged, her body surrounded by dazzling light. The stars representing her power level changed rapidly, 1st level, 2nd, 3rd, all the way to the 8th level, where it finally stopped. Elder Mu, standing nearby, was completely stunned. His eyes widened like copper bells, and his hands trembled. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Nangong boy, where did you find such an unbelievable girl? He exclaimed in shock. In the Fengyan continent, spiritual energy was scarce, and advancing in power was extremely difficult. Some people spent years or even decades just to rise a single level. Even the top 15 geniuses on the continent's talent list had reached their ranks only through the full support of their powerful families. But this girl, just by breaking her seal, had advanced straight to the high ranks of a spirit master. Such talent was beyond imagination. If the outside world learned of this, it would surely cause a storm of chaos. Nan Gongming's beautiful eyes are deep and shining, filled with radiant charm. His voice is clear yet enchanting. This is not over yet. What? Old Mu was confused. At that moment, a starry glow suddenly shot out from under Su Hui's feet, revealing her cultivation level. It aimed at one of the many test stone tablets placed around. The stone tablet representing wood element spiritual power lit up brightly, with powerful energy. Wood element spiritual power, not bad. Old Mu stroked his goat beard and nodded. Another brilliant light shot out. The stone tablet representing fire element spiritual power burst with intense heat. Old Mu paused, surprised, and said, "Dual wood and fire elements, very good." Old Mu added, "It's a pity if it were metal element spiritual power. The fighting strength would be even greater. Dual wood and fire are also good. After all, it's rare to see a genius with 3 elements across the entire continent. Few are as extraordinary as Nan Gongxiao, the only 5-element spiritual master in the history of Wind Cloud Continent. A super genius among the extraordinary." Old Mu was lost in thought when suddenly, bang, another stone tablet lit up. The metal element spiritual power emitted a strong aura. Old Mu exclaimed, "A 3-element spiritual master, one of the rare geniuses on the entire continent." On Nan Gongming's calm and handsome face, a dangerously charming smile slowly appeared, extremely threatening. "It's obvious who the waste is." Old Mu said, "This girl has been considered a waste for so long, yet she's actually a hidden treasure." When Old Mu went to the Empire Academy to find him, he also learned some information about her. The Su family really is quite foolish. Just as Old Mu wondered why Su Hui hadn't woken up yet, suddenly, bang bang bang, several beams of light suddenly shot out. The test stone tablets lit up one after another. Water element spiritual power, earth element spiritual power, wind element spiritual power, all vast and mighty. Old Mu was stunned, doubting his eyes, rubbing them repeatedly. Even Nan Gongming's stunningly handsome face showed an expression of incredible shock. He knew this girl's talent must be very impressive, but he never expected it to be so terrifyingly strong. Crazy. Crazy. 6-element spiritual master. The only 6-element spiritual master in Wind Cloud Continent's history for thousands of years. Old Master Mu's finger trembled constantly, so excited that he tore off several of his goat-like whiskers. Not to mention the Wind and Cloud Continent. Even in the upper realm, this was unprecedented. He thought that the boy Nan Gong was already incredibly talented. But he didn't expect another one. Old Master Mu was so excited his face turned red. He grabbed Nan Gongming's hand and said, "This girl must become my disciple." Such a genius can't be taken by others. But before he finished speaking, suddenly, everything around changed. The stone tablets representing the elements of thunder, light, darkness, and space all shone with dazzling light. Fierce energy surged and roared on the tablets, as if about to burst. Mysterious, terrifying, with talent so strong it was hard to breathe. The whole room seemed bathed in divine light, filled with divine radiance. This scene was shocking. Old Master Mu was so frightened he sat down the ground. He looked at Nan Gongming in shock, like a startled bird, eyes wide and speechless, stammering. "Young kid, is your spiritual power stone tablet broken?" Nan Gongming. This was the top spiritual power stone tablet on the entire continent, made from countless rare treasures. If it was broken, it wouldn't be his family's. Old Master Mu almost cried, terrified. A multi-element spiritual master. Oh my. This was a multi-element spiritual master. Even the dean of the Imperial Academy was not qualified to accept her as a disciple. Such talent was earth-shattering. It was incredible, unprecedented. Not just the wind and cloud continent. Even in the upper realm, for thousands of years, no one had ever seen a multi-element spiritual master. The world was about to change. No wonder the girl had ancient seals on her. If her talent hadn't been sealed, she probably wouldn't have survived until now. The major powers of the wind and cloud continent were complex and intertwined, with many talented young people being assassinated in their cradles. If people knew about such a multi-element spiritual master, countless dangers would follow. Nan Gongming thought of this immediately. He waved his hand, and all the spiritual energy around him disappeared, as if nothing had happened. On Su Xiu's stunningly beautiful face, her thick, long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. Her beautiful eyes, clear like glass, appeared naturally, giving her a noble and cold aura. At this moment, she was radiant and stunning, captivating and breathtakingly beautiful. Nan Gongming's deep, icy phoenix eyes emitted a faint glow, fixed steadily on Su Hui, enchanting and dazzling. The glow from the starry light on Su Hui's body completely disappeared.
Congratulations, little Susu.
The seal is broken, and your talent is activated. Such a terrifying super genius. Don't look down on me. Nan Gongming smiled, his smile like a brilliant fireworks display in the night sky, dazzling and bright. Old Mu, standing nearby, was speechless. One super abnormal person meeting another super abnormal, truly heaven's blessing. Hearing this, Su Hui blinked. A multi-element spiritual master, that's okay. The child of gods and demons has the talent for both plundering and granting powers. Being a multi-element spiritual master truly matches her bloodline. When the seal was broken, her source structure appeared in her mind, including divine blood, divine bones, and divine veins. The only physique in the world capable of practicing both gods and demons, and also the only chaotic body of the great Tao.
Wow.
That's too much. A multi-element spiritual master, rare in thousands of years. You are a super abnormal genius. Old Mu was so excited, he almost jumped. This is the lifelong honor Dean badge of the Empire Academy. As long as you accept the contract with your blood, the Empire Academy will always be your strongest backing. Such a genius would be a shame not to seize. Although it's a support for her, perhaps in the future, the Empire Academy will also rely on her. No need, Su Hui said, completely caught off guard. But Nan Gongming took it for her and said, "Then thank you, Old Mu." The girl he liked was worth the best things. The Empire Academy, the top cultivation holy land on the Cloud Continent, and the honor of being dean, this title would benefit her. Su Hui looked at the ancient, black golden badge in her hand and twitched her lips. Old Mu snorted, "Nan Gong, you better focus on your cultivation. Be careful, one day, might surpass you." On Nan Gongming's flawless face, his starry eyes twinkled. He gently rubbed Su Hui's head and said affectionately, "Yes, I look forward to that day. Little Su, you must work your training. I'll need your protection in the future." What is going on with this overly indulgent tone? Su Gui cleared her throat and changed the subject. She glanced at Old Mu Ge and said, "Recently, Old Mu has been practicing cultivation. Do you often feel intense pain in the Mingkong, Sanshen, and Taiyin acupoints? During battles, there can be blockages in the meridians, and your strength decreases greatly." Old Mu Ji's eyes suddenly widened, and he instinctively looked at Nan Gongming. Even those he trusts most can't know how this girl figured it out. The battlefield changes quickly. If your strength weakens even a little, enemies can seize your vital points and cause your death at any moment. Su Gui smiled and said, "Old Mu, there's no need to worry. If you help me lift the seal, I will return the favor and help you. Based on what I know, Old Mu has experienced 3 mental sea collapses during cultivation and fainted twice without reason. If it happens one more time, it will definitely be fatal." Old Mu Ji's heart trembled, and he looked shocked. She actually saw through everything in one sentence. Right to the point, hitting the core. Su Gui flipped her wrist, and 3 phoenix-shaped divine needles appeared at her fingertips. She said, Old Mu, if you trust me, I can help you. Old Muga shook his head. Although you are a full-element spiritual master, you've just activated your talent's spiritual power. You haven't even reached the threshold of a wood-fire dual-element alchemist. You can't cure this. Even royal-level alchemists are helpless. What can this girl do? His good intentions aside, he was still young and impulsive. Just try and see. The girl in front of him exuded a strong, commanding aura, making refusal impossible. Old Muga hadn't yet understood her meaning, only feeling a series of afterimages flash past, flowing like clouds and water, fast as lightning. Chills shot up from his feet, making his hair tingle. Just as he was about to act, he saw Su Gui settle her movements and casually said, "All right. Old Muga, are you joking with me?" Su Gui slightly raised her eyes. "Old Mu, try running your spiritual power for 3 cycles." Old Muga was still stunned, but his palms instinctively moved to circulate spiritual power as she said. In the next moment, he widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? All 3 major acupoints are unblocked. I think I'm about to break through. Old Muga quickly sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. He had been in the Spirit King realm for decades. Recently, he has been inexplicably falling ill, which has caused his cultivation to show signs of decline. The position of Dean of the Imperial Academy is highly coveted by many. If his condition continues, it could be very dangerous. Snicker. Constantly, spiritual energy from heaven and earth radiates around Mu Elder. This represents the brilliance of the Starshine Array, symbolizing the Spirit Emperor realm. Haraha. Mu Elder laughs loudly, his voice like a bell. I've broken through. I've finally reached the Spirit Emperor realm. Haha. 30 years, I've been stuck in the Spirit King realm for 30 years. Mu Elder is full of emotion, looking at Su Hui with gratitude and respect. Girl Hui, if it weren't for you, I might have had regrets in my life. Not only did she heal his hidden and serious injuries, but she also helped him break through his bottleneck. Her medical skills are even more terrifying than those of a royal-level alchemist. He had doubted her before, even almost attacking her. A divine doctor is alive, and he was blind. He feels deeply ashamed. Mu Elder respectfully says, Divine Dr. Hui, I am forever grateful for saving my life. From now on, just say the word, and the Imperial Academy and the Mu family will follow your commands. The position of Dean of the Imperial Academy commands great respect. The Mu family is a top-tier noble family, rumored to have connections with the upper world. It's clear how heavy these words carry. If the world knew, the entire continent would shake. Su Hui doesn't care much. It's just politeness. Before Mu Elder leaves, he glances at Nangong Ming, hesitant to speak. He knows about the matter of blood, but this girl still doesn't. Oh well, Nangong will handle things in his own way. Soon, only the 2 of them are left in the room. I also obey little Su's orders. Nangong Ming smiles softly, pinching her tender, soft face with his slender, white fingers. Her skin is smooth and delicate, snow white with a hint of red, feeling so nice. Su Hui. This man is really too familiar. His flirtatious words come easily. Su Hui silently swats his hand away. But at this moment, she pauses. She quickly grabs his wrist, frowning slightly. Her pulse indicates excessive blood loss, unstable realm, and signs of cultivation collapse. Su Hui raised her eyes. The man before her was charming and seductive, captivating everyone around him. His stunning face was like that of a divine being, making people lose themselves. His strong, commanding presence was undeniable, arrogant, and aloof. It was impossible to tell he was injured. Nangong Ming raised an eyebrow. His warm hand reached out and gently held her delicate wrist. His hot breath brushed her ear, and his deep, husky voice was both alluring and stirring her heart. Are you actively throwing yourself into my arms, little Su? Well, I don't mind. Su Hui's phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously. In the next moment, she suddenly tore open his clothes. Sure enough, a shallow scar appeared on his chest. Powerful experts can heal themselves, but injuries like losing blood from the heart, which damage the source of their power, cannot heal immediately. No wonder she felt a strong, mysterious energy flowing through her meridians after the seal was lifted. It was because he had used his blood from the heart to save her. Su Hui's eyes widened in shock, her mind going blank for a moment. Nan Gongming sighed, but he couldn't hide it from her. They stared at each other in silence for a long time. Su Hui bit her lip. She couldn't say whether it was worth it, nor could she thank him properly. It was just a chance encounter. This feeling was too heavy for her to bear. She was confused. She had the eye of creation, capable of seeing through all illusions and understanding the past and future. Yet, she couldn't understand the man in front of her. She couldn't see through his past, and his future was as unclear as a white fog. Time passed slowly. Finally, Su Hui gave him a look and said, "Do you want me to give you a good person card?" Nan Gongming, lazy and unruly, with a charming aura, leaned closer. "No need. A husband card will do." Su Hui. This man was really full of nonsense. She pushed him away and pointed at the grand chair, speaking calmly. At this moment, she was strong and commanding, not allowing any objections. A terrifying aura subtly surrounded her. The Dark King, lying on the throne, touched his nose and obediently listened. He sat upright like a model student. Su Hui's fingertips, holding the Phoenix Shadow Divine Needle, quickly pierced the major meridians and acupoints on his body. "Ow, it hurts." Nan Gongming blinked with a sad look, his black and white eyes innocent and pitiful. Su Hui rolled her eyes at him impatiently. "He is the noble king of the Underworld, handsome and outstanding. The top genius and strongest warrior on the entire continent, a fierce killing god, with a tough and fearless attitude. Would he be afraid of pain? It's laughable to even say it." Clearly, he was acting cute and pretending to be pitiful. But even so, Su Hui kept her strength in check. 6 Phoenix Shadow Divine Needles were placed along Nan Gongming's 3 main meridians. The needle tips trembled slightly, emitting a soft buzzing sound. Su Hui's palm gathered wood and fire spiritual energy. Faint spiritual power flowed through the Phoenix Shadow Divine Needles into his veins, gradually forming a strong protective net, protecting Nan Gongming's heart meridian. Su Hui withdrew the needles, her face slightly pale from overusing her spiritual energy. "Do not use spiritual energy for the next 7 days." Su Hui's voice was gentle and clear. Nan Gongming raised his eyes slightly, his shimmering pupils fixed on Su Hui. Suddenly, he leaned in closer, his smooth, beautiful lips exhaling warm breath that lingered near her face. "Little Su, you better protect this king." His low, magnetic voice was seductive and captivating, dangerously alluring. Su Hui felt a tickling sensation on her face, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. "Your secret guards are all experts. Why would I, a little rookie, need to protect you?" Nan Gongming lazily leaned back in his chair, casually snapping his fingers. "All secret guards, listen up. Take a 7-day leave." One of the 4 main secret guard leaders hiding in the shadows, Chong Mo, looked confused. "Master's orders must be obeyed." Suddenly, the secret guards around disappeared. Su Hui. She looked up at the man's face in frustration. His face was perfect and refined, like a deity, with porcelain-white skin, clear features, noble and elegant, yet wild and unruly. His natural, powerful aura was impossible to hide, supreme and proud. When he looked at someone, his beautiful eyes seemed full of enchantment. It was as if they contained deep feelings, making people feel captivated and lost. Su Hui felt a headache coming on. This guy was a bit difficult to deal with. All because she owed him a big favor. Su Hui crossed her arms and looked down at him from above. "Just to be clear, play and mess around are fine, but I won't take responsibility if anything happens." Nan Gongming blinked his thick, fan-shaped eyelashes, and his clear eyes showed a hint of innocence. "Does little Su really want me to get into trouble?" His tone was teasing and full of mischief. Su Hui replied, "The protection of the Underworld King's residence is as strong as a fortress. If you stay inside for 7 days, nothing will happen." Nan Gongming stretched out a long, fair finger and waved it. That won't do. We still need to go to the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm. Su Hui looked confused. Why? Since they couldn't use spiritual power and the dark guards had been withdrawn, she couldn't understand why he still wanted to go there. Nan Gongming chuckled softly, his delicate fingers brushing a strand of her hair, and said, "Little Su, aren't you planning to find spiritual herbs to treat me? The Dragon and Phoenix secret realm is full of rare treasures. The things you need are only there." Su Hui silently looked at him. Was this guy a mind reader? She really planned to visit the auction house, or Wanbaoga. After all, His Highness the Underworld King was powerful and talented. Many people on the Cloud and Wind continent wanted to follow him, and many others wanted to harm him. He saved her, so she couldn't just stand by and watch him lose his cultivation and fall into danger. Su Hui brushed off his hand and asked, "When do we leave?" Nan Gongming cheekily pinched her tender face. This girl's cheeks felt so nice. The more he looked, the more he liked her. Nan Gongming's lips curled into a smile. Your seal was broken, which triggered the early opening of the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm. Now is not the right time. In 10 hours, the secret realm will close. We can go then, Su Hui nodded. All right, 10 hours was enough for her to prepare. Do you have a refining furnace? Nan Gongming's lips curled into a proud smile. Not just a refining furnace, I'll give you the treasure vault of the Underworld Palace. He then produced a black token in his palm. The token was made from deep-sea meteorite, emanating a mysterious cold aura. Like its owner, it was domineering, powerful, and mysterious. Su Hui's head ached even more. Truly, he was rich and generous. She couldn't help but wonder, is he always this generous with everyone? What Su Hui didn't know was that if the world saw Nan Gongming's actions, they would be shocked. The Underworld King, who avoids women, is very clean and extremely stingy. He dares to openly refuse even the Emperor's requests, so there's no way he would give up the treasure vault token. She is his only exception. He believes she will be his future queen of the Underworld, and of course, he will pamper and cherish her. It would be even better if he could share a kiss with her. Nan Gongming chuckled softly as he watched her leave, his eyes shining with a charming, seductive warmth, full of endless affection. Su Hui did not take his so-called treasure vault token. Instead, she took the alchemy furnace and herbs she needed and started refining pills. Her beautiful mother not only left her the Eye of Destiny, but also a sheet of gold paper. Inside, it recorded many lost techniques for making medicines and poisons, as well as ancient pill formulas. After 10 hours, at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, in the secret realm, two groups were facing each other fiercely, ready to fight. Ji Mingyue, this earth fire spirit grass is ours first, said a girl angrily. The Dragon and Phoenix mountain range has many rare spiritual plants and flowers, especially at the entrance of the secret realm. If lucky, one might find a spiritual plant that has grown for 500 years. Ha, strength is everything. I want to take it from you. What can you do about it? Ji Mingyue looked disdainful, her face full of arrogance, like a proud peacock. Lu Ling, with your weak cultivation, you'd better take a detour when you see me. After all, swords and knives have no eyes. If you accidentally lose your life someday, don't blame me. She said this as she stored the earth fire spirit grass into her space ring, turning around arrogantly and entering the secret realm. Lu Ling, left behind, looked furious. Miss, this is a life-saving medicine for Madam. We finally found one, said her guard. Lu Ling gritted her teeth.
Yimingyue.
I pray she gets taken down someday. When that happens, I will definitely jump on her head a few times. Let's go into the secret realm. There's always a way out. Lu Ling and her group hurried into the secret realm. Not long after she disappeared, Nan Gongming and Su Hui arrived late. Su Hui glanced at him, her movements calm and relaxed, exuding a lazy, carefree, and charming aura. You might think he was wandering in his own backyard. Nan Gongming gently tapped her smooth, jade-like forehead, a smile curling at the corner of his lips, with a playful glint in his eyes. Little Su, if you keep looking at me like that, I might start to think you like me. Su Hui snorted, her stunning face full of amusement. There's a beautiful person here, such a delightful sight. Why shouldn't others look? Nangong Ming suddenly grabbed her tender skin with his strong hand and placed it on his chest. Their noses nearly touched, hot breath mingling. His deep, captivating eyes sparkled with a teasing glow, and his voice was low and, "Can't just look at the face. Why not touch and feel? Su Hui, this mischievous person, is he showing off like a peacock?" Honestly, she couldn't compare. The two stepped through the entrance of the secret realm. In the next moment, the entire secret realm suddenly vanished from the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, as if it had never existed. The Dragon and Phoenix secret realm has 4 main areas: Dragon God Mountain, the Tomb of the Immortal Emperor, the Purple Vine Immortal Residence, and the Phoenix Divine Blood Ruins. As soon as Su Hui entered the realm, she felt a strong surge of spiritual energy. Her dantian was rapidly absorbing it. In just a short time, her cultivation level rose from the peak of the 8th rank to the 9th rank of Spirit Master. A smile appeared in Nangong Ming's eyes. He gently patted her head and said with a charming smile, "As expected of my little Su. Your speed of advancement is so fast, even I envy you." Su Hui didn't expect to break through so quickly after just entering. The spiritual energy here was indeed overwhelming. Her dantian kept absorbing automatically, like a bottomless pit, but her cultivation still needed to be stabilized. Su Hui looked around at the environment. Lush forests with towering ancient trees blocking the sky.
Fiers beasts roaring, danger everywhere.
The ground was littered with many injured corpses, a scene of chaos. Signs of battles everywhere. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking the air came from above. A black feathered cloud arrow, containing powerful and fierce energy from heaven and earth, shot straight at Su Hui's face, full of killing intent, unstoppable. Su Hui's beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with a cold, icy expression. She quickly turned and stepped forward, blocking Nangong Ming. She coldly watched the black feathered cloud arrow fly straight toward her. The black feather cloud arrow touched Su Nian's protective barrier, but did not kill her instantly. Instead, it turned into dust immediately. Another, even more powerful black feather cloud arrow shot through the air toward her. A hint of killing intent flashed in Su Nian's eyes. She calmly raised her hand, precisely caught the arrow, and reflected it back. Ah! A fierce cry came from ahead. A terrifying and angry cultivator fell heavily to the ground. The arrow pierced through his forehead with ruthless cruelty, killing him instantly. "Who dares to cause trouble in our heavenly star sex territory?" A sharp, arrogant female voice rang out. A woman dressed in blue combat clothes appeared, with a beautiful face and graceful curves. She was Ji Mingyue, who had stolen the family's spiritual firegrass at the secret realm entrance. Her gaze fixed on Su Nian's face, and she gasped in shock, her face full of disbelief. How could anyone in this world be so stunningly beautiful? Even the most famous beauty on the cloud-wind continent couldn't compare to her by a fraction. Behind her, her guards stared wide-eyed. Wow, is this a dream? Which hidden family's young lady is this? So breathtakingly beautiful. Are you crazy? The young lady is right there. If you don't want to die, shut up now. She only has a man with her, but his face is unclear. He seems useless, with no spiritual energy. Could he be from a fallen family? Who cares? She's beautiful. But what's the use of just a face? Strength is what matters. Too bad she's about to die, by our young lady's hand. Ji Mingyue didn't expect this person's appearance to cause a commotion among the sex guards. Her eyes flashed with jealousy and anger as she coldly shouted, "Shut up." The guards immediately fell silent. Just as Ji Mingyue was about to speak again, she suddenly saw Nangong Ming behind Su Nian. The man's face was stunning, with a powerful aura. Standing beside that beautiful girl, he looked dazzling. Their breaths seemed to blend perfectly, like a match made in heaven. Ji Mingyue gasped in envy, her jealousy boiling over. Such a man could only belong to her, Ji Mingyue. She was determined to take him away. Jing Mingyue's gaze fell on Su Hui, and she sneered with contempt. "Leave your life behind, and I will leave you a complete corpse." Su Hui looked up with a calm expression, as if she were looking at a dead person. Jing Mingyue was very annoyed by her gaze and shouted sternly, "Refuse a polite offer, and take the punishment. You're courting death." Su Hui's lips curled into a nonchalant smile. "Good. I was just about to practice, and someone came to offer their head." Jing Mingyue's face darkened completely. "Go. Whoever can cut off her head, I will reward them with 3 spiritual fruits." Everyone trembled with excitement, their eyes shining. 3 spiritual fruits. On the Cloud and Wind continent, these are rare and valuable cultivation treasures. In an instant, dozens of cultivators suddenly surged forward, surrounding Su Hui like flowing light. Countless sharp rays shot out, and powerful spiritual energy rolled like angry waves, wildly crashing. The killing intent was thick and aggressive. Before long, a formation called the Nine Heavens Profound Killing Array was formed. This array is one of the top 100 terrifying killing formations on the Cloud and Wind continent. Countless strong fighters fell within it. A terrifying pressure of heaven and earth filled the array. Jing Mingyue looked at Su Hui with disdain. "You're worthy of dying in the Nine Heavens Profound Killing Array? That's a waste." Although she couldn't see Su Hui's cultivation level clearly, anyone daring to oppose her from the Tianqing sect was a fool. No one dared to provoke their Tianqing sect. Su Hui clicked her tongue softly and said calmly, "Not enough." As she finished speaking, her delicate, white fingers overlapped, and flickering shadows like lightning danced at her fingertips. Su Hui's lips parted slightly, her expression enchanting and sinister. "Ice spear, rise." The temperature suddenly dropped, and the air froze into ice. The entire world seemed to fall into a cold, frozen land. Snowflakes drifted down, and the cold wind was piercing, with a terrifying aura that made one's feet feel cold. Su Hui wore a white dress, her 3,000 black hair flying wildly. Her pure white attire was like snow that never melts on a mountain peak, radiating nobility and supreme arrogance, looking down on everything. At this moment, she seemed like a divine being descending. The space around her twisted, as if about to break apart. Dozens of cultivators' faces changed slightly, sensing something ominous. Countless ice spears shot down from the sky, like 1,000 swords attacking together. Many cultivators' eyes suddenly shrank in fear, a flash of shock appearing in their gaze. They instinctively wanted to run away. This kind of pressure was too terrifying. But it was too late. Countless ice spikes instantly pierced through the 15 cultivators present. Everyone was turned into sieves. All the cultivators' faces froze with shock and fear of death. 15 cultivators collapsed with a loud crash. Just one move. It had instantly taken down all 15 8th-rank spiritual masters. The scene was like on Earth, shocking everyone. The Nine Heavens Profound Killing Array was broken. Ji Mingyue was struck like lightning. Her mind went blank, as if thunder was roaring in her ears, and her face turned pale with disbelief.
How?
How could this happen? Ji Mingyue's face was as white as paper, unable to believe it. Su Lin raised her eyelids slowly and said calmly, "What kind of death do you want?" The girl's perfect face was calm, her deep phoenix eyes cold and aloof, radiating a noble aura that made others feel unworthy to look directly at her. She looked down on everything with indifference. Ji Mingyue's legs went weak with fear, almost kneeling on the ground. Realizing her embarrassing behavior, Ji Mingyue felt both hatred and fear. She instinctively wanted to run away. She wanted to find the Grand Elder and her brother. But in the next second, Su Lin appeared in front of her, her eyes cold. She smiled and said, "No one can escape from me." In her previous life, as the leader of the hidden sect, she was an absolutely secretive figure and a terrifying god of war. Ji Mingyue's face changed drastically, her voice trembling. "I am the young lady of the Heavenly Star sect, the most favored cultivation genius in the sect. How dare you kill me?" Su Lin chuckled again, but even her smile was chilling. Seeing this, Ji Mingyue's face turned even paler, her whole body feeling icy cold, as if she was falling into an ice cave. The shadow of death loomed over her. This woman in front of her was so terrifying.
Who was she?
If she had known she was so powerful, she wouldn't have provoked her. She should have first found out her true strength. Ji Mingyue regretted it so much, she felt like her intestines turned green. She started to beg for mercy. Sorry. I mistook you for someone else, thinking you were the murderer who killed my friend. That's why I offended you, miss. Please, young lady, forgive my mistake. If you let me go today, the Heavenly Star sect will surely prepare a generous gift and come to apologize personally in the future. Anytime you need help, the Heavenly Star sect will do its best to assist. The promise of the Heavenly Star sect is something many families on the continent desire. After all, the Heavenly Star sect is one of the top 10 powers on the Wind and Cloud continent. It holds a high status, with countless strong members. As long as you have the protection of the Heavenly Star sect, you can almost walk freely across the continent. Su Hui raised an eyebrow and sneered. Is the Heavenly Star sect very powerful? Ji Mingyue widened her eyes and shouted angrily. What are you talking about? We are one of the top 10 powers. Su Hui simply responded, Oh, with a calm voice. Is it really that impressive? I don't think so. Ji Mingyue's face darkened, and her anger boiled over. If you dare to kill me, the Heavenly Star sect will not let you go. Su Hui said, There are many people in the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm. Who knows if I did it? Ji Mingyue's face changed drastically. At that moment, she felt that this woman truly wanted to destroy her. Ji Mingyue was terrified and wanted to crush the teleportation talisman hidden in her sleeve. Suddenly, the icy sword in Su Hui's hand flashed past Ji Mingyue's neck. At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared around them. It was from a very powerful expert. Su Hui was quick and precise. Her delicate, white hand pierced through Ji Mingyue's body, crushing her heart. She never leaves trouble for herself. She pulled Nangong Ming's hand, and a teleportation talisman instantly made both of them disappear from the spot. Two figures suddenly appeared where they had just been. A young man and an older elder. The young man had sharp eagle-like eyes, filled with ruthless and cruel expressions. His brows carried a look of long-term involvement in power struggles, giving off a cold, intimidating aura that made others want to stay away. This person was Ji Chainai, the young master of the Heavenly Star sect, now at the Spirit Marquis level. Young master, the young lady is dead. The Grand Elder's eyes showed shock, and his face was grim. He checked Ji Mingyue's condition carefully. 1 strike to kill. No trace or breath of the opponent can be found. The Grand Elder's face flashed with murderous intent. Who could have killed the young lady? The Heavenly Star sect is one of the top 10 powers on the continent, ranked among the top 5 in strength. Prince Ji Chainai looked at Ji Mingyue, who was lying there lifeless and silent, with a calm expression. Ji Mingyue was arrogant and reckless, making many enemies. Dying in the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm shows her own weakness. If she's gone, she's gone. Ji Chainai sneered coldly. She was just a fake legitimate daughter. But the Grand Elder gritted his teeth. Daring to kill our Tianqing sect's young lady is like challenging us. Killing her is like insulting the Tianqing sect. And anyone who dares to kill Ji Mingyue doesn't take our Tianqing sect seriously. If she were the real young lady, then... At this point, the Grand Elder's face darkened like stormy water. Ji Chenye's eyes flashed with a fierce, cruel look. Send orders back to protect my sister. When the right time comes, we will announce her return. Her sister still needs some time to inherit the Holy Maiden's legacy. Also, find the person who killed Ji Mingyue and deal with them, Ji Chainai said with a fierce, bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He sensed the danger from Ji Mingyue, but was still too late to stop her. Even with a teleportation talisman, a strong Spirit King realm expert couldn't vanish so quickly or hide completely in such a short time. Which power dares openly target the Tianqing sect? Nangong Ming held Su Hui's hand and squatted by the river, washing her hands. His face, with delicate features, carried a powerful aura that kept others at a distance, cold, fierce and bloodthirsty. A dark, wild coldness surrounded him. He carefully and slowly cleaned the girl's slender fingers, moving slowly and focusing intently. With this aura, he seemed to show a kind of extreme, obsessive tenderness. Nangong-ming made sure Su Hui's hands didn't feel uncomfortable or have any bloodstains. He even took out a rare and precious bottle of Juyo Spirit Spring Water to wash her hands. One drop of Juyo Spirit Spring Water on the market could cause a major fight among the top 10 powers on the continent. "There's no need to waste it like this," Su Hui said softly, trying to pull her hand back. But his large hand, like an iron clamp, held her tightly, making it impossible to escape. He was domineering and strong, even a bit stubborn. Su Hui couldn't resist and could only let him do as he pleased. Nangong-ming shot her a cold glance, his tone dark and sinister. Impressive, crushing hearts and playing so recklessly. Her speed was too fast for anyone to stop her. He was a little angry, upset that the blood had soiled Su Hui's hands. He was also angry that Su Hui ignored the danger. She clearly could have used another way to kill the enemy, but she chose this method instead. Nangong-ming's face was dark and cold. Su Hui was a bit confused. She was used to ending enemies this way. "Not bad, just okay," she said, as it was a normal move. Nangong-ming snorted softly, his handsome face cold and distant. A flash of confusion appeared in Su Hui's eyes. She couldn't understand what he was angry about. Nangong-ming took out a pure white, flawless silk handkerchief and carefully wiped her fingers. Her delicate, white hands, like jade, looked even more tender and beautiful under the glow of the 9 nether spirit spring water, like precious warm jade. Very stunning. Nangong-ming glanced at her, then stood up and left. A cold, chilling aura hit her face. Su Hui looked puzzled and hurried to follow. "Where are you going? Did you find something valuable?" she asked. Nangong-ming paused, his eyelids slightly lowered. "Are you only interested in treasures?" Su Hui replied. "The Dragon and Phoenix Secret Realm is just about finding a healing herb for you." Nangong-ming raised his eyelids, his tone low as he turned his face away. "You said you would be responsible for me." Su Hui looked confused. "So? I'm just protecting you." "Why are you angry?" Nangong-ming turned his back to her, pouting. "You shouldn't get your hands dirty." "What kind of logic is that?" Su Hui asked suspiciously. "Do you have a hand obsession?" Nangong-ming angrily turned back and glared at her. "I don't love hands, I love you, Su Hui." She rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. "Stop joking. This place is dangerous. We can talk about this later." Nangong-ming snorted and said, "I'm angry now and need someone to comfort me." Su Hui stared in shock. "Your Highness the Underworld King, you're angry for no reason and want comfort for no reason. Isn't that a bit strange?" Nangong-ming's handsome face, like a divine being, darkened with sadness. He turned around and strode forward. Soon, he disappeared from sight. The noble prince of the Underworld, the most talented prince of Dongling Country, the greatest genius on the Cloud-Wind continent. His back was full of loneliness, wounds, and endless self-hatred. Su Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as she quickly caught up. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from ahead. "Your Highness, the Underworld King." Su Lin's face changed slightly. Turning a corner, she saw a group of people ahead. It was the Qingqing Lu family. Among them was a very beautiful woman who almost tried to stop Nangong-ming. The woman happily stepped forward, shyly smiling. "Your Highness, I didn't expect to see you in the Dragon God Mountain area. It's such a coincidence. May I invite you to explore the Dragon and Phoenix Secret Realm together?" Nangong-ming was like a cold ice sculpture, surrounded by a powerful aura that made others afraid to approach. A terrifying pressure poured out. The woman was stunned by the sudden aura, her face turning pale as if struck by lightning. Ugh! The woman suddenly spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. The cultivators of the Qingqing Lu family looked shocked. "Miss Fifth, just the aura of the Underworld King was enough to damage people's hearts." Su Lin's expression grew cold. Worried that he might ignore his own safety and use his spiritual power, she spoke angrily. Nangong Ming, stop right there. The Qingqing Lu family members looked at Su Lin with shock, unable to believe what they saw. Who is this person? How dare she call out the Underworld King's name directly? Could it be another silly girl trying to attract the Underworld King's attention? The Underworld King was famous for not liking women and had a severe obsession with cleanliness. Any woman who approached him, at best, would be crippled or lose her cultivation. At worst, her life would be in danger. His methods were bloody, cold, and ruthless. Look at how his own lady is a clear example. The cultivators of the Qingqing Lu family showed a hint of pity on their faces. Such a beautiful woman. What a shame. However, unexpectedly, the scene of bloodshed did not happen. The Underworld King actually stopped. The cultivators of the Qingqing Lu family were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their gazes fixed on Nangong Ming and Su Lin. Who is this woman? Why did the Underworld King stop for her? It can't be, right? The Underworld King is about to attack her. The murmuring voices sounded like mosquitoes buzzing. Everyone was very curious about Su Hui. Su Hui didn't pay attention to others' gazes or opinions. She coldly walked over to Nangong Ming and pulled him away directly. If you cause trouble again, I won't talk to you, Su Hui said sharply. Everyone behind them gasped in shock, holding their breath. They stared in amazement at the legendary, cold, and indifferent king of the underworld, who was being calmly led away by a stunning young girl. Holding the king of the underworld's hand. Oh no! The king of the underworld has someone now. Wow! The king of the underworld has been taken by a girl. Someone dares to shout at the king of the underworld and still stay alive to hold his hand. Help. I envy and hate at the same time. After 1,000 years, the king of the underworld finally has a chance. Why isn't it me? Who is this incredible person? I must see for myself. The gossip about the king of the underworld spread like lightning across the entire dragon and phoenix secret realm. No one didn't love to listen to gossip. Not just cultivators. Even immortals love to hear it. Especially about the king of the underworld, who is like a rare flower on the divine stage. This kind of gossip is even more exciting. After pulling him away, Su Hui crossed her arms and looked coldly at him. Speak. Nangong Ming lowered his eyes and said nothing. But she could clearly feel his resentment. Su Hui's forehead twitched in frustration. Why is this man so childish? She frowned. She had never comforted anyone before, and she didn't know how to do it now. She tilted her head and looked at his stunning face, trying to test him. Dear king of the underworld, moi, it's just a little coaxing, nothing difficult. When the king of the underworld heard the word, dear, his ears twitched. He slightly lifted his eyelids and said softly, Are you caring about me? Su Hui thought for a moment. Isn't that obvious? She nodded. Yes, I care about you. Nangong Ming snorted proudly. If you're just caring now, why didn't you do it earlier? Su Hui narrowed her eyes. What did you say? Her eyes and expression clearly said, If you dare make trouble again, I'll deal with you myself. Nangong Ming spoke as if it were only natural. What I mean is little Su is trying to make me happy, so of course she should show some sincerity. Sujio crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. What kind of sincerity? With a calm and confident look on his flawless face, Nangong Ming said slowly, Let's make a bet. If you lose, you must agree to one condition of mine. Sujio replied, Fine, tell me. Nangong Ming smiled proudly, then suddenly raised both fists, palms down, knuckles up. Guess which hand has the word Jiu written on it. If you guess right, you win. His voice carried a teasing charm. Sujio rolled her eyes. What a childish game. Did he think this dangerous Dragon Phoenix secret realm was a place for fun? While cultivators from all the great sects were racing to seize spiritual treasures, he alone seemed completely unhurried. Sujio pointed at his right hand. That one. Nangong Ming opened his fists. The right palm had the word Ming, and the left had Jiu. So Hugh. A mischievous smile curved Nangong Ming's lips. Little Su, you lost. Sujio looked at him suspiciously. Did you cheat? After all, writing a word on his palm would be nothing for someone as powerful as the prince of the underworld. Nan Gongming gave her a lazy, proud glance. Do I need to cheat? What's wrong? Can't accept losing. Su Jio rolled her eyes again. It was just one condition, nothing to fuss over. She said calmly, all right, what's the condition? Nan Gongming turned his beautiful face toward her, smiling playfully. Little Susu, give me a friendly kiss. Su Jio froze, then gave him a cold look. You're just pretending to be upset, so I'll comfort you. Getting lost on purpose, making silly bets, really? Nan Gongming's charming eyes showed mock innocence. You're misunderstanding me.
Su Yu vavet her silender finger.
No way. Then how about I give you a friendly kiss instead? His deep voice was full of warmth and teasing. Su Jio frowned slightly, just about to speak, when a blur of movement flashed before her eyes and a strong hand suddenly pulled her close by the waist. The person suddenly collapsed into the man's arms, overwhelmed by his powerful presence. Their breath intertwined, noses nearly touching. Soft, cool lips brushed against her skin. Su Hui trembled all over, her mind going blank. They looked into each other's eyes, his deep, shimmering gaze fixed on her, like an endless abyss, impossible to see through. It seemed to hide immense love and tenderness, and in that moment, the whole world was only her. His breath was strong and commanding. It invaded her mind completely, causing a loud roar inside her, like a storm surging. Su Hui's heart suddenly missed a beat, and her eyes flickered with confusion. In an instant, her beautiful, star-like eyes flashed with a clear, icy blue light. Nan Gongming looked at her dazzling, enchanting eyes, and his heart beat wildly out of control. It felt like wild horses galloping, full of passion and surrender. Your left hand is closer to your fingertips. You are in my heart. His deep, seductive voice was like a spell as he gently touched her red lips with his thumb, lips red and tempting. This meant that the reason her name was on her left hand was because she was in his heart, and he wanted her closer to him. Nan Gongming looked down at her red lips, his gaze darkening slightly. His intense stare seemed to pierce straight into her soul.
Su Hui shivered suddenly.
She snapped back to her senses. You! She exclaimed, furious. She had been completely captivated by this charming man's spell. From now on, no more such behavior, Su Hui said coldly. Nan Gongming grinned mischievously, pretending to be innocent. What kind of behavior? Su Hui's breath instantly turned icy. She stared at him without moving. Nan Gongming's eyes narrowed slightly. He gently rubbed her beautiful red lips with his thumb and said firmly, You are mine. Su Hui slapped his hand away, smiled, and raised her eyebrows with a rebellious look. You really want to pursue me? Nan Gongming's deep, starry eyes flickered with light, shining brightly. His vast, galaxy-like gaze reflected her small face, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. You will be my future queen of the Underworld, Nan Gongming declared confidently. The man's commanding presence radiated dominance, overlooking everything. His proud, celestial eyes only saw her. Su Hui smiled lightly, but her smile contained a commanding presence, like a supreme ruler above the heavens, calmly controlling and looking down on everything. Her voice was cold. How about this? Let's play a game. Their aura clashed fiercely, like two emperors meeting, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Ice and darkness, abyss and destruction and downfall. Nan Gongming's noble face slowly curved into a mischievous smile, full of charm. His bright eyes lifted, and his voice was enchanting. I love playing games, especially with little Su Su. Su Hui's slender finger pressed against his handsome, captivating face, preventing him from getting close. She looked down thoughtfully, then raised her head. Within a year, I will see if my heart can be moved. She wanted to know if she was truly indifferent. In her past life, she had never experienced love or romance. She was cold and detached from everything, without any waves or feelings. No one could catch her attention, and no one dared to be so bold with her, except those who had yet to die. What's the bet? Nan Gongming's deep, abyss-like eyes were tempting and irresistible. Su Hui pondered. If you win. Nan Gongming gently pinched her fair face, his voice sweet and charming. If I win, you will be my wife. Su Hui looked at him as if he were an idiot. Nan Gongming said confidently, I only recognize you. Su Hui's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her red lips parted softly, her voice clear like spring water. If you win, I might try to be with you. And if you lose, Nan Gongming's long, smooth finger pressed on her perfect red lips, interrupting her. I will not lose. He leaned down, his starry eyes shining brightly with confidence and determination. He radiated an aura of pride and dominance, like a king ruling the world. Arrogant, noble, and unrivaled. Su Hui let out an "oh," and looked at him deeply. Who would win or lose was still uncertain. No one could truly move her heart. Nan Gongming's strong hand reached out and held her slender waist. Suddenly, Su Hui found herself in his arms, her nose filled with his wild, seductive, hot breath. She glanced at him, her voice calm and steady. No release. Nan Gongming exerted force, pressing the person closer.
Su je storid ven zdrabt.
On Nan Gongming's flawless, handsome face, he gave a mischievous smile and said, You said it yourself. The game has already started. As long as he didn't go too far, it was okay. Su Qi asked, If you hold me like that, how can we walk? Nan Gongming's warm breath brushed her delicate ear, and his low, charming voice was full of temptation. I don't mind carrying you while we walk. Su Qi's eyes turned cold. I don't mind breaking your leg. Nan Gongming's long, slender fingers gently lifted her fair chin, their lips almost touching. His eyes were mischievous and seductive, full of charm, and he smiled as he asked, Which leg? Little Su can't harm her husband. It might affect our happiness in the future, Su Qi. This guy was becoming more and more shameless. She started to doubt if she had made the wrong decision. Just then, the ground shook violently. The entire forest roared with fierce beasts. Several beams of light streaked across the sky. Hurry, the Dragon Phoenix Temple has opened. It is said that a drop of Dragon Phoenix divine blood remains there. We must get the Dragon Phoenix divine blood. Countless sect disciples rushed toward the Dragon Phoenix Temple. Su Qi and Nan Gongming exchanged a glance. The Dragon Phoenix divine blood could repair Nan Gongming's damaged heart blood source. Their figures suddenly disappeared. The majestic, ancient, and noble Dragon Phoenix Temple radiated mysterious rune light, shining with a brilliant glow, shrouded in a powerful ancient aura. Inside the Dragon Phoenix Temple, floating in the air were round light orbs. Within the orbs were battle axes, cultivation secret manuals, armor and battle clothes, golden masks, mysterious spiritual blood ginseng, and spiritual swords. Wow, it's the Thousand Faces Sinluo. I heard that wearing the Thousand Faces Sinluo can transform into anyone's appearance and aura. It's hard to tell real from fake. Spiritual blood ginseng can change the bloodline within a cultivator's body, a treasure for breakthrough. That battle armor is worn by a strong in the Saint Realm. That's a cultivation manual of the Thunder Law, and the true spirit treasure technique. Look, the Dragon Phoenix divine blood. At the highest point of the Dragon Phoenix Temple, on a golden, majestic throne, floated the largest purple light orb. Inside the glowing sphere, a drop of golden divine blood of the dragon and phoenix floated. The purple aura comes from the east, the most supreme. This is the divine blood of the purple gold dragon and phoenix. Everyone's eyes turn red with excitement. Every rare treasure here can attract the attention of top experts. Everyone starts fighting. Loud crashes, screams, and clashes fill the air with chaos. Suddenly, a shadow appears inside the temple. This person radiates fierce and dark energy, full of killing intent. He looks around and sees a stunningly handsome man nearby, with a beautiful girl standing beside him. They both wear flowing clothes and look coldly at the chaos ahead. Ji Chenai narrows his eyes and smirks slyly. Prince of the Underworld, long time no see. Nan Gongming's gaze is deep and calm, with a noble appearance and a strong, commanding presence. Nan Gongming doesn't speak. Ji Chenai sneers and looks at Su Yun, studying her boldly. The girl's face is breathtakingly beautiful, like a perfect masterpiece, stunning and captivating.
Ah,
Is this your taste, a mere vase? Ji Chainai mocks openly. Rumors about the Underworld prince being here spread everywhere in the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm. Now, seeing him, it's true. Huh. A terrifying sound of breaking through the air rushes straight at Ji Chainai. His face changes slightly. He didn't expect an attack so direct. He quickly spins to dodge, but his cheek still bleeds. Nangong Ming's deep, cold eyes are like snow on a mountain, icy and indifferent as he speaks. Since you can't use your mouth properly, I don't mind tearing you apart. Ji Chinya's face darkens, glaring fiercely with a bloodthirsty look. Nangong Ming is always like this, never giving anyone face. He is indeed wary of Nangong Ming. Now is not the time to fight. Ji Chainai swallows his anger and glares. Nangong Ming gently pats Su Yun's small hand, signaling her not to worry. Su Yun only feels her palm itching. She didn't expect Nangong Ming to be so arrogant. He is proud, aloof, and disdainful. Her eye of destiny can see through others' strength, spirit marquee realm. As soon as the other person makes a move, both of them will be in danger. However, it is clear that no one dares to act rashly when facing the immensely powerful Underworld King. The Underworld King's miracles and legends in the Wind and Cloud continent are numerous. Once encountered, everyone fears him. Suddenly, several beams of light and shadow appeared. Each young man and woman was full of vitality and exceptionally handsome. A terrifying pressure spread out. Wow, the young master of the Starry Skies sect is actually injured. That's rare. Su Hui looked over and saw a handsome young man with elegant manners. The young man had a delicate face, like carved jade, with a bright smile full of teasing and playfulness. He swaggered over, placing his hand on Nangong Ming's shoulder, and was about to give him a big kiss on the face. "My dear Underworld King, we finally meet again. I've missed you so much." Su Hui slightly raised her eyebrows. This young man was too flirtatious. Her gaze fell on the two of them, observing carefully.
Could they possibly?
Nangong Ming's face darkened. Before he could get close, he kicked the young man away. Nangong Ming's long, handsome hand patted Su Hui's small head with a charming yet helpless tone. "Don't think nonsense." The flirtatious young man, Chu Xian, laughed loudly, curious, and looked at Su Hui. His sharp teeth were white and flawless, and his eyes smiled like crescent moons. "Hello, sister-in-law. The boss is really something." The 1,000-year-old iron tree finally blooms, and he's been hiding his sweetheart in the Golden House for so long. If the entire Dragon and Phoenix secret realm hadn't spread the news, we wouldn't have known. Su Hui's expression was calm, and her voice was soft. "You, just like him, are too familiar. Indeed, like attracts like." Nangong Ming, on their first meeting, was already teasing. This young man called her sister-in-law on their first encounter. Chu Xian looked at Su Hui in surprise and shot a glance at Nangong Ming. The message in that sentence was significant. It revealed that they were not yet a couple. It also hinted at how Nangong Ming and Su Hui interacted. The extraordinary and talented presence of Dongling Kingdom, the Underworld King was not someone who is naturally familiar with others. His ruthlessness was that of the supreme hellish reaper. His anger was a lonely contempt that could drown thousands of corpses. His heart was a detached clarity and indifference, standing apart from the world. Prince Ming has always been very reserved. Whenever a woman appears beside him, it shows how serious he is. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at Nangong Ming, making funny faces. His expression was very amusing. Is there anyone who can refuse Prince Ming? Prince Ming hasn't yet found his true love. Chu Xian looked surprised and curious. Nangong Ming didn't bother to respond to him. He introduced Su Hui, saying, "Chu Xian, childhood friend." "Really? Just those words? I am a unique, talented, and powerful person in this world." Before Chu Xian finished speaking, Nangong Ming kicked him away. "Annoying," Nangong Ming said with a blank face. Su Hui nodded. Yes, he was indeed annoying. The young men and women who came in with Chu Xian saw Su Hui's face and reacted differently. They were all amazed. They didn't expect to see such a beautiful woman in this world. Which family does she belong to? Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned sharply to another woman nearby. She stood with her hands behind her back, her long black hair flowing in the breeze. Her features were delicate like a sculpture, like a lotus emerging from water. Her aura was cold and pure, like snow, with a divine and elegant appearance. She was Jiang Shui from the Jinghua Sacred Land, one of the top 10 powerful forces. Known as the most beautiful woman on the Cloud and Wind continent, the Fairy Shui. Even the proud and aloof Ji Chainai looked at her with admiration. However, everyone's curiosity about Su Hui only lasted for a moment. Now, treasures from heaven and earth were the most important. At that moment, the fighting crowd in front suddenly died suddenly, all of them struck by a mysterious force, leaving no survivors. A bunch of fools. According to the rules of the Dragon Phoenix Temple, only those who pass the test of the purple gold Dragon Phoenix can obtain these treasures. The speaker was a cold, aloof woman from the Fanning Palace, one of the top 10 forces. Her name was Luo Tianyin from the Luo family. As she finished speaking, a deep ancient bell sounded throughout the temple, accompanied by an old voice. Dragon Phoenix Temple has 9 levels of tests. Each level must be passed to get the treasures. Complete all tests, sit on the throne, and you can take the divine blood. Good luck to those destined. Her voice was strict and serious, loud like a bell, deafening. Everyone looked calm and indifferent. There were only 8 people left at the scene. Each of them was a talented genius carefully nurtured by their family. Chu Xian, returning quickly, confidently introduced Su Hui. The top 10 powerful groups on the continent are all here, with 7 of the top 10 geniuses gathered. Besides me and the boss, they are Luo Tianyin from Fanning Palace, Feng Qinghuan from Purgatory Sect, Jiang Shui from Jinghua Holy Land, Gong Sunhua from Medicine King Sect, Ji Chainai, the young master of Tianqing Sect. Sister-in-law, if we kill them all, the whole continent will shake, Chu Xian said with a smile. Then no one will compete with us for spiritual treasures. Chu Xian didn't hide his voice when he spoke. Suddenly, several sharp eyes shot toward him, cold and hostile. Luo Tianyin looked cold and sneered. Chu Xian from Chu family of Tianhua Holy Land? Let's see who is stronger. Luo Tianyin released a chilling aura, with powerful spiritual energy rolling like a river, noble and cold, commanding presence. Chu Xian looked calm and indifferent. Oh, I don't talk to ugly people. You. Luo Tianyin's face flashed with anger. Look at my wife, beautiful and unmatched, the most stunning in the world. Whoever claims to be the #1 beauty on the continent is just talking nonsense. Chu Xian attacked without mercy. Jiang Shui's eyes darkened. A burst of laughter erupted around. Feng Qinghuan from Purgatory Sect scoffed. Just a useless 5th-rank spiritualist. We can crush him with one hand. Bang! A heavy slap landed Feng Qinghuan's face. Ugh! Feng Qinghuan fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Her beautiful face instantly split open, blood streaming down. It was clear how hard the attack was. Feng Qinghuan covered her swollen face, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Nangong Ming in horror. Underworld King Yu. Nangong Ming's handsome face was covered with a terrifying frost. His black eyes seemed to contain a storm of terror, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold, murderous smile. His voice was as cold as a killing god. Say one more word, and I will ruin you. Everyone gasped in shock. No one expected Nangong Ming to be so ruthless. For people with weak strength, teasing is very normal. These geniuses everyone admires look down on those who are weak. Chu Xian swallowed hard. He silently gave a thumbs up to Nangong Ming.
Wow.
That was amazing. He patted his small heart, then suddenly spoke up. Yes, I don't care about my sister-in-law's skills. Our big brother always protects her. Feng Qinghuan, don't think I don't know you're secretly in love with our big brother. You're just flattering him to get close. You deserve to be scolded. And you? Jiang Shui, a pure and innocent girl, stop spreading those romantic rumors about our big brother. There was a story on the Cloud and Wind continent about the playful affairs of Lord Ming and Fairy Shui from the Mirror Moon Holy Land. Some even said that Fairy Shui and Lord Ming were a perfect match made in heaven. At first, the rumors caused a big fuss. But all these rumors were crushed by Nangong Ming's strong and ruthless methods. He completely embarrassed the Mirror Moon Holy Land. Since then, no one dared to make such small moves openly. Feng Qingwan and Jiang Shui looked very angry, their eyes like they could eat people. The test begins now. Ji Chenye's deep voice suddenly interrupted the tense atmosphere. Feng Qingwan glared fiercely at Su Lin, her face twisted with anger. What kind of magic does this woman have? Why do both Lord Ming and Chu Xian protect her so much? She must find a chance to get rid of Su Lin. Just then, with a loud boom, the entire hall burst into dazzling light. Countless mysterious symbols scattered everywhere, flying like cherry blossoms. Everyone's vision blurred, and they suddenly disappeared. Su Lin felt dizzy and disoriented. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in a different place. Surrounding her were withered trees and broken stones in a barren desert. It looked like a lifeless wilderness, with dust flying everywhere. The hot weather was hard to endure. Everyone's faces were serious, alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, the old, stern voice appeared again in the air. He issued a command. First challenge. Within 1 day, plant a seed of life and make it grow. Anyone who succeeds will receive a reward, and we'll move on to the second challenge. Suddenly, everyone's hands held a small black stone about the size of a thumb. A stone? Is this really a seed? Can a stone grow a sprout? That's ridiculous. This test is so strange. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Here, the land was dusty and lacking spiritual energy. It was a poor place. There was no water source. How could they plant anything? Luo Tianyin couldn't help but complain. Jiang Shui also couldn't tell what this black stone was. Her eyes flashed with a hint of spirit light as she looked at a man nearby. Mr. Gong's son, you come from the Medicine King sect. Surely you have a way? Jiang Shui smiled gently, like a warm spring breeze, friendly and kind. Hearing her words and tone, Gongsun Hua's face showed a hint of surprise. He said, I saw in ancient books that the tree of life loves spirits and needs to be watered with pure, high-quality spiritual spring water. Or it can be grown in soil rich with spiritual energy, so it might take root and sprout. Feng Qingwan frowned. Where can we find soil full of spiritual power here? Everyone looked around. They used their spiritual senses, but couldn't find suitable soil. What are they doing? Jiang Shui suddenly said with pursed lips. Everyone looked in the direction of her gaze. They saw Nangong Ming, Sun You, and Chu Xian had set up a tent, laid out expensive spiritual beast fur blankets. They even built a small stove, brewing tea, and enjoying the scenery. They had also activated protective barriers, blocking all wind, sand, and heat, relaxing comfortably. Everyone. They saw Nangong Ming carefully taking care of Sun You, full of affection. Chu Xian was chattering about gossip. The three of them looked calm and relaxed, like they were on a leisurely outing. It didn't seem like they were facing any danger at all. Are they crazy? Luo Tianyin stared in disbelief, her face full of amazement. Is that the legendary Underworld King's son? He's cooking and taking care of that woman himself. Why is he different from what we saw before? Honestly, Luo Tianyin was envious. To have a noble figure like the Underworld King willingly bowing down was something all women on the continent admired, envied, and found crazy. Jiang Shui clenched her fist inside her sleeve, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Her gaze fell on the stunning Nangong Ming, a hint of sadness and frustration flashing in her eyes, then quickly disappearing. His Royal Highness the Underworld King is so humble for a woman with little spiritual power. What a pity. Jiang Shui's expression was calm, and her tone was light but filled with regret. Gongsun Hua agreed with her, saying, Yes, It's truly absurd that the Underworld king is delayed by a woman. Feng Qingluan's eyes, like a venomous snake, stared coldly and fiercely at Su Hui. One day, I will make her pay for today's insult. Time is short. We must plant the seed of life quickly. Ji Chenai spoke. He looked at Gongsun Hua and said, as long as we succeed in planting the seed, the heavenly star sect owes you a favor. Luo Tianyin also said, if we succeed, just say the word and the Medicine King Valley will help us fully. Jiang Shui added, the Jinghua Holy Land is the same. Yes, the Purgatory sect is also the same. In critical moments, the 5 major powers working together is not impossible. Gongsun Hua said seriously, this place is strange. Without any help, we can only try to infuse spiritual power to plant the seed. Maybe it will succeed, but the chance is only 30%. Everyone looked serious. Even with only a 30% chance, they had to try. After all, the treasure of the Dragon Phoenix Temple was too tempting. Especially that Dragon Phoenix divine blood. Everyone was determined to succeed and began their attempts. Chu Xian was staring intently at Nangong Ming, who was elegantly brewing divine tea, almost staring through him. Sister-in-law, it has to be you. This is divine tea from the evil domain, rare and priceless. 1 cup brings longing, 2 cups wipe away worries, 3 cups break the divine. I was lucky enough to taste it 3 years ago. For so long, I've been asking Lord Nangong for some, but he refuses and is so stingy. Chu Xian's mouth was watering. Su Hui raised an eyebrow, slightly turning the long, slender bones of Nangong Ming's hand as he handed over a delicate, white porcelain teacup. The tea was clear and pure, with a rich spiritual aura. The moment it touched the lips, it felt like the whole person was elevated and satisfied, carefree like a fairy. Indeed, the tea lives up to its name. Su Hui nodded in approval.
Chu Suan chúc cơ.
Suddenly, he noticed that Ji Chenai and the others were sitting cross-legged, channeling spiritual energy into the black stones in their palms. Chu Xian became anxious. He put down his teacup and examined the small black stone. He looked at Nangong Ming. Boss, do you have a way? Nangong Ming replied lazily, casually. I don't have one. What? Chu Xian's eyes widened. Then why are you still drinking tea and enjoying the scenery here? Nangong Ming's perfect lips curved into a faint smile, gentle and indulgent, but your sister-in-law does. Su Yan raised her hand. Stop. Don't use that title. Nangong Ming's charming smile was like music, soft and enchanting. It's only a matter of time. Cough, cough. Chu Xian kicked over the food bowl. He looked at Su Yan with shining eyes, full of hope. Sister-in-law, you must have a way. I believe in the boss, Su Yan. Su Yan extended her delicate, frost-white hand and said, Give me your life seeds. Chu Xian hesitated for a moment before handing over the black stones. Su Yan threw the 3 life seeds into the Phoenix God Space. The Phoenix God Space is a realm that originated during the ancient Chaos era, forming a small world of its own. The spiritual energy here is many times richer than on Fengyun continent. Gongsun Hua was right. The life seeds need extremely rich spiritual spring water or immense spiritual power to be nourished. Only with enough spiritual energy can the seeds sprout roots. Then, they can grow into saplings of the tree of life. In the Phoenix God Space, as soon as the 3 seeds landed, they seemed to come alive, bouncing excitedly. A whirlpool of spiritual energy appeared at the edge of the black stone, frantically absorbing the purest spiritual energy. Soon, cracks appeared on the surface of the black stone. A translucent white sprout slowly emerged. As it absorbed more spiritual energy, the white sprout, like a wheat stalk, gradually grew into a bright green seedling. Su Yan raised her eyebrows, flipped her palm, and handed the sapling of the tree of life to them. Chu Xian's eyes nearly popped out in shock, his face full of amazement. Sister-in-law, are you doing magic? Are you joking? This can't be real, right? Chu Xian only saw Su Yan flip her palm, and the black stone disappeared. Then, with another flip, the sapling of the tree of life appeared. What is this strange move? Chu Xian carefully holds the young sapling of the tree of life, wide-eyed and stunned, feeling shaken inside. He thought Su Gui was only a 5th-rank spiritual master. Since Lord Nangong chose her, he would naturally respect that. But he didn't expect. She is truly a big shot. Chu Xian feels guilty for his earlier small doubts and suspicions. Older sister-in-law, I need to apologize to you. Chu Xian straightens his back and looks serious. He is genuinely convinced.
Sugi remains indifferent.
Some things don't need to be explained clearly. She knows well that in a world where strength is everything, power is key. But it's also important to have your own cards. She is now a 9th-rank spiritual master, but she only shows as a 5th rank externally. The Phoenix God space can hide her true cultivation level. On Nangong Ming's handsome face, his eyes briefly glance at Chu Xian. Chu Xian stiffens, almost crying. Boss, I was wrong, sob. But Nangong Ming remains unmoved, his noble and elegant face calm as he says, after you go back, give him a month of extra training. No one can hurt the person he cares about, especially not disrespect her. Even Chu Xian is not allowed. Ah! Chu Xian screams, clutching his head in pain. He just came out of that crazy tower of purgatory, and now he has to go back. Back. Despite Chu Xian's wails and cries, Nangong Ming stays calm. Ji Chenai sees Chu Xian's suffering face and sneers with disdain and contempt, even if he can't hear the sounds inside their barrier. From Chu Xian's state, Nangong Ming clearly has no way to plant the life seed. Time passes slowly. Luo Tianyin shows a hint of frustration on her face. Gong Sunhua, didn't you say there was a 30% chance? I'm almost out of spiritual power, and this stone hasn't changed at all. Are you deliberately messing with us? Gong Sunhua's forehead is covered in sweat, his face pale. He bites his lip and says, maybe I haven't infused enough spiritual power. This stone is just a bottomless pit. Where can I get so much spiritual power to feed it? Luo Tianyin vents her frustration. Ji Chenya's expression turns cold. His spiritual power is also running low. He couldn't possibly exhaust all his spiritual energy for an uncertain outcome. If his energy couldn't recover quickly, the enemies in the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm were numerous and dangerous, leaving them with no safe place to hide. Jiang Shui also felt faintly overwhelmed. She slowly asked, I wonder how Chu Xian and the others are doing. Everyone instinctively looked across. They saw Chu Xian sleeping awkwardly on a beast fur blanket. Meanwhile, Su Hui was comfortably lying in a rocking chair, sleeping soundly. The noble prince of the underworld was gently fanning her. Jiang Shui's eyes widened in jealousy, almost turning red. Feng Qingluan and the others were stunned. They had worked hard to transfer spiritual energy into the foul stone, yet these people were sleeping peacefully, as if playing. Compared to them, they were sweating, anxious, and their spiritual energy was almost drained. It was obvious who looked more pitiful. Jiang Shui sighed. Women are naturally delicate, and Su Hui's cultivation is only at the 5th level. Without strength, there's no need to drag down Prince of the Underworld. Nangong Ming and Chu Xian's downfall was entirely Su Hui's fault. Jiang Shui turned to Gong Sunhua and asked, Mr. Gongsun, time is running out. Is there any better way to make the seed of life sprout? Gong Sunhua looked a bit embarrassed. After a moment of thought, he said, this is a mid-level spirit nourishing pill, which can help restore all your spiritual energy within an incense stick. He took out 3 small white porcelain bottles and handed them to each of them. As long as their energy recovered, they might succeed. Jiang Shui smiled faintly. Mr. Gongsun's generosity is truly admirable. Gong Sunhua's previously uncomfortable heart seemed to be soothed at this moment. He smiled gently. Since the 4 major forces have chosen to form an alliance, naturally everyone should unite and overcome the difficulties. For a moment, the tense atmosphere gradually eased. A faint streak of white appeared on the distant horizon. Sleepy Su Hui's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyelids lifting gently as she slowly woke. What came into her view was Nangong Ming's handsome and extraordinary face. You're awake. Nangong Ming handed her a cup of warm divine tea for rinsing her mouth. Next to her, Chu Xian looked on with a heartbroken expression. Such luxury, too luxurious. A cup of divine tea. So many powerful people in the world would fight fiercely for it. And this guy actually uses it to rinse his mouth. It's such a waste. Su Gui routinely took out a spirit-nourishing pill and gave it to Nan Gongming. In 5 days, he would be able to use his spiritual power again. The spirit-nourishing pill's energy could continuously nourish his damaged heart channels. Chu Xian. A master-level spirit-nourishing pill? Am I seeing things? Chu Xian asked suspiciously. Su Gui looked at him confusedly. Yes, do you want some? She took out a white jade porcelain bottle filled with spirit-nourishing pills and handed it to him. Chu Xian gasped in shock, his scalp tingling. All of them are master-level spirit-nourishing pills. Are they for me? Chu Xian looked at himself in disbelief, trembling. Su Gui asked, Is that not enough? There are still many here. She then took out 2 more bottles filled with spirit-nourishing pills. You can come to me anytime if you need more. Her special eyes could see people's true hearts. She had plenty of pills, so she wouldn't be stingy. Chu Xian. No. This must be because he woke up in a strange way. Chu Xian closed his eyes tightly, then carefully opened them again. He was holding 3 bottles of master-level spirit-nourishing pills. And each bottle had 30 pills inside. 3 whole bottles. Chu Xian was so scared, he almost cried. He quickly turned around and looked at Nan Gongming as if asking for help. Big brother, am I dreaming? When did master-level spirit-nourishing pills become so cheap? Chu Xian truly knelt down. On the Wind and Cloud continent, alchemists are ranked as beginner alchemist, intermediate alchemist, advanced alchemist, master alchemist, royal alchemist, imperial alchemist, saint alchemist. There has never been a case of skipping levels in alchemy. Beginner alchemists can only make beginner pills. That means Su Gui is now a master-level alchemist. A 16-year-old master alchemist. Who would believe that? More importantly, a single high-grade spirit-nourishing pill can sell for 10 million crystals. A powerful family or faction would burn incense and bathe in offerings just to get one. Unless it's a life-and-death situation, they would never use a high-grade spirit-nourishing pill. But Su Gui actually has countless master-level spirit-nourishing pills, like candies. He casually gave him nearly 100 pills. No, I need to put them away quickly. If they get stolen, I'll be heartbroken. Chu Xian looked around nervously and hurriedly stored the healing pills into his space ring. Su Qiyun said calmly, Just use them for now. My current cultivation isn't high enough. I need to improve my strength before I can refine royal-grade pills. Use them anyway? Chu Xian was numb to it. He turned to look at his boss with a look of complaint. Big brother, do you think what my wife is saying makes sense? Nan Gongming gazed at Su Qi with a loving look, pride in his voice. My little Su is naturally the best. I've decided from now on my wife is the big boss I want to rely on. Chu Xian clenched his fist and looked at Su Qi with pitiful, starry eyes. Sui. No need to act so cute. Is this really a life seed? Why can't I grow a sprout even though I'm almost out of spiritual power? Angry curses came from nearby. Su Qi and others looked over. They saw Luo Tianyin and the others with messy hair, exhausted faces, weathered looks, and unsteady steps. Oh, this is a good chance. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. The opportunity to cause trouble was right here. Chu Xian confidently walked over. Hey, what's going on with you all? Haven't grown a life tree sprout yet. Oh, Feng Qingluan, you've exhausted your spiritual power? My wife doesn't even need one hand to easily defeat you now, Chu Xian said with a mischievous smile. This was a direct reply to her earlier disrespectful words about Su Qi. Feng Qingluan was furious and shocked. She dares. Su Qi looked up.
I'm naturally rebellious.
If you say that, I might just give it a try. Su Qi's palms slowly gathered spiritual energy and a cold, sinister smile appeared on her lips. Feng Qingluan's face changed drastically. She shouted, Cousin, save me. The Heavenly Star sect and the Purgatory sect indeed had family ties. Ji Chenya's face was dark, and his poisonous gaze shot towards Su Qi and Nan Gongming. Are you two planning to start a war with the two sects? Nangong Ming exuded a wild, arrogant aura, his black eyes cold and proud. He said casually, "It's not impossible." Upon hearing this, Feng Qinghuan was filled with anger. Prince Ming of the Underworld dared to use the Eastern Ling royal family as a bet for a woman of low cultivation. This shows how important Su Niu is in his heart. She is more important than the Eastern Ling royal family. Feng Qinghuan was almost furious. But she dared not speak out. If she said one more word, Nangong Ming would definitely deal with her immediately, without mercy. Prince Ming is very protective of his loved ones. Feng Qinghuan was almost ready to hate Su Niu, glaring at her with fierce, poisonous-looking eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Just at this critical moment of confrontation, suddenly, a deep, old, and commanding voice echoed through the air, the voice of the Dragon Phoenix Temple Envoy. Congratulations to the fortunate person who has planted the seedling of the Tree of Life. For those who haven't succeeded yet, there is only 1 hour left. Please manage your time carefully. As the envoy's words fell, Ji Chenai and others looked confused. Who among you has succeeded? Ji Chenai's expression turned serious. His sharp, cold eyes swept over Jiang Shui and others. Jiang Shui pursed her lips. It wasn't me. Luo Tianyin took out her small black stone, a bit annoyed. This broken stone can't possibly succeed. It must be fake. Of course, the others didn't believe the black stone was fake. After all, the envoy of the temple was supreme and wouldn't waste time on such trivial things. Gong Sunhua looked a little ashamed and said, "It wasn't me either." Since none of them were from their side, it could only be the other side. Hearing this, everyone stared in disbelief. "No way," Luo Tianyin shouted in protest. "Since we entered here, you've been eating, drinking, and having fun. You haven't been planting the seed of life at all. Why is it that they worked hard to plant the seed, only to exhaust their spiritual power, end up in a mess, and break down? Meanwhile, they enjoyed themselves freely and easily managed to plant the seedling of the Tree of Life. It was simply impossible." Chu Xian chuckled happily. "It's us, so what? And it was my sister-in-law who succeeded. Without my sister-in-law, the boss and I wouldn't have been able to pass. I don't believe it." Feng Qinghuan was the first to refuse. Chu Xian sneered. "Don't believe it? Do we need your belief? Who do you think you are? You!" Feng Qinghuan clenched her fists, her eyes bloodshot with anger.
Chu Suan.
Ji Chenai and the others all looked very angry. TSK, look at you all, so pitiful. This young master, will show some mercy. I'll let you see what a young sprout of the Tree of Life looks like. You should thank me now." Chu Xian's arrogance was infuriating. He proudly took out a small seedling from a space ring. The seedling grew from a tiny black stone, with clear roots and 2 bright green, tender leaves. The whole Tree of Life seedling was bright green and transparent, full of spirit. Everyone's eyes widened like walnuts, shocked as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. They didn't want to believe it, but they had to. Feng Qinghuan's eyes shone with a sharp light. She instinctively tried to rush forward to grab it. She lunged madly. Su Lin's quick reflexes kicked her hard in the chest.
Ah!
Feng Qinghuan let out a sharp scream. Her body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. A deep pit was dug into the ground, and yellow earth covered her.
Qinghuan.
Ji Chenai's face changed drastically. His voice was fierce. "Su Lin, you're asking for death." A cold, murderous aura burst out violently. Ji Chenai used all his spiritual power, charging at Su Lin with deadly intent. Suddenly, the voice of the temple envoy appeared, with a terrifying pressure that made it hard to breathe. "Fighting among yourselves is forbidden in front of the Tree of Life seedling. If the seedling is damaged, the test will be terminated." As he finished speaking, a rule of heaven and earth descended on Ji Chenai, instantly turning against him with his own spiritual power. Puff! Ji Chenai spat out a large mouthful of blood, as if struck by 5 thunderbolts, stunned and terrified. Why wasn't she struck back? Ji Chenai loudly questioned, full of anger and suspicion. The temple envoy's voice was firm and just. Su Lin protected the Tree of Life seedling and is rewarded with an additional thunder law. A mysterious purple-golden thunder law suddenly appeared in the air, slowly descending into Su Lin's hand. Ji Chenya's face looked as if he had been slapped hard. His face turned pale and red, and he stiffened completely. Haha, this is so funny. I can't stop laughing. Chu Xian laughed loudly, full of schadenfreude. Oh my, sister-in-law, what a lucky physique you have. You even received a reward, Chu Xian said, laughing and patting his thigh. Su Gui held the thunder law, a sly smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Thanks to Miss Feng and young Master Ji for their generous contributions. Ha ha. Chu Xian laughed until tears almost came out. Ji Chenai was nearly furious, almost spitting blood from anger. Feng Qingluan, just rescued, heard this and was so angry her head was about to smoke. She wished she could faint from rage. The temple messenger's voice sounded again, cold and impartial. With half an hour left in the countdown, anyone who cannot pass will be expelled. Ji Chenai clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Jiang Shui's eyes darkened. Suddenly, she smiled softly, took out a golden talisman stone, and looked kindly at Su Gui, saying, "This is a treasure talisman stone from the Jingyue Holy Land. It can travel 1,000 miles in a day and move underground like a shadow. Would you like it? As long as you tell me how to plan it successfully." Before Su Gui could speak, Chu Xian sneered, "Jiang Shui, your Jingyue Holy Land is really poor. Just this broken stone? My Nangong family has plenty of treasures. Who are you trying to fool?" Jiang Shui's nails almost dug into her palm. This Chu Xian, so annoying. Jiang Shui wished she could slap Chu Xian away, but she kept a gentle smile on her face. "May I ask how Miss Su can share the method?" Su Gui smiled mysteriously. "Are you sure you want it?" Jiang Shui saw a chance and was delighted, her voice becoming even gentler and more affectionate. "Of course I want it. As long as Miss Su shares her knowledge, I am willing to agree to any conditions." Su Gui raised an eyebrow. "Then leave a severed arm as a trade." Hearing this, Chu Xian almost burst out laughing. Brilliant! So cunning! Sister-in-law really isn't from the same family as the boss, not even the same door. Jiang Shui's face stiffened, a fierce anger burning inside her. She forced a smile that she thought was very charming. Miss Su is truly humorous and witty. On Su Nua's stunningly beautiful face, there was a wild and charming aura. Her red lips curved into a seductive smile. To grow a seedling of the Tree of Life is not difficult. In fact, it's very simple. The others heard this and almost felt sick. If it were so easy for the Tree of Life seedlings to sprout, why would they be so overwhelmed? Su Nua took out a blue porcelain bottle and casually said, "These beginner spirit nourishing pills are enough to make the seed sprout." Beginner spirit nourishing pills. Jiang Shui gritted her teeth. "Are you joking with us?" Gong Suanhua's eyes shot out a cold, murderous look. "Our intermediate spirit nourishing pills are all used up, and it still doesn't work. And your low-quality beginner pills? Are you joking?" Su Nua shrugged. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Wait a moment." Ji Chenai stepped forward, his face suddenly softening with a gentle smile. "Miss Su, I want to buy these beginner spirit nourishing pills from you." Su Nua looked at him with a half-smile, full of sarcasm. The person who just wanted to tear her apart now was shamelessly begging her. Ji Chenya's face turned red with anger and frustration. But nothing was more important than passing the level. He smiled warmly. "Miss Su, name your price." "It's just beginner spirit nourishing pills." He could get as many as he wanted outside the secret realm, so they weren't expensive. Su Nua slowly said, "1 pill per person, and each pill costs 10 purple crystals."
Ah, Su Xuan burst out laughing.
10 purple crystals. That's a huge price. On the Cloud and Wind continent, crystals are ranked as low-grade crystals, mid-grade crystals, high-grade crystals, purple crystals, black crystals, source crystals. Exchanging 10 purple crystals for 1 beginner spirit nourishing pill. Moreover, the big boss had previously mentioned that she had some leftover beginner pills from her alchemy experiments. Could those be the ones? Help.
Ha ha ha.
How could the big boss be so clever? Nangong Ming's thin red lips curled into a fond smile, his gaze fixed on Su Noa with focus, burning like fire, gentle as water. His little princess consort was a clever little fox. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Ji Chenya's face was filled with hostility. Why don't you go, Ennet? You're just adding fuel to the fire, taking advantage of the chaos. Chu Xian internally muttered. Isn't the one causing trouble just you all? Big troublemakers. Su Hui's lips curled into a charming, mischievous smile, her expression full of confidence. I'm too busy to waste time with you. Both sides agree to follow the rules. I didn't force you to buy. You. Ji Chenya's eyes flashed with icy anger, as if he wanted to tear Su Hui apart. Jiang Shui suddenly spoke in a deep voice. We don't carry that many amethyst stones with us. Amethyst stones are so rare and precious. Who would carry them around? Su Hui's voice was calm. It's okay. We can write an IOU. The IOU included a contract with the rules of heaven and earth, so they wouldn't worry about them backing out. Countdown from 3. Ji Chenai was panicked. Miss Su, is there any room for negotiation? Su Hui. Sure, then I'll buy 1 basic spirit-nourishing pill for 20 amethyst stones. You're crazy. Ji Chenya's forehead veins bulged, his eyes red and fierce. 2. The countdown sounded like a ghost urging death. Ji Chenai suddenly panicked. I agree.
I'll buy.
I'll buy. Ji Chenai shouted angrily, his face dark and miserable. He took out a space bag, inside 3 amethyst stones, and wrote an IOU for the remaining 7. Chu Xian happily stepped forward to check the bag, grinning mischievously. Oh wow, nice, real amethyst stones. Jiang Shui gritted her teeth. I'll buy 2. Amethyst stones are precious, but the treasures here and the Dragon Phoenix Divine Blood are even more important. Jiang Shui painfully signed the IOU. Gong Sunhua felt this was a blatant insult. His mid-level spirit-nourishing pills were all used up and couldn't make the seed of life sprout. Now he had to pay a huge price for Su Hui's inferior basic spirit-nourishing pill. It was a huge humiliation. Gong Sunhua desperately wanted to refuse and leave. But he was unwilling. He could only sadly hand over all the amethyst stones. 10 stones in total. Gong Sunhua's heart ached terribly. He didn't want to leave, so he had no choice but to buy. All 3 had already purchased. Even Luo Tianyin and Feng Qingwan, despite feeling humiliated and unwilling, could only sign the shameful IOUs. All the IOUs were clearly displayed before everyone. People felt as if they had been slapped hard in the face. The pain was sharp and hot. Su Qiuyan smirked and threw a blue porcelain bottle to them. If these basic spirit-nourishing pills can't make the seed of life sprout, you won't get away without consequences. Feng Qingwan threatened fiercely. A few people quickly used the spirit-nourishing pills to send spiritual energy into the seed of life. Chu Xian asked, Boss, can these basic spirit-nourishing pills really make the seed of life sprout? Su Qiuyan smiled slightly and said, They've used up so much spiritual energy and mid-level spirit-nourishing pills. The seed of life is almost fully absorbed. Just a little more of the basic spirit-nourishing pills' power. Su Qiuyan's words were spoken openly, without hiding. Hearing this, the people present looked furious and twisted with anger. Ji Chenai received the basic spirit-nourishing pills, and his face returned to its usual fierce expression. He carefully held the seed of life, absorbing and transferring the spiritual energy from the pills into it. Once all the power of the basic spirit-nourishing pills was used up, a small sprout slowly emerged from the black stone. Finally sprouted. Ji Chenya's face lit up with joy. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing it worked. Almost at the same time, my seed is also sprouted. The seed of life finally sprouted a tiny sprout, making everyone almost go crazy. I've never seen such a strange thing before. That woman wasn't lying. Luo Tianyin and others cheered excitedly, almost dancing with joy. Feng Qingwan walked over proudly, showing off and saying, I can also pass the second test now. Ah. You guys are just little bean sprouts, haha, not even a single tender leaf. Chu Xian pointed at their sprouting seedling-like life tree and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, oh my god, ha ha. Foam Qinghuan's face stiffened and she angrily said, as long as we can pass, that's enough. The temple envoy only requires successfully planting the seedling of the tree of life. They didn't say what it should look like when it grows. Yes, 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 ha ha ha. Chu Xian laughed so hard his face almost
twitched.
Ji Chenyi looked gloomy and cold, like a sharp blade. What's the use of being handsome and vigorous? Just for show, Su Hui smiled faintly. I can help your young life trees grow stronger. Ji Chenyi refused. No need. Yes. Do you think we're fools? Just trying to catch us to take from us? Dream on. Luo Tianyin raised her head proudly, full of disdain and mockery. Su Hui's lips curled into a wicked smile, and her tone stretched. Just one purple crystal. Oh, Ji Chenyi sneered. Even if it's just a low-grade crystal, we won't buy it. Your basic spirit-nourishing pill is useless. We won't fall for it again. Su Hui tugged at her mouth. Are you sure you really don't want it? I'll never buy it no matter what. I said I won't buy, so I won't. Why are you so annoying? Still trying to trick us into giving you our purple crystals? Su Hui shrugged indifferently. Fine, then I wish you happiness. Ji Chenyi snorted coldly, sneering. Time passed slowly. Soon, the voice of the temple envoy finally appeared lazily amid everyone's anticipation. Congratulations to those who successfully planted the young life trees. You passed the first test. Now it's time for awards. As the envoy finished speaking, suddenly, crash, a dazzling light burst out in the air. 8 glowing orbs appeared in the void. Inside each orb was a surprising treasure. Ji Chenyi's eyes shone brightly, full of confident arrogance. The envoy said solemnly, Please show your young life trees. I'll go first. Ji Chenyi confidently raised his hand with his young tree. The envoy's voice was loud and firm, according to the order of successful planting. Ji Chenyi stiffened, his face burning with embarrassment. A beam of light shone on Su Hui. It indicated that Su Hui was the first to grow a young life tree. Why is it you? Zhang Xue exclaimed in surprise. Su Hui glanced at her calmly. Could it be you? Zhang Xue choked, unable to breathe or speak, furious beyond control. Su Gue turned her palm, revealing a small, clear green seedling to everyone. The seedling was bright and transparent, lush and vibrant. It had 9 tender leaves growing on it. Wow! The crowd was stunned and speechless. Sister-in-law, your seedling is growing so vigorously. Chu Xian nodded in admiration, bowing respectfully. Humph! What's the use of growing so vigorously? Luo Tianyin crossed her arms, sneering. Do you think a vigorous growth means it will get some powerful treasure? That's laughable. The temple messenger's voice sounded strong and full of energy. This seedling is full of life and has great strength. Congratulations to Su Gue for growing a top-tier life tree seedling. You will be rewarded with a Sea Emperor battle armor. What? Sea Emperor battle armor. Ji Chenyi was struck like lightning. This is an ancient divine artifact. Both its attack and defense are extremely powerful and terrifying. This Sea Emperor battle armor is the best among the 8 rewards. Why should she get it? The temple messenger didn't answer their questions. Instead, Nangong Ming spoke up, because my little princess planted the best life tree seedling. Do you have a problem with that? Nangong Ming's voice was calm but carried a proud and noble feeling. Everyone, Your Highness, you are extremely noble and important. Is it really necessary for you to come out yourself and put people down? If only this armor belonged to me. Zhang Xue's eyes turned red with jealousy. In the void, the Sea Emperor battle armor radiated a terrifying aura, almost blinding everyone. Su Gue smiled faintly. Thank you, Temple Messenger. She needed a good defensive armor. Unexpectedly, just as she was dozing off, someone sent her a pillow. Chu Xian had to admire. Big boss, your luck is incredible. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the luck goddess? Su Gue's lips curled up. Maybe. She cut her finger. A drop of blood dripped onto the Sea Emperor battle armor. The rules of heaven and earth appeared, and the contract was completed. If only I had planted the seed of the tree of life earlier. Ji Chenyi deeply regrets. He wishes he had immediately poured all his spiritual energy into the seed of life. Then, the Sea Emperor's armor would have been his. The result of planting the first seed of the Tree of Life was already decided. They couldn't change it, no matter how much they wished. Soon, a second beam of light shone on Nangong Ming. Everyone understood what this meant. With Nangong Ming, it wasn't so surprising. After all, the image of the Underworld King is very strong and commanding. His fierce and decisive methods make others afraid to challenge him. A lively seedling of the Tree of Life appeared in Nangong Ming's palm. It had 9 leaves, like a beautiful orchid or jade tree. It was full of strong life energy. Su Qi and Nangong Ming's Tree of Life seedlings had been kept in the Phoenix God space. They naturally absorbed spiritual energy and grew. If they weren't taken out, they would surely grow into tall, mighty trees in the future. The temple messenger said, "This seedling is very resilient and well protected. Congratulations to Nangong Ming for planting a top-tier Tree of Life seedling. As a reward, you will receive a divine bone of the Great Emperor." Ji Chenye's eyes widened in shock, almost falling out of his head. A divine bone of the Great Emperor, an essence and divine bone left behind after the fall of an ancient emperor. This is such a terrifying blessing. Why are all the good things only his and Su Qi's? Ji Chenye and others were insanely jealous. Nangong Ming's powerful aura made others keep their distance. On his mysterious and handsome face, a gentle, indulgent smile appeared. He said, "Thanks to my little Su Su, or I would have lost the divine bone of the Great Emperor." Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Qi in disbelief. "How could it be you who helped plan it?" Feng Qinghuan instinctively denied it. Su Qi was so angry, he felt like he could explode. "Yeah, without me, you would have been kicked out already." Her words almost made Feng Qinghuan jump in anger. Her fierce, bloodthirsty gaze almost devoured Su Qi alive. No one paid attention to her. Chu Xian rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. "Hee, it's my turn next. You see that his young tree has 5 healthy, shiny leaves. It looks like a top-quality seedling." The temple messenger says, "Congratulations, Chu Xian, on growing a top-grade young tree. You receive a life-saving talisman as a reward." Everyone is shocked instantly. The talisman means it can directly replace a person's life. It's like having a second life. Wow. Ji Chenye desperately wants to rush forward and take the talisman. But after Chu Xian gets the talisman, he proudly shows it off in front of Ji Chenye. He says, "Haha, this talisman is mine." Ji Chenye snaps back, "If you want it, go drink the northwest wind." His sneaky look makes people angry. Ji Chenye says, "Humph. Just wait, my seedling isn't bad either." He glares angrily, unwilling to accept defeat. Waiting feels endless, like thousands of ants biting his bones. Finally, it's his turn. He must prove himself and win back his pride. Ji Chenye carefully holds his fragile young tree. Chu Xian mutters, "This weak little sprout, I could drown it with my spit. What could I possibly get from it?" Ji Chenye glares at him with fierce anger, as if Chu Xian has a deep grudge. Chu Xian shrugs. Whatever. A long time passes, but the temple messenger doesn't speak. Ji Chenye's eyes show doubt, but he doesn't dare ask. He becomes more respectful and says, "This is my cultivated young tree. Please check it, temple messenger." The messenger's voice is cold and fair. "Your seedling is too weak. It barely passes, but it doesn't meet the conditions for the reward." Chu Xian coughs out water in surprise. He laughs loudly. "No way. Is this real?" Haha. Ji Chenye feels like he's been struck by lightning, as if thunder is crashing in his ears. He freezes in place, stunned. "This can't be true. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" He shouts angrily. He's been looking forward to the reward so much. How can it be gone? The messenger says, "The only requirement for the reward is to grow at least 1 leaf. But your seedling doesn't even have a proper root or stem. Can I get a reward if I don't know if I deserve it?" Ji Chenye's face turned pale with frustration and anger. The others were panicking. They also hadn't grown leaves.
"Then what about me?"
Zhang Xue asked unwillingly. The temple messenger's voice was cold like ice. Your buds haven't fully grown. Just barely passing isn't enough. You still want a reward? Dream on. Haha. Chu Xian laughed so hard he bent over and pounded the ground, tears almost coming out from laughing. The temple messenger was really funny. It felt great to argue with him. Jiang Xue's face turned red with anger. Feng Qingluan asked anxiously, "If we can grow leaves now, does that mean we can get a reward?" The temple messenger's voice was mechanical and cold. "As long as you grow leaves, you will get a reward. The more leaves you grow, the stronger and more resilient your life force, the bigger the reward." A flash of sharp light appeared in Ji Chenya's eyes. He quickly turned to Sun Yan. "You just said you could help us grow a very strong seedling of the Tree of Life, and only need one amethyst crystal." Sun Yan crossed her arms and casually said 2 words. Nangong Ming sneered. "Who is just saying that a vigorous growth is useless? And who confidently said they wouldn't buy even a low-grade crystal, who turned their back and refused to acknowledge us? Oh, now you're begging with a face full of shame?" Ji Chenya's face flushed red instantly, so embarrassed that his neck was also bright red. The rules didn't clearly state how well the Tree of Life had to grow. Who knew? Ji Chenyi regretted it so much he pounded his chest. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "What do I need to do for you to help us?" Sun Yan's voice was cold. "Why should I help you?" "Help you get a reward. Am I stupid?" Ji Chenya's forehead veins bulged. Suddenly, the temple messenger spoke. "Helping others is a joy and can earn extra rewards." Ji Chenya's face lit up with joy. "Did you hear that? Helping others brings rewards. We have rewards and you do too. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Sun Yan and Nangong Ming exchanged glances. Su Hui said, "Since you all want it so much, I can consider it." Ji Chenya's face lit up with joy. "Name your price." Chu Xian hesitated. "Big boss, is that okay?" Su Hui gave him a calm look, signaling him to stay quiet. Nangong Ming's handsome face twisted into a sly smile. "His little princess isn't someone who gets taken advantage of easily. Go away." Ji Chenyi pushed Chu Xian aside and lowered his stance towards Su Hui. "As long as my Tree of Life seed grows 9 leaves, I'll accept any price." Jiang Xue nodded. "Yes, as long as it's not too crazy, we can all accept it." The others agreed one after another. Su Hui's eyes curved mischievously. "A level 1 spirit element pill costs 100 purple crystals." Jiang Xue's eyes widened in anger. "Are you robbing us?" Su Hui spread her hands. "Isn't that what you wanted? I was just trying to help and now you're turning it around. Forget it. If not for the temple envoy stepping in, I wouldn't even sell you the spirit element pills." Ji Chenyi looked anxious. He glared at Jiang Xue with a fierce look. Then he smiled flatteringly at Su Hui. "Miss Su, 100 purple crystals is 100 purple crystals. I can pay that." He quickly took out a large space bag, worried Su Hui might change her mind and not sell. He seemed generous on the outside but was actually heartbroken inside. Who would buy a level 1 spirit element pill for just 100 purple crystals? Su Hui sneered. "You said earlier there were only 3. Now you suddenly have so many purple crystals." Ji Chenyi felt awkward and embarrassed. Of course, he could sign a loan agreement if needed. Purple crystals are top-quality cultivation resources. The Dragon and Phoenix Secret Realm is dangerous, and at critical moments, it can help with breakthroughs or promotions. Or improve combat strength. Signing a loan means he can pay back later. But if he gives it now, it's gone forever. He was in a hurry and revealed this weakness. Su Hui was straightforward. "Then just pay back all the purple crystals you owe." Ji Chenyi was reluctant inside. But when he saw Su Hui's half-smiling eyes, he gave up and backed down. After leaving the secret realm, he was determined to make Su Nian regret her actions today. He collected a total of 107 high-quality amethyst stones. Ji Chenyi fully infused the beginner spirit essence pill into the sapling of the Tree of Life. Soon, 9 tender leaves visibly sprouted. Ji Chenyi was so excited he laughed out loud. Jiang Xue panicked. At this moment, all pride and face were thrown away. Maybe there would be different rewards in the next level, but who knew how generous they would be? She also wanted a Sea Emperor battle armor or divine bones. A death-defying talisman would be fine too. "Miss Su, Please sell me a beginner spirit essence pill, Jiang Shui said with a forced smile. Su Nian glanced at her sideways and sneered. Miss Shui from the sacred land of Jingyue, you wouldn't still want to sign a loan agreement, would you? Jiang Shui's face turned red with anger. Su Nian, I don't have any ready amethyst stones, so I won't sell. Jiang Shui's anger boiled inside. Being threatened felt so frustrating. She forced a smile and said, Of course, I have some amethyst stones on hand. Su Nian waved her hand. Old rules, then let's settle the IOU. Jiang Shui's smile couldn't hold any more, and her eyes darkened almost like ink. She handed over the money and received the goods. Su Nian held the bag of amethyst stones, smiling happily as she looked at the others. Everyone else. Too much bullying. Su Nian gained a total of 550 amethyst stones, ruthlessly taking advantage of a few people. She felt very happy. Ji Chainai couldn't wait to hand over the sapling of the Tree of Life. Temple Envoy, please inspect and accept. This time, the Temple Envoy didn't remain silent. A majestic voice announced, This sapling of the Tree of Life is finally no longer a sprout. Congratulations to Ji Chainai for growing a beginner Tree of Life sapling. Reward, 1 beginner blood coagulation pill.
What?
Ji Chinya's eyes widened as he stood there, doubting he heard correctly. Ha ha ha. A beginner blood coagulation pill. Ha ha, this is so funny. I can't stop laughing. Chu Xian laughed loudly, pounding the ground, tears streaming down his face. Ji Chainai was so angry his face twisted. Fire burst from both of his eyes as he roared. Temple Messenger, you must be mistaken. Isn't it true that the more leaves I grow, the better the reward? I already have 9 leaves now. The Temple Messenger's voice was cold and mechanical. Look at the 9 yellowing leaves you've grown. They are severely malnourished. The rules say, the more leaves you have, the stronger and more resilient your life force, and the greater the reward. Although your leaves are enough in number, their vitality is weak. How can they compare to those at the peak level? The primary blood coagulation pill is the result of the temple's rules testing. Are you questioning the rules? Ji Chinya's steps faltered, and his body trembled violently, nearly going mad with anger. An endless rage burned in his chest. He had used most of his spiritual power, spent 110 top-quality purple crystals, only to get a primary blood coagulation pill in return. The Temple Messenger's voice was cold and impartial. Since you refuse the reward, according to the rules, this reward is invalid. I accept. Ji Chainai roared, full of anger, frustration, and helplessness. If he lost even the primary blood coagulation pill, it would be more than just a loss of face. It would be a huge setback. He felt he had suffered a great loss. You did this on purpose. Deliberately sold me the primary spirit origin pill. Ji Chainai turned fiercely and roared at Su Gui. His eyes overflowed with intense resentment, as if he wanted to tear her apart. Su Gui looked at him calmly, her voice indifferent. You only said you wanted to grow 9 leaves. There was no rule saying you had to cultivate a peak-level seedling of the Tree of Life. Now you're blaming me? Ji Chinya's throat turned bitter, his eyes darkening, and his muscles trembling constantly. He was usually the one playing tricks on others. Today, he was the one being played around by this woman. His heart was like a volcano erupting, with hot lava rolling violently, making him almost faint from rage. Soon, the others also handed over their Tree of Life seedlings. The cold voice of the Temple Messenger kept sounding, another primary Tree of Life seedling. A bottle of primary marrow cleansing liquid as reward. Just barely qualified. A primary heart-clearing pill as reward. Only growing 8 leaves. Do you still think you deserve a generous reward? Reward a basic life spirit pill. Your young seedling is already infested with bugs. Reward a great tonic pill. A really powerful tonic pill? Do I need your great tonic pill? Everyone. They were so angry they almost cried. All of them were thoroughly tricked by Su Nian. It was so frustrating. Ji Chainai and Jiang Shui, holding the hot, basic pills, wished they could skin Su Nian alive and tear her into pieces. Ha ha, wow. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Ha. Chu Xian clutched his stomach and laughed so hard he sounded like a goose. Nangong Ming smiled slowly and said, Temple Envoy, didn't you say that if my little Su Su helps others, she can get a reward? The Temple Envoy replied, Su Nian is acting out of kindness. She helped 5 people successfully grow the seed of life into a sprout and can receive a reward. Exactly what the reward is depends on the rules of heaven and earth. Luo Tianyin stomped her foot. This kind of help is useless. What kind of reward can she really get? Feng Qingluan clasped her hands together and muttered, Great tonic pill. I pray she gets a big tonic pill. Great tonic pills can strengthen the body, so give her an even worse one. She tricked us out of so many purple crystals. Her heart is so evil. She definitely won't get anything good. Amid everyone's anger, a beam of light shone down on Su Nian. The temple envoy spoke. Congratulations, Su Nian. For helping others, you have earned an extra reward from the temple, a piece of the Heavenly King's leg bone. Everyone looked furious. The Heavenly King's leg bone is a legendary ancient bone that combines power and speed. Even a first-level spirit master can instantly teleport thousands of miles with it. And this piece of Heavenly King's leg bone doesn't need to be refined, just a blood contract, and it can automatically activate its skills. It's an incredible divine treasure. I refuse. I don't accept either. This is our first test. Why did she get the Sea Emperor's armor and also the Heavenly King's leg bone? I don't accept. This must be cheating. Even if Su Nian is pretty, there's no need for special treatment, right? Su Nian was stunned. She hadn't expected her luck to be this good. The temple messenger said, For the rule check, if you want, you can help each other. Everyone was speechless after that. Ji Chainai started to doubt his life. They were just unlucky. But Su Hui's luck was incredible. Is this some kind of joke? Could the Dragon Phoenix Temple really be run by her family? Ha ha ha. Big boss. You must be the reincarnation of a lucky girl. If you only had a little more cultivation, I'd think the temple messenger helped you secretly, ha ha. Chu Xian was amazed by Su Hui's unbelievable luck. Nangong Ming's handsome face was lit up with a bright, fireworks-like smile, full of affection and pride. Of course, my little Su Su is naturally the most extraordinary. Su Hui was very happy. Not only did I get a few hundred purple crystals, but I also found a piece of the King of Immortal's leg bone for free. That's a huge profit. I'm even more excited about the next challenge. While speaking, Su Hui bled and fused the King of Immortal's leg bone in front of everyone. The moment she fused it, she felt her strength improve again. Her 9th level cultivation became more solid. Ji Chainai and the others looked very pale, like they had just seen a ghost. She made a huge profit, and it was from their treasury. At that moment, the temple messenger's voice rang out again. The first test is over. Congratulations on passing. Now the second test begins. Good luck. Everyone felt dizzy and disoriented. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed again. They were surrounded by thick black fog. They couldn't see their fingers in front of their eyes. A deafening voice, full of overwhelming pressure, suddenly swept over. Su Hui's eyes sharpened. She quickly pulled Nangong Ming behind her. She wouldn't let him be in any danger. The others quickly used their spiritual power to resist. As the black fog cleared, a huge creature suddenly appeared before them. A giant beast that covered the sky and blocked the sun. Its terrifying, oppressive aura made everyone bow their heads in submission. The whole world only had its figure. Everyone felt as tiny as ants. They were all terrified of this enormous creature. Fortunately, the giant beast was sleeping peacefully. But its snoring sounded like thunder, rumbling loudly. It shook everyone's eardrums almost to the point of bursting. The second level is clearly much more dangerous than the first. Temple Messenger, this is a wild beast. If you can go around it, you can pass the second test. Friendly reminder, use the sapling of the Tree of Life from the first level to make things easier. What kind of monster is this? There has never been such a creature in the history of the Cloud and Wind continent. Everyone looked confused. They had no idea what this giant beast was. Without understanding it, it's very hard to pass. Su Nua looked at Nangong Ming and asked, You read many books and have such deep cultivation. You should know about this wild beast, right? Nangong Ming's eyes were deep like the starry sky, and he smiled brightly. Since you know so much about me, it seems little Su really loves me. Su Nua rolled her eyes. Be serious. Understood. I will obey, Nangong Ming said with a charming smile, full of affection. Jiang Shui and Feng Qingwan watched with jealousy, almost to the point of madness. The iron-blooded Dark King, in their eyes, was actually smiling so tenderly at a woman. But anyway, Nangong Ming's expression grew serious. This wild beast is a dominant battle king from ancient times. A single sneeze can destroy a whole land, leaving no grass behind. None of us here are its match. This wild beast is so terrifying. Nangong Ming's eyes darkened slightly. It came from the upper realm. Everyone was shocked. Why would a top figure from the upper realm come to the wind and cloud continent? Nangong Ming's voice turned cold. It's probably hiding in the dragon and phoenix secret realm to avoid enemies. Everyone looked very serious. The second test was 1,000 times harder than they expected.
Can't fight it.
Can we sneak past quietly? Luo Tianyin asked. Ji Chenye's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Gong Sunhua supported. It's sleeping now. If we approach quietly, we probably won't wake it up. But when everyone looked, the wild beast was enormous. It looked like a tall wall with no gaps to slip through. Jiang Shui suddenly whispered in surprise, pointing to a spot. Sure enough, a cave-like entrance appeared before everyone. But that was the behind of a wild beast. Ji Chenai and the others looked unhappy. They were talented geniuses of the wind and cloud continent, admired by many. Could it be that today they would have to sneak into a beast's behind? Just thinking about it was embarrassing. Feng Qingwan clenched her fist and cautiously looked at Su Nyo nearby, saying, As long as we go through first, the rewards will be ours. What's a little face? As long as we don't say anything, no one will know. Hearing this, Ji Chenai remembered how Su Nyo had earlier planted the seed of the tree of life first, and his face darkened. In an instant, he felt confident again. A determined look appeared in Ji Chenye's eyes. A man should be flexible and strong. Let's do it this way. We want to be the first to pass. Luo Tianyin hesitated, but I don't really want to. It's too embarrassing. Who knows if something unexpected will happen? Jiang Shui didn't say much, but looked hesitant. She was known as the most beautiful woman on the continent, the fairy Shui. How could she do something so shameful? If it got out, how could she live?
Yechenia frowned.
He hoped to get more support. He said, just treat it as a cave entrance. Our goal is to pass through the entrance and complete the challenge. Feng Qingwan agreed. Yes, it's easy to pass first. Ji Chenai added fuel to the fire. Don't you remember how many treasures we missed and how many purple crystals we lost during the first test? Luo Tianyin and Jiang Shui exchanged glances, fists clenched tightly. You can't catch a tiger without entering its den. In the end, the two couldn't resist the temptation of the rewards and agreed to this plan. Under Ji Chenye's leadership, the 5 of them carefully and secretly sneaked past. Xu Xian was a bit anxious. If they managed to pass first, the generous rewards would be gone. Xu Xian urged, Boss, should we hurry and go too? Su Nyo shot him a glance. I refuse. You go ahead if you want. I also refuse. Nangong Ming's strong hand firmly held Su Qi's slender waist, then decisively took a step back. He looked very dismissive. Xu Xian whined and pointed at his finger. I don't want to go in either. Mostly because it was too embarrassing. What if a wild beast suddenly woke up halfway through? They could be crushed to death in an instant. Xu Xian shivered all over. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. He decided to stick close to the boss and tightly hold onto his leg. Whatever the boss decided, it was always the right choice. The wild beast in the ancient wilderness was very restless. Sometimes, its heavy breathing would out a burst of fierce flames. The flames burned everything around. Ji Chenai walked halfway and saw a huge wave of fire rushing toward him. Everyone was almost scared silly. The 5 of them quickly lay on the ground and activated their spiritual energy to protect themselves. But they still got covered in soot and ash. Their hair was almost burned off. The smell of burnt hair filled their noses. Each of them had smoke coming out of their heads. Their handsome faces turned black as coal. Just turning over in sleep could cause a terrible dust storm. Ji Chanai groaned in frustration. Be careful. Don't let the wild beast notice us. How long has that wild beast gone without a bath? Luo Tianyin muttered quietly, pinching her nose. The closer we get, the smellier it is. Jiang Shui covered her mouth and nose. Ji Chanai said, don't worry about these details. Finally, they managed to get close to the cave entrance. As long as we pass through this entrance, we'll be the first. Ji Chanai was so excited, he almost cheered. If he weren't worried about disturbing the wild beast, he would have laughed out loud. He turned back and sneered at Su Qi, showing his pride openly. At that moment, he felt very proud.
It was so satisfying.
Finally, they had turned the tables. Ji Chanai grinned and challenged with a wide smile. Chu Xian angrily punched his fist. Nangong Ming's eyes were deep. There's no need to be angry. The temple messenger wouldn't give hints without reason. Su Qi nodded. Yes, the messenger mentioned the seedling of the tree of life. But how to use it still needs to be studied. Ji Chanai noticed Su Qi's calmness and couldn't help but look at him coldly. Feng Qingluan sneered. She must be pretending. Let's see if she stays so calm when we hand out the rewards later. Luo Tianyin pinched her nose and looked down from above, saying, I'm looking forward to seeing her cry. Jiang Shui clenched her fists, confident and determined. Let's go. As long as we avoid the giant beast from the wilderness, we will win. Gong Sun Hua smiled happily. It's all thanks to young Master Ji's quick decision. Otherwise, we might have been the first to pass. You go first. This meant that the heaviest reward would go to Ji Chanai. Luo Tianyin and Jiang Shui weren't very happy about it. But they couldn't beat Ji Chanai. Right now, they were in an alliance, so they couldn't fight each other. As long as they got the main reward, the difference between first and second place wasn't big. Ji Chanai was also confident, clasping his hands with a proud smile. Then Ji, will accept this gladly. He stepped forward and was the first to enter the cave entrance, but just then, Bayu, the giant beast from the wilderness, suddenly farted. A puff of black smoke burst out from the cave entrance. In an instant, Ji Chanai was enveloped in a foul smell. He stiffened all over. His mind went blank. Since he was closest, this sounded like thunder crashing in his ears. His eardrums almost burst. A terrible stench filled the air. What did the giant beast eat? It's so disgusting. It was too foul. Ji Chanai was the first to go in and suffered the worst. His eyes turned black from the smell, and he gasped, Run. Ugh, run. Ugh. The others went crazy, running and vomiting at the same time. This sudden attack was just too disgusting. They were all about to lose their minds. Chu Xian kept watching from nearby. Wow, Chu Xian was stunned. Ha ha ha. The giant beast from the wilderness farted so loudly. What a big noise. Ha ha. That smell must be terrible, ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. This is just too tragic, ha ha. Chu Xian laughed so hard tears streamed down, his stomach cramping. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Jiang Shui was the first to cry. She ran while crying. She cried so loudly and painfully. The snow fairy, who has been praised by many since childhood, has never been humiliated like this. Her mood instantly collapsed. Ji Chenya's tears, runny nose, and saliva were all coming out. He felt dizzy, with black spots in his eyes and a strong smell in the air. He was almost overwhelmed by the foul odor. Finally, they escaped the danger zone.
Phew.
Ugh. A few people collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. They looked completely disheveled. Su Hui smiled and said, Wow, how does it feel to be farted on by a giant beast from the wilderness? Everyone. Su Hui stroked his chin, pretending to think, This giant beast is quite a powerful weapon. If we collect it and make a poison gas pill, releasing it suddenly in battle could surprise the enemy. Everyone. Ji Chainai glared angrily, but he was so overwhelmed by the smell that he felt weak all over, and his fierce look had no real threat. Nan Gongming smiled affectionately. That's a bit strange, I like it. Everyone. Prince of the Underworld, please be a decent person. Chu Xian chuckled. Luckily, the giant beast was just that if it had been something else. That scene, oh my, I can't stop laughing, thinking about that moment. Chu Xian laughed so hard he almost lost his teeth. Jiang Xue's mind uncontrollably appeared with images of herself covered in filth, making her so angry she started crying again. She couldn't help but vent her anger at Ji Chainai. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on taking that path, would we be in such a mess now? Luo Tianyin also couldn't hold back and scolded. I should have let you explore on your own. If it weren't for you and your brother stirring things up, I wouldn't be suffering with you. I'm so angry. I smell terrible. My hair is burned too. Ugh. Luo Tianyin cursed and vomited. She almost threw up everything. Although Ji Chainai made a wrong decision, he was never someone who would be silent when scolded. He retorted fiercely. Luo Tianyin, wasn't that your idea in the first place? You guys are so indecisive, and now you have the nerve to blame me. If you want a big reward, don't keep blaming others. You want everything, but you can't act properly. Even a fool like you two can't compare. Ji Chainai got angrier as he spoke. And you, Jiang Xue, don't think I don't know about the dirty things you do behind the scenes. Still claiming to be the perfect, pure snow fairy, innocent and kind? Bah, you're not fit. Jiang Xue trembled with anger, furious and embarrassed. Ji Chainai, what are you even? And I know you spread those rumors about the Northern King and Southern Princess on the continent. A young master of a sect, jealous of the King of Darkness's talent, always trying to outdo him. Little do you know, you're not even a match for the King of Darkness's little toe. Dreaming big but looking ugly, what a joke. You. Ji Chainai exploded in rage. Suddenly, the two sides clashed fiercely, starting a heated argument. Chu Xian was stunned. Su Niu watched the fight with great interest. She teasingly glanced at Nan Gongming and said with a playful smile, the King of Darkness really has style, charming to both men and women. Nan Gongming smiled softly, his warm laughter brushing past Su Niu's ear. Don't worry, little Su Su, I only belong to you. Su Niu's forehead twitched 3 times. He's so proud of himself for that. But while they argued, Su Niu smirked mischievously. I've thought of a way to pass the test. It might work. Nan Gongming's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he chuckled. I've thought of it too. Chu Xian looked around, confused and clueless. Honestly, you guys are so mysterious, Chu Xian said, scratching his head. Su Niu's lips curled up. The temple messenger said using a young sprout of the Tree of Life is more effective. This ancient beast is a fierce creature from ancient times, wounded many times over. And the reason it's trapped in the Dragon Phoenix Temple, guarding the second test, shows its spirit is unstable. Nan Gongming added, one of the functions of the Tree of Life sprout is to stabilize the spirit. Chu Xian clapped his thigh, his eyes shining brightly. I understand now. Your idea is that as long as we heal the divine spirit of the ancient beast, we can pass the level. But, Chu Xian looked up, how can we heal that sky-shielding creature? Su Gui said, just wake it up. Chu Xian was startled. Is that okay? Disturbing someone's peaceful sleep and risking a thunderbolt from the sky. Especially since it's this giant beast. A single sneeze from it could destroy us all. Once it wakes up, will it really not destroy us? Su Gui's lips curled into a sly smile. She stretched out her slender, fair hand. In her hand was a bottle of black liquid. Chu Xian asked curiously, what is this? Su Gui's smile was mysterious. Watch carefully. She forcefully swung her arm. The bottle filled with black liquid shot out like an arrow, accurately hitting the rear part of the ancient beast. Chu Xian's eyes widened. Boom! Rumble. A loud explosion suddenly erupted. A huge mushroom cloud billowed with raging flames into the sky. The entire space shook violently, giving a sense of the world collapsing. Chu Xian opened his mouth wide, eyes wide with shock. So terrifying in power, Su Gui said. To the ancient beast, it's just a tickle. For cultivators, this is a destructive. But for ancient overlords like this beast, such power is like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, Su Gui's goal was achieved. Suddenly, a pair of terrifying crimson eyes appeared in the void. A crushing pressure of destruction and chaos rolled like a huge wave, carrying a terrible resentment. "Who dares disturb my peaceful sleep?" A thunderous voice echoed through the sky, piercing clouds and cracking rocks, shaking the heavens. A terrifying gaze fixed precisely on Su Gui and the others. Chu Xian held his breath. Su Gui raised her hand and pointed toward Ji Chenai. "It's them," she added. "We are the fastest to cultivate the seed of the tree of life. We came to pass the level, hoping to wait until the master wakes up before proceeding, but unexpectedly, Su Gui hesitated, her words incomplete. She left her sentence hanging, stirring curiosity and suspicion. The ancient beast instinctively looked toward the direction indicated by Su Hui. When it saw the dirty and disheveled Ji Chenai and Jiang Shui, its terrifying red eyes suddenly narrowed. It immediately believed what Su Hui said, because these human ants actually carried its own scent. "Bold humans, how dare you insult this overlord?" The mighty roar of the ancient beast was deafening and filled with killing intent. Ji Chenai and Jiang Shui, who had been arguing fiercely, suddenly looked confused. "Ancient beast? Ancient beast. What is going on? Why did the ancient beast suddenly wake up? They are doomed." Gong Xuanhua's face turned pale instantly. He screamed in horror and fainted suddenly. Everyone looked terrified, their spirits shattered with fear. Without time to think, Ji Chenai knelt and begged, "Great Beast King, I was wrong, please spare my life." Bang, 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 the sound of kowtowing echoed loudly. Jiang Shui, Luo Tianyin, and Feng Qingwan quickly followed suit. Their pleas sounded very pitiful and heartbreaking, tears streaming down their faces. "Beast King? I am the Overlord." The roar of the ancient beast was so fierce it made everyone's scalp tingle. Ugh! Ji Chenai and the others coughed up blood from the shock of the terrifying aura. "Yes, yes, yes, respected Overlord." Ji Chenai was so frightened he was crying. The ancient beast was so terrifying that they naturally thought it was the king of all beasts. They never expected that a simple title would put them in even greater danger. "You ants dare to disturb this overlord's rest without permission. Prepare to die." The ancient beast's voice was full of rage. Ji Chenya's eyes went black. They were almost going crazy with fear. In a flash of lightning, Ji Chenai saw Su Hui and Nangongming calmly standing aside. Suddenly, malicious thoughts and resentment arose. Why was he in such danger, while they still looked so calm and peaceful? "Overlord, it was all Su Hui's idea. We are innocent." Ji Chenai clung to the last straw of hope. "What did you say?" the chaotic voice of the ancient beast questioned, filled with heavy killing intent. Ji Chenyi quickly asked, "May I ask, Lord Overlord, why did you want to kill us?" Jiang Shui added, "Yes, we only wanted to pass the test and didn't mean to offend you. Why did you try to kill us without a word? Offending a mighty beast from the wilderness means death. Our lives are at risk." Feng Qingwan said, "Even if we die, we want to die with dignity." Luo Tianyin agreed, "Yes, that's right. We just came to pass the level. We don't want to die." The ancient beast was very angry. "How bold you are! Are your ears deaf? You not only disturbed my sleep but also dare to throw things at my rear. This beast's body is also being insulted by you." The ancient beast had a very bad temper. Ji Chenyi and the others looked confused. Ji Chenyi shouted, "It's not fair. We didn't do anything." Not only that, but they were almost suffocated by the foul smell from the beast. Of course, Ji Chenyi didn't dare to say this out loud. This ancient beast was clearly hot-tempered. "Humph," the beast sneered, "then look at what is here. Do you think I am stupid?" Ji Chenyi was confused. "Look over there," Feng Qingwan shouted. She pointed at the beast's rear. There, thick smoke and flying flesh could be seen. Earlier, when they were arguing and fighting among themselves, suddenly there was an explosion. Before they could see what happened, they heard the angry roar and questioning of the beast waking up. In a flash of lightning, Ji Chenyi realized the key point. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Su Nua, his black eyes cold and sharp like a venomous snake. "It was you who did it." Ji Chenyi was furious. Su Nua looked at him casually. "What are you talking about?" Ji Chenyi smiled coldly, still pretending. "Lord Overlord, everything is Su Nua's fault. It's not our fault. Su Nua is the one who caused the explosion." Before Su Nua could speak, Nangong Ming said, "My little Su Su is pure, kind, adorable, fragile, harmless, and weak." "What nonsense are you talking? Young Master Ji, don't falsely accuse others and end up falling into trouble yourself." Chu Xian swallowed hard. "Big brother, please speak normally. Is she really so fragile and harmless?" Although he was complaining inside, Chu Xian quickly jumped in. "Our sister-in-law is naturally beautiful, simple, and harmless. She would never hurt Lord Baba. We haven't even had time to treat him. Let me tell you, we already have a way to treat Lord Baba."
Yechenia smiled coldly.
"Who is really lying? The ancient beast is a top-level fierce creature from ancient times. How could a tiny cultivator like us possibly treat it? Lying without even preparing a plan." Ji Chenyi puffed out his chest. "Lord Baba, you threaten our lives with a single word."
"We don't accept that."
"Yes, we don't accept it. There's no proof we did anything wrong. If it wasn't us, even if you kill us, we won't admit it." A few people looked fierce. The terrifying red eyes of the ancient beast glanced at Ji Chenyi and the others lightly. "So tell me, why do you have the smell of a top beast on you? And they don't?" "Smell." Ji Chenyi's mind went blank. His body stiffened as if struck by lightning. He suddenly understood the key point. Fierce beasts are very sensitive to scent. They had planned to sneak past the ancient beast through its rear, hoping to be the first to pass. But they didn't expect to be scented by the beast. So, they were contaminated with the beast's primal aura. And Su Gui used this to make the ancient beast target them. At least, they could withdraw from the test. At most, they could lose their lives. This woman must not be underestimated. "That's because you smelled it," Feng Qingwan said instinctively. Ji Chenyi heard this and thought, "It's over." The ancient beast sneered. "Ha, so you also know?" Feng Qingwan's face turned pale, realizing how serious the situation was. Ji Chenyi's face darkened. "Lord Baba, since it's like this, we have to admit it. But we're here to pass the test. We shouldn't be killed just because we haven't done anything yet. The temple envoy hasn't spoken yet. As the guardian, you can't act so arbitrarily." The temple messenger suddenly spoke. "We are not responsible for any accidents during the test, Ji Chenyi." Chu Xian couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ji Chenyi's forehead veins bulged with anger. The ancient beast snorted impatiently. "Cunning and sneaky people. Now, what do you have to say?" Suddenly, a loud thunderclap exploded. Ji Chenyi's face changed drastically. He instinctively wanted to withdraw from the test. Once the ancient beast made a move, they would definitely be doomed. Rewards didn't matter, survival was more important. But he hadn't had time to retreat. 5 black-purple lightning bolts, like spiritual snakes, struck precisely at him and the other 3. Even Gong Sunhua, who was unconscious, couldn't escape. A flash of shock appeared in Ji Chenyi's eyes. He instinctively tried to use his spiritual power to resist. "Ah!" A fierce scream shot into the sky. Chu Xian clenched his chest tightly, his face full of alertness, whispering, "That's so scary. After the ancient beast finishes with them, it won't come back to deal with us, right?" Nangong Ming's eyes narrowed dangerously, saying, "Ji Chenyi and the others won't die." Chu Xian was puzzled. Why? He actually hoped the ancient beast would kill them. After all, Ji Chenyi had always been at odds with Nangong Ming. Nangong Ming's handsome face, as divine as a heavenly being, was inscrutable. The ancient beast is trapped here as a guardian, bound by the rules of heaven and earth, and cannot kill. Sure enough, not long after, the terrifying lightning dispersed. Ji Chenyi and the others were all smoking blackened. Their bodies looked scorched, completely black. Only their clear black and white eyes remained, staring blankly. Am I still alive? Ji Chanai collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at his hand, feeling a lingering fear of survival. Awawu! Feng Qingluan covered her face and cried loudly. Jiang Shui and Luo Tianyin hugged each other, sobbing continuously. The ancient beast. Humph. If you dare to offend again, I will kill you. Ji Chanai shivered all over. Is it still possible to withdraw from the test now? The terrifying black eyes of the ancient beast turned to look at Chu Xian. Do you want to pass the test? Chu Xian let out a small sound and said, Yes. Yes, Lord Baba, ancient beast. Seeing that the little girl beside him was pretty and pleasing to look at, it decided not to argue with this human child. Ancient beast, since you can enter here, it means you've already grown a seedling of the tree of life. Show it to me. Su Hui flipped her wrist, and a small, clear seedling of the tree of life appeared, surrounded by pure spiritual energy. The ancient beast was surprised. Someone was able to grow such a vigorous seedling of the tree of life. Growing a seedling of the tree of life is very difficult. It's like a bottomless pit, constantly needing to absorb endless spiritual power. Anyone who enters the Dragon Phoenix Temple wouldn't waste their spiritual energy on such a strange and powerful plant. But the seedling Su Hui held was far beyond the peak level of a normal tree of life seedling. A strong temptation made the ancient beast feel restless. Ji Chenyi saw this, and his face changed. The seedling in Su Hui's hand was even more vigorous than when they first saw it. The leaves were lush and green, and the leaves were larger. Suddenly, he remembered what the temple messenger had said. The seedling of the tree of life was the key to passing the second test. Ji Chenyi instantly felt how foolish he was. He had completely taken the wrong path. He didn't believe Su Hui could pass the test so quickly. Ji Chenyi clenched his fists. At this moment, Su Hui said, As long as Lord Ancient Beast consumes this seedling, your internal injuries will be eased. The ancient beast glanced at her, full of pride. Are you asking this lord to eat it? Then I shall eat it. Ji Chenyi snorted with laughter, stirring the situation. Yes, the mighty Lord Baba, brave and powerful, would eat what you grow. Don't make the lord eat something that upsets his stomach. Su Hui ignored Ji Chenyi and looked at the ancient beast, saying, You're attracted to it, aren't you? The ancient beast. Such a sharp little girl. The ancient beast narrowed its eyes. If the Lord agrees to consume it, it's not impossible. But you must promise me one condition. Su Hui asked, What condition? The ancient beast slowly said, After you pass the test, you need to stay here and keep me company for 500 years.
Puffed.
Ji Chenyi burst out laughing. This condition undoubtedly ruins Su Hui. Ha ha ha. Ji Chenyi feels like he has finally avenged a great wrong. If Su Hui agrees, it will surely ruin her future. If she refuses, she can't pass the test. No matter which choice she makes, it's wrong.
Ji Chenyi laughs wildly.
Nangong Ming's eyes flash with a fierce, bloodthirsty light. His handsome face seems frozen in cold ice, radiating a powerful aura that looks down on everything. His broad hand pulls Su Hui behind him, his large body like strong wings, protecting her firmly. You're about to die and you're still dreaming? Nangong Ming's voice is full of disdain and kingly dominance, making people feel scared. No one expected Nangong Ming to be so disrespectful to the ancient beast. Suddenly, the air freezes. The atmosphere becomes tense. You're asking for death. The ancient beast's blood-red eyes shoot out a terrifying pressure. It stares fiercely at Nangong Ming, as if to swallow him whole. Ji Chenyi is startled. But inside, he feels even more excited. As long as the ancient beast kills Nangong Ming, he can get rid of his big problem. Nangong Ming's wild, arrogant face is cold as ice, with a look of supreme pride and arrogance, cold and defiant. You're asking for it. Nangong Ming's voice sounds like divine judgment, ruling over the world. He stands there, his 3,000 black hair floating without wind. His mysterious, enchanting presence makes others feel a fear of bowing down and submitting. The ancient beast is secretly shocked. This human boy has such a terrifying aura. It's like a force that destroys everything, tearing down the heavens and earth. The ancient beast roars in anger. Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. As it speaks, a terrifying pressure from heaven and earth suddenly descends. Ji Chinya's mouth curls into a wide smile. Su Hui suddenly raises her hand, her eyes cold and emotionless. If you dare to hurt him, I will destroy this young sapling of the tree of life. The pressure from heaven and earth halts halfway, as if something is stopping it. Ji Chenai looks at the ancient beast, confused. What are you doing? Hurry up and kill him, the ancient beast. Angrily, she slapped Ji Chenai. Ji Chenai was suddenly hit hard by the empty beast's paw and fell to the ground, confused and crying. Why does he always get hurt? Annoying, the ancient giant beast roared angrily. Ji Chenai, he was about to cry. Why does the ancient giant beast always take out its anger on him? Of course, the ancient giant beast wanted to kill that arrogant and handsome young man. But Su Hui and Nangong Ming were right. It really needed this young seedling of the tree of life. Its divine soul was damaged, and its lifespan was almost gone. Without this seedling, it would soon vanish forever and cease to exist. The ancient giant beast snorted coldly. Then just bring it out. Su Hui smiled coldly. Are you going to give it if I ask? I'm angry now, and I don't want to go through the second test. The ancient giant beast. Little human child, do you know what you're saying? Are you this stubborn? Let's go. Su Hui pulled Nangong Ming and turned to leave. Although Chu Xian looked confused, he firmly supported and followed the decision of the boss.
Yeah.
Who cares about your lousy test? Want my sister-in-law to stay with you for 500 years. Just look at yourself. You're a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Chu Xian shouted happily and loudly. Seeing Su Hui and Nangong Ming leave without a word, the ancient giant beast was anxious. Hey, as long as you pass this level, there are very rich rewards. Don't you want them? Chu Xian scoffed. Who cares? Just a bunch of junk. Su Hui and Nangong Ming showed no hesitation and kept walking. The ancient giant beast was so anxious it burned with impatience, no longer proud. Sorry, little ones, I apologize. Just joking. I'm just an old beast teasing young humans, with no ill intentions. Anything you want, I'll give it all to you. Don't go. The ancient giant beast suddenly started to cry out. It even threw down a bunch of rare treasures in a flurry. A pile of shining magical tools fell to the ground. Seeing this, Su Nian paused. The ancient beast dropped another pile of treasures. Clatter, Su Nian and Nangong Ming. Chu Xian's eyes nearly popped out in shock. He had never seen so many treasures. Crystal reflection stones. Each one was something that people on the Cloud Continent would fight fiercely for. But Chu Xian still stubbornly said, you have so many rare treasures? Just showing off. Su Nian glanced at Chu Xian. This silly kid. Treasure all fed to your mouth, and you still refuse? Su Nian and Nangong Ming exchanged a look, a cunning smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. Su Nian's face remained cold and indifferent. She looked up and glanced at the ancient beast. Casually, she said, Since you're so sincere, I guess I'll accept it. The ancient beast was very polite. Okay. If you want more, just ask. As long as you're willing to take the test. Ji Chenai and Jiang Shui and others were stunned. They were completely shocked. Why did the situation suddenly change like this? Clearly, the ancient beast was threatening Nangong Ming, but now Su Nian was controlling the ancient beast. And the ancient beast was even asking Su Nian to take the test? And it had given a huge pile of priceless treasures? Jiang Shui was the first to oppose. No, you can't give her that. She's lying to you. That sapling of the tree of life isn't that mysterious. Shut up. The ancient beast roared angrily, slapping Jiang Shui without mercy. It had just managed to soothe that pretty human girl. Why did this ugly, unseeing person jump out and cause trouble? Jiang Shui spat out blood, trembling with anger, fear, and frustration. This ancient beast. The ancient beast tried to flatter Su Nian kindly. Miss, you are truly magnanimous. Old beast, I really am to blame. I was blind. Jichenya's forehead veins bulged. How could this ancient beast act so submissive and flattering? And to please Su Nian, it even demeaned itself. Wasn't it supposed to be a fierce, ancient, overlord-level beast? Su Nian's luck was just too good. She managed to turn the situation around. At this moment, Ji Chenai began to doubt life. Jealous to the point of madness. Chu Xian scratched his head uncertainly. Boss, are they really giving us these treasures? Su Hui smiled and said, Yes, pick whatever you like. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Great. Oh wow. The source of fire treasure. I've wanted you for so long. Teleportation talisman. Oh my goodness. Wow, wow, wow. Just what I need. A good sword. The Red Sky Illusion Sword. My favorite. Big Brother Nangong, this judgment mirror suits your status. Take it. Boss, I can't believe it. This crystal reflection stone is priceless.
Chuk Xian apprit les choses trésures, smiling non-stop.
The ancient beast roared. Who said these treasures are all trash? All the magical tools and spiritual fruits that the major sects and noble families of the Wind and Cloud continent dream of are now in their hands. Ji Chenya's eyes turned crimson, filled with jealous rage. He really wanted to take everything. But one look from the ancient beast made Ji Chenai instantly back down. He dared not speak out in anger. Luo Tianyin stomped in anger. Jiang Shui tugged her sleeve, gritting her teeth and whispering, Don't worry, after we leave the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm, Su Hui won't last long. Luo Tianyin took a deep breath, staring into Su Hui's eyes, a cold, sharp glint flashing through. Chu Xian was happily filling his pockets, smiling so broadly his cheeks hurt. Su Hui looked at the pile of treasures left on the ground and said with a smile, Are you done choosing? Chu Xian waved his hand and chuckled. All right. As expected, a true boss can enjoy life. Boss, please put these treasures away quickly, so no one else can drool over them. Su Hui waved her arm, and all the spiritual materials and treasures on the ground entered her phoenix spirit space. Ji Chenya's eyes narrowed dangerously. At this moment, the ancient beast said, Bring out the seedlings of your life trees. This boss doesn't care much for these treasures. The rewards from the Dragon and Phoenix Divine Palace are more impressive. Ji Chenya's eyes shrank suddenly. How do you pass the level with the seedlings of the life tree? The ancient beast didn't hide anymore. The better the healing effect of the life tree seedling, the greater the reward. Ji Chenya's mind buzzed. What kind of life tree seedling has the best effect? Princess Ji Chenai had a faint bad feeling in her heart. The ancient beast said, Of course, the stronger the life force, the better the healing effect. Suddenly, a loud noise exploded in Ji Chenya's mind. Jiang Shui's face turned pale as she muttered, Then doesn't that mean? In the first level, Su Hui had grown a seedling of the peak-level life tree and received the best reward. Even Prince Ming and Chu Xian's rewards were rare in the world. If this level still tests the life tree seedling, they would all fail. Feng Qingluan's face twisted in fear. No. It can't be. I don't believe Su Hui's luck is that good. Why did she win the first and second levels? Luo Tianyin said, Yes, even if Su Hui can pass, she won't get a good reward. This time, Chu Xian was the first to give out the seedling of the life tree. A glowing green light slowly wrapped around the tender seedling and rose into the sky. Suddenly, the void was torn apart, and a pitch-black, bottomless black hole appeared. Like a beast's bloody mouth, it greedily swallowed the seedling of the life tree. The ancient beast closed its blood-red eyes, and the space echoed with the sound of a beast chewing. Soon, the originally dull gray sky gradually cleared. The ancient beast said, Not bad. The temple messenger suddenly spoke. Congratulations to Chu Xian for passing the second test. Reward, 1 heavenly spirit immortal fruit. The fiery red heavenly spirit immortal fruit was crystal clear and radiated pure spiritual energy. Chu Xian's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed happily, Thank you, temple messenger. Ji Chenai snorted coldly. Just a heavenly spirit immortal fruit. Chu Xian shook the fruit in his hand and grinned. Look at you. All sour because you can't have the grapes. The heavenly spirit immortal fruit only grows in extremely cold places. It is a top-quality spiritual fruit. Eating one can extend life, increase longevity by 100 years, and greatly improve cultivation. With luck, it might even help break through a whole realm. Nangong Ming said, you can start refining and consuming it now. Chu Xian was surprised. Now, refining and consuming it takes some time, and if a fight breaks out. Nangong Ming remained calm and said lazily, don't worry. Chu Xian touched the back of his head. Although he didn't understand, he obediently followed the instructions. He trusted Nangong Ming completely. The ancient beast's eyes fixed on Nangong Ming and snorted. Young man, it's your turn now. Nangong Ming's eyes sparkled. He lazily and gracefully released the sapling of the tree of life from his hand. The ancient beast opened its huge mouth and bit down hard. It seemed eager to deal with Nangong Ming. But in the next second, the ancient beast's eyes shone brightly. Good. This sapling of the tree of life is excellent. Boy, you have a bright future. As it finished speaking, the sky suddenly swirled with clouds and wind. In an instant, blue sky, white clouds, a gentle breeze. The huge body of the ancient beast, which had covered the sky, disappeared, leaving only two giant eyes in the void. Nangong Ming's perfectly shaped lips curled into a smile, and his voice was charming and deep. Thanks to my little princess. The ancient beast felt a bit awkward. This kid kept calling my little princess and my, clearly claiming ownership. The ancient beast couldn't help but think to itself, it's good that it knew when to stay quiet. The world has changed. It wondered how many old immortals in the upper realm would be furious if they saw this talented young man and talented young woman. He was really looking forward to it. The temple messenger announced, congratulations to Nangong Ming for passing the second test. Reward, a soulwood marrow flower. Su Qi trembled inside. This was a spiritual medicine that could help Nangong Ming heal his damaged heart blood. Ji Chainai burst out laughing. I knew it. How could they be so lucky every time? This is just a useless thing. Although the soulwood marrow flower was rare, for powerful experts with high cultivation, it was completely useless. Nangong Ming glanced faintly at Ji Chainai, his eyes calm like still water. Ji Chainai only felt a shiver down his spine, as if he had fallen into an icy pit. He wisely kept quiet. Nangong Ming gently stroked Su Qi's long black hair and smiled helplessly. Although it's a useless thing, it's still a reward. Su Qi was in a good mood. No, you're very lucky. I really like this soulwood marrow flower. Nangong Ming's eyes flashed with surprise, and he instinctively understood what Su Nian meant. It really is. Quite lucky. Nangong Ming gently pinched Su Nian's delicate cheek with his slender, porcelain-white hand, smiling with a charming, gentle, and affectionate look. It's a blessing from little Su Su. I am overjoyed. Su Nian found another spiritual medicine that could cure Nangong Ming. Feeling happy, she didn't mind his flirtatious attitude. To outsiders, this scene looked like playful teasing, full of deep affection. They couldn't imagine that the usually cold and ruthless Underworld king would be so doting once in love. His eyes were full of Su Nian, unable to see anyone else. Far away, Jiang Xue's heart felt as if it was being sharply pierced. A flash of viciousness crossed her face, then quickly disappeared. All right. If you keep flirting like that, I might just get angry and chase you away, she said. Although the ancient beast said this, it didn't dare to really attack. After all, it was eagerly waiting for the seedling of Su Nian's tree of life. This seedling was taller by 10 inches than the previous two. The ancient beast let out a loud roar and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, its eyes bulged with shock. Its blood-red eyes in the void emitted a terrifying aura of blood energy. The entire green sky suddenly filled with a frightening smell of blood. The sudden change made everyone tense up. Jiang Xue's heart pounded. Could it be that the seedling of Su Nian's tree of life caused trouble for the ancient beast? That would be wonderful. Jiang Xue looked at the beast with anticipation. staring intently. The world trembled violently. It was as if the entire space was making a screeching, tearing sound, about to collapse at any moment. Feng Qingwan angrily said, "Su Nian, did you give the ancient beast a fake seedling of the Tree of Life?" Zhang Xue seized the moment. "If this space collapses, I won't let you go." Su Nian's eyes turned cold with a sneer. "Who will let whom go is uncertain. You can try your tricks. Life and death are up to fate." Hearing this, Zhang Xue's heart fluttered with excitement, but her face darkened. She looked at Nan Gongming and said, "Underworld King." This is what she said. "Don't blame me when the time comes." Nan Gongming exuded a terrifying aura that made people feel afraid. His black eyes held a dark, frightening power. "Don't blame me for destroying the Mirror Moon Holy Land." Zhang Xue was furious. He was willing to destroy the Mirror Moon Holy Land just for a weak woman. Suddenly, a huge beast from ancient times burst into wild laughter. Ha ha! As it laughed, the blood-red energy around it vanished instantly. In a flash, the sky exploded with colorful light, dazzling and bright. Everyone felt as if pure spiritual energy was washing over them. Ha ha ha! This overlord is finally free, after 1,000 years. Ha ha ha! I am finally leaving this terrible place. Golden Crow Divine Clan, I will make you pay. Su Nian, if we meet again someday, I will definitely thank you properly. Before the ancient beast finished speaking, the colorful light suddenly disappeared as if time had reversed. The blood-red eyes and aura of the beast vanished completely into the void. Everyone was stunned.
What?
What just happened? Su Nian frowned deeply, lost in thought. Nan Gongming playfully pinched her cute nose, with a charming and mischievous smile. Your young sprout of the Tree of Life has completely healed the divine soul of the ancient beast, helping it escape. Su Nian was surprised. Was the effect really that good? She had only left the Tree of Life seed in the Phoenix God space for a while. If she had known it would work so well, she would have kept some roots to grow another one for herself. The temple messenger spoke. Congratulations to Su Nian for passing the second test. You are rewarded with a secret manual of space laws, a space law manual. This is a cultivation secret for space-type spiritual masters. Space-type spiritual masters are unique on the continent. Once mastered, they can tear space with their bare hands. They can also use space magic, appearing and disappearing at will in battle, catching enemies off guard. Ji Chainai stared intently at Su Nian, his eyes dark and serious. Su Nian, sell me the space law manual, no matter what price you ask. Zhang Xue also wanted to speak, but she was at odds with Su Nian. She comforted herself. No problem, I can just kill her later and take it. Luo Tiannin's eyes sparkled with greed. Sun Yo, if you sell me the secret of the space law, the Vanine Palace will agree to all your future needs. Sun Yo smirked coldly. Why should I sell it to you? Do you think it's just a basic spiritual element pill? Ji Chainai frowned. You're not a space-type spiritual master. Keeping it is useless. Just do me a favor. Sun Yo is definitely a space-type spiritual master. Moreover, she is a master of all elements. This space law secret book is exactly what she wants. Of course, she can't reveal her secret in front of Ji Chainai and the others. Sun Yo es nered, por favor? I think my space law secret book is more valuable. You. Ji Chinya's eyes turned sharp and sinister. Luo Tiannin's face lit up. If you won't sell it to her, you can sell it to me. Sun Yo. No, Luo Tiannin was angry. Why? Sun Yo smiled slightly. I might as well take it back and hide it under the table. Luo Tiannin's face twisted. You're crazy. This is the space law everyone dreams of. Do you even know what you're saying? Sun Yo responded casually. Of course I do. I can use my things however I want. Do you have a problem with that? Yes. Ji Chainai and Luo Tiannin shouted in unison. Sun Yo smiled faintly. If you have a problem, just hold it in. So frustrating. So frustrating. Ji Chinya's eyes darkened with murderous intent. Suddenly, the temple messenger spoke. The second barrier guard has broken free from confinement. Those who pass will be teleported to the third level immediately. Others will be expelled. This sentence was like a huge stone thrown into a lake, causing a huge wave. Ji Chainai trembled and asked loudly, "Why?" "We haven't even started the test yet." Jiang Shui almost fainted. "I knew you favored Su Niu. You gave her all the good stuff, and now you're kicking us out." "That's too much." The temple messenger's voice was cold. "From entering the second level, your test has already begun. This means they missed their chance." Ji Chenye's face showed a cold, fierce expression. The ancient beast disappeared because it ate the seedling of the tree of life given by Su Qi. It should be her who is punished, not us who are driven away instead. The temple envoy's voice was icy. Su Qi healed the divine spirit of the ancient beast. She was thanked, and now you want to punish her? Are you crazy with jealousy? Su Qi almost laughed out loud. This temple envoy was quite amusing. One sentence made Ji Chenyi and others stiffen. The seedling of the tree of life cultivated by Su Qi had completely healed the divine spirit of the ancient beast. They only knew that the ancient beast tested whether they could pass based on the power of the seedling. They had no idea that this thing could heal divine spirits. Luo Tianyin suddenly asked loudly, "Do you have another guardian to help us pass?" "We need to move on," the temple envoy said. "No, there is only one chance. If you miss it, you miss it. If you continue to cause trouble, I will report your bad behavior to the rules of heaven and earth and expel you from the dragon and phoenix secret realm." Now, Ji Chenyi was truly scared. If they were expelled from the secret realm, they would be mocked by everyone. The entire secret realm was so vast. It wasn't necessary to have the dragon phoenix, divine blood. But he was still unwilling. This trip was a complete loss. Ji Chenyi and the others, furious, stared at Su Qi, when suddenly a terrible pulling force threw them out. The four of them fell in a mess. They were completely expelled from the Dragon Phoenix Temple. I almost suspect that the Dragon Phoenix Temple is owned by her family. All the benefits are taken by that woman Su Qi. Feng Qingwan cursed loudly. A fierce, killing intent shone in Ji Chenye's eyes. "Let's go. We'll find other places. When she comes out, we must ambush her." Jiang Shui said, "If we can separate her from Lord Ming, it will be easier to attack." They discussed their plan, vowing to keep Su Qi's life in the Dragon Phoenix secret realm. Inside the temple's trial area, Su Qi, Nangong Ming, and Chu Xian, who was meditating to refine the heavenly spirit immortal fruit, arrived at the third trial zone. Su Qi found countless mirrors all around. She was all alone. Nangong Ming and Chu Xian were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, they had been separated. The voice of the temple messenger echoed from every direction. "Congratulations on reaching the third trial. Defeat your mirror images and you will pass." As soon as the voice faded, the reflections in the mirrors suddenly stepped out as if they were real. They surrounded Su Jiu completely. There were 10 of them, numbered from 1 to 10. Each one looked exactly like her, astonishingly beautiful, breathtaking to behold. But they were all different in temperament. Some were playful and cute, some cold and ruthless, some expressionless, some graceful and charming, and some proud and distant. One even looked gentle and tearful, lost in emotion. Greed, anger, obsession, hatred, love, disgust, desire, pride, doubt, each represented a different side of her heart. The sixth, the charming one, suddenly spoke. "You are me, and I am you. I am the part of you that longs the most. Join me, and together we will be one, able to control every desire in this world." The second, the cold one, said sharply, "Anyone who blocks me will be destroyed." The first, the love-struck one, pouted, "Brother Nangong loves me the most. I'm his precious one, He Sujio." "Brother Nangong? What on earth?" Without hesitation, Sujio threw a punch at the first clone. Though the love-struck clone looked fragile, her strength was exactly the same as Sujio's. Both were 9th-rank spirit masters. They clashed instantly. Powerful spiritual energy burst out wildly. The mirrors around them shattered, only to reform again. Their moves were identical. Every time Sujio attacked, The first clone seemed to predict her next move. Soon, Sujiu was slightly injured. The first clone giggled. Hee, you can't beat me. Suhiu. The air trembled and cracked. Under the crushing pressure, the entire space felt as if it might tear apart. Suddenly, the love-struck clone turned and ran, crying loudly, "Brother Nangong, please come save me." Sniff, sniff. While crying, she gathered a terrifying fireball that suddenly appeared behind Su Hui and attacked fiercely. Su Hui smiled charmingly, her expression cold and both sinister and enchanting. "Using my face to say such disgusting things, you really are foolish." Su Hui's fist turned and ruthlessly hit the clone's face. The powerful force shattered the fireball. With a punch, she smashed the clone's face into pieces. The other clones were shocked. "Same face, can you really do that?" Most importantly, how could she predict so accurately?
No way.
The first clone is love-struck, but the best at understanding people. How could it lose so quickly? All the clones instantly became alert. Su Hui looked indifferent. "All of you, come at me together." The third clone showed no expression. "You really want to fail? Don't want to pass the test?" Su Hui glanced at her casually. "Wrong. One by one is a waste of time." The fourth arrogant clone said. "You really more arrogant than me." Su Hui looked down on her. "Even if you're clones, I, at the same level, can sweep through armies." All the clones were shocked. The fifth clone's eyes narrowed dangerously. "How come we didn't know that?" Su Hui raised her head. "Aren't you clones? How can you not know such basic information?" All the clones. "They are illusions created by the rules of heaven and earth." Did the rules of heaven and earth give this test taker a backdoor? Such an important message was missed. "Go!" the 10th clone suddenly ordered. In an instant, 9 identical people charged at Su Hui furiously. But soon, "Clone 2, why are you attacking me?" "Clone 6, you hit the wrong person." "Clone 7, please pay attention to your attack direction."
Ah.
"Clone 8, are you trying to die?" The scene was chaotic. Ice swords, fireballs, fierce winds, earth escapes. All kinds of sharp and deadly moves, each one more lethal than the last. She mistakenly attacked the wrong person. Hidden among them, Su Nua smiled coldly. Her clone can transform into her, so why can't she pretend to be her clone? Although she is invincible within her level, who says she must fight them directly using her spiritual power? In less than a tea break's time, Su Nua seized the perfect moment. She killed each of her clones. Only 2 clones remained. Clone number 9 and clone number 10. But these 2 clones were badly injured and barely alive. Su Nua fed them each a spiritual essence pill of master level, softly saying, "You stay alive first." The 2 clones looked confused. "Do you even know what you're saying? You hurt us badly and are still hanging on to life? Are our clones not human? Don't they feel pain?" A slight smile appeared on Su Nua's face. "I find this testing area very good for practicing. As long as you don't die, I can keep practicing." The 2 clones looked shocked. "So, we're just tools, right? Is it okay to bully clones like this?" Su Nua smiled sweetly. "Good." The 2 clones. What kind of tone is this for coaxing a puppy? In the end, the 2 clones obediently followed her orders. Clone 9 looked at Su Nua meditating nearby, looking frustrated. "I've never seen a clone doing so badly." Clone 10 glanced at her. "She didn't revive you repeatedly or leave you half dead. You should be grateful." Clone 10 could easily imagine that if Su Nua really targeted her, the consequences would be terrible. This master is more than just a pervert. Clone 9. Meanwhile, Su Nua's soul and body were inside the Phoenix God space, practicing according to the Space Law Manual. This testing area was a mirror clone. She had a premonition that if she could also create a real clone, it would greatly help her future cultivation path. The Space Law Manual has 3 levels. First level of Space Law, Space Domain. In this realm, one can isolate and block out everything from the outside world, strengthen the space's gravity, freeze time, and become unpredictable and unstoppable, truly the absolute ruler. The second level of the Space Law, Space Concealment. It allows one to become invisible within their domain and sense all objects nearby. The third level of the space law, space ripping. This involves tearing space to teleport oneself to another place, with the distance depending on one's strength. A complex, obscure chant slowly flows from the soul-like form of Su Hui, word by word. Countless tiny points of light swirl around her meridians. They shine like divine light, pure and holy. Time gradually passes. When she opens her eyes again, a bright blue glow flashes in Su Hui's eyes. The first level of the Space Law Secret Manual, Space Domain, has been achieved. Su Hui slowly stretches, feeling much lighter. At that moment, the voice of the temple messenger sounds. Congratulations to Nangong Ming for breaking through 6 levels in 1 hour, perfectly passing the 9-level test and receiving a reward.
Su Hui blinks.
How is it that she only trained for a short while, yet Nangong Ming has already passed 9 levels? Her 2 clones look at her with a resentful expression. You trained for 7 days and 7 nights. Su Hui looks surprised. 7 days and 7 nights. And what does the messenger mean by 1 hour? Suddenly, her face changes. Oh no, Nangong Ming. Before she finishes, she feels a tightness around her waist, and she suddenly falls into a broad, hard embrace. The hot chest and warm breath reveal the man's anxious and restless mood.
Su Hui blinks repeatedly.
She nudges him, but Nangong Ming's grip is too strong. He holds her tightly, as if wanting to merge her into his bones and blood, making it impossible to push him away. Her heart pounds. What's wrong? Nangong Ming suddenly turns his head sharply, his black eyes swirling with a terrifying storm. He radiates destructive, overwhelming power, crazy, suffocating, obsessive, and dark. Such a frightening look. Such a terrifying aura. Her 2 clones turn pale. They raise their hands in surrender. This has nothing to do with us. We've already been defeated long ago. We've been waiting for this big shot to finish training and self-destruct. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 clones fled like escapees and exploded with a loud bang. Self-destruction is better than being tortured. That man clearly is a pervert. Who would want to die at his hands? The 2 clones cried and disappeared completely. Su Chi couldn't help but burst into laughter. She shook with laughter, shoulders trembling. Nangong Ming stiffened all over. Only then did he realize that Su Chi was not only unharmed but full of energy, and her strength seemed to have increased. Nangong Ming slowly exhaled a cloud of breath, smiling helplessly. A teasing look appeared in Su Chi's eyes. Prince of the Underworld, so mighty. Nangong Ming gently brushed her delicate nose with his finger, a mischievous smile on his face. Playful girl, I have even more power. Do you want to try, little Su Su? Su Chi rolled her eyes in frustration. You're so inappropriate. By the way, how did you pass all the tests so quickly? Did you get the Dragon Phoenix Divine Blood? Su Chi asked. Nangong Ming pursed his lips. After I passed the 3rd test, I didn't see you appear. Su Chi raised an eyebrow. And then, Nangong Ming's voice was charming and deep. I wanted to return to the 3rd zone, but the rules of heaven and earth only allow exit, not re-entry. Once you leave, you can never come back, from what the temple messenger said. Only by passing all the tests and obtaining the Dragon Phoenix Divine Blood can you appear at any test zone at will. Su Chi was surprised. So, in a fit of anger, you broke through 6 levels in just 1 hour? Impressive. She then realized that the time flow in the 3rd zone was faster than in the other zones. That explained the 7 days and nights the 2 clones mentioned earlier. Su Chi understood. I was careless. She had intended to use the special area here to quickly cultivate space laws and study how to gather clones. She didn't expect Nangong Ming, worried about her, to become angry and pass all the tests quickly. Su Chi's eyes narrowed dangerously. Are you hurt? She grabbed Nangong Ming's wrist to check his pulse. Nangong Ming held her small hand and looked at her with a resentful gaze. I'm hurt. Where are you hurt? Su Chi was slightly surprised. His pulse showed no abnormal signs. Nangong Ming placed her hand over his heart, his handsome face looking pitifully at her, saying, Here, this guy started acting pitiful again. Su Hui couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She smiled and said, "Yes, yes, yes, Your Majesty the Underworld King is worried." Nan Gongming silently looked at her, with a look of complaint in his eyes. "You don't really care about me," Su Hui blinked. Maybe because of the blood in her heart. She could feel his unease, anxiety, and panic. He was afraid something might happen to her. Suddenly, a memory flashed in Su Hui's mind of the last time she didn't comfort him, and then threw a tantrum and left. She tilted her head to look at Nan Gongming. Suddenly, Su Hui tiptoed, her slender arm passing through his lean waist, and she hugged him. Nan Gongming's whole body stiffened, his ears turning bright red. His heart was pounding wildly out of control. A wave of happiness flooded his heart, and a smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Although he often playfully hugged her with a mischievous smile, this was the first time she took the initiative to hug him. Progress. Happiness came so suddenly. Nan Gongming wished time could stop at this moment. His long, strong arms firmly held her, his white fingers lifting her chin, about to kiss her deeply. At that moment, Chu Xian suddenly appeared. He seemed to fall from the sky, landing flat on his back. Nan Gongming froze. Su Hui suddenly pushed him away. "Ow." Chu Xian got up. Hey, big brother, is my wife okay?" Chu Xian was speaking when he suddenly met his own boss's terrifying eyes. As if he wanted to kill him. Chu Xian looked confused. "What did I do to offend you?" Nan Gongming's face darkened. "Get lost." Chu Xian. "All right." Immediately, he ran away quickly, very skillful. Su Hui chuckled softly. Nan Gongming gritted his teeth. "Let's continue." Su Hui acted as if nothing happened. "Continue what?" "Come, I will help you refine the Dragon Phoenix divine blood." Nan Gongming. The time flow in the third trial area was faster than outside. 7 days and nights passed again. Su Hui finally pulled out the last foaming divine needle and slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Nan Gongming's thick eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. His beautiful eyes, vast like stars, seemed to shine with the brightest light in the world, dazzling and captivating. The powerful aura surrounding him was even more mysterious and hard to understand, like an abyss, deep, unpredictable, and extremely dangerous. Su Hui smiled brightly. "Your damaged cultivation has recovered 70%. Just one more medicine, and you'll be fully restored." Nan Gongming's handsome, commanding face fixed his gaze on her steadily, unblinking. There was a seductive, alluring sense of restraint that made people feel drawn in. At this moment, he seemed like a fierce beast lurking in an abyss, ready to strike at the right moment.
Suvie instinctively felt danger.
She thought, "This isn't good." She turned around and ran. Nan Gongming's lips curled into a slightly wicked, overbearing smile. Playful and rebellious, yet incredibly strong. He raised his hand, and suddenly, the wind rose. Su Hui's vision blurred, and she found herself falling into his arms. Nan Gongming's large hand grabbed the back of her head. His presence was overwhelming, hot as fire. A wild, intense aura surrounded them. Su Hui's mind went blank. Their eyes met, those deep, black eyes like a dark pond, swirling with feelings that threatened to swallow her whole. Like an endless, mysterious ocean, radiating irresistible charm, tempting her to fall deeper. Su Hui's whole body stiffened, shock flashing in her eyes. In an instant, Nan Gongming felt her slip away from his embrace, and he froze. He slightly lowered his head, his brows furrowing. After a moment of silence, a sigh echoed in the air. No wonder his little wife used the teleportation skill with the immortal king's leg bones to escape. She ran faster than a rabbit. Nan Gongming smiled helplessly. He could only take a deep breath to calm his body. Chu Xian was waiting boredly in the Dragon Phoenix temple, finally seeing Su Hui come out. "Older sister-in-law, how is the boss?" Chu Xian eagerly ran over. Su Hui glared at him, expressionless, and walked away. Chu Xian was confused. After a while, he saw Nan Gongming's figure again. "Boss, what about sister-in-law?" Nan Gongming glanced at him coldly and snorted. Chu Xian. No way. Both of them are like that? Chu Xian hurried to catch up. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and spoke faster than he thought. Boss, did you make your sister-in-law angry? Ming paused and looked back at him. Chu Xian was stunned. Really? Is there anyone in this world brave enough to upset the Lord of the Underworld? But if that person is Su Hui, then it makes sense. Chu Xian looked suspicious. What did you do? It's hard to make your sister-in-law happy again once she's upset. Ming's forehead twitched, and he took a deep breath. Can you make people happy? Chu Xian proudly said, I get excited just talking about it. I've seen pigs run, even if I haven't eaten one. Girls love flowers the most. If you give flowers to your sister-in-law, she'll definitely be happy. And when she's happy, she'll forgive you. Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Flowers? Chu Xian guaranteed. She'll definitely like it. Ming looked thoughtful. Chu Xian took out an old, dusty book from the corner of his space ring. He brushed the dust off the cover. Here, this is a book I found at the market by chance, called 365 Ways to Win Your Wife's Heart. I haven't even opened it yet, so I don't know if it's suitable. Boss, you can study it. Chu Xian forcibly handed the book to Ming, smiling happily. Hee, after 1,000 years, the iron tree blooms, but I haven't even won my sister-in-law's heart yet, and I've already made her angry. I must tell the second brother when I go back, ha ha ha. Chu Xian burst out laughing and ran away. Ming. That brat, tired of living? Ming lowered his gaze, his eyes falling on the words winning her heart on the cover. His elegant fingers slowly tapped down, casually flipping it open. The first scene caught his eye, and his expression changed slightly. Inside, a variety of patterns. Ming closed the book heavily, took a deep, forceful breath, and a faint blush flashed at his ear. His eyes narrowed dangerously. If this book didn't carry Chu Xian's scent, proving he hadn't read it, he would definitely beat that brat up. And then continue training for another month. Chu Xian ran far away, shivering inexplicably, his back feeling cold. Su Gui immediately left the Dragon Phoenix Divine Palace. All the treasures there had already been looted. There are only 3 areas left in the Dragon Phoenix secret realm that she hasn't visited: the Purple Vine Immortal Residence, the Tomb of the Immortal Emperor, and the Phoenix Divine Blood Ruins. Suddenly, a black light shot straight into the sky from the northeast. Thunder roared wildly across the sky, mixed with endless blood energy layered like a web of lightning, covering the dark sky. Surrounding cultivators exclaimed, "What's that place?" "It's the tomb of the Immortal Emperor, the most dangerous and mysterious forbidden zone in the Dragon Phoenix secret realm. Such a terrifying phenomenon. Could some monster be born there? Where there's danger, there's opportunity. Let's go and check it out." Countless cultivators hurriedly rushed toward the scene.
Sugi looked calm.
The tomb of the Immortal Emperor was a bit far from this area. Ming and the others hadn't come out yet. She didn't plan to go there. Just as she was about to leave, her expression suddenly changed. In the Phoenix Divine space, a shadow appeared. It was an ancient, noble black zither. 4 ancient fierce beasts stood at each corner of the instrument: Taotai, Taowu, Chaos, and Cheongqi. Each beast radiated killing intent and oppressive aura. The entire zither exuded an ancient, timeless aura, blending divine and demonic energies, as if eternity itself flowed through it. This was the ancient divine artifact, the Heavenly Demon Zither. The Heavenly Demon Zither her beautiful mother told her to find. Through the Heavenly Demon Zither, she might have a chance to find the heir of the ancient 8 clans. Su Gui gazed into the distance, looking at the dark sky swirling with thunder. The guidance from the Phoenix Divine space indicated that it was very likely that the Heavenly Demon Zither would appear. She hesitated slightly, then with a flick of her finger, a tiny spiritual crane for communication quietly flew out. This spiritual crane could send her whereabouts to Ming. To prevent this naive man from worrying unnecessarily, Su Gui vanished on the spot. In an instant, she teleported hundreds of miles away. The bones of the immortal king were really useful. Su Gui was somewhat satisfied and continued heading toward the tomb of the immortal emperor. But what she didn't know was, just shortly after she left, the flying spiritual crane was suddenly caught by a large hand. The next moment, everything was suddenly cut off without mercy. Ji Chainai looked in the direction where Su Hui was leaving, a cruel and cold smile appearing on his face. Ancient people were right. Waiting by the tree for rabbits does work. Still trying to send a message to Nangongming? Just wait to die. Su Hui had so many treasures on her that she wouldn't waste time searching elsewhere. He had only pretended to talk with Jiang Shui and the others to confuse others. Once he defeated Su Hui, he would frame Jiang Shui and the others. Perfect plan. Prince of the Underworld, I can't wait to see you go crazy, ha ha. Ji Chainai laughed wildly, his face full of dark, malicious intent. He quickly chased after her. 15 minutes later, Su Hui finally reached the area of the tomb of the immortal emperor. A barrier filled with lightning and thunder appeared before her. The whole area was covered in black mist. Blood energy was everywhere, and wreckage was hidden all around. A heavy sense of killing intent filled the air.
Sui stepped forward slowly.
But just as she stepped into the tomb of the immortal emperor, countless sharp, screeching sounds suddenly erupted. Dark energy, like evil spirits, fiercely attacked. The tomb of the immortal emperor was full of evil spirits. Even a fifth-rank spiritual master dares to break into the tomb of the immortal emperor? Ha ha ha, no one cares about their life. Then let's fill these leftover souls a bit. Ha ha. Countless evil spirits swarmed toward Su Hui, viciously trying to devour her. Su Hui's expression was calm. She gathered a purple lightning bolt in her palm. Lightning-type spiritual master? Ha ha ha, little ant. Don't you know how many lightning geniuses have fallen in the tomb of the immortal emperor? We love lightning power the most, ha ha. Suddenly, Su Hui was surrounded by thousands of evil spirits. Hidden cultivators watching from afar shook their heads. Another arrogant, ignorant, and foolish person was dead. The evil spirits in the tomb of the immortal emperor were all at least 9th rank in strength. A small 5th rank spiritual master, even if rare as a lightning type, would only become food for the evil spirits. But just as the cultivators turned to leave, a cold, bloodthirsty voice slowly echoed from within the evil spirit's circle. Too noisy. A terrifying burst of purple lightning exploded, and a huge lightning net wrapped around each evil spirit. Gee! A sharp, piercing sound echoed loudly into the sky. Su Nyo was about to destroy them all. But suddenly she stopped. Many mysterious thunder rune symbols appeared in her mind. The complex runes merged into her meridians and consciousness. Su Nyo's eyes lit up. These were the thunder principles she gained from the Dragon Phoenix Temple trial. And surprisingly, the thunder principles were the enemy's weakness. Not only that, these evil spirits could help her cultivate her thunder power. Su Nyo felt a little excited. She had been worried about how to practice her lightning abilities. Now, these evil spirits appeared just in time. She controlled her lightning net, trying to crush one evil spirit. A puff of white smoke rose slowly. At the same time, inside her mind, a drop of thunder liquid fell into her sea of consciousness. Another evil spirit was crushed, and her thunder sea gained another drop of thunder liquid. This meant crushing one evil spirit could create one drop of thunder liquid. Su Nyo was so excited just thinking about it. Her beautiful phoenix eyes stared at the evil spirit in front of her. Her gaze sparkled with intensity. Countless evil spirits shivered. Why do I feel like I'm being targeted with a terrifying sense of danger? Su Nyo's lips curled into a wicked smile. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning burst out. Bright rays of light and surging thunder filled the sky. Countless evil spirits were instantly struck down by lightning. Meanwhile, within Su Nyo's spiritual thunder sea, a mighty thunderstorm began to brew. Her eyes shone brightly. I like the scene. She smirked and looked at the evil spirits still rushing toward her. In an instant, countless evil spirits felt an unprecedented danger. Such a terrifying gaze. The evil spirits, who had been rushing forward wildly, suddenly turned and ran in panic. Many spirits shouted, "This is crazy. Run away. Ha ha ha. Run now." Sunyo raised an eyebrow. "Want to escape? Did you ask me first?" Her figure moved like a ghost among the spirits. Where she went, explosions sounded. Her laughter was sharp and piercing, white smoke swirling around. The evil spirits screamed in fear and scattered in all directions. Where did this freak come from? Why are they attacking us? We're just evil spirits. You're so mean to the evil spirits, boo-hoos. The monks secretly watching were very shocked. Did they see wrong? Why is it that the evil spirits, who usually chase them so fiercely they can't breathe, are now being chased and screamed at by a little girl, jumping around and running away in fear? Is the world going crazy? The monks looked confused. Sunyo was happily chasing. The evil spirits were running away, crying out loud. Soon, all the evil spirits outside the burial place of the immortal emperor either escaped or died. The once dark and chaotic area suddenly became very lonely. The legendary fierce evil spirits could not be found anywhere. Sunyo crossed her arms and said, "Hey, come out, everyone, let's play together." The evil spirits hiding in the dark trembled. Pervert. Too perverted. Someone please chase this little witch away, boo-hoo.
Sunyo Said.
All right, next time you see me, remember not to run so fast. She still had her Thunder Sea ready. Sunyo looked inside her Thunder Sea, which was almost overflowing, feeling very happy. Suddenly, her Thunder Sea stirred up a strong wind and huge waves. Sunyo felt a burst of joy. She sensed that the restriction on her dantian was loosening a little. Is this a sign of advancing? Sunyo was a bit surprised. Why so soon? This place isn't suitable for advancing now. Although Sunyo had already reached the threshold of the spirit sect realm, she still suppressed the powerful energy inside her. Just as she was about to take a step forward, there was a clanging sound. An old, rusty broken sword blocked her path.
Sunyo blinked.
How did this broken sword appear? It wasn't there just now. She poked it with her toe. The broken sword stayed still, rust falling from its blade. Frowning, Sunyo looked at the sword, feeling something strange about it. Suddenly, whoosh. A dangerous pressure of a powerful expert, mixed with a fierce wind and blood-stained aura, rushed toward her. 4 or 5 people in black suddenly appeared around Sunyo, surrounding her. They were all dressed in black, with only sharp eagle-like eyes visible, cold, vicious, and cruel. Sunyo narrowed her eyes. All of these people were at the spirit sect level. 5th rank spirit master. The leader of the black-clad men sneered. Did they really send so many spirit sect experts? I thought it would be someone really powerful. Another black-clad man chuckled mockingly. It's just this face, it's okay. Su Lin's eyes were calm and steady, and her voice was soft. Who sent you here? No one answered her question. Instead, one of the black-clad men grinned fiercely. Looks like today's bounty was a freebie. The leader of the black-clad men spoke coldly, without any emotion, as if he were a walking corpse. As soon as he gave the order, everyone charged at Su Lin wildly. Each move was full of killing intent, aiming to kill instantly. They wanted to end the fight quickly. Su Lin's eyes remained calm and untroubled.
Good.
She also wanted to test whether her fighting ability had declined. The gap between a spirit master and a spirit sect is huge. But so what? Su Lin always fights gods and kills demons. Suddenly, Su Lin disappeared. The black-clad men rushing forward almost fell flat on their faces. Disappeared? Is it a ground teleportation talisman? Number 3 black-clad man sneered coldly. But then, in the next second, a sinister voice sounded in his ear, chilling like a ghost's soul-eating scream. No, it's the pursuit blade, Su Lin said indifferently. She didn't vanish. She moved with lightning-fast teleportation. Whoosh! A broken sword pierced through number 3 black-clad man's dantian. Her spiritual power surged wildly. Number 3 black-clad man immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, his cultivation retreating rapidly. His cold corpse fell heavily to the ground, eyes bulging, face showing disbelief, terror, despair, and unwillingness. More than anything, he was stunned. Wasn't he only a 5th-rank spirit master? How could she kill him with one strike? Su Lin stood facing the wind, holding the rusty, broken sword that had just blocked her way. This scene shocked the other 4 men deeply. Third brother, the leader of the black-clad men, shouted angrily, glaring at Su Lin with murderous intent. Isn't she a 5th-rank spirit master? How could she kill third brother with one move? Number 2 black-clad man roared angrily. The leader took a deep breath and said, "We underestimated her. She must be more than 5th rank. The information from the buyer was wrong. First, we kill her, then go back and settle accounts with the buyer." The spiritual energy pressure in the spirit realm suddenly erupted wildly. Dust flew everywhere, and killing intent filled the air. The leader of the black-clad men had eyes like venomous snakes. He formed his 5 fingers into claws and slowly gathered a crackling, lightning-filled energy sphere. The sphere grew brighter and brighter, dazzlingly intense, reflecting the leader's dull eyes with a more cruel look. "Die for me," the black-clad man roared, pouring all his strength into fiercely throwing the lightning sphere. A sense of destruction filled the air. The powerful thunder force caused the air to crackle and twist. The lightning sphere exploded, causing the ground to shake violently. The leader of the black-clad men looked at the scene with disdain. Under the lightning sphere, no one survived. Especially not this insignificant ant before him. However, in the next second, the smile on the leader's face froze, and his eyes widened in horror. The scene of dismemberment and destruction did not happen as expected. Instead, the beautiful girl stood in the wind, standing apart from the world. She looked cold and indifferent, her face stunningly beautiful yet icy and chilling. Her aura was terrifying and bloodthirsty, like a demon from controlling life and death in the world. "Your thunder power is just trash," the girl said, dressed in icy blue armor. The armor shimmered with electric sparks, exuding a powerful pressure. "Sea Emperor armor," one of the black-clad men exclaimed in surprise. The leader's eyes flashed with greed. "No wonder you're so arrogant. Hand over the divine artifact, the Sea Emperor armor, and I'll leave you a complete body." Sun Yen raised her gaze, her voice charming. "You want it? Then come and fight for it," the black-clad man shouted sternly. "Refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Die! Attack now!" All the black-clad men charged forward wildly. Sun Yen's lips curled slightly, her noble and commanding presence surrounding her. She formed symbols with her hands, and lightning-like energy spread across her delicate white hands like a serpent. Her cold voice made people feel a terrifying urge to kneel and submit. Punishment of the thunder. As she finished speaking, thunder roared across the sky. 4 terrifying bolts of lightning twisted and snarled, like furious dragons. The 4 black-clad men paused, looking up at the terrifying lightning dragon in the sky, their eyes filled with fear and suspicion, their spines shivering. The second man in black found it hard to believe. Why can she summon such terrifying lightning? The leader of the black-clad men changed color dramatically, eyes filled with horror. "It's over. We've caused big trouble. This lightning clearly isn't ordinary. Who exactly is this woman?"
"Run."
Quickly, the black-clad men shouted desperately, shadows of death looming over them. The terrifying, fierce lightning struck down hard, hitting all 4 of them precisely. All 4 black-clad men let out piercing screams, like pigs being slaughtered, heart-wrenching and unbearable. Their bodies were struck with black smoke billowing out, flesh and blood torn apart. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Su Nua stepped on the leader's body, her deep, dark eyes like a black pond, looking down at everything. "Tell me, who wants to take my life?" The black-clad leader didn't expect to still be alive. But facing the girl's eyes, he was terrified to death. He instinctively wanted to bite through the poison pouch in his mouth. Su Noa kicked him hard, knocking off his jaw. Her black phoenix eyes suddenly shone with that icy blue light. The eyes of fate activate. Suddenly, the black-clad leader felt a chilling sensation, as if his soul was being read. Fairy Shui, who do you want to kill this time? 30 purple crystal stones for her life. Oh, whose life is so valuable. I want to tear Su Nua into pieces and keep her life in the dragon and phoenix secret realm. If I could humiliate her and then kill her, that would be even better. Scenes of Jiang Shui negotiating with the leader of the black-clad men entering the dragon and phoenix secret realm appeared in Su Nua's mind. Su Nua's expression was cold, a mocking smile curling her lips. So her life was only worth 30 purple crystal stones? And they still wanted to humiliate her? Her smile was enchanting and ghostly, like a blooming flower on the riverbank of the river of forgetfulness, bloodthirsty, cold, deadly, and alluring. The black-clad man's eyes turned black as he looked at Su Nua's smile, feeling terrified beyond words, as if a vengeful ghost was squeezing his heart, ready to explode at any moment.
Sono kitsked him fierseli.
In an instant, the bodies were torn apart. The lifeless heads rolled into the pile of graves. Blood flows rapidly, with fierce eyes bulging and anger in its gaze. The dark, hollow eyes are filled with fear of death and desperate frustration. Su Hui looked around. The area was covered in white mist, silent and still. There were graves and tombs, filled with a deadly aura. Su Hui threw away her broken sword and clapped her hands. It still works okay, but it's a broken sword, she said, glancing at the sword and talking to herself as she walked. It seems I need to find a better weapon. Following the guidance of the Phoenix God Space, she headed toward the forbidden central area of the Immortal Emperor's tomb. After taking a few steps, she suddenly looked back. There was nothing behind her, silent and empty. Only a broken sword lay in the dirt. Su Hui narrowed her eyes, and a sly smile appeared on her face. In an instant, she disappeared. Hey, hey, hey! The broken sword suddenly jumped up as if it had come back to life. It hopped around anxiously, looking for something. Are you looking for me? Su Hui's dark voice came from behind the sword. The sword paused, standing stiffly in place. It seemed it wasn't the one bouncing earlier. Su Hui crossed her arms, a playful smile on her face. She muttered to herself, "There's probably something else that hasn't been destroyed yet. It looks like I need to finish it off." A thick shadow fell on the sword. Just as she was about to step down with her foot, the broken sword, which was damaged, suddenly flipped over and dodged her foot. Hey, hey, hey! Woman! You're so cruel. Your old man is so invincible, adorable, and handsome. How could you step on me? A childish voice came from the sword. It was chattering loudly, a bit annoying. Su Hui raised an eyebrow. What is that? The sword bristled.
What?
What? I am the top fierce sword from ancient times. Fierce sword.
Roar.
Very fierce, Su Hui chuckled softly. It reminded her of a 3-year-old wearing a diaper, acting cute but fierce. Oh, a fierce sword? Okay. Without looking back, Su Hui turned to leave. Hey, hey, hey. How can you be so calm? I'm talking about the fierce sword. I am the top fierce sword from ancient times. The broken sword chirped as it jumped up and down. As an ancient fierce sword, it was surprisingly disliked. The broken sword doubted its own existence. Su Nua said, "Really?" The broken sword was shocked. "You don't believe me?" Su Nua glanced at it. "Let's see if you're really fierce." The broken sword howled. Woo! Its soft, gentle sound was harmless. The broken sword looked sad. I'm about to cry. No, Miss Beauty, I am truly the #1 fierce sword from ancient times. It was just a problem during my training. Once I recover, I will dominate the world, Su Nua pointed out sharply. That means you lost the fight and were abandoned here in the tomb of the Immortal Emperor, the broken sword exclaimed. What a clever Miss Beauty. The sword suddenly drooped in disappointment. Su Nua said casually, I don't take useless little brothers. The broken sword seemed to jump with joy. It excitedly said, I know where there are good treasures. Take me with you, and I can help you find treasures. This beautiful sister looks so powerful. She has a mysterious aura that attracts it. Otherwise, it wouldn't sacrifice its sleep to come out and block her way. Everyone knows that the treasures in the tomb of the immortal emperor are buried underground. But they don't know where the entrance to the underground palace is. This tomb connects directly to the center of the immortal emperor's tomb. The broken sword led Su Nua to a dark, gloomy tomb mound. The 3-story-high tomb gave a feeling of bloodthirsty cruelty. There were wreckage everywhere around. On the mound, bright red spiritual flowers grew. A butterfly fluttered among the blood-colored flowers, sparking faint electric flashes. Su Nua felt her hidden demonic energy suddenly roar wildly inside her. Her starry, bright phoenix eyes flashed with light as her fingertips gently touched the blood-colored flowers. "Don't touch it," the broken sword shouted. "This is the immortal burial spirit flower. It will drain your spiritual power." Su Nua raised her elegant brow and quickly plucked a flower.
Ah?
Drop it, drop it. Your cultivation will be ruined." The broken sword hurried forward to stop her, anxious beyond words. But then, it saw that the immortal burial spirit flower in her hand didn't absorb her spiritual energy at all. He affectionately rubbed Su Hui's smooth, delicate hand. Black silk threads wrapped around her wrist, looking very cheerful. "Broken sword. Is it in the wrong place? This might be a fake spirit flower of the burial immortal. Where did the spirit flower of the burial immortal go after it had all its spiritual power drained? This flower looks pretty. I guess it likes me." Su Hui's lips curl up. She wouldn't tell Broken Sword the truth. This spirit flower of the burial immortal was born from demonic energy. Because of a mutation, it only absorbs spiritual power, constantly providing nutrients for survival. It can automatically convert spiritual power into demonic energy, but only within the spirit flower itself. Suddenly, the spirit flower of the burial immortal withered. All the demonic energy inside the spirit flower was absorbed by Su Hui's Dantian. Broken sword. That was a critical hit worth 10,000 points. Aren't you a witch? How could you make such a terrifying spirit flower wither? Witch. Su Hui's voice was lazy. No, she is the child of gods and demons. The title, witch, doesn't suit her. Su Hui waved her arm. All the spirit flowers of the burial immortal around her were gathered and stored in her space. Broken sword. Mom, I want to go home. It suspects it has jumped into a fire pit. The female demon boss is so scary. Open the door. Su Hui spoke. Broken sword happily jumped onto the top of the grave mound. Its tail drew a strange star-shaped totem. Suddenly, an entrance to an underground palace appeared. When the underground palace entrance opened, a cold wind blew in. Faint flames flickered to life. Su Hui wasn't worried that Broken Sword was lying to her. No creature could lie in front of the Eye of Creation without being exposed. She glanced inside Broken Sword. Inside its body, she saw a dirty, ragged 3-year-old child with bright eyes. "I know this underground palace best. No need to worry about traps or hidden arrows. With me here, I can get any treasure you want." Broken Sword bounced around proudly, speaking nonstop. Su Hui looked at a mark on the ground and slowly spoke. "Oh, is that so?" the little sword spirit baby angrily said. "Of course. Don't you believe me? Besides me, no one else can come in. These treasures can't just disappear into thin air." Su Hui pointed at the ground. "Then tell me, what is this, huh?" "Footprints." The little sword spirit baby stared at the suddenly appearing footprints, stunned. The sword spirit's hair stood on end. "Who the heck came to steal the house? Don't speak." Su Hui's sharp ears twitched. A faint fighting sound came from ahead. 300 meters ahead. The sound grew closer. "Bailey Shangyu, hand over the treasure box. There are so many of us, and you're just one person alone. If you hand over the treasure box, I might let you go. If not, the sacred land of Win's Bailey family might lose an heir today." Su Hui's eyes narrowed dangerously. It's Jiang Shui's voice.
Sui's gaze shifted.
The place was a circular hall. Facing Jiang Shui and others was a young girl in blue. The girl had delicate features and a cold aura. Her phoenix eyes were clear like water. At this moment, she looked pale, with many wounds and bloodstains. Clearly, her spiritual power was almost exhausted. But she still tightly gripped the black treasure box. She radiated a fierce, unyielding killing intent. Jiang Shui, killing me won't necessarily let you go unscathed, Bailey Shangyu sneered, with a look of desperate resolve. Jiang Shui scoffed contemptuously. Just you? You no longer have the spiritual power to self-destruct. Feel free to try any tricks. Bailey Shangyu clenched her fists with a cracking sound. Attack, Jiang Shui ordered. A strong fighter behind her rushed forward swiftly. Bailey Shangyu's face turned fierce. She suddenly slashed her sword fiercely at her own arm. She clearly saw the woman press a switch on the sword handle, causing the blade to instantly fill with deadly poison. Once this poison touches her, the woman knew Jiang Shui would definitely her black treasure box. She poisoned herself to make the treasure box covered in deadly poison. No matter what Jiang Shui encounters, she will die from poisoning. She is quite a fierce person, but her methods are a bit foolish. Su Hui's fingertips move slightly. A hidden weapon shoots out fiercely. Bailey Shangyu's sword suddenly breaks into two pieces. In front of her, a stunningly beautiful girl walks out gracefully. Her face is like white jade, delicate and flawless, breathtakingly beautiful. Her elegant aura is like a divine being from the heavens, noble and mysterious. Under her deep black eyes, her gaze is commanding and disdainful of everything, as if she controls the world's highest power. People feel scared and dare not oppose her. Bailey Shangyu's eyes show a hint of amazement. After the surprise, her eyes become cautious. This person feels very dangerous. Why did you save me? Bailey Shangyu asked. Su Hui's expression is calm. Oh, I was blocking the way. Bailey Shangyu. Are you serious? Jiang Shui, seeing Su Hui, is shocked. You actually didn't die. What exactly did those black-clad people do? Jiang Shui's eyes stare fiercely at Su Hui, wishing she could punish her severely. Su Hui lifts her gaze. You've died 100 times, but I will still live well. Jiang Shui's face turns pale. She looks behind Su Hui, but doesn't see Nangong Ming. A slight smile appears on her face. You dare to come here alone to the dangerous tomb of the immortal emperor. It seems you've been abandoned by someone. Before she finishes speaking, the broken sword suddenly rushes out. Ugly thing, you've been abandoned too. Your whole family's been abandoned. My beautiful sister is loved by everyone. Flowers bloom for her. Those who chase her or pamper her are lining up to go to the upper realm. Who are you? Shouting here nonsense. Dead old hag. Get lost. Get out of the underground palace. Bad luck. The broken sword jumps up and zips out with a whoosh. It crashes down Jiang Shui's head. The entire underground palace echoes with sharp knocking sounds. Jiang Shui is stunned. Where did this broken sword come from? Suddenly, several large blisters swell on her head. Bailey Shangyu, standing nearby, is also stunned.
Wow.
That's so fierce. Jiang Shui was furious, jumping with rage. Broken sword, you're asking for death. Jiang Shui's spiritual power surged wildly, erupting like volcanic lava. Her face twisted with anger, her eyes filled with hatred. Powerful spiritual energy attacked the broken sword. If it hit, the sword would be destroyed, and her spirit would be lost. Su Nyo's eyes sharpened. A terrifying aura of death and danger filled the air. A shadow swiftly flashed past. Su Nyo kicked Jiang Shui hard in the face. Her powerful foot, full of immense strength, ruthlessly sent Jiang flying. Ah, a heart-wrenching scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the hall. Third miss. Someone shouted in alarm. Jiang Shui's eyes darkened, and she was unsteadily helped up by others. Ugh, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Among the blood, a few broken teeth rolled around. You! Jiang Shui's eyes widened in shock, glaring at Su Nyo. She almost looked like she wanted to poke a hole in her. Jiang Shui reached up and touched her face. Her hand was covered in thick, crimson blood. Her face was covered with bruises, swelling, and shoe prints, pain beyond words. Jiang Shui felt her ears pounding loudly, like thunderclaps, her body stiff and her mind blank. The little broken sword, rescued, patted its tiny heart. Wow, that scared me to death. Luckily, Sister Mei was quick. Su Nyo glanced at the broken sword. The broken sword grinned happily. Sister is beautiful and kind-hearted. It's really good to have such a sister. Su Nyo, want to show off? Broken sword, yes. That nasty old hag looks annoying. I want to beat her up, Su Nyo nodded. That's not impossible. Broken sword. So spoiled? Hearing this, Jiang Shui finally reacted, her anger boiling over. Su Nyo, you! How dare you hit me? Jiang Shui had been pampered and sheltered all her life. She had never been humiliated like this before. She was furious. Su Nyo looked up, her stunning face calm but cold, giving off a chilling, terrifying aura. I not only hit you, I want to kill you. Su Nyo smiled and said, I've already kicked your face. Do you think I dare not? At this moment, her smile was charming but also fierce, like a demon returning from. She stepped over a mountain of corpses and blood filled with blooming red flowers, walking steadily toward Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui staggered and looked at Su Nyo, who seemed like a fierce god of war, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Attack. Get her. Kill her. There will be a reward, Jiang Shui shouted desperately. 9 powerful cultivators stood in a line in front of Jiang Shui. Next to them, Bai Li Shangyu's face changed slightly. She stepped in front of Su Nyo, her gaze cold and sharp. Jiang Shui, the person you're after is me. Don't hurt innocent people. Jiang Shui sneered contemptuously. Fine if you want to save her, that's okay. Cut off her arm, and I might be merciful enough to let you go. Is that a good deal? Bai Li Shangyu's face turned pale. You're crazy. Jiang Shui laughed loudly, her eyes flashing with a fierce look. Cut off her arm if you want. But I won't kill you. Instead, I will you safely out of the dragon and phoenix secret realm. You're crazy. Bai Li Shangyu spat and cursed, hands on her hips. That little sword spirit was right. You're a wicked, ugly old hag. Anytime you see someone prettier than you want to destroy them. And as for Fairy Shui, I spit on that. Your bad karma will catch up with you sooner or later. Jiang Shui's eyes widened with anger. You're asking for death. She angrily kicked a nearby cultivator. Why are you just standing there? Attack. Kill these 2 scoundrels for me. The pressure from the 9 powerful cultivators was suffocating. Bai Li Shangyu's face turned pale, and her throat felt a bitter taste rising. She clenched her sword tightly and took a deep breath. It seemed she was ready to sacrifice her life today. Bai Li Shangyu turned to the stunning girl beside her and whispered quickly, With me blocking, you run fast. The 6th passage at the front can lead directly to a safe place. Before she finished speaking, one of the powerful cultivators suddenly attacked. A giant hand filled with destructive, murderous energy slammed toward Bai Li Shangyu. Run. Bai Li Shangyu pushed Su Gui away. Her eyes showed determination, and she bravely faced death. Suddenly, in a flash of lightning, a delicate, white hand rested on her shoulder. Bai Li Shangyu saw a blur before her eyes. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed through the hall. Thud. The chilling sound of flesh pierced by a sharp weapon. Bai Li Shangyu stared blankly at the scene. The powerful spiritual master who had just attacked was now terrified, lying in a pool of blood. Blood gushed from his neck like a spring. Next to him, a stunning young girl held a broken sword, looking down calmly. She radiated an innate sense of authority, looking down on everyone. All of this happened in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Bai Li Shangyu was stunned. Her big eyes stared at Su Gui, her jaw nearly dropping. Aren't these sisters 5th-level spiritualists? Why could she kill a spiritual master? One strike, and he was dead. Could that spiritual master be fake? Jiang Shui's pupils shrank suddenly. She couldn't believe what she saw. She shouted with a fierce face, No way. Su Gui, you must be using some evil magic. You're just a useless fifth-level spiritualist. Su Gui's lips curled into a smile, both evil and harmless. Yes, a useless fifth-level spiritualist, exterminating the spiritual master like a dog. Bailey Shangyu's mouth twitched. That sentence was incredibly powerful. Jiang Shui trembled with anger. This must be an accident. Everyone, attack her. 8 spiritual masters immediately surrounded Su Gui. Their overwhelming spiritual energy poured toward her wildly. The fight was about to begin. Jiang Shui's face lit up with wild joy, eager to scream. You scoundrel, you're doomed. Bailey Shangyu's face changed drastically, about to rush forward to stop her. Su Gui, holding a broken sword, suddenly joined the crowd. Clang! A fierce clash erupted. Powerful spiritual energy created waves of energy, like a raging storm. As the battle continued, all the strong fighters were more and more shocked. This girl was even more terrifying than they had imagined. They almost used all their strength, but she moved with ease and grace, very relaxed. Suddenly, all the spiritual sect members had a strange thought. Could this girl really kill the spiritual sect members like they were animals?
No.
That's impossible. But just as they had this thought, the girl's soft voice came. Your strength is too weak. Not enough fun. Su Hui suddenly floated into the air. 8 phoenix-shaped divine needles shot out. All the spiritual sect experts saw a flash, and their heads felt like they were being pricked by needles.
Ah!
They suddenly knelt on the ground, clutching their heads and shouting, their eyes bulging. It hurts so much. My meridians are blocked. What did you do to us? The 8 spiritual sect members stared at Su Hui in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. They had a bad feeling deep inside. Su Hui's stunning face showed a bloodthirsty smile. Enough playing, now I'll ruin you. The Phoenix divine needles were pulled back. All the spiritual sect experts let out miserable screams and fell heavily to the ground. They twitched all over, foaming at the mouth, with empty eyes. Su Hui gave each of them a whole bottle of black medicine. In an instant, the 8 with empty eyes and no spiritual power were helpless. They wailed loudly, rolling around in pain. Their eyes turned red, and they frantically tore each other's clothes. No.
No.
Jiang Shui's face was pale, and she kept retreating in fear. How could this happen? Get up. You're all spiritual sect experts. Jiang Shui shouted, her usually proud and arrogant face showing a look of terror. As the strange scene unfolded, Jiang Shui's fear deepened. She instinctively wanted to run. You don't think you can escape. Duan Jian rushed forward. Jiang Shui's eyes widened with rage, and her spiritual power burst out wildly. Duan Jian was furious. You dare yell at me? I may be weak, but I once shook the world. Die for me. Jiang Shui was hit the head by Duan Jian. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and her vision blurred. Su Hui suddenly appeared, her delicate hand as white as jade gripping her throat. Jiang Shui, you bought my life with 30 purple crystals, and now you want to let someone harm me? What would happen if you were mistreated by these 8 people? Jiang Shui's remaining color drained from her face instantly. She stared at Su Niu with horror and anger, full of killing intent. How dare you? I am a genius from the sacred land of Mirror Moon. You lowly. Suddenly, a heavy slap struck her face hard. Ah, her cheeks swelled up quickly. Su Niu. I will kill you. Jiang Shui's eyes were filled with rage and madness, her face twisted with hatred. Su Niu took out a porcelain bottle containing a whole bottle of red medicinal pills. This is called heart-piercing painful elixir. Did you see them just now being fed a bottle of black liquid? Didn't you want someone to mistreat me? Then you can try this yourself. 8 people, I bet they'll make you feel like you're in heaven. And Su Niu held her throat tightly, expressionless, and forcefully poured the entire bottle of red medicinal pills down her throat. Jiang Shui was thrown onto the ground like a rag. She desperately clutched her throat with her fingers. A heart-wrenching fear almost burned her alive. Her heart spasmed with endless pain, as if thousands of worms were biting her. but the red pills melted instantly in her mouth. It was completely useless.
Ah,
I will kill you. I will kill you. Jiang Shui kept screaming, her eyes full of overwhelming resentment, her fingers clawing fiercely at Sunyo. However, her spiritual power was completely gone. She couldn't even open her space ring. Her spiritual tools couldn't be used either.
no.
No. Jiang Shui was terrified and losing her soul, feeling her life force slipping away. Most importantly, she emitted a strange smell. Her mind trembled violently, and a deep fear of death enveloped her entirely. She suddenly turned her head, eyes wide with terror. Not far away, the 8 powerful spirit sect experts, crying out in pain, were attracted by the strange fragrance. They stared at Jiang Shui like beasts, fierce, brutal, bloodthirsty, and cruel. Jiang Shui, like a frightened bird, cried and kowtowed to Sunyo, begging for mercy. Please, don't. Spare me. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. Jiang Shui crawled toward Sunyo like a dog. This time, she was truly scared. She realized that Su Gui was not someone she could provoke. Jiang Shui desperately begged for mercy, crying loudly. Bailey Shangyu stepped forward and kicked her away. If Miss Su is really a 5th-rank spiritual master today, would you let her go? You wouldn't. You would just use all kinds of cruel tricks to bully her. Good will be rewarded with good, evil with evil. You deserve to die. The broken sword also jumped up and cursed. Dead old hag. Now you're begging for mercy. Why didn't you do it earlier? Get lost. Jiang Shui was kicked hard, her hair messy, and she looked very miserable. The 8 spiritual sect experts, like fierce beasts, pounced on Jiang Shui. Ah, sounds of tearing, fear, and screams filled the air. Su Gui calmly set up a formation around them. Heaven and earth, no one could escape. The broken sword excitedly said, Wow, Sister Beauty, you can also set up formations. Su Gui replied, Yeah, I know a little. Bailey Shangyu felt embarrassed. This formation looked deadly. It was at least a master-level spiritual array. On the Cloud and Wind continent, only elders over 100 years old could become master-level array masters. A young master-level array master? Who would believe that? Bailey Shangyu grew more curious about Su Gui. Let's go, Su Gui said as she started to walk away. Bailey Shangyu was surprised. Are we just going like this? Su Gui teased. Do you want to see a live show? Bailey Shangyu shivered and felt a chill. No. I mean, aren't you worried Jiang Shui might escape later? Su Gui remained calm. She won't survive. The poison she made was untreatable. If the process was interrupted or finished, those people would all die painfully. Bailey Shangyu gave a thumbs up. That's ruthless. I like it. I've definitely made a good friend out of you. Su Gui threw a white porcelain bottle to her. Bailey Shangyu caught it curiously. What is this? She froze in place. A master-level blood coagulation pill. Bailey Shangyu was so shocked her hand trembled, almost dropping the shiny white pill.
You
just gave this to me? Bailey Shangyu couldn't believe it. Su Gui Feng's eyes twinkled with a smile and a hint of amusement. Don't want it? Then come back. I don't. Bailey Shangyu suddenly covered her small porcelain bottle tightly and said happily, A gift given can't be taken back. She then took out a light pink crystal token and handed it to her. This is the highest authority token from the Land of Wind. As long as you carry this token, you can come and go freely within the Land of Wind's territory, and you can mobilize the 300 top experts of my clan. Show the token and it's like seeing the clan leader. Su Gui Feng's brow twitched. Bailey Shangyu grew anxious. Don't refuse. This is a sign of our friendship. Su Gui Feng turned without a word. Goodbye. Hey, if you hadn't saved me, I might have died now. You are my lifesaver, and my father would definitely agree with what I did. Bailey Shangyu pushed the pink token into her hand. Su Gui Feng. Bailey Shangyu truly is a friend worth having. Not only because she has a kind and compassionate heart, but also because she bravely stood in front of me to protect it. That alone makes Su Gui Feng trust her. But she didn't plan to keep the token. She still had a lifetime honorary dean badge from the Empire Academy in her space. Another token from the Land of Wind's clan leader? Su Guifeng thought it sounded troublesome. Bailey Shangyu couldn't argue with her. All right, Bailey Shangyu pouted and said, when I get back, I'll go to my clan's treasure house and give you the best magic tools and rarest treasures. She secretly vowed to herself, I must treat Su Guifeng the best. Su Guifeng casually replied with a dismissive tone. After Bailey Shangyu took a master-level blood coagulation pill, her severe injuries healed instantly. Her skin became incredibly smooth and fair. She looked radiant, as if reborn. Bailey Shangyu was once again amazed. The effect of this master-level blood coagulation pill was 100 times better than those made by famous master alchemists outside. Wow, did I just climb up to some big shot? Bailey Shangyu patted her chest. Broken Sword snorted. My beautiful sister is mine. You're not allowed to fight me for her. Bailey Shangyu crossed her arms. Gue Gue is my first friend. Little kid, go away. Broken Sword bristled. You're the little kid. Your whole family is little kids. I have a name, Bailey Shangyu chuckled. You're the little kid, a 3-year-old. Haha. Broken Sword angrily said. Second sister. You little second sister, Bailey Shangyu asked confused. Why call me second sister? Broken Sword proudly replied. Everything depends on who arrives first. As the younger brother following the beautiful leader, I am naturally the big brother. You are the second sister. Bailey Shangyu was not convinced. Why am I the second sister? Kid, call me big sister. Broken Sword elongated his voice. Second sister, Bailey Shangyu thought. Who did you learn that flirtatious voice from? After the two of them circled around another palace, Su Hui suddenly stopped walking. Her gaze fell on some patterns on the wall. It was a picture of a fierce battle among gods. Countless divine beasts and fierce beasts fell. But over the years, the wall had aged and peeled, making the picture blurry and hard to see clearly. If Su Hui hadn't seen the fragment of the treasure map of Yunhuang Great Marsh in Nan Gongming's hand, she might not have recognized it at all. Broken Sword muttered, This pattern looks a bit familiar. Su Hui looked at it. This is a fragment of the treasure map of Yunhuang Great Marsh. Have you seen it before? The little kid inside the sword's body frowned deeply. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I know where it is. Follow me. The three of them hurriedly moved. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge black gate. Inside, they could hear fierce fighting sounds. Through the door, they saw a majestic palace. A large plaque read, Ghost King Tomb. The entire palace was very vast. Around it, over 100 cultivators fought against countless evil spirits. The chilling laughter made their scalps tingle. Broken Sword whispered, Do you see that black box on the desk? That treasure map is right underneath that black box. There were many items on the desk, scrolls, secret manuals, etc. But the black box was the most obvious. The proud and temperamental sword said, Hey, second sister, back in the day when I was wandering through the tomb of the immortal emperor, you hadn't even been born yet. So confident, Bailey Shangyu snorted. At that moment, a young man holding a compass artifact suddenly exclaimed, The Ghost Emperor's seal is on the desk. It's inside that black box. Hurry, break through the encirclement. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the desk. There was a square, black, gold-inlaid box. The Broken Sword looked confused. What? That's the Ghost Emperor's seal? Su Hui glanced at it and asked, You don't know? The Broken Sword awkwardly replied, I even used that broken stone to grind my sword. Bailey Shangyu scolded, Such waste. Suddenly, Su Hui's expression changed slightly. Not good. Someone's trying to steal it.
Go now.
Most cultivators might not recognize the treasure map of the Cloud Wilderness Great Marsh. But if they are powerful enough, they would know. The Cloud Wilderness Great Marsh and the Ghost Emperor's seal. She wants both. Su Hui punched and shattered the black giant door. The Broken Sword and Bailey Shangyu were startled. No, is the boss so violent? The black door, weighing thousands of jin, was instantly destroyed. A loud explosion echoed throughout the palace, like thunder falling from the sky. Everyone inside was terrified and looked on in shock. Countless evil spirits turned to look back. One glance was enough to make the evil spirits feel like their souls were about to fly away. Ha ha ha, female demon. The evil spirits spread the news everywhere. Today, a beautiful young girl unexpectedly entered the tomb of the immortal emperor, not afraid of being devoured by evil spirits. In fact, she was their nemesis. The evil spirits were chased and cried out loudly, suffering greatly. They barely managed to hide in the underground palace, only to be chased here again. The evil spirits trembled with fear. Suddenly, chaos erupted, with the evil spirits howling everywhere. All the cultivators fell into a fierce battle. But none of this involved the person rushing toward the ghost emperor seal. That was an old man in a yellow robe, his face wrinkled, but his eyes sharp as a hawk.
Suis gaz d'Arkend.
This person was a powerful spirit king, and at the peak of the spirit king realm, Su Hui looked around at the evil spirits and said in a deep voice, "Stop him." All the evil spirits trembled violently. Female demon, not only are you hunting evil spirits, but you're also commanding them? Insane behavior. Isn't the life of a wicked spirit also a life? Su Nua's lips curl up. If you don't want to die. Over 10,000 evil spirits rush fiercely toward the old man in yellow robes like a flood. Their eager and frantic appearance looks just like people grabbing the last life-saving straw. Bailey Shangyu. Why can the big shot command these fierce evil spirits? Did I miss a good show? Not only Bailey Shangyu was confused, but all the cultivators were stunned. Suddenly, the old man in yellow robes, surrounded by countless evil spirits, looks even more shocked. Seeking death, he roars fiercely. A strong aura of power bursts out, carrying a terrifying, cold, and ruthless momentum. The evil spirits disperse in one wave, then another. Suddenly, the old man in yellow robes' pupils shrink sharply as he catches sight of a white-clad girl rushing strangely toward the desk at high speed. The girl waves her hand, and the entire desk disappears, including everything on it, and most importantly, the Ghost Emperor's seal. The old man in yellow robes' face changes drastically. He roars, "Leave the Ghost Emperor's seal." His spiritual power erupts around him. Thousands of evil spirits are instantly destroyed. Everyone is shocked. Such strong strength. Su Nua grabs Bailey Shangyu's shoulder with one hand and holds a broken sword with the other, then teleports away. Suddenly, someone appears at the door. He blocks the entrance, glaring fiercely at Su Nua like a ghost, with a cold, sinister smile on his face, full of killing intent. Front and back are enemies. Su Nua narrows her eyes slightly, and with a whoosh, she moves to the right. The old man in yellow robe sees Ji Chainai and looks pleased. Ji Chainai nods. "Great Elder. The Ghost Emperor's seal has been found, but that brat girl snatched it first." The Great Elder glares fiercely at Su Nua. Ji Chainai is not worried. He crosses his arms and smiles calmly at Su Nua. "Oh, Miss Su, why are you in such a hurry? Are you rushing to get reinforcements?" Su Nua remains calm and composed. "Nothing much. Just saw Lord Ji here and thought I might be able to steal more treasures." A flicker of annoyance crosses Ji Chenia's eyes, and his expression almost tightens. Still talking back even at death, he sneers coldly, and a trace of spiritual powder appears in his palm. Suddenly, she scattered something onto the ground. Su Nua's deep, dark phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of anger. This was the message carrier spirit crane she left for Nangong Ming. The secret realm of dragons and phoenixes is so large that if Nangong Ming can't find her, he might go crazy. Seeing Su Nua's face turn serious, Ji Chainai felt very happy. He smiled broadly, and another shadow of a message spirit crane appeared in his palm. It was covered in blood, looking shocking and frightening. Most importantly, this spirit crane carried a faint aura of Su Nua's spiritual energy. Ji Chainai grinned arrogantly and contemptuously. "This message, spirit crane I transformed, must have been received by Nangong Ming. Guess where he is now?" Su Nua looked at him calmly. Ji Chenia's smile grew more arrogant. "His Majesty the Underworld King is probably busy searching in the Purple Vine Immortal Palace area now. Haha." The Purple Vine Immortal Palace is in the south, and the Burial Immortal Emperor's tomb is in the north. Do you think he can rush over to save you? Ha! Su Nua looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you think Nangong Ming is as stupid as you? If he can't even distinguish this faint spiritual energy, there's no need for him to appear in front of me. Ji Chenya's smile froze on his face. He stared coldly and fiercely at Su Nua, arrogant and overconfident. No matter what, today you will definitely die. Ji Chenai raised his head proudly, with a look of disdain. Hand over the Ghost Emperor's seal and all the treasures you obtained from the Dragon Phoenix Temple, and I will leave your body intact. Su Nua's stunningly beautiful face curled into a playful smile. Want the Ghost Emperor's seal? Ji Chenai glared at her. Of course, Su Nua asked. And the treasures? Ji Chenai was determined. What do you think? Su Nu nodded. That's not impossible. Ji Chenai sneered coldly, extremely proud.
Sono
Ji Chenya's sharp eyes fixed on her, a hint of caution flashing in his gaze. He wanted to see more clearly. Suddenly, a fierce explosion erupted in the void. The magic tool Su Nua threw out exploded with a deafening bang. The terrifying energy was astonishing. Many cultivators were hit and injured immediately. A thick, red smoke filled the entire palace. Visibility was extremely low. Ji Chenai waved the smoke in the air, his face pale with anger. The main gate had already been sealed with a protective spell. Su Hui definitely couldn't escape. At this moment, Ji Chenai heard the anxious and worried voice of the elder. Young master, are you hurt anywhere? Ji Chenai was about to answer. Suddenly, he heard another threatening, murderous voice. I'm fine. Don't let Su Hui run away. This young master must kill her. Ji Chenya's face turned shocked. This voice wasn't his, but it sounded exactly like him. It was cold, bloodthirsty, full of rage and killing intent. The tone and aura were completely the same. Ji Chenya's expression changed drastically. He clenched his fists, gathering immense power, and drove away the thick fog around him. He quickly rushed toward the elder, his gaze serious and fierce. Elder, what's going on? Did you hear the same voice as mine? Before Ji Chenai finished speaking, a furious voice rang out. Who is it? Ji Chenai was caught off guard. A powerful palm strike hit his chest hard. He staggered back several steps. Ji Chenai had rarely been hurt since he was a child. After all, he was the young master of the Heavenly Star sect. There were always strong protectors around him. During this trip to the Dragon and Phoenix Secret Realm, the elder was responsible for his safety. In critical moments, the elder was willing to sacrifice himself for him. After being played by Su Hui and then inexplicably struck again, Ji Chenai was furious and impulsive. Elder, what's wrong with you? Don't you know how to protect the young master? But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw two people standing opposite him. One was the elder in a yellow robe, and the other was someone who looked exactly like Ji Chenai. Appearance, clothing, aura, cultivation level, everything was identical. Ji Chenai was struck by lightning, his eyes wide with horror. At this moment, he felt icy cold all over, as if falling into an ice cave. He stared in disbelief, his eyes almost bulging out with fierce, malicious intent, as if he wanted to tear the other apart. A gasp of shock suddenly sounded. Everyone present felt as if they had been struck by a heavy, their heads spinning. How can there be two young masters, Ji? Oh my. What's going on? Is this some kind of illusion? One of them must be fake. Which one is real and which one is fake? It's impossible to tell. Wow. There are such magical transformation tools. It's like a clone. Amazing. Surrounding voices kept expressing shock. The air grew tense, almost ready to explode. Ji Chenai was furious, his eyes bloodshot. Who are you? Dare to impersonate me. Great Elder, are you blind? Can't you recognize your own young master? The Great Elder also looked stunned. He looked left and right. He couldn't tell who was who at all. The Great Elder frowned slightly. His young master would never behave like a rude, quarrelsome person. Suddenly, the Great Elder and the Ji Chenai beside him locked eyes. That pair of pitch-black eyes, deep like a dark lake, cold and fierce, emitted a chilling, ghostly aura. Violent and intimidating, dark and cold. The Great Elder's expression stiffened, feeling a cold shiver down his spine, as if his heart was pierced by an arrow. A feeling of suffocation and despair spread through his limbs. The Great Elder trembled fiercely. This was the authority only the leader of the Tianqing sect, one of the top 10 powers on the continent, could have. His aura was even more terrifying than the sect leaders. It was truly surpassing expectations. In comparison, the difference was clear. The Great Elder immediately believed this was his true young master. His eyes turned cold. The young master has always been by my side. Who are you pretending to be? The Great Elder looked around sharply, but couldn't see Su Hui's figure. He only saw Bailey Shangyu, who had fainted on the ground earlier, with a broken sword beside him. Suddenly, the Great Elder was struck with realization, pointing angrily at the other, Ji Chenai. You little brat, how dare you pretend to be our sect's young master? Ji Chenai's pupils shrank suddenly, as if lightning was cracking in his mind. He trembled all over, and his gaze shot sharply at the other, Ji Chenai. You are Su Hui.
Su Hui.
It must be you. The other, Ji Chenai, looked down from above with a high and aloof gaze. She, of course, is Su Hui. This is her created using the divine artifact of all things. During the test at the Dragon Phoenix Temple, among the many treasures given to her by the ancient beast, many divine weapons and magical tools. Su Hui looked down at Ji Chenai with a cold expression, as if he were an ant. Before she spoke, the elder shouted at Ji Chenai. Fool! How dare you disrespect our young master? You're asking for death. Ji Chenai's face turned red and blue with anger, and his chest burned with fierce rage. He jumped up, pointing at the elder, and shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? I am the true young master of the Heavenly Star Sect. What are you using those eyes for? If you can't tell real from fake, you can gouge them out. Idiot! The elder was always proud and arrogant, holding a high status in the Heavenly Star Sect. No one had ever dared to insult him like this. Especially not by pointing at his nose and speaking so harshly. A sharp, cruel light flashed in the elder's eyes. His voice was cold and fierce. You beast.
Just you?
Our young master is extraordinary, with exceptional talent. Look at yourself, full of words, impulsive. You have no aura or presence fitting a sect's young master. A little girl with yellow hair dares to show off in front of me. Trying to imitate a tiger but ending up like a dog. The elder firmly believed that the person beside him was his own young master. Because his young master was always calm and proud. Never like the one across, who was furious and out of control. Ji Chenai was so angry, he almost vomited blood. He was being insulted and looked down upon. His chest heaved violently, and fiery rage almost burned him to ashes. He wanted to rush forward and beat the elder fiercely. A cold, sinister hatred flickered in Ji Chenai's eyes. When he returned, he would definitely find his father and teach the elder a harsh lesson. At the same time, a strong sense of danger arose in Ji Chenai's mind. He had underestimated Su Hui. She had played him so badly that he was in a mess. Most importantly, Su Hui actually had the ability to sow distrust between him and the elder. Someone like her, once she grew up, would become a very dangerous person. Ji Chenai stared fiercely at the elder, almost grinding his teeth. Stupid. The elder was furious. You foolish girl. Are you looking for trouble? With just one finger, I could make you disappear completely. He was furious and ready to attack. Wait, Su Ju said calmly. She added, There's no need for the Great Elder to deal with such a small matter. I'll personally take back the Ghost Emperor's seal. As Ji Chenai rushed forward, the Great Elder's eyes filled with satisfaction. Yes, this was the true young master of the Heavenly Star Sect. Powerful, confident, and commanding. The Great Elder glanced at the other Ji Chenai, his eyes full of disdain. His young master would never look so weak. No presence, no strength, not even good looks. If Ji Chenai knew what the Great Elder was thinking, he would probably faint from anger. At that moment, His eyes turned cold and fierce as he glared at Sujio, who was flying toward him. Ji Chenya's face twisted with rage. Sujio, how dare you come here so arrogantly? You're finished. Sujio's presence was calm, yet powerful, her voice steady and cold. How do you want to lose? Ji Chenai sneered.
Keep pretending.
Let's see how long you can keep it up. The great elder snorted from a distance. My young master could defeat you with just a flick of his finger. Ji Chenya's anger boiled over. A flick of a finger, huh? He would defeat Sujio first, then make the great elder beg for forgiveness. His face twisted with fury as he shouted, Sujio, if I don't defeat you today, I'm no man of honor. A wave of spiritual power burst out from him, shaking the air. The force was overwhelming, as if it could tear the sky apart. The air crackled with energy, distorting the space around them. Sujio's dark eyes shone with a sharp, unyielding light. Her voice was calm and steady, filled with quiet confidence. The pressure around them suddenly increased. A mysterious light seemed to descend from the heavens, falling upon Sujio. The star-marked totem hidden within her divine space began to glow. Her power, once at the 9th level of the Spirit Master Realm, finally broke through its limits. Sujio no longer held back the vast, thunderous energy within her spiritual sea. The raging sea of thunder and lightning roared terrifyingly, surging wildly and continuously pouring spiritual energy into the Dantian. It was like a great flood, powerful and unstoppable. 1st level of the Spirit Sect, 2nd level, 3rd level. Up to the 9th level of the Spirit Sect. Su Hui, as the child of gods and demons, possesses divine bones, divine veins, and divine blood. She is the only chaos body of the heavenly path in the world. Once she crosses the Spirit Master Realm and advances, she reaches a great realm completion, the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sect. A dazzling light surrounds her, intertwined with terrifying thunder and lightning power. Spiritual energy from all directions floods into her. Everyone watched this scene in shock. They couldn't see Su Hui's true strength or cultivation. All they felt was that this person was supreme, like an ancient deity descending, with unfathomable cultivation. She was surrounded by a natural, terrifying aura. Those who follow her will prosper. Those who oppose her will perish. The Grand Elder looked at the majestic Ji Chenai, almost jumping with excitement. This is his young master. They haven't seen such a terrifying genius in the Tianqing sect for over 1,000 years. Even the current elder of the Tianqing sect, who was once young, was said to have never possessed such a formidable aura. The Grand Elder was so excited he almost cried. Under the leadership of the young master, the Tianqing sect will surely dominate the entire continent. Ji Chenya's attack was instantly shattered into pieces. He gasped, feeling as if his heart was about to explode. What a terrifying aura! His eyes, as dark as an abyss, were deep and unfathomable, cold and intimidating. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over Ji Chenya's head, making him shiver all over. Su Hui was just a small spirit master, so why did she have such a terrifying aura? Even if she had advanced, she was still a spirit master. He was a strong spirit marquis, so how could her aura scare him? It must be because she used a transformation artifact. Ji Chenai frowned angrily. Do you think this can fight against me?
Dream on.
Ji Chenai opened his large palm, and a surge of spiritual power burst out wildly. The pressure of the spirit marquis realm was unstoppable. His figure moved like lightning, instantly appearing beside Su Hui. He wanted to defeat her with one strike. Die for me. Ji Chenai roared angrily, full of murderous intent. Su Hui's face was stunningly beautiful, noble and cold like a demon, icy and piercing. Suddenly, a heavy slap. It struck Ji Chenya's face directly. A clear, crisp sound echoed around. Ji Chenai was forcefully knocked back and fell heavily to the ground. A deep pit was formed where he landed. Ji Chenai was stunned. He was hit. And it was on his face. He is a powerful spiritual lord. When did he become so weak? Su Hui's gaze was like looking at a dead person. This slap was to hit you for snatching the message Spirit Crane I sent to Nangongming. Upon hearing this, Ji Chenya's expression froze in shock. In the next second, he became very excited. You admit it. You are Su Hui. I was right. Ji Chenai suddenly looked at the Grand Elder with a crazy smile. See that? She admits she is Su Hui. But no one responded to him. Ji Chenai then realized something was wrong. The space gravity in the entire area was so heavy that he could hardly breathe. And the Grand Elder nearby was leisurely examining the palace, stroking his beard. He paid no attention to the battle at all. How much trust did he have in the person pretending to be Su Hui? Ji Chenai was furious and almost died from anger. But even so, he shouldn't have heard no sound. Filled with rage, Ji Chenya's eyes widened with hatred. Su Hui, what have you done? On Su Hui's cold and emotionless face, a wicked smile appeared. Didn't you notice something strange about yourself? Ji Chenya's back suddenly chilled. He suddenly remembered the powerful palm strike she had unleashed in the thick fog earlier, catching him off guard. His face changed drastically. He felt a cold rush through his meridians. His limbs gradually went numb. A thin layer of white frost appeared on his body. A flash of shock crossed Ji Chenya's eyes, and he shouted sharply, You poisoned me. Su Hui smiled slightly. You use spiritual power, so the poison has already entered your heart meridian. Ji Chenai sneered, Your poison is useless against me. He quickly took out a high-grade antidote pill and swallowed it. However, the smile on his face froze stiffly, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Useless? Why is it useless? This is a high-level alchemist's antidote, capable of curing all poisons. Ji Chenai hurriedly swallowed the remaining 2 high-level antidote pills from the bottle. However, the cold air in his meridians, 8 channels, and internal organs grew stronger. His feet went numb and lost feeling. He became stiff as if carved from ice. In a panic, Ji Chenai took out a rare master-level antidote pill. This was an antidote his father had obtained from the ancestors. It could cure all kinds of poisons in the world. He quickly swallowed it. Why is it still not working? Ji Chenya's eyes widened in horror as he shouted loudly. His upper body became increasingly numb and stiff. Fear and chaos filled his heart.
Sunil.
Bring out the antidote. A smile appeared on Sunyo's face. You asked me. Ji Chenai choked. Dream on. His face twisted in anger as he gathered spiritual energy from his dantian. He lifted himself into the air with half his body. Sunyo looked at him calmly. Ji Chenai was filled with murderous intent, and his surging spiritual power roared wildly. But in the next moment, his spiritual energy, like a drop in the ocean, vanished silently without a trace. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood in large gulps, as if he had lost all his strength. Sunyo smiled slightly. The more spiritual energy you use, the faster the toxins spread through your internal organs. This was a poison she had developed based on Nan Gongming's condition. It worked quite well on the first use. Ji Chenai was both surprised and angry. What kind of poison could defeat a spiritual marquis-level expert? On the Cloud and Wind continent, there is a list of top poison masters. He had once been poisoned by a toxin ranked 15th on that list. So he always carried an antidote pill. He even begged for a master-level antidote pill. But Sunyo's poison was so strong that even a master-level antidote couldn't cure it. That meant her poison was more powerful than the 15th ranked toxin.
Sunil.
You despicable and shameless. You actually used such a low trick as poisoning. Su Hui stepped on his broken rib, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Really interesting. You're about to kill me, and I still can't poison you? Ji Chenai blushed with anger, his eyes full of deep hatred. Fear spread like poison in his heart. Suddenly, he wildly shouted at the elder. He pounded the ground crazily, his fingers leaving long blood marks. Elder, you idiot. Save me. Help me. Ji Chenai hated Su Hui more than anything, and he hated the elder even more. Because the elder was deceived by Su Hui's disguise, he ended up in such a terrible situation. He couldn't see through her. Su Hui looked down from above. Useless. This is my space domain. Ji Chanai was terrified. This is an absolute domain only a Spirit King realm expert can have. He was sure Su Hui was definitely not a Spirit King. But since she had a space domain, it meant she was a space-type mage. A space mage, an existence unique to this continent. Su Hui's talent was so terrifying. Ji Chenya's mind was flooded like a heavy rain, freezing him to the bone. Suddenly, he remembered the space law secret manual Su Hui obtained during the second trial at the Dragon Phoenix Temple. She had managed to cultivate a space domain in such a short time. What an incredible talent. Within the space domain, Su Hui was the absolute ruler. No wonder the elder couldn't hear his voice. Everyone had been wrong. They thought Su Hui was just a useless girl who relied on her looks to fool men. But she was hiding her strength so well, she was terrifying. Ji Chanai was now completely panicked. Don't kill me. I beg you. You can do whatever you want to me, just don't kill me. Ji Chanai begged without any shame, full of insults. A playful look crossed Su Hui's face. You're only asking now? Too late. Ji Chenya's eyes widened with rage, almost fainting from anger. How dare you kill me? I am the officially recognized young master of the Tianqing sect after the inheritance baptism. If I die, my soul token will shatter, and it will surely attract the old ancestors' projection from my sect. You won't survive either. No matter how far you run, you cannot erase the mark of having harmed me. At that time, heaven and earth, the heavenly star sect, will avenge me.
Ji Chenya threatened fiercely.
Su Gui thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Thank you for the reminder. She never leaves enemies alive. Kill one, leave one, it's not her style. Su Gui never leaves trouble for herself. Hearing this, Ji Chenya's expression froze. A faint bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. It was as if a giant shadow of the Grim Reaper's hand was slowly rising behind him, making his skin crawl. Su Gui's fingertips appeared with 3 divine phoenix needles. The phoenix needles pierced into several acupoints on Ji Chenya's head. His eyes widened, and he roared wildly. But he couldn't make a sound. Ji Chenya's eyes bulged, filled with twisted hatred and deep resentment. Su Gui looked at him with a mysterious gaze. The space around shrank to only contain Ji Chenai. A heavy gravity pressed down on him. His face twisted almost beyond recognition. Every inch of his skin oozed with bright, bloody wounds. His bones cracked loudly. Su Gui spoke. Great Elder. The Great Elder quickly approached, glancing at the miserable Ji Chenai with a cold, indifferent look. He said with a smile, Young Master, what are your orders? Su Gui said, This girl has a divine artifact on her. The Great Elder's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Divine artifact? Su Gui nodded. Yes, it can transform into anyone's divine artifact. The Great Elder's expression changed slightly. It was incredible that it could transform into anyone's, with no flaws. He thought this yellow-haired girl must have used some evil magic to disguise herself as our young master. If it is a divine artifact, then it is terrifying. Whoever possesses it, their strength will increase dramatically. Su Gui added, If you kill her, the divine artifact will automatically fall off. The Great Elder clenched his fists suddenly, his eyes narrowing. Young Master, what do you mean? Su Gui smiled arrogantly, like a ruler ruling the world. This young master will definitely stand at the top of the continent in the future. However, the Grand Elder is the person I trust the most. I believe he will fight alongside me to conquer the world. This implies that I will give this divine artifact to the Grand Elder. A flash of joy crossed the Grand Elder's face. My young master truly has great ambitions. With such exceptional talent, he has the right to be confident. The Grand Elder quickly expressed his loyalty, kneeling on one knee. Young Master, you are wise. I am wholeheartedly loyal to the young master, as proof by heaven and earth. Yes, then kill him and take the artifact. Ji Chenai listened nervously to their conversation, trembling with fear. Su Xiao is surprisingly cunning. She is planning carefully. She even involved the Grand Elder in her scheme. She is using others to do her dirty work. If the Grand Elder makes a move, the ancestral projection will only pursue him. But Su Xiao has completely taken everything for herself. What a ruthless plan. Woo woo woo. Ji Chainai struggled fiercely. I am the true young master. I am the one you should follow wholeheartedly. The person beside you is fake. I am the real one. Ji Chenye's forehead veins bulged, his red eyes protruding wildly, twisting his whole body as he desperately signaled to the Grand Elder. In the Grand Elder's eyes, it looked like he was begging for mercy out of fear for his life. The Grand Elder sneered coldly, his smile cruel and vicious. Stupid girl, how dare you steal the Ghost Emperor seal in front of me? You're tired of living. The Grand Elder kicked him hard. Ji Chenye's eyes widened like bells, filled with deep hatred. You fool. Being played around. Ji Chenye's fiery eyes erupted like a volcano. The Grand Elder frowned slightly, watching those eyes carefully. For some reason, he felt a strange discomfort. This girl and his young master's previous reaction when poisoned are too similar, right? Su Xiao's voice sounded from behind. This place is not suitable to stay long. Get the artifact and leave immediately. The Grand Elder's body tensed, no longer overthinking. His face was cruel and ruthless, his fierce killing intent seeming to solidify. He struck out with a palm, aiming mercilessly at Ji Chenye's head. The peak strength of the Spirit King realm's great perfection cannot be resisted by someone in the Spirit Marquis realm. Moreover, it is a Spirit Marquis who has been poisoned and paralyzed. A powerful, fierce spiritual energy erupts. Ji Chenye's heart is torn apart as he screams and roars. In a frantic, desperate struggle, his eyes are filled with terror at the thought of death. The spiritual energy crashes down heavily. Ji Chainai lets out a terrible scream. His eyes burst, and his gaze is filled with unbearable pain, regret, despair, and deep resentment. Ji Chainai is instantly turned into a pile of flesh. The air still echoes with his piercing cries for a long time. He dies with his eyes wide open, utterly tragic. His desperate, terrified eyes stare fixedly at the Elder, full of horror. The Elder's face changes slightly in fear of the violent scream. He instinctively takes a step back. A strange, uneasy feeling grows stronger in his heart. The Elder tries to comfort himself by thinking about obtaining the divine artifact. Young master, that girl is already dead. Why hasn't the divine artifact been taken out yet? Suddenly, a laugh comes from behind. The Elder turns around in a daze. He sees a stunningly beautiful girl in white, smiling happily and clapping her hands. Your attack was really fierce, impressive. The Elder's heart suddenly tightens. Sui Goe, aren't you supposed to be dead? He looks at the lively girl in front of him. He can't believe his eyes. Sui Goe tilts her head, her white eyes blinking innocently. I'm not dead. The Elder's face changes drastically. I clearly saw he is struck by a thunderbolt. His face turns pale and stiff, trembling as if plunged into an icy cave, his blood cold to the bone. Suddenly, an unprecedented panic rises in his heart. His hands tremble uncontrollably. Darkness clouds his vision. He dares not look at the ground where the corpse has been turned into a mess of flesh. A wave of fear, like a mountain and sea, spreads through his organs. He mechanically turns his head, his gaze falling on the skull remaining on the ground. A pair of bloodshot eyes filled with deep hatred and despair stare into the Elder's pupils. The eldest Elder suddenly shouted in a frantic, angry roar. His worldview was about to collapse. It turned out that this was the real truth. He had actually killed his young master with his own hands.
No.
How could this happen? I clearly killed that yellow-haired girl, Sunyo. The Elder trembled, his hands shaking, filled with the image of Ji Chenye's frantic struggle before death. Only then did he realize that was the young master's desperate warning to him. Sunyo, you lied to me. You dared to deceive me. The elder suddenly turned around, his eyes full of hatred and murderous intent, overwhelming and fierce. He felt like a big fool, a stupid pig. He had believed her without any proof. How could he be so stupid? Su Nyo spread her hands innocently. How can that be called lying? Didn't you want to follow me to conquer the world? The elder was furious. Su Nyo smiled sweetly, deadly to the heart. Who knelt down to show loyalty? Youths. The elder was so angry he nearly fainted, coughing up a large amount of old blood. He was so angry, so furious. Su Nyo's smile was bright. Don't worry, don't worry. If you're so angry, you can't pour your heart out and fight the world with me. The elder was furious, his face full of wrinkles and veins bulging, about to burst.
Ah!
I will make sure you have a bad ending. He vented all his anger and regret wildly. He almost went mad. His spiritual power, at the peak of the great complete realm, surged wildly. A strong murderous aura enveloped the surroundings. The entire palace creaked and cracked. There was a faint feeling of the earth collapsing and mountains falling apart. Su Nyo pulled the faintly waking Bailey Shangyu behind her, her eyes narrowing dangerously. At that moment, a fragment of broken blue smoke drifted from Ji Chenia's skull. Suddenly, the world changed color. A terrifying pressure that could destroy heaven and earth descended. The elder's face changed drastically. He immediately realized something, and a strong fear flashed in his eyes. The young master of Tianqing's sect was a recognized heir. Once dead, he would be relentlessly hunted down by the entire sect. The senior elder was filled with deep regret. Above the entire Ghost Emperor tomb, the ceiling was shrouded in suffocating black mist. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in the void. It was a terrifying skull with black claws. This was a giant claw projected by the ancestor of the Heavenly Star sect, who had torn through space. Its powerful pressure crushed all the nearby cultivators. One by one, they exploded and died. The ancestor of the Heavenly Star sect was a powerful expert about to step into the Spirit Sage realm. The Spirit Sage realm was the highest level on the entire continent, representing the peak of strength. There were only 3 terrifying Spirit Sage experts left on the Cloud and Wind continent. All of them were ancient beings who had lived for hundreds of years. They were the backbone of their clans and families. And none of them were ordinary, because the Heavenly Star sect had an ancestor named Liangwu who was about to reach the Spirit Sage level. This was why the entire sect dared to act arrogantly on the continent. The senior elder looked at the black claw in the void, which radiated deadly killing intent, with a terrified face. In a flash of insight, he suddenly understood. Su Linming could have personally killed Ji Cheniai. If the young master died at her hands, then she would be finished too. But Su Linming turned around and made him do it, using the so-called divine artifact and her greed to lure him into the trap. She personally killed the young master of the Heavenly Star sect. The senior elder broke out in cold sweat. Such deep planning, such ruthless schemes. Who dares to harm the heir of the Heavenly Star sect? A deep, ancient voice echoed loudly. It was earth-shaking, like thunder and lightning splitting the sky. The senior elder was so frightened he felt his soul leave his body. His face was pale, eyes full of terror. With a peak cultivation in the Spirit King realm, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of the terrifying black claw, completely unable to escape. He had no chance to fight back. It was like an ant trying to fight an elephant. He instinctively pointed at Su Linming. It was her. The young master was killed by this girl. The terrifying black claw, covered in dark clouds, seemed to pause for a moment. Seeing hope, the senior elder was overjoyed and became even more excited. Ancient ancestor, I am the current senior elder of the sect. The young master was murdered by Su Linming. She is right here. She can't escape. Kill her now. Su Linming remained calm in the face of danger, sneering as she looked at the senior elder. Is inheritance really just what the eldest elder says it is? The shadow cast by the ancestor of the Heavenly Star sect looks like a beast without a mind, only recognizing the mark of inheritance. Sure enough, The terrifying black claw in the void suddenly struck toward the eldest elder after a pause. The pressure was shocking, making the bones feel cold and hair stand on end. The air seemed to twist and tear apart. The eldest elder's face changed drastically, filled with fear. He immediately wanted to run away. The powerful skull-black claw suddenly struck down. The eldest elder felt his blood freeze, and his heart almost stopped beating. The despair of death fell like a bloody sickle. He hated with all his might, snarling with hatred. Su Hui, our young master, and the saintess of the Heavenly Star sect are twin siblings, connected by their soul senses. Do you think you can escape? One day, you will be killed by our sect saintess with her own hands. No. The ground trembled as if the world was collapsing. The eldest elder was instantly torn apart by the skull-black claw, turning into a pool of blood and broken flesh. His bones shattered into pieces. A strong smell of blood filled the entire palace. The terrifying skull-black claw disappeared. It came quickly and left just as fast. The surroundings fell into complete silence. Su Hui looked coldly at the bloody, brutal scene, her eyes shining with a cold light. The saintess of the Heavenly Star sect? Daring to cause trouble in front of her, she would kill one. A faint sound came from the door. Su Hui's gaze shot over, her expression changing slightly. She vanished completely. Follow me. Bailey Shangyu, just regaining consciousness, heard Su Hui's icy voice. She looked around in confusion at the bloody scene like a battlefield. Did Ji Chainai die? Did the eldest elder of the Heavenly Star sect also die? It was too tragic. What happened? Duan Jian also looked confused. He only remembered that Su Hui threw something at Ji Chainai, causing an explosion. At a critical moment, he wanted to rush out with everyone, but was knocked out by the beautiful leader. How come when he woke up, everything was over? Is this what they call a free win? Bailey Shangyu and the little sword, Duan Jian, looked at each other. Bailey Shangyu clenched his fists. We are too useless. We couldn't help at all. The young sword-wielding child takes a deep breath. Big sister Mei Run is too strong. If we act recklessly, we might delay her actions. No wonder she deliberately knocked us out. Bailey Shangyu says, that old guy is at the peak of the Spirit King realm. Yet, Gue managed to kill 2 people. The young sword-wielding child looks excited. Sure enough, I am chosen by the legendary fierce sword from ancient times. Awesome. Bailey Shangyu looks determined. If we want to stay close to Gue, we must become stronger quickly. Otherwise, her growth is too fast and will be left far behind. The young sword-wielding child raises a small fist. Charge.
Charge.
Charge. When I recover my strength, I will be the best helper for the boss. They all quickly follow. After teleporting with lightning speed, they only see a glimpse of a flying skirt. Her eyes darken, and she chases after her. The person running in panic is Feng Qingwan. She has been following Ji Chainai all along. When passing by a palace surrounded by spiritual arrays in the underground palace, she accidentally gets pulled in by the array. Half a foot steps into the formation, and she sees a terrifying scene inside. Jiang Shui is surrounded and attacked by 7 or 8 fierce-looking cultivators. They are stacked on top of each other. The smell of blood is nauseating. Jiang Shui looks extremely miserable, barely clinging to life. But she fights desperately, never stopping against those beast-like people. The scene makes her scalp tingle. She almost gets pulled in by the furious cultivators with bloodshot eyes. She is so scared she screams in panic. Finally, she uses a powerful family artifact to escape in a mess. But then she witnesses the Grand Elder kill Ji Chainai after arriving at the Ghost King tomb. And everything that follows. Feng Qingwan feels cold all over. A terrible chill runs through her limbs, and her heart is in chaos. She can't believe Su Gue killed Ji Chainai and the Grand Elder. She even fooled the old ancestor of the Heavenly Star sect. Her only thought now is, she must not let Su Gue catch her. If caught, she will definitely not survive. Feng Qingwan runs desperately, covering her mouth tightly to stop herself from screaming in fear. She keeps using teleportation talismans, spending them like water. Her speed reaches the limit. At this moment, she just wanted to stay alive. She regretted it. She shouldn't have deliberately targeted Su Hui at the Dragon Phoenix Temple. Su Hui is a master who hides her true strength. She pretends to be weak, then strikes deadly at critical moments. People like her are too frightening. She is far beyond what she can handle. Feng Qingwan finally heard sounds ahead. Her face lit up with joy. It's someone from the Empire Academy. Someone she knows. Feng Qingwan shouted for help loudly. Help! Senior Brother Bai, save me. Feng Qingwan is a new student at the Empire Academy, at the advanced level. Soon, she will begin her training there. Students at the Empire Academy are divided into 3 levels: Mystic, Earth, and Sky. The senior brother Bai she mentioned is at the Earth level. Bai Rongma and other students from the Empire Academy are exploring the underground palace. Suddenly, they hear a familiar voice. He looks serious and quickly runs over. He sees Feng Qingwan fleeing as if chased by a ghost. Qingwan, what's going on? Bai Rongma asks anxiously. Someone is trying to kill me. Feng Qingwan screams in panic. She feels cold in her back and turns to look. Suddenly, she meets Su Hui's murderous gaze. Su Hui appears suddenly, moving as fast as lightning. Feng Qingwan gasps and screams. No. Senior brother, help me. Quickly, the air suddenly tightens and explodes. Bai Rongmo realizes how serious it is. He rushes forward at full speed. He almost reaches Feng Qingwan's hand, but he is too slow compared to another person. Su Hui's teleportation speed is extremely fast. In a flash of wind and lightning, a slender, white hand grabs Feng Qingwan's neck. Bai Rongma's face changes. Who are you? Let her go. Senior brother Bai, Su Huishi. Feng Qingwan's voice suddenly stops. She looks at Su Hui with terror, tears of fear in her eyes. Her neck is completely broken. Her head hangs limply. Su Hui coldly throws Feng Qingwan to the ground. Qingwan. White Rongma looked at the scene before him with disbelief. He rushed forward and hugged the weak and soft person, his voice trembling. Qingwan?
Qingwan.
Wake up. No matter how he shook her, Feng Qingwan showed no signs of life. Everyone was stunned. White Rongma looked up, his face filled with furious anger. He stared fiercely at Su Hui, looking fierce and threatening. This stunningly beautiful girl was actually so cruel-hearted. White Rongma was not only a student at the Empire Academy, but also a disciple of the Purgatory sect. He had a very good relationship with Feng Qingwan. Stop right there. Feng Qingwan has been kind and gentle since she was a child. What hatred or grudge do you have to hurt her so badly? White Rongma's usually gentle and elegant face was now filled with dark anger. Bailey Shangyu arrived just in time to hear these words. She was angry. White Rongma, shut your mouth. Feng Qingwan's heart is darker than a pig's liver. The Dragon and Phoenix secret realm is a life and death situation. If she's dead, she's dead. Who do you think you are to be shouting here? Come on, fight me if you have the guts. Bailey Shangyu fully supported Su Hui's decision. If Ji Chainai and the Grand Elder's matters were exposed, it would lead to endless pursuit by the Heavenly Star sect. It would bring countless troubles to Su Hui. They already had a grudge. Killing was the best choice. Maybe one day it would be exposed, but not now. White Rongma's face turned cold like ice. He fiercely threw a punch. Bailey Shangyu was about to step forward to fight him. White Rongma sneered coldly. Bailey Shangyu, you're just a spirit sect beginner fighting against my spirit marquee realm. He then ruthlessly swung his powerful fist toward Bailey Shangyu's face. Bailey Shangyu was not afraid at all. But Su Hui's speed was even faster. Their fists collided in midair. A terrifying energy shockwave nearly exploded. Su Hui was now at the peak of the 9th rank of the spirit sect. Not only did she sweep everything within her level, but she could also fight above her level. Such talent was just the tip of the iceberg. Once all the talents of the child of gods and demons were fully uncovered, it was hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying she could become. White Rongma was violently knocked back, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him.
Suis fist force érupted, weighing 10 to engine.
The powerful attack continued to strike by Rongma. There was a fierce determination to never give up until the opponent was defeated. Bai Rongma's expression suddenly changed. He used all his strength to form a strong spiritual barrier to protect himself, quickly dodging the incoming punch. The huge fist force smashed into the wall. The wall cracked open, creating a large hole. The entire dome shook violently. Bai Rongma was stunned and frightened. What a powerful force! If he had been hit directly, he wouldn't have survived or would have been badly injured. Bailey Xiangyu's face showed a proud smile. Come on, if you have the guts, don't hide. My brother, Hui can punch you to death. Bai Rongma's expression tightened. He clenched his fist, and the sound of bones cracking came with intense pain. His hand bones were broken. She actually managed to hurt him. Bai Rongma's gaze turned sharp. A layer of cold ice appeared in his eyes. Bailey Xiangyu, aren't you trying to pass the Empire Academy exam? Don't forget, my aunt is a member of the Elder Council of the Empire Academy, responsible for this year's exam supervision. If you provoke me today, don't regret it. Bailey Xiangyu's face darkened, and he glared at him angrily. The Empire Academy's exams are fair and just every year, all based on strength. Does your aunt dare to show favoritism? Bai Rongma showed an arrogant smile. As long as I tell my aunt, I can't be sure whether you have a chance to participate in the exam. Bailey Xiangyu was so angry he couldn't breathe, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Su Hui's fair, tender hand rested on Bailey Xiangyu's shoulder and asked, Do you want to enter the Empire Academy? Because of Mu Gelao's influence, Nan Gongming had explained everything about the Empire Academy to her. Bailey Xiangyu took a deep breath and nodded. The Empire Academy has strong cultivation resources. Training there can help improve strength faster. Su Hui understood. Don't worry, you can go. As a lifelong honorary dean of the Empire Academy, she had some special privileges, a small matter. Bai Rongma sneered. Do you think the Empire Academy is run by your family? Do you think you can just enter if you say so? Even though her aunt works at the Imperial College, he spent a lot of his family's effort trying to get in through special connections. Why is Su Nua so confident? Bailey Xiangyu looked at Su Nua in disbelief, feeling a bit shocked. Who exactly is Su Nua? Is her background really so powerful? Never mind, she is a firm supporter of Noah. She must not lose her confidence in a fight. Bailey Xiangyu said fiercely, My Nua said she can get in, and she will. That's none of your business. If the Imperial College was really founded by my Noah, I would be the first to kick you out. Bai Rongma smirked with a mocking look. He looked coldly at Su Nua, clenching his fists. The trembling pain from his knuckles made him stay alert. Even though the other person was talking big, he still couldn't see through Su Nua's skill level. Bai Rongma didn't dare to act rashly. If he wanted to avenge Feng Qingwan, he had to be clever. Suddenly, a hesitant voice came from the crowd. Are you
Suno?
Everyone looked toward the sound. They saw a group of people coming from around the corner. It was Crown Prince of Dongling and Su Yunma, among others.
Suno.
It really is you. Su Yunma was shocked. How come you're here? Most importantly, how did her face get better? And she looked so beautiful now. Her aura had changed completely. Su Yunma was furious, with jealousy inside. Bai Rongma's eyes sharpened. Do you know her? A girl next to Su Yunma, Xiao Yao, was the first to laugh out loud. Of course I do. This is the useless daughter of the Su family who can't cultivate. Bai Rongma frowned. Can't cultivate? Are you too out of date with the news? Someone who can't cultivate can still chase after Feng Qingwan? And punch him so hard that his bones shattered? Xiao Yao kept talking without caring. Su Noa, you probably came here chasing the Crown Prince, right? TSK, don't you know she was rejected by the Crown Prince? Nan Gongling's face darkened. Su Noa, you really have no shame. You chased my palace all the way to the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm.
Sono naromed yes.
Without a word, she suddenly moved swiftly. One punch was thrown forcefully at his face. Then, another punch. Nan Gongling's mind went blank, and he only saw a blur of shadows passing by. A sharp pain spread through his body. Everyone gasped in shock. No one expected Su Hui to suddenly lose her temper and start hitting someone. And she was hitting the crown prince of Dongling country. She was practically pinning him down and beating him fiercely. Nangong Ling's face instantly swelled into a pig's head. Su Yunma was so surprised, she kept stepping back, shouting angrily. Su Hui. Are you crazy? Bai Rongma watched nervously. This person not only killed the genius Feng Qingluan from the Purgatory sect, but also beat up the current crown prince. Broken sword. Wah. The beautiful sister is so cool. Bailey Shangyu with starry eyes. Hui Hui is my goddess. Nangong Ling, I told you, if you appear in front of me again, I will hit you every time I see you. Nangong Ling's eyes started to turn dark. The prince's face was completely ruined. He tried to throw the person away with a flick of his hand. But when he faced Su Hui, he had no strength to resist. He was beaten so badly, he couldn't get up. Is this really the useless person who can't cultivate? Su Hui's gaze fell on the woman just now. You just said, who was returned. Xiao You's legs went weak with fear. Her face was full of panic, almost crying. Isn't Su Hui just a useless person who can be controlled? Why is she so arrogant? Even the prince can't fight back. What's wrong here? Bailey Shangyu, apologize. Xiao You gritted her teeth, looking humiliated and unwilling. She looked at Su Yunma for help. But Su Yunma looked like a turtle hiding in its shell, with a bad expression, silent. Su Hui's voice was calm and steady. Did I hit you? Or did you hit yourself? Xiao You shivered all over. She burst into tears and slapped her own face hard. A crisp sound rang out.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was the one returned. Xiao You knelt on the ground, apologizing and slapping herself. Her eyes were full of hatred, thinking a little apology would do. But unexpectedly, her hands just wouldn't stop, uncontrollably slapping herself. Her hand grew stronger and stronger. Her cheeks quickly turned purple and swollen, her mouth cracked open, blood flowing freely. Shi Yaoyao's eyes showed a hint of fear. She burst into tears and cried out, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Boo-hoo. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. Su Hui's voice was cold. Think carefully before you act. If you don't know how to behave, I don't mind teaching you. Shi Yaoyao cried even louder. The air was filled with her loud, broken sobs. Bailey Shangyu snorted coldly. This is what happens when you talk back. Those who stand out get shot. Bullies are afraid of the brave. If you dare to bother Su Hui again, you won't know how you die. Duanjin jumped up, spinning loudly above Nangong Ling's head. And you? What kind of prince are you? With your kind of trash, our beautiful leader wouldn't look at you. The useless prince. You're ugly and unworthy. Who gave you the confidence to act so arrogantly here? Duanjian, the little kid, cursed without holding back. One person, one sword, full of fierce energy. They all protected Su Hui fiercely. Nangong Ling was so angry, he was about to explode. He staggered to his feet with Su Yunma's help. Su Yunma sniffled slightly, looking at Su Hui with a restrained, accusing gaze, full of sadness and helplessness. Su Hui, you can't hate us just because Prince Brother likes me. Su Hui glanced at Su Yunma's belly and said sharply, You're pregnant and still dare to come to the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm? Impressive. Doing wrong is one thing, but don't bring karma to innocent children. This sentence sounded like a thunderclap, stirring up huge waves. Su Yunma is pregnant before marriage? Whose is it? Who else could it be? From the looks of it, it must be the prince's. No wonder there were rumors in the imperial capital a few days ago, saying that the Eastern Tomb Prince was ruthlessly rejected by the main daughter of the Su family. I heard it was because Su Yunma teamed up with a scoundrel to try to harm Su Hui, but not only was she exposed by Su Hui, but her secret about being pregnant before marriage was also revealed. It's said that this marriage was arranged by the royal family themselves. The noble prince himself is involved in such disgraceful things. It's really embarrassing for the royal family. As expected, Su Yunma's daughter, born from her concubine, is not suitable for the public eye. The students at the Imperial Academy kept talking about it. Bailey Shangyu sneered. That useless man and the pure-hearted girl, they are a perfect match. Everyone, lock her up tightly. Don't let her cause trouble for our family. Su Yunma's face lost all color. She felt a sharp slap across her face, burning and painful. Nangong Ling's expression was even darker, his face as black as a pot, and his eyes stared fiercely at Su'a, filled with anger. Sua's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. After that night, she didn't pay attention to what happened next. She didn't know that such rumors were spreading in the capital. This matter couldn't have been done by the crown prince. He wouldn't have had time to cover it up. The Su'a family members were definitely silenced. So, the only truth was, it was Nangong Ming who spread the news. Su'a's bright, star-like eyes shimmered with a hint of warmth. This guy, he does a lot of things quietly. Everyone sighed in surprise. No one expected things to develop like this. Su'a completely defeated everyone. No one dared to look down on her anymore. An eerie silence surrounded everyone. Hey, everyone move aside. Help. Don't chase me anymore. I'm a handsome young master, charming and popular. But you don't have to chase me like this. A whirlwind-like voice suddenly rang out. Su'a's eyes showed a hint of surprise. It was Chu Xian's voice. Sure enough, Chu Xian, energetic and hurried, appeared in a rush. But at the end of the passage, a group of huge golden sparrow black bees also appeared. They were chasing fiercely. Each golden sparrow black bee was as big as a basin. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Bai Rongma said in a deep voice, "These are golden sparrow black bees from the spirit realm. Judging by their aura, the queen and the queen mother are definitely spirit king realm. Retreat quickly." Su'a's eyes narrowed slightly, and she released her spiritual awareness. She sensed that the queen and queen mother of the golden sparrow black bee army were indeed spirit king realm. How did Chu Xian provoke such fierce beasts? Chu Xian ran as if the wind was at his heels. He saw Su Nian, and his eyes lit up. "Older sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Run quickly. Run fast. There's danger." Bailey Shangyu was surprised. "Xiao Xuanzi, what did you do?" It was only then that Chu Xian saw Bailey Shangyu, and he immediately looked like he was about to cry. "We're doomed. Little beauty, you run fast." The black bees, like fierce warriors charging into battle, chased after Chu Xian fiercely, as if they held a deep grudge. Seeing so many people, the black bees became even angrier. A terrifying pressure was released. Everyone quickly retreated. The entire passage was filled with a creepy buzzing sound, full of killing intent. "There's a secret room here. Come quickly," someone shouted. Everyone hurried into the secret room. Nangong Ling stepped into the room, a murderous look flashing across his face. He slammed the mechanism hard. The heavy stone door rumbled shut. Nangong Ling looked back and showed a provocative and malicious smile at Su Nian. "Nangong Ling, you're still as disgusting as ever. When my boss comes back, I'll kill you." The big door was completely closed. Su Nian's eyes darkened. He punched the giant stone door. The door didn't move at all. Su Nian's face changed slightly. The material of this door was extremely rare. The three of them were trapped in front of the stone door. The black bees seemed to know there was no way out for them. They all blocked the passage, leaving no room to escape. The leading bee flew in the air, glaring fiercely at Chu Xian. Chu Xian gritted his teeth. "Nangong Ling." Bailey Shangyu looked serious. "Xiao Xuanzi, how did you offend these black bees? They've all come out to attack. It's like they hold a grudge against you for killing their father." Chu Xian cleared his throat. "It was just an accident. I accidentally burned their nest." Bailey Shangyu. "The little sword-wielding baby?" Su Nian. "Are you sure it was an accident?" Hearing Chu Xian's words, the black bees surged forward, their killing intent rising sharply. They attacked wildly with a whoosh. Su Nian's stunning face flashed with a cold, bloodthirsty expression, and he uttered one word. "Attack!" The sharp sword energy like a rainbow cut through the air, forming a cold, icy sword light. The power was overwhelming and fierce. The black bees of the golden sparrow were instantly destroyed in large numbers. But their numbers were terrifying. After killing one wave, Another wave charged forward. Chu Xian's face was bloodied and full of energy. Older sister-in-law, step back. I will carve a bloody path for you. Bailey Xiangyu's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. I will fight with you. In an instant, the three of them fought fiercely against the black bees of the Golden Sparrow. Beasts from the spirit sect realm were much stronger than humans of the same level. The air was filled with hostility. The sounds of battle echoed everywhere. But Sugui quickly noticed something was wrong. As soon as these black bees of the Golden Sparrow approached her, they suddenly turned and charged fiercely at Chu Xian. Chu Xian, aren't you, the black bees of the Golden Sparrow, being a bit too aggressive? Sugui narrowed her eyes. She stepped in front of Chu Xian. But the fierce black bees of the Golden Sparrow also charged at Bailey Xiangyu. Bailey Xiangyu. A circle formed around Sugui. It seemed all the black bees of the Golden Sparrow were avoiding her. But they showed no mercy to Chu Xian and Bailey Xiangyu. Both of them quickly got injured. The little confused sword baby asked in doubt. Beauty boss, are these black bees of the Golden Sparrow afraid of you? A flash of insight crossed Sugui's mind. Suddenly, she took out a bright, unusual blood-red spiritual flower from her space. Sugui threw the Fengxian spirit flower. Bailey Xiangyu caught it steadily. Immediately, the fierce and evil black bees of the Golden Sparrow retreated swiftly, like a tide. Bailey Xiangyu's eyes lit up. Wow, these flowers can suppress the black bees of the Golden Sparrow. Chu Xian's face brightened, and he mischievously took out the Fengxian spirit flower to provoke the bees. Come on, come over if you dare. The black bees of the Golden Sparrow bared their teeth and glared at him, buzzing angrily. Sugui's forehead twitched. No wonder the entire army of black bees of the Golden Sparrow is chasing after you. Chu Xian chuckled. Thanks to my sister-in-law saving my life. Every time Chu Xian took a step forward, the black bees of the Golden Sparrow retreated in a rush. He even deliberately threw out a spiritual flower. The burial immortal spirit flower seemed to come alive, releasing black roots that wrapped around the black bee of the Golden Sparrow. The spiritual power of the black bee was drained as if squeezed out. It instantly shriveled up, losing all vitality. A gust of wind turned it into dust. The remaining black bees of the Golden Sparrow were frightened and scattered in all directions. That was amazing. Chu Xian patted his chest, feeling a bit hot. Does this flower also absorb my spiritual power? Su Qiu replied. No, the little sword-wielding baby confidently said. This you don't understand. The burial immortal spirit flower has been tamed by my beautiful leader, and it follows his commands. Hearing this, Bailey Xiangyu was surprised. Is this the burial immortal spirit flower? The little sword more proudly said. Yes, are you scared now? Bailey Xiangyu looked at Su Qiu with disbelief, eyes full of admiration. Wow. Chu Xian scratched the back of his head, but the bee king and queen are spirit kings. Will this work on them? Bailey Xiangyu pondered. It's said that the most terrifying spiritual plant in the burial immortal emperor's tomb is the burial immortal spirit flower. Almost no creature can escape their absorption. Su Qiu's eyes sharpened like blades. We'll see if it works. All the exits here are blocked by the Black Bee army. If we don't deal with the Bee King and Queen, it will be hard to leave. Soon, a scene unfolded. The originally mighty Black Bee army, determined to kill Chu Xian, turned into Chu Xian casually chasing the black bees with the burial immortal spirit flower. The scene was quite comical. The black bees fled very quickly. But soon, the Spirit King-level Black Bee Queen and King appeared. The entire passage was filled with overwhelming pressure, terrifying to the extreme. Chu Xian swallowed hard and tentatively through the burial immortal spirit flower. When it touched the Bee King's body, a puff of black smoke rose. But the Bee King was almost undamaged. Its power was greatly reduced. The Bee Queen and King looked at Chu Xian with disdain, unimpressed. The Black Bee army roared with buzzing, as if mocking Chu Xian's overconfidence. Chu Xian angrily said, "You think you have backing, huh? When my leader Nangong returns, I will wave my hand and destroy you all." The black bees and wasps showed their sharp teeth, gleaming coldly with a fierce look. Bailey Xiangyu frowned. Are the queen and queen bee really that strong? Maybe they have some treasure on them. Su Lin quickly grabbed Chu Xian's shoulder and pulled him back. She formed hand seals, and powerful spiritual energy surged. In an instant, countless ghostly spirit flowers appeared around Su Lin, spinning wildly. At this moment, Su Lin's beautiful, white face was cold and deep, charming yet sinister. Like a ruler in the dark, controlling life and death. The queen and queen bee saw the endless ghostly spirit flowers, their eyes widening in shock. They could ignore one flower, as it posed no threat. But so many, they wondered if their spiritual treasures could withstand it. The queen and queen bee exchanged a glance, unleashing their full strength as spirit kings. Bright light burst from their bodies. Intense and hot, spiritual energy rolled wildly. The entire passage lit up like daytime. Endless runes scattered everywhere. A terrifying shockwave formed, colliding fiercely with the ghostly spirit flowers. Bailey Shangyu and Chu Xian were shaken back repeatedly by the force. Only Su Lin stood firm in the light, like a divine sculpture. But it seemed she might be swallowed by the energy at any moment. The queen and queen bee's eyes flashed with arrogant grins. Suddenly, the ghostly spirit flowers surrounding Su Lin shot through the light with a whooshing sound. They formed a wall of energy, with icy wind blades, pressing down the queen and queen bee. A loud bang echoed. The black bee king and queen bee knelt down heavily. Their proud heads were pressed to the ground, their dark green eyes filled with fear. The black bee army was stunned. "Boss, what's going on? How can a tiny human girl beat you all?" The queen and queen bee broke down. "We didn't want it either, but this girl is too crazy. She can control so many ghostly spirit flowers. Don't you know ghostly spirit flowers are our nemesis?" The little minions of the black bee army were almost panicking. The leaders all knelt down. They no longer dared to be arrogant. Suddenly, there was a loud clattering. All the golden sparrow black bees fell to the ground in submission. Each one bowed their head and knelt, not daring to move. Chu Xian, Bailey Shangyu, Little Sword Baby, Nabla, Beauty Boss, no wonder you took all the buried immortal spirit flowers. Turns out you knew everything in advance. Su Hui, that's not quite right. She simply thought these flowers could quench her magic energy in her spiritual pool. The queen bee and the queen are your only enemies, yet you took them all. Are you really not the reincarnation of a lucky girl? This luck is just too incredible. Chu Xian was truly impressed. If he hadn't met Su Hui in this underground palace, he probably would have been skinned by the queen and the queen bee. Su Hui looked steadily at the queen bee and the queen. They looked confused, but inside, they were terrified. Could this human girl have figured out something? Su Hui straightforwardly said, "Bring out what you have." The golden sparrow black queen and queen bee continued to pretend they didn't understand, but inside they were trembling with shock. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Su Hui's mouth. The energy wall formed by the buried immortal spirit flowers transformed into a huge spirit flower puppet. It was about to swallow them whole. The queen bee and queen bee were so scared they almost lost their souls. But they still shook their heads like rattledrums, refusing to surrender. Even if Su Hui chopped them into pieces, they wouldn't give in. Su Hui moved the buried immortal spirit flowers wrapped around her wrist and said, "Since that's the case, I can only use you to test my punching power. I was a bit annoyed that my last punch didn't break that broken stone door." Su Hui was about to punch hard. The queen bee and queen bee quickly closed their eyes in fear. Two dark red spiritual orbs flew out from their foreheads. Su Hui held the spiritual orbs in her hand, sensing the faint magic energy inside. She thought to herself, "It's just as I expected." The reason the golden sparrow black queen and queen bee could resist the buried immortal spirit flowers was because of this magic spirit orb. The buried immortal spirit flowers grew from magic energy, and the source of magic energy needed for their sprouting could only come from the heavenly demon loot. The magic spirit orb's magic energy also came from the heavenly demon loot. The golden sparrow black bee king and queen knew where the demon zither was. Su Hui felt greatly relieved. At this moment, without the demon spirit pearl, the Bee King and Queen's power instantly dropped to the first level of Spirit Master. Golden Sparrow Black Bee King and Queen, no bees have ever been more miserable than us. Titi Chu Xian snorted. No wonder they refused to hand it over no matter what. A sharp light flashed in Sujio's eyes. This demon spirit pearl is indeed a treasure for them.
But
Sujio split the demon spirit pearl in two and returned it to them. The Bee King and Queen were shocked. Once they regained the pearls, their power immediately returned to the Spirit King level. Bailey Shangyu asked curiously, "Why give it back?" Sujio thought for a moment. No rush. They're still useful. Since she dared to return it, she also had the ability to take it back again. Ever since entering the underground palace, the Phoenix God Space's guidance toward the demon Zither had become faint and unclear. That meant the Zither's aura was being blocked by something. The Golden Sparrow Black Bee King and Queen could lead her to it. If she killed them, it would only cause more trouble. Let's go. Time to settle the score. Sujio headed toward the secret chamber behind her. Chu Xian rolled up his sleeves, a cold smile on his lips. Nangongling, you've really gone too far this time. Inside the secret chamber, Nangongling was laughing proudly, feeling completely satisfied. Bai Rongmo watched his actions and silently approved. After all, the students of the Imperial Academy were already inside the chamber and safe for now. If Sujio died, it would suit him just fine, an indirect way to avenge Feng Qingluan. Su Yunma said with false concern, "If my sister had run a little faster, she wouldn't have been locked out." Shi Yaoyao flattered him. Sujio came to the Dragon Phoenix secret realm just to show off. She has no one to blame but herself. As they gloated, a sudden rumble came from the wall. The entire chamber echoed with loud bangs. A chilling sense of danger filled the air, making everyone's backs go cold. What's happening? Everyone tensed up. A fierce voice echoed through the chamber. They could see the wall trembling, almost ready to collapse. Could it be that the Golden Sparrow Black Bee is attacking? Someone nervously asked. Who can defeat a Spirit King-level Golden Sparrow Black Bee? There are no other hidden passages in this secret room. What should we do? Are we going to die here? I wish I hadn't entered this secret room. It's like sheep walking into a tiger's den. For a moment, everyone was filled with fear. Nangong eyes suddenly brightened. So, that means Su Hui was wiped out by the Golden Sparrow Black Bee. Good. Very good. Haha. Nangong felt completely refreshed. Even in the face of danger, his cold, sinister face showed no fear, and he was full of joy. Su Yunma also laughed loudly. Big sister was so careless. If she had run a little faster, she wouldn't have been swallowed by that terrifying beast, the Golden Sparrow Black Bee. Xiao Yao's face showed relief, and she laughed even more happily. Su Hui is really annoying and overconfident. Too bad she's dead. If she were alive, I would make her kneel and apologize to me. A few students from the Imperial Academy shook their heads and sighed when they heard this. Just as they finished speaking, bang! A loud crash. A hole appeared in the thick wall. A white, jade-like fist burst through with powerful force. Everyone's expression changed. Where did that fist come from? Has the Golden Sparrow Black Bee mutated? The entire wall collapsed like the sky falling, shattering loudly. Dust filled the air, and stones flew everywhere. Everyone quickly drew their weapons, on high alert. Quick! Prepare for battle. Several pairs of dark, serious eyes stared outside, tense and trembling with fear. Some even turned pale, their faces full of fear of the king and queen of the Golden Sparrow Black Bee. In front of them, only the heavy, solid door remained stubbornly standing. All other walls had turned into rubble. What caught their attention was a girl in white standing across from them, allowing dust to swirl around her. She remained clean and pure, like a goddess from the heavens, cold and noble, with an unmatched aura. Is that you? Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide like walnuts, filled with shock and disbelief. Su Gui, weren't you dead? Su Yunma let out a sharp, piercing scream. Just moments ago, she was smiling happily. Now, her face looked terrible. Among everyone present, The person who most wanted Su Guo to die was none other than Su Yunma. Since childhood, Su Yunma had hated Su Guo deeply, especially before she was 5 years old. Everyone said Su Guo was a rare genius. So, when she found out that Su Guo's talent test showed a useless spiritual root, Su Yunma took pleasure in bullying her. Now, Su Guo's once extremely ugly face had not only healed but was also stunningly beautiful. That face, unmatched in beauty across the entire continent, was truly breathtaking. Su Yunma was furious with jealousy. Her fists clenched tightly inside her sleeves, making a cracking sound. Her expression was not only ugly but also filled with envy. Next to her, Nan Gongling's face darkened even more, as if his entire family had been destroyed. For some reason, a faint bad feeling crept into his mind, especially when he saw Su Guo's cold, calm eyes, without any emotion. Nan Gongling instinctively thought of the Underworld King, who always crushed him. Their aura was almost identical. When did Su Guo become so intimidating? Most importantly, Su Guo actually managed to smash through the wall. Nan Gongling's hand muscles twitched violently. At this moment, whispers began to spread among the crowd. I thought it was the golden sparrow black bee destroying the secret chamber wall, but it turns out it was her. How powerful must her fists be? Is Su Guo's cultivation level that high? But that's not the point. The key is she survived under the attack of the king of the golden sparrow black bees and their queen's venomous claws. Yeah. What about the golden sparrow black bees? Did she kill them? Impossible, right? Brother Bai is only at the spirit marquis level. Su Guo can't possibly be at the spirit king level. At this time, Chu Xian and Bailey Shangyu stood on either side of Su Guo, acting as protectors. Everyone's gaze fixed on Su Guo's back. They were so frightened that their eyes nearly rolled back, almost fainting. The king and queen of the golden sparrow black bees. God, a huge army of golden sparrow black bees. We're doomed. Help! Someone screamed in fear. Several people, scared stiff, sat on the ground trembling, their bodies covered in sweat. Especially Xiao Yao and Su Yunmo, whose eyes rolled back, and they fainted on the spot. Bai Rongmo looked like he was facing a great enemy. All the powerful beings at the Spirit Lord level released their intimidating pressure. They held all kinds of magical tools for protection and escape. Someone muttered softly, "Why aren't the golden sparrow black bees killing Su Nua? They're so close, like followers." Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized the problem. They saw that these fierce and aggressive golden sparrow black bees were glaring at them with fierce looks. It was as if they were venting some anger or frustration. But when they looked at Su Nua, their eyes showed fear. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the golden sparrow black bees are afraid of Su Nua? Could Su Nua command even the powerful golden sparrow black bees that serve the Spirit King? Everyone's eyes turned sharply toward the queen bee and the bee queen. But they saw that the queen and the bee queen looked even more strange. They seemed to be afraid, but also showing a kind of eager, flattering expression. Everyone shivered intensely. The mighty and terrifying queen bee and bee queen were flattering Su Nua. Everyone's vision blurred, as if they were seeing a ghost. Chu Xian crossed his arms, looking very proud. "Why are you looking? A small bee at the Spirit King level is nothing to a big shot like me. Everyone. Talking about this, aren't you the one being chased so badly or crying and calling for your mother? Having someone backing you up is impressive, right?" Nan Gongling's eyes flashed with surprise and anger, then suddenly a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Su Nura, you're alive. That's great. The Dragon and Phoenix Secret Realm is dangerous. Why don't you come explore with me? I can take good care of you," Su Nua sneered sarcastically. "Oh, your attitude changed so quickly. Stop pretending. Don't make me sick here." Bai Li Shang, you looked aggressive. "Aren't you eager for Nuna to be killed by the golden sparrow black bees army? If I follow you, I might be pushed out as a scapegoat someday, and I die without understanding why." Nan Gongling's face stiffened, and he forced out a bad-looking smile. "That's not what I meant." Chu Xian crossed his arms and chuckled. "Are you saying that the stone door was accidentally touched by you, and now you can't do anything if it closes?" Nan Gongling didn't dare to make a sound. Bailey Shangyu responded bluntly. It's amusing to see the crown prince flattering like that. It really opened my eyes. Do you know why my guagua smashed this wall? Because the switch for the stone door is on the wall, and my guagua is very upset about that. Nangong Ling's face suddenly looked like he'd been slapped hard, turning pale and red. Sugwa sneered and waved her hand. The heavy stone door standing there was instantly pulled into the Phoenix god space. Nangong Ling's expression changed sharply, and he felt his face hurt even more. His unease grew stronger and stronger. Sugwa looked at him coldly and said, Nangong Ling, ending up like this is your own fault. Nangong Ling couldn't hold back anymore and shouted angrily, Sugwa, you dare threaten me. Sugwa looked at him and said, I am threatening you. What can you do about it? Nangong Ling was so angry he almost spat blood. I am the crown prince of the current dynasty. You dare? Sugwa chuckled mockingly. So what? Don't talk about threats. If I had been slightly injured just now, you would have lost your life. Nangong Ling's heart suddenly shrank, and he felt a sharp, bitter taste in his throat, with his blood surging. A murderous look flashed in his eyes, and his 5 fingers curled into claws, reaching towards Sugwa's neck with a deadly aura. Sugwa just stood there calmly, watching him with a light breeze and clouds. Nangong Ling felt an intense sense of unease, as if something completely beyond his expectations was happening. Just as he was about to grab Sugwa, the golden sparrow black bee king and the queen bee behind her moved. Their powerful aura from the spirit king realm poured out like a tidal wave. Nangong Ling's face changed drastically. He couldn't believe that the bee king and queen bee had really become Sugwa's fighters, responding to her call. He was forcefully knocked back and fell heavily to the ground. A large mouthful of bright red blood spurted out. Nangong Ling felt his internal organs painfully twisting, and his face almost contorted in pain. Bailey Shangyu quietly said, Why not just kill him directly? Sugwa smiled and said, Why kill him so quickly? Being alive but suffering is more fun. The royal heir always has powerful protectors behind them. It's easy to kill, but it would cause her a lot of trouble. If she wants to kill, she must do it secretly and cleanly. Doing things without leaving traces is the smartest choice. There's no need to cause herself unnecessary problems. An unbelievable scene shocked everyone deeply. Su Hui looked down at them from above. Today, if you want to leave the secret chamber, you must pay a toll. Bai Rongma was the first to oppose. I didn't cause trouble for you. It has nothing to do with me. Su Hui glanced at him. Oh? No longer seeking revenge for Feng Qingwan. Bai Rongma choked and glared angrily. Is this your family's road? Su Hui spread her hands. No. But if you want to leave, have you asked the queen bee and the queen mother? As soon as she finished speaking, the golden sparrow black bee queen and the queen mother flapped their wings, and a fierce wind swept over Bai Rongma like a cold blade. Bai Rongma's face turned pale, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The queen bee and queen mother of the spirit king realm are not something they can resist. The only exit was blocked tightly. There was no way out. Bai Rongma, you're taking advantage of the chaos. Su Hui, isn't that obvious? Bai Rongma glared at her fiercely, his face turning pale. How much does it cost? Su Hui smiled slightly. 1,000 purple crystals. Hiss. Nangong Ling was furious. Su Hui. What did you say? Su Hui looked at him with disdain. If your ears are deaf, go get them treated. I have a beginner spirit pill that can cure you. I'll sell it for 500 purple crystals. Bailey Shangyu clapped with starry eyes. Oh wow, you're dreaming. Nangong Ling was so angry that smoke seemed to rise from his head, and he radiated endless fury. Bai Rongma suddenly raised his head, his black eyes shooting out a murderous aura. He gritted his teeth. 1,000 purple crystals. Who are you trying to cheat? Su Hui smiled. Trying to cheat you. As a level 1 student at the Empire Academy, you probably can't even come up with 1,000 purple crystals, right? Bai Rongma was so angry that his 7 orifices smoked, and he trembled like a leaf in the wind. Of course, he could pay. But who would want to? 1,000 purple crystals, accumulated over 10 years. Su Nua raised an eyebrow. You don't want 1,000 purple crystals. Nangong Ling and Bai Rongma spoke at the same time. Of course we don't want that, Su Nua shrugged. All right, then 2,000 purple crystals. Nangong Ling staggered back, nearly fainting with anger. Bai Li Shangyu burst out laughing. Chu Xian laughed loudly, slapping his thigh. I'm laughing so hard my head almost falls off. First, they tricked Ji Chenyi and his friends. Now they're tricking Nangong Ling and Bai Rongma. It's true, people who offend the big boss are always the biggest fools. Su Nua smiled sweetly. I've been generous enough, right? 2,000 purple crystals doubled. That's really generous. Bai Rongma's eyes burned with fierce flames, endless anger boiling inside him. You're crazy. Why are you asking for so much? Su Nua looked down at him. Because your lives are in my hands. What do you think? Bai Rongma's face twitched with rage. Why doesn't he have a fierce beast at the Spirit King level? Su Nua thought slowly. If you're not willing, then 3,000. I agree. Nangong Ling roared hysterically. 2,000 purple crystals. It settled. Nangong Ling looked like he was full of hatred, wishing he could rush forward and tear Su Nua apart. Su Nua smiled brightly. Want to fight? Come on. Behind her, the army of golden sparrow and black bee monsters showed their teeth and claws. Their sharp teeth looked like they could tear someone apart at any moment. Nangong Ling quickly stepped back, looking scared. Su Nua looked regretful. I thought you wanted to spar with the golden sparrow and black bee army. Nangong Ling almost vomited. He'd never seen anyone so crazy. He wondered why he hadn't realized Su Nua was like this before. Like he'd just eaten a fly, Nangong Ling's face turned very ugly as he handed over the 2,000 purple crystals. He originally only needed 1,000, but now he'd given away twice as much for no reason. Nangong Ling felt like eating someone. Su Nua said, You're so quick to hand over the crystals. The prince must be rich. Looks like I can trick him a little more. Everyone. Big boss, can't you secretly know your own mischievous plans? Hurry up and hand over the items. Who dares to be afraid?
Suhuyes gaze shitsto Bai Rongma.
Bai Rongma's breath catches, veins on his temples bulge, and he is furious. His teeth are clenched tightly, burning with anger. If he continues to bargain, Su Hui might order the Black Bee King to kill him. In the end, he still handed over 2,000 purple crystal stones. Su Hui made a big profit. Bai Rongma's heart is bleeding. He wishes he hadn't gotten involved with Feng Qingwan. It caused him to suffer heavy losses for no reason. Bai Rongma coldly stares at Su Hui. A faint, dangerous light appears in his eyes. Soon, everyone's gaze sweeps over. The students of the Empire Academy are very nervous. They don't have that many purple crystal stones. It's over. If we can't give the stones, Su Hui might feed us to the black bees? Someone is almost crying from fear. Su Hui blinks. Am I that scary? Everyone shivers. More than that, Su Hui, okay. She casually glances over. You all. Everyone's hearts almost jump out of their chests. Su Hui extends a slender, white finger. Just one purple crystal stone. Everyone. The students of the Empire Academy are stunned. They doubt they heard right. Su Hui. Don't want. The students cheerfully run forward to hand over the purple crystal stones. Their speed is as fast as lightning. They are afraid Su Hui will change her mind. Nangong Ling is angry. Why do they only need one stone each? Su Hui's lips curl up. If you want to help them, pay 1,500 stones each, I don't mind. These are all advanced students of the Empire Academy. She always repays kindness and keeps her principles clear. They haven't mocked or persecuted her. Su Hui has her own rules. When I am in trouble, you don't kick me when I'm down. When I rise, I won't cut you 3 times. Nangong Ling looked very gloomy. None of this concerns me. Why should I help? Someone retorted. Who cares about a bad guy helping? I don't want him to turn against us and ruin everything. Exactly. Miss Sugure is kind and beautiful. She wouldn't get involved with innocent people. You guys. Nangong Ling's face suddenly changed, feeling angry and frustrated inside. Bailey Shangyu looked at the 2 people lying unconscious on the ground, with a dangerous look in her eyes. What about them? Su Gui smiled coldly. Bring a basin of water. Pour it on them to wake them up. Chu Xian took out a basin of icy water from his space ring. Bailey Shangyu looked annoyed. Gui, that's not what I mean. Watch this. She took out a huge wooden bucket. Then she spoke to the army of golden sparrow black bees behind her. Water. You should have plenty of, right? Everyone heard this and looked very unhappy. Bailey Shangyu's meaning was clear. She wanted the golden sparrow black bees to give her the food of the cycle of reincarnation. Suddenly, everyone's faces showed a mix of surprise and concern. Soon, a large bucket of the strange-smelling cycle of reincarnation liquid was poured forcefully over Su Yunma and Xiao Yao. Ah! The two screamed loudly, piercing the sky. Su Yunma sat up in shock, overwhelmed by a terrible smell. Her clothes and hair were soaked with the strange liquid. Her eyes widened like walnuts, her face twisted in shock and horror. Everyone covered their noses, trying to stay far away. Nangong Ling looked even more disgusted.
He was the farthest away.
What is this? Xiao Yao cried uncontrollably, her tears tearing at her heart. She kept crying and vomiting.
Ugh.
Ugh. Su Yunma was about to go crazy. Her vicious, resentful eyes stared at Su Gui. She rushed forward, screaming sharply, Su Gui, I will kill you. She hadn't actually fainted earlier. Because of Su Gui's incredible change, she was both jealous and terrified. She worried about Su Gui's revenge. This person didn't even care about the crown prince. She definitely wouldn't let her go. She didn't expect that Su Gui would be so ruthless. Su Yunma attacked fiercely, with great cruelty. She thought about being pregnant, carrying the royal heir. Su Yunma definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. A swarm of golden and black bees rushed at her, densely covering her body.
Su Yunma froze completely.
In the next moment, she let out a loud, piercing scream. She was terrified and frantic. Get away. Get away. Please, go away. The bees' sharp claws scratched her face. Their blades like claws cut her skin mercilessly. Freshly spilled grains and other substances poured out chaotically. Her face was covered with dirt and mud. Blood mixed with filth, creating a shocking sight. Ugh ugh ugh. Su Yunma broke down crying, desperately running toward Nangong Ling. Prince, save me. Nangong Ling's eyes flashed with disgust. He instinctively kicked her away. He didn't consider that she was pregnant. Stay back. Su Yunma was harshly kicked to the ground, falling unsteadily. Her whole body felt cold as if in an icy cellar, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she looked at Nangong Ling. Prince, I'm carrying your child. How could you treat me like this? Su Yunma cried out desperately, her voice trembling with madness and pain. Nangong Ling took a deep breath, feeling that he was getting too impulsive.
Su Yunma suddenly clutched her stomach painfully.
Soon, a pool of blood appeared on the ground. Nangong Ling's anger flared, and his guilt vanished completely. His eyes turned red as he shouted, It's all your fault. You can't even protect your own child. Useless. Everyone around watched this scene in silence. They thought he was completely useless. So incompetent and irresponsible. How could he be the heir to the throne? Was the emperor blind? Su Yunma was utterly panicked, overwhelmed by fear. No! Prince, please save me. This is your child. How can you be so heartless and abandon us? She cried desperately, begging Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling rejected her completely, showing disgust. Su Hui looked on coldly, her eyes filled with a fierce sense of justice. When Su Yunma damaged her face and insulted her before, if she had a little conscience, she wouldn't be facing such harsh punishment today. Justice is clear. Good will be rewarded. Evil will be punished. She felt no regret at all. If the family head is corrupt, the rest will be crooked. If a child is born to such a mother, they will only suffer misfortune and live a very painful life. Wouldn't it be better to be raised in a better family? Su Hui's gaze fell on Xiao Yao, her eyes cold and sharp like a fierce phoenix. Xiao Yao was so frightened she knelt down and begged for mercy, her face pale and tears streaming down. Her voice trembled with panic. Su Hui, I haven't done anything bad to you. Bailey Shangyu stepped on her shoulder. Don't think we didn't hear your happy-sounding voice just now. People like you, who have no strength but pretend to be high and mighty, bully the weak and rely on power, are really annoying. Xiao Yao is terrified and denied. No, I didn't. Su Hui glared at her with a mocking smile. So, who do you want to kneel before and apologize? Xiao Yao's mind went blank, feeling a loud explosion in her head. A storm of wind and rain hit her hard, making her feel as if death was very close. She opened her eyes wide. I was just being rude. Please spare me. I beg you. I won't dare to speak recklessly again. Xiao Yao kowtowed heavily, blood streaming from her forehead, full of regret. Su Hui snorted, her eyes cold and bloodthirsty. At 6, who did you throw into the snake pit? At 7, whose hand or leg did you break? At 8, in the cold winter, who did you push into the lake, almost drowning them? At 9, every time Su Yunma committed evil deeds, it was always with Xiao Yao's help. Each case, too numerous to count. Bailey Shangyu was furious when he heard this. At such a young age, to be so vicious and commit such inhumane acts, it's simply madness. You are truly unforgivable. Bailey Shangyu kicked her hard, breaking Xiao Yao's collarbone. His toe pressed down fiercely. Chu Xian trembled with anger. You could die 100,000 times, but it wouldn't erase our deep hatred. He is the beloved young master of the Nangong family, cherished and pampered. Despite facing many tragic events since childhood, he did not turn bad but became outstanding and exceptional. Shi Yaorao listened to Su Hui recount one crime after another. She felt as if sharp winds and icy swords were piercing her heart, freezing her blood, and making her feet cold. Her heart seemed to be cruelly squeezed by a large hand, ready to burst at any moment. Suddenly, Shi Yaoyao realized that if she fell into Su Hui's hands, death wouldn't be the worst punishment. The worst would be living in misery, worse than death. Terrified, she shook her head and backed away, her initial plea for mercy disappearing. At this moment, she wished she could end her life immediately. Su Hui's eyes turned cold. Wanna die? Dream on. Don't. Xiaoyao desperately used her hands and feet to crawl away, trying to crash herself to death. But she didn't expect to be surrounded by golden sparrow black bees. She suddenly turned around and hit the tail of a black bee. The black bee, bad luck. The hard stinger pierced directly into Xiaoyao's eye. Her screams were deafening and hysterical. Su Hui threw a pill into her mouth, instantly silencing her. Too noisy, Su Hui ordered. Watch these two people. As long as they are alive, that's enough. This implied that they should suffer endlessly, in pain and despair. The army of black bees obeyed, without question. Su Hui's gaze fell on the black bee king and queen, and he said, You too, follow me. The bee king and queen looked miserable. They silently followed Su Hui, becoming unpaid laborers. A spiritual king-level worker with no pay. If this got out, others would laugh to death. Just as everyone was about to leave, suddenly, a cold, terrifying black aura surged through the entire passage. A deep, distant sound of an ancient zither echoed in the void. Dark, fierce, bloodthirsty, and domineering, as if capable of moving mountains and overturning the world. Su Hui's expression changed slightly. The aura of the heavenly demon zither was erupting. Chu Xian was surprised. This music has such a strong killing power. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of Su Hui disappeared from sight. Hey, big boss. Where are you going? Bailey Shangyu and Chu Xian quickly followed. Nangong Ling looked grim and dark. Su Hui is in such a hurry. She must have found some treasure. Bai Rongma's eyes flashed with a murderous look. We should follow too. The students of the Imperial Academy had just escaped death once, and didn't want to go again. But Bai Rongma's fierce gaze was too intimidating, so they had no choice but to follow. After all, Bai Rongma was the one leading them on this trial. Su Hui used her teleportation skill, her figure like a ghost, rushing toward the aura of the demon bell. But in the blink of an eye, her aura disappeared again. Bailey Shangyu and Chu Xian arrived, panting heavily. Bailey Shangyu asked, Hui, what happened? Su Hui's eyes were deep and serious as she looked at the queen bee and the king bee. Where did you get the magic spirit pearl? The queen bee and king bee's eyes widened. That place is too dangerous. We can't go there. A cold blue light flickered in the depths of Su Hui's dark, lake-like eyes, filled with killing intent. The queen bee and king bee were so frightened they nearly fainted. This boss's gaze and pressure were terrifying. After breaking through more than a dozen illusion formations in the mysterious underground palace, everyone finally reached the end of the palace. Beyond the end was the forbidden zone at the center of the entire burial immortal emperor's tomb. A black barrier wall separated the palace from the forbidden zone. You couldn't see through to the other side. From outside the barrier, sounds of chaos and battle echoed. The power was overwhelming, as if the world was collapsing. Su Hui's heart was pounding wildly, her demonic energy and dantian spinning crazily, roaring. The barrier that blocked the aura of the demon bell was this wall of energy. Standing here, she could sense that on the other side, not only was there the aura of the demon bell, but also the aura of Nangong Ming. Su Hui used her eye of creation to see through the wall. The entire forbidden zone was vast, like a small world outside the realm. Mountains stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, fierce beasts roared, and the sky seemed to be falling. The area was filled with endless blood and killing intent. Strong winds howled like an ancient battlefield, raging wildly. A huge tower surrounded by swirling black mist stands between the mountains, reaching into the clouds and towering high. At the top of the tower, a fleeting glow almost takes shape, swirling with the thickest black energy. Sun Yan's eyes narrow as she looks, and she sees the location of the heavenly demon zither. Suddenly, her mind trembles and a long, unmatched man's figure reflects in her eyes. But soon, her beautiful face shows a cold, sinister expression. Dozens of powerful fighters are attacking him. All of these people are at the Spirit King level. The fight is fierce, shaking the sky and earth. Under the bright, hot light burst, a tall, perfect figure appears in the air. He stands with his hands behind his back, his handsome face noble and unmatched, like a supreme divine being. His natural, powerful aura looks down with pride, looking down on all living things. The other Spirit King level fighters are all bloodied. But Nangong Ming remains spotless, elegant, noble, and commanding, shining brightly all over, unmatched in the world. Prince of the Underworld, no matter what, today we will leave your life. A beautiful woman in a red robe with a strong face suddenly speaks coldly. She doesn't believe that 20 Spirit King fighters can't defeat the Underworld King. This young genius is truly stunning beyond words. Only by defeating him can they remove a big threat. The young master can then more easily get the heavenly demon zither. A proud, rebellious look flashes in Nangong Ming's eyes. Your Fanning Palace is too useless. Calling your ancestor to come out is barely acceptable. The beautiful woman in red shows a cruel, cold gleam. Arrogant and overconfident. Let's see the power of our side. The Spirit King fighters release a powerful pressure, like a mountain collapsing, stars shifting, shaking the heavens and earth. The air twists and cracks loudly. But just then, suddenly, a new aura appears inside the Forbidden Zone. Nangong Ming's heart trembles slightly. It's the aura of his little wife. His eyes sharpen. He precisely captures the figure of the girl he's been thinking about. The other Spirit King fighters also sense the foreign aura. But they are just a few low-level Spirit Realm ants, not worth mentioning. The beautiful woman in red looks at Su Nian's stunning face, her brow furrowing slightly. Nangong Ming clenched his fist tightly behind his back. He couldn't let these old men hurt his little Su. He had to lead them away. Nangong Ming's lips moved slightly, and a bright light suddenly shone in his palm. He swung the divine punishment sword through the air. The powerful force was shocking and awe-inspiring. The void shattered loudly. His tall figure turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the darkness. Don't even think about escaping, several streaks of light flashed past. The beautiful woman in red and the other strong cultivators from the Spirit King realm all chased after him. Su Hui's expression grew serious. Just now, Nangong Ming had sent her a message about how to get the heavenly demon loot. She knew he was deliberately distracting them. A cold, icy look appeared in Su Hui's eyes. She quickly took out a bottle of spiritual pill and handed it to Bailey Shangyu and Chu Xian.
Eat this.
It can block the magic aura and poison here. Bailey Shangyu's face changed slightly.
Magic aura?
Are there really monsters here? No wonder I felt uneasy as soon as I entered the Forbidden Zone. Su Hui nodded. That black tower is clearly related to the demon race. Bailey Shangyu's expression became tense. Su Hui's eyes were calm. I want to enter the black tower to get the heavenly demon loot. Chu Xian exclaimed. Ancient artifact. The heavenly demon loot. Su Hui nodded. Exactly. Chu Xian's face grew more serious. No wonder old Nangong appeared here. He probably sensed the heavenly demon loot's emergence and deliberately led those strong cultivators away. Su Hui looked at both of them. You can stay here. Bailey Shangyu was anxious. Where is Hui Hui? I want to go with her. The black tower looks very dangerous. How can I let you go alone? Chu Xian snorted. I am not afraid of danger. We face difficulties together, share blessings together. Su Hui raised an eyebrow, silently agreeing. She turned to the entrance where the Queen Bee and the Bee Queen were. Stay here and guard. No one is allowed to pass through this entrance. The Golden Sparrow Black Bee King and the Bee Queen had obtained the magic spirit beads inside the Black Tower by accident. Once they entered the Forbidden Zone again, the beads would be automatically recalled. They were of no use to them. The Bee Queen signaled that the entrance to the Forbidden Zone might not only be here. Su Hui said, It's fine. If you encounter someone stronger than you, you can leave to save yourself. The Black Swallowtail Queen and the Queen Bee exchanged a look and obediently followed orders. This human girl is clear about right and wrong, ruthless in her methods, and decisive in her actions. Somehow, the beasts feel willing to submit to her. This person will surely reach the top in the future. The three of them are getting closer to the Black Tower. Little beauty you, do you feel that the closer we get to the Black Tower, the stronger the rejection? Chu Xian looked serious. His legs were already trembling. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. He could hardly move forward. Bailey Shangyu's breathing grew heavier. That's true. Jojo, are you okay? Sujo paused and said, I don't feel anything. Chu Xian was surprised. Why doesn't it work on you? Sujo smiled faintly. I have the Sea Emperor armor. The Sea Emperor armor has been worn on her the whole time. She just keeps it invisible. The pressure from the Black Tower doesn't affect the Sea Emperor armor. Perhaps the armor's defense is extremely strong. Chu Xian whined. Jealous. Bailey Shangyu's eyes sparkled. Envious. Duan Jian chuckled. Hated. Sujo took out 2 sets of armor from the Phoenix God space for them. Bailey Shangyu's whole body trembled. Silver Moon armor. Chu Xian gasped. Starry Sky armor. Sujo said, The ancient beast gave me a lot of scrap metal, so I'll make do. Chu Xian and Bailey Shangyu looked at each other. They actually thought the divine weapons were just scrap metal. Both quickly clung to Sujo's leg. Wow, wow, wow. It feels so good to be taken care of by a big boss. Jojo, I want to follow you forever. Sujo. No need to go that far. The first floor of the Black Tower. The door is wide open. Clearly, someone has been here before. Sujo learned from Nangong Ming that this is the ancient demon Black Tower used to suppress the heavenly demon Zither. Chu Xian said, When the heavenly demon Zither appears, it will definitely attract many strong people to fight for it. The Black Tower has 99 floors. It's dangerous, but also an opportunity. The heavenly demon piano is located at the top of the 99 floors. She had thought about breaking through from the outside of the Black Tower. But the entire tower is like a wall of copper and iron, impenetrable and highly protected. To get the heavenly demon piano, she can only reach the top floor. The first floor of the Black Tower. There are many signs of battle, and corpses everywhere. However, the illusion here has been broken. The second and third floors are similar, until she reaches the 35th floor. The sound of fierce fighting is intense. As Su Qi entered the territory, she saw several groups fighting fiercely against 50 or 60 ancient corpses. Among them was someone she knew, Luo Tianyin. Chu Xian. Wow. She's come back to life. The dense ancient corpses are creepy. Each one emits a strong aura. Luo Tianyin, who was being chased and screamed loudly by an ancient corpse, turned around. When she saw Su Qi, a glint appeared in her eyes. It was as if she had finally found a way out. She sped towards Su Qi. The ancient corpse behind her was full of murderous intent, about to tear her apart with its claws. Suddenly, Luo Tianyin quickly turned a corner. Her goal was obvious. She wanted to switch the target. As long as she dodged, the ancient corpse would kill Su Qi with a single palm strike. Thinking of the test at the Dragon Phoenix Temple, Luo Tianyin felt bitter. The Dragon Phoenix secret realm is so big, and I happen to meet you again. Serves you right. Luo Tianyin's plan was perfect. Su Qi looked at her indifferently. Just as Luo Tianyin tried to turn, Su Qi teleported and blocked her path. She kicked her hard in the chest. The powerful force made Luo Tianyin feel dizzy, her limbs numb, and she was thrown backward. She crashed heavily into the ancient corpse that was chasing her. The ancient corpse reflexively grabbed her with its claws. It fell heavily onto Luo Tianyin's chest. Ancient corpse. Is there such a good thing? Chu Xian. Oh my gosh. Haha, so embarrassing. Bailey Shangyu burst out laughing. Haha, the ancient corpse holding a beautiful lady. What a sight. Chu Xian chuckled loudly. Little beauty Yuyin, such a good corpse, such a good corpse. Haha. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened, bodies stiff, feeling cold all over, and hair standing on end. Ah! Lu Tianyin's terrified scream echoed around, her mind overwhelmed by a strange voice. Go away. Die. Disgusting. Disgusting. Lu Tianyin struggled wildly. But Su Hui's kick earlier had already numbed her meridians. Her palm-held spiritual energy was weak. The ancient corpse hugged Lu Tianyin, its dry, hard face pressed against her delicate skin. Its dark eye sockets seemed full of bright light, and it made gurgling sounds in its throat. Lu Tianyin was about to go crazy. Go away.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. The ancient corpse didn't loosen its grip. Instead, it carried Lu Tianyin and walked into the darkness on this level. Chu Xian exclaimed, Could it be what I think it is? Bailey Shangyu said, So exciting. Chu Xian shivered and quickly held onto Bailey Shangyu's arm. Eek, this ancient corpse's behavior is seriously disturbing. Bailey Shangyu's forehead veins bulged as he punched. Stop your crying and go away. Lu Tianyin screamed for help. People from the Vanishing Sound Palace looked shocked and rushed forward to save her. But they were all entangled by other ancient corpses. Each ancient corpse was powerful, cruel, and cunning. Seeing Lu Tianyin about to fall into their grasp, a figure suddenly appeared. A woman in violet clothes, wearing a light veil, graceful and beautiful like a fairy or jade. Her aura was cold and piercing, keeping everyone at a distance. A vast surge of spiritual power flowed out. She struck one of the ancient corpses, smashing its head. The corpse's body collapsed, falling heavily onto Lu Tianyin. Su Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Xian whispered, This is the young mistress of the Vanishing Sound Palace, Lu Fanqi. Lu Tianyin was finally rescued, but her twisted, hateful eyes stared fiercely at Su Hui, and she said, Big sister, it was all Su Hui's doing. I want to kill her. Bailey Shangyu, full of anger. Come on, let's see who destroys whom. Lu Tianyin was about to rush forward in anger. Lu Fanqi slightly frowned, her gaze fixed on Su Hui, deep and mysterious. She only said, Don't act impulsively. Luo Tianyin felt very frustrated and angrily said, Big sister. Su Gui is just a useless fifth-rank spiritual master. Why didn't you help me? I'm your younger sister. When others bully me like this, you just stand by and do nothing. Luo Fani sneered. A fifth-rank spiritual master. Are you blind? Even she couldn't see clearly that young woman's cultivation level. How could she be a fifth-rank spiritual master? Moreover, can a fifth-rank spiritual master enter the forbidden area at the center of the burial immortal emperor's tomb? Big sister, you don't believe me even though. Luo Tianyin glared fiercely at Su Gui. But she couldn't see through the other's cultivation level at all. Luo Tianyin was shocked. How is this possible? When we were at the Dragon Phoenix Temple, she clearly was a fifth-rank spiritual master. Luo Fani looked at her coldly. That means you've been tricked. Luo Tianyin suddenly became furious, her fingertips digging into her palm. Luo Fani's voice was cold. If you keep causing trouble, do you think I'll still save you? Don't forget why we came here. Luo Tianyin was so angry she couldn't hold back, glaring at Su Gui with threatening eyes. At this moment, an ancient corpse was shattered with a loud bang. The remaining ancient corpses went berserk, their black holes emitting a bright red blood aura, and their fighting power surged wildly. They instantly became like fierce warriors. It seemed as if something was controlling and stimulating them. Su Gui's eyes were sharp as swords. Not good. The supreme-level corpse king is about to wake up. His skin was as pale as a sick person's. His eyes were closed, but his features were very delicate and beautiful. He radiated a strong aura of danger and supreme power. It made people feel cold and want to bow down in fear. Everyone was stunned. Chu Xian exclaimed, "This corpse king looks quite handsome." Bai Li Shangyu said, "I thought he was a very scary mummy." Su Hui's eyes flashed with sharpness. This corpse king was strange. He looked familiar. Where had she seen him before? The Supreme Corpse King's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing hollow, bottomless pits filled with blood energy. A strong smell of blood and killing aura surrounded him. Suddenly, black smoke burst out. His once handsome face turned into a fierce, terrifying creature. Chu Xian was surprised. Is he doing magic? I praised him too early. Everyone's faces changed drastically. This was the real face of the Corpse King. An icy, deadly aura spread around, like the king of hellish warriors, brutal, murderous, and chilling. Many people knelt down, bleeding from their mouths and dying. Some couldn't handle the pressure and screamed wildly, their minds shattered. Their cultivation was gone, and they became crazy and wild. Luo Tianyin trembled with fear, her face pale. Her expression flickered, sometimes confused, sometimes filled with hatred. No one around noticed her change. Luo Fanqi's face was tense, like she was facing a great enemy. The terrifying pressure made her blood surge, and she felt a bitter taste in her throat. Young mistress, Gu Papa, standing beside her, looked shocked and whispered in alarm. Luo Fanqi shot a quick glance to stop her. The pressure from the Supreme Corpse King was too overwhelming. Just his aura made her use all her spiritual power to protect her heart. Her eyes turned cold as she instinctively looked toward the beautiful girl nearby. Su Hui was calm and composed, unaffected by the aura. Luo Fanqi's heart sank. This person was even more mysterious than she thought. The Supreme Corpse King suddenly curled his lips into a strange smile. A visible burst of blood energy shot out from his hollow, blood-red eyes. It flew toward Luo Tianyin. Luo Tianyin's eyes turned red, her face twisted with rage, and she let out a beast-like roar. Her roar was loud and frightening, making everyone feel scared. Luo Fanqi's expression changed drastically. Tianyin, she raised her hand like a sharp blade, ready to strike her down. But it was too late. Luo Tianyin, in her wild and furious state, was filled with intense resentment. She suddenly turned angrily toward Sun Yo. You, go die. A thick, dark mist kept rising from her head, and she crazily attacked Sun Yo without reason. Her violent power seemed able to move mountains and break seas, unstoppable. Everyone was so shocked that their faces turned pale, and they kept stepping back. No one expected Luo Tianyin to suddenly go berserk. After all, any movement could make her a target for the Corpse King, leading to quick death. No one also expected her strength to increase so terrifyingly. The powerful waves of energy rolled towards Sunyo. Old witch, trying to hurt my Nyo. Huh. Bailey Shangyu was furious and ready to rush forward. Sunyo sternly said, "Back off." She is controlled by the Corpse King. She quickly formed hand seals and shouted sharply, "Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, gather the four symbols," for huge shadow images appeared behind Sunyo. Their aura was fierce, and their power was immense. At this moment, her cold face showed a chilling, noble beauty, overlooking everything. It was as if she had the power to destroy the world and turn everything upside down. Sunyo's expression was calm, her eyes showing supreme dominance. The four shadow images collided fiercely with the berserk Luo Tianyin. Shockwaves spread like ripples across the air. Luo Tianyin was blasted, bleeding from her orifices. Lightning crackled all over her body. Luo Fanqi's face grew serious. She couldn't believe Sunyo could fight against the berserk Luo Tianyin and still be so strong. The black mist above Luo Tianyin's had dispersed, and her eyes gradually cleared. She cried out in fear, "Don't! Save me! Corpse King, please spare me! Big sister, save me!" Luo Fanqi's face changed drastically. "Everyone listen. Hurry and save her." The people from Fanning Palace rushed forward together. In an instant, bright light shone, and the formation glowed brightly. Luo Tianyin's eyes shone with a fierce glow, and blood flowed from her 7 orifices as thick black mist suddenly emerged. Gurgle gurgle, her throat made strange, chilling sounds, and cracks of corpse-like marks appeared on her skin. Grandma Gu's eyes burned with intensity. "This is a sign of corpse transformation." Luo Tianyin suddenly released a terrifying amount of power. Her aura was overwhelming, like raging waves. Everyone was forcefully knocked back, their eyes wide with shock. This is too terrifying. Miss Tianyin's consciousness is badly damaged, and she is completely controlled by the Corpse King. Why doesn't the Corpse King control others? Why choose Miss Tianyin specifically? Chu Xian spread his hands. Because she has too much resentment, it's hard not to be chosen. Someone angrily said, "Who doesn't have some resentment? Could it be that Miss Tianyin was bullied by that dried corpse earlier?" Luo Fanqi stared coldly at Su Gui, her eyes sharp. Bailey Shangyu sneered. That was Luo Tianyin's own fault. If she hadn't tried to shift the danger onto Gui, she wouldn't have been attacked by that dried corpse. Grandma Gu's eyes shot out fierce looks. "Who are you calling like that?" Bailey Shangyu rolled her eyes. "Who else?" "Luo Tianyin, of course. You. The monks of the Fanning Palace. So infuriating." At this moment, under the devouring and erosion of the black mist, Luo Tianyin's face twisted with hatred and madness. Terrible corpse-like marks covered her whole body, turning her into a complete monster. It seemed she only had one crazy obsession, shouting loudly, "Su Gui, I want you to die. Die, die, die." Bloodlight erupted from Luo Tianyin. Her powerful spiritual energy made it hard to breathe. Su Gui held a broken sword, its blade cold and sharp, like a divine killer descending. Her figure turned into a streak of light, like lightning, with a roar of thunder and waves, full of killing intent. Luo Fanqi's pupils shrank suddenly, her voice sharp. "Su Gui, how dare you kill her? I will not forgive you." Su Gui ignored her, her speed unchanging. She immediately engaged in fierce battle with the wildly transformed Luo Tianyin. Bailey Shangyu pointed fiercely at Luo Fanqi. "Is it only Fanning Palace that can threaten people?" Luo Tianyin was driven mad by the Corpse King, fighting fiercely with no hope of survival. She had only one way to die. "If you dare harm my family member Gui Gui by even a hair, the Wind Holy Land will destroy your Fanning Palace." Chu Xian spoke casually, but a deadly killing intent was felt. "And I, the Tianhua Holy Land, will fight to the end. Oh, and there's also our leader Nongguang." Chu Xian sneered coldly. Bailey Shangyu looked confused. What does Nongguang have to do with this? Chu Xian was surprised. "Little beauty Shangyu, don't you know? 1,000-year-old iron tree blooming. What does that have to do with him?" Bailey Shangyu suddenly slapped his forehead. Only then did he realize that ever since he saw Su Gui, Chu Xian kept calling her sister-in-law. Chu Xian asked curiously, "The gossip about the dragon and phoenix secret realm is everywhere. Don't you know?" "So, how do you know my sister-in-law?" Bailey Shangyu's mouth twitched. "That's a long story." Luo Fani listened to their conversation with a grim face. She saw a fatal flaw in Su Gui's move. Her expression turned cold as the soft sword wrapped around her waist suddenly was pulled out. Taking advantage of Su Gui and Luo Tianyin fighting fiercely, she quietly attacked. A ghostly figure appeared behind Su Gui's empty door. Bailey Shangyu shouted, "Gui Gui, watch out." Puchi. A sound of flesh being pierced echoed around. The air fell into deathly silence. Bailey Shangyu felt like he'd been struck by lightning, his meridians reversed, his mind blank. Chu Xian's whole body stiffened, feeling his blood turn cold instantly. Nongguang's leader would go crazy. Luo Fani's lips curled into a bloodthirsty, cold smile. Suddenly, her smile froze on her face. She stared fixedly at the person in front of her, her face turning deathly pale. "How is it you?" Luo Fani exclaimed in shock and anger. She hadn't been stabbed by Su Gui. It was her own sister. At this moment, Su Gui, who had teleported behind Luo Tianyin, had cold eyes and a fierce sword in her hand, slashing down mercilessly. Luo Tianyin's body was split in two. Her move was clean, swift, and ruthless. Like the king of Azura. Luo Fani watched helplessly as Luo Tianyin's body collapsed with a loud crash, splattering blood everywhere. She felt like a thunderbolt had struck her from the clear sky, her body staggering, nearly falling to the ground. Inner fear surged like an endless deep sea. "Miss Tianyin, young Master Sha." The people of Fanning Palace were shocked on the spot. Sun Yan's lips were charming. "A quick shadow can make you risk your life. It's really effective." Luo Fani was only hit because Sun Yan moved too fast, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Bailey Shangyu finally regained his senses, scared almost to tears. Chu Xian whined. "Big boss, you're playing so exciting. Our hearts can't take it." Broken sword. What's that supposed to mean? Just a little splash. Hearing this, Luo Fani finally reacted, shivering all over. Her voice was like magma boiling over, full of anger. "You did it on purpose. That flaw was deliberately shown." Sun Yan smiled. "Otherwise, how could you have attacked?" Luo Fani looked like she had been splashed with a bucket of cold water, soaking her thoroughly and looking very embarrassed. She was furious and ashamed, her killing intent like a raging river. "You're asking for death. And risking Tianyin's life." Sun Yan was infuriating. "You kill her yourself, don't blame me." Luo Fani's eyes were full of hatred, almost hysterical as she defended herself. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't appeared here, Tianyin wouldn't have died." She pushed all the blame onto others, as if fooling herself. Sun Yan responded calmly. "You killed your own sister with your own hands." "Ah!" Luo Fani shouted loudly. Her sharp voice shattered eardrums. "Hoo-hoo!" A chilling sound pierced through Luo Fani's screams. Everyone's expression turned serious, looking nervously at the Corpse King on the throne. The Corpse King's blood-red eyes stared directly at Luo Fani, making her scalp tingle. Luo Fani's scalp went numb, and suddenly she felt an incredible burning pain in her arms. Her heart shrank suddenly, and she dropped her soft sword with a clatter. But she saw a black hole appear in her palm where she held the sword, bubbling with black mist.
"No."
"What is this?" Luo Fani's eyes showed panic. Grandma Gu was shocked. The same situation as Miss Tianyin. Luo Fani was struck hard, her limbs feeling completely cold. She suddenly realized the most important point. Lu Fanqi angrily glared at Sun Yo. "This corpse transformation can be contagious. Otherwise, why would I go out of my way to show a flaw to lure you into attacking me?" "I'm not stupid." Lu Fanqi's body trembled violently, filled with rage. She was actually tricked by this unknown little person, Sun Yo. Grandma Gu spoke in a deep voice, with a sinister look. "Young master, if you don't cut off this arm, you will soon be controlled by the Corpse King." A flash of hatred crossed Lu Fanqi's face. She raised her hand and cut with a knife. A severed arm fell to the ground with a thud. It instantly turned into a bloody black mist. Sunyo said, "Tsk, what a pity." Lu Fanqi felt a wave of fear. If she had moved any slower, she might have lost her consciousness. All of this was caused by Sunyo. Lu Fanqi's eyes flashed with a fierce, bloodthirsty light. The control of the Corpse King was completely broken. He seemed extremely angry, with a terrifying aura and pressure. The surrounding dry corpses roared and howled. Sunyo narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at the location of these ancient corpses, and understood. This was a formation. She could use these ancient corpses to practice. Sunyo moved like a ghost among the corpses.
Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded.
One by one, the ancient corpses turned into dust. Lu Fanqi gasped. So many powerful ancient corpses that were hard to defeat were easily destroyed by her. This person must not be allowed to stay. Lu Fanqi's fingertips pressed tightly into her flesh and blood. Sunyo's gaze fell on the Corpse King on the throne, and she said calmly, "I want to go to the next level." Everyone heard her words and thought it was ridiculous. Lu Fanqi sneered. "What do you think the Supreme Corpse King is?" "Your servant. Just say you want to go upstairs, and it will open the door for you." "That's hilarious." Sunyo glanced at her slowly, her tone indifferent. "If it really opens the door, why don't you kneel and bark like a dog to hear it?" Grandma Goose slammed her staff to the ground, her eyes wide with anger. "How dare you?" Sunyo's lips curled into a faint smile. "There's something even bolder. Do you want to try it? Since they've already torn their faces openly, there's no need to hold back." Grandma Goo's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp killing intent. Lu Fanqi felt alert inside, her voice deep and fierce. Don't fall for her tricks. She had already lost an arm because of this. If she underestimated her opponent, disaster would follow. From the first time she saw this person, she felt she was very dangerous. Lu Fanqi couldn't understand why, even though they were all famous geniuses on the Cloud and Wind continent, each one proud and talented, she was being crushed by an unknown person suddenly appearing out of nowhere. She had never heard of Sunyo before. Lu Fanqi's face looked very grim. Sunyo showed a teasing smile. "Not brave enough to agree? Then don't stand in the way." The girl's voice was arrogant and loud. Everyone present was shocked. Even the powerful families on the continent didn't dare openly insult the Van Een Palace like this. And she did it right in front of the young palace master of Van Een Palace and Grandma Gu, plotting to kill Lu Tianyin. If this got out, it would cause a huge sensation across the whole continent. Lu Fanqin's face showed a cold sneer. "Such arrogance. Let's see how long you can be so bold." With a command, everyone from Van Een Palace stepped back. They all stared fiercely at Sunyo, their coldness radiating. Chu Xian was a bit worried. "Boss, are you joking? This was a supreme-level undead king. Just a flick of its finger could make them all vanish into nothingness. It was too powerful, a true from a higher level." Sunyo spoke calmly. "Don't worry, this undead king is just a shell." The supreme undead king was sealed here, which meant it was also suppressed along with the ancient demon Black Tower to contain the heavenly demon Zither. Its spiritual consciousness had long been erased by time. If it had been at its peak, no one could have entered this level. And also, Sunyo paused, her eyes deep and mysterious. Once the problem with this level's supreme undead king was solved, the containment of the heavenly demon Zither would loosen a bit. Inside the Phoenix God space, the aura of the heavenly demon Zither was extremely fierce. This feeling of being summoned made her very alert. Something must have happened at the top level. She had to act quickly. Sun Yen suddenly rushed out, radiating a powerful, cold aura. The 4 phantom images of the 4 symbols gathered again, splitting into 8 huge energy shockwaves. Everyone was stunned. They never expected Sun Yen to attack the Supreme Corpse King willingly. It seemed crazy. Luo Fani looked at Sun Yen with a mocking expression. She thought Sun Yen was smart, but she didn't expect her to be so arrogant and foolish. Luo Fani hoped the Supreme Corpse King would completely defeat her. The Supreme Corpse King's killing aura surged, black mist covering his body. A terrifying, vast pressure was released, pressing down forcefully. He suddenly stood up. His eyes, cold and icy like frozen ice, stared at Su Nian's hollow eyes, blood mist swirling. Everyone was terrified and quickly moved far away. Many cultivators even fled, afraid to enter the Black Tower again. The staff in the Supreme Corpse King's hand emitted a wave of overwhelming pressure like a storm. Luo Fani held her breath, feeling both fear and excitement inside. She was worried the Supreme Corpse King might attack indiscriminately. But she was also excited to see Su Nian risking her life. Just when everyone thought Su Nian would be killed by the Corpse King, at the last moment, a black scroll appeared in her delicate, fair hand. She raised it high, her face calm and proud, with an unmatched, commanding presence. The dark, terrifying aura of slaughter instantly disappeared into nothingness. The Supreme Corpse King suddenly knelt down. Everyone was shocked and horrified. Their eyes couldn't believe what they saw, trembling with disbelief. What the heck? Did I see that wrong? This is the Supreme Corpse King. Even powerful beings like the Spirit Emperor realm tremble before him. Why is he kneeling and submitting to Su Nian? They haven't even fought yet, and he's already giving up? Is he still the Supreme Corpse King? Everyone felt it was incredibly absurd, but it also felt so real. Luo Fani's head was buzzing, her muscles trembling violently. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. Su Nian lowered her gaze, and her palm transmitted spiritual energy into the scroll. At first glance, she found the sight of this Supreme Corpse King very strange. Inside her space, there was a large desk stolen from the Ghost Emperor's tomb. On the desk, several mysterious scrolls were placed. The Phoenix God space was connected to her spiritual soul. Even if she didn't have time to examine each scroll carefully, all the information was stored in her mind. Among them, there was a portrait of the Supreme Corpse King inside one scroll. This ancient scroll contained the laws of the Great Tao and could completely suppress the Supreme Corpse King. A cold, dark gleam flashed in Su Nian's deep black eyes. Her voice was extremely indifferent, cold, and commanding. Take me straight to the top level. Originally, Su Nian planned to destroy this Supreme Corpse King directly. But considering the danger of each subsequent level, she thought it was better to let the Supreme Corpse King be the pioneer. Although its spiritual soul had long since vanished, its physical strength and aura were still very terrifying. As her words fell, hiss, everyone around stared with wide eyes, their eyeballs almost falling out. They couldn't believe Su Nian dared to order the Supreme Corpse King. Was she trying to get herself killed? But even if she was, she shouldn't harm them. Everyone on the scene suddenly felt a chill at their feet, trembling with fear. However, in an instant, they saw the Supreme Corpse King slowly lift its head, its shriveled, stiff, pale face curling into a foolish smile at Su Nian. A gurgling sound came from its rough throat, a deep, fierce voice combined with that silly, toothy grin of an ancient corpse. If you hadn't seen this scene with your own eyes, I wouldn't believe it if you told me a Supreme Corpse King would kneel and show such a silly smile. Su Nian's move is simply heaven-defying. How did she get so lucky to obtain the scroll that controls the Supreme Corpse King? Everyone shivered intensely. It was incredibly unbelievable. The terrifying Supreme Corpse King was easily subdued by her. How strong was Su Nian's mindset? From entering the 35th level to dealing with Luo Tianyin, destroying the ancient corpse horde, and suppressing the Supreme Corpse King, everything seemed calm and composed, strategic and mysterious, capable of turning the tide. Everyone looked at Su Nian with awe and fear. Luo Fani's face twisted in resentment, filled with envy and jealousy. She clenched her fists tightly, breathing heavily with anger. Chu Xian's mouth twitched in silence. What kind of luck and strength is this? Not only can they suppress the Golden Sparrow Black Bee King and Queen in the Spirit King realm, but they can also make the terrifying and powerful Supreme Corpse King kneel and bow. If these people knew what was happening in the underground palace, they would probably be so angry they'd explode. Led by the Supreme Corpse King, everyone quickly reached the 36th floor. Countless poison arrows shot from all directions, unstoppable. Su Hui stood calmly, her eyes steady and calm. The Supreme Corpse King led the way confidently, looking like a brave little follower eager for rewards. Everyone. It's just too absurd. So absurd it's unbelievable. With the Supreme Corpse King present, the traps on this floor were easily broken. The Supreme Corpse King walked to a wall, its long claws piercing through the wall. Suddenly, a hidden door opened. A dazzling purple light shone brightly. A whole room filled with purple crystals. Chu Xian's eyes widened. It blinded my eyes. I've never seen so many purple crystals in my life. Bailey Shangyu excitedly shouted, "Rich lady, please take care of me." Su Hui blinked. "Fill your space rings and storage bags." Bailey Shangyu and Chu Xian cheered excitedly. They turned into a gust of wind, quickly stuffing the purple crystals into their bags. The little broken sword was so excited it jumped up. Me too. The broken sword spun and flew around. A lot of purple crystals turned into spiritual energy and were absorbed by it. Soon, the rust on the sword's surface disappeared, renewed as if reborn. The silver, translucent sword gleamed with flowing light, shining brightly and sharp as a blade. It cut through iron like mud. The little broken sword looked dizzy and dazed, like it was drunk. The sword floated and gently landed beside Su Hui. "Big sister, I feel so light and floaty," it said in a childish, adorable voice. This little guy had absorbed too many purple crystals. Su Hui stored it in her space. Chu Xian patted his head in frustration and said, "Ugh, why didn't I bring more space rings when I left?" Bailey Shangyu laughed loudly. "Can't fit it all. Can't fit it all. Haha." The two happily danced and laughed until their faces were almost sore. Seeing this scene, everyone was insanely jealous. They also wanted to lie in the pile of purple crystal stones and stuff their bags. But they dared not act rashly. The Supreme Corpse King shot a glance. It could easily cause someone to explode and die. Everyone fell silent with fear and trembled with anger. Bailey Shangyu and Chu Xian had filled their bags to the brim. They even had a big pocket of purple crystal stones in their clothes. They were still absorbing spiritual energy with their hands. Despite this, the purple crystal stones in the dark room still piled up like mountains, as numerous as cow hairs. Su Qi smiled softly. "Are you all done packing?" Bailey Shangyu hesitated. "Such a pity. So many purple crystal stones can't be moved. These stones were like a mineral vein." Someone hurriedly spoke. "You can't hold any more. Keeping them is just waste. Why don't you share some with us?" "Yeah, share a bit." Everyone was so jealous their heads seemed to smoke. They drooled and were eager to rush forward. The people from the Van Yin Palace looked even angrier, their eyes red, itching to everything. Their necks stretched like giraffes, blinking without stop.
Sui saw a mysterious smile.
She waved her hand, and all the purple crystal stones in the room disappeared instantly. Everyone's eyes widened, and they froze in shock. Wow, whose space ring is that big? A gust of wind swept through like falling leaves. Everyone felt cold inside. Luo Fanxi's face was dark, and she kept telling herself, "Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." Her ultimate goal was the heavenly demon zither. As long as she got the heavenly demon zither, she wouldn't worry about not getting these treasures. Inside Su Qi's Phoenix divine space, the purple crystal stones almost formed a small mountain range. Her dantian was spinning wildly, absorbing energy. She was so excited, like a bird singing happily. Spiritual energy rushed like a whirlwind from the mountain of purple crystal stones into Su Qi's dantian. Su Qi could feel the power in her dantian sea surging wildly, vast and mighty. As long as she absorbs all these amethyst stones, she should be able to break through. Su Nian looked toward the Supreme Corpse King. The Supreme Corpse King grinned, revealing 8 sharp, cold teeth, and smiled foolishly. It was both cute and a little creepy. Su Nian thought, this big fool. Luckily I didn't kill him. They finished looting the treasures on the 36th floor. Everyone followed to the next level. The Supreme Corpse King continued to act as usual. He disarmed traps, found good items, and handed them to Su Nian as if offering treasures. This way of doing things was like picking up bargains. Throughout the process, the laughter of Chu Xian and Bailey Shangyu echoed loudly on each floor. Everyone was jealous and shouted loudly. They all wished they had such an invincible helper. Chu Xian chuckled happily. Is the Supreme Corpse King something you can just take if you want? Everyone. So frustrating. They really wanted to hit him. Until they reached the 98th floor. Everyone was numb now, like walking corpses. They had cried tears of frustration countless times.
Suddenly, Su Nian paused.
She sat cross-legged, eyes tightly closed. Her aura burst out like a sharp blade, full of edge. The surrounding spiritual energy was thick and swirling, giving a strong and arrogant feeling. This is a sign of a breakthrough, someone exclaimed. Bailey Shangyu, Chu Xian, and the Supreme Corpse King guarded her side. With the Supreme Corpse King present, safety was almost guaranteed. No one dared to cause trouble at this moment. Even Luo Fanxi and Granny Gu hesitated to act. Inside Su Nian's divine space, the amethyst stones, like small mountain ranges, had all been absorbed by her dantian. Her spiritual power in her dantian was almost bursting. Suddenly, a cracking sound like glass breaking exploded. The momentum was fierce. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged around Su Nian like a storm. Her powerful aura was intimidating and awe-inspiring. Everyone was eager to see her true strength, but they couldn't see the starry glow to indicate her breakthrough. Everyone was curious and anxious. Su Nian was too mysterious. After 15 minutes, she reached the peak of the Spirit Marquis realm. Su Nian's dazzling phoenix eyes opened, flashing with cold light, and her commanding presence filled the sky. The overall aura around her improved significantly. Her naturally noble temperament has a strong, restrained presence, like a shining star hidden behind mountains. She gazes softly, her eyes moving slowly as she looks at everyone. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Exactly what level is your strength at?" Su Nuxing raised her eyebrows. If these people knew she had advanced from the spirit sect level directly to the peak of the spirit marquis level, they might be so shocked they would faint. Others usually advance step by step, with great difficulty. But she has jumped across levels to reach the maximum stage. Su Nuxing didn't answer but asked back, "Are you all planning to go to the last level?" Everyone looked at her weakly, feeling a bit resentful. It was hard to tell how strong Su Nuxing really was. Were they too weak, or was she too powerful? Su Nuxing smiled slightly. "Don't blame me for warning you. The last level might be deadly." Luo Fanxi's eyes flashed with a cold light, knowing well, could there be a divine artifact on the 99th floor? Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. No treasure could compare to the temptation of a divine artifact. Su Nuxing's voice was calm. There is the heavenly demon zither. She didn't need to hide it. Anyone reaching the top level would know about the heavenly demon zither. When the heavenly demon zither appears, it will attract many powerful people fighting for it. Hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. The heavenly demon zither, one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts. It said that the heavenly demon zither can command all beasts and disturb people's minds, attacking and killing invisibly. The heavenly demon zither is also a terrifying divine weapon capable of destroying gods and demons. Without hesitation, everyone rushed forward in a rush, eager to reach the 99th floor. Luo Fanxi and Granny Gu were the fastest. Seeing these people rushing forward eagerly, Chu Xian thought for a moment and said, "This last level can be entered without traps, so it's probably not easy." Bailey Shangyu patted his head. "You're so silly, probably, because you're the one who's attracting attention."
Su Nuxing nodded. Exactly.
The magic energy on this level was so thick that her magic energy dantian was roaring uncontrollably. It was spinning wildly, absorbing energy at a frantic rate. Su Nuxing's beautiful, starry eyes flashed with a dangerous light. She spoke softly. Someone arrived earlier than us. Be careful. Chu Xian frowned. Earlier? No way. On this path, every trap is intact. Su Hui shook her head. For some very powerful experts, they don't need to break through each level step by step. As their strength increased, the Phoenix God space sensed the heavenly demon zither more and more strongly. Above the top level, she could feel someone stealing the magic source power of the heavenly demon zither. This person is very strong. Bailey Shengyu broke out in cold sweat. For example, Su Hui's voice was sharp, like a spirit king or spirit emperor level expert. Their faces turned pale. There are not many spirit emperors on the cloud and wind continent. Chu Xian was confused. Then they should have taken the heavenly demon zither long ago, right? Su Hui sneered. The heavenly demon zither isn't that easy to get. The aura of the heavenly demon zither surged violently. It showed that someone was trying to tame it. Su Hui's lips moved slightly, and she transmitted her voice. Be careful of the lurking danger. Their expressions changed drastically. Front and back, they faced danger. It was a life-threatening situation. Su Hui's voice grew serious. In critical moments, saving your life is the most important, meaning nothing is more important than life. After reaching the 99th level, Su Hui's gaze sharpened. This was a jungle of blood and bones. Countless grim skeletons hung upside down, forming a terrifying scene that made the scalp tingle. The monks who had rushed forward earlier were confused, with bloodshot eyes, fighting each other. Luo Fanxi and Granny Gu were nowhere to be seen. In the very center, a huge dragon skeleton was erected. At the heart of the dragon skeleton, a floating light ball surrounded by demonic energy was suspended. The heavenly demon zither was inside. Above the dragon's mouth, an old man with long hair sat cross-legged. Black energy flowed from the dragon's heart to its mouth. A black vortex was brewing around the old man. He was crazily absorbing the magic source power of the heavenly demon zither. The heavenly demon zither was fiercely resisting. Two forces collided and pulled against each other. The surrounding air was almost distorted, emitting crackling sounds. Chu Xian exclaimed softly, "This is the ancestor of the Phoenix family from the Inferno sect, terrible power of the Spirit Emperor realm. How is this old man still here?" Bailey Shangyu's face turned pale. "According to my father, the ancestor of the Feng family is currently hidden away, trying to break through to the Spirit Sage realm. He should be searching for opportunities in the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm." Su Hui made a hand gesture, and the three of them, along with the Supreme Corpse King, quickly hid. Suddenly, Bailey Shangyu's eyes sharpened. He pointed to a spot and whispered, Hue, look over there." Su Hui's gaze followed. She saw Luo Fanxi and Granny Gu sneaking onto the dragon's remains, quietly approaching the heavenly demon zither. Su Hui crossed her arms, smiling faintly. Stealing under the watchful eyes of the terrifying Spirit Emperor realm expert? Really living recklessly. Soon, Luo Fanxi and Granny Gu carefully reached the heart of the dragon's remains. Their eyes gleamed with joy. Luo Fanxi took out a pair of golden silken gloves from her space ring and put them on. These were given to her by the elders of the Fanine Palace to help her take the heavenly demon zither. From today, she would become its owner, ruling the world, supreme and noble. Then she would trample Su Hui under her feet. Luo Fanxi imagined a bright future, excitedly reaching out her claws toward the glowing demon energy. She was very cautious, her forehead beaded with tiny sweat drops. Large beads of sweat slid down her cheeks, falling onto the dragon's remains. In a flash of lightning, the disheveled old man suddenly appeared before her. His pure black eyes, without whites, stared fixedly at her, like a fierce demon ghost, strange and terrifying, cold and deadly, fierce and ruthless. Without even mentioning the oppressive aura, just those eyes alone could scare many people. Luo Fanxi's body stiffened, her mind went blank. Ghost! Her terrified scream pierced the sky. Granny Goo's face changed drastically, and her surging spiritual energy erupted in a fierce attack. The ancestor of the Feng family raised his hand easily, grabbing Granny Goo's throat. It was as simple as squeezing a tiny ant. Then he threw her aside. Granny Goo was slammed to the ground, splattering blood. Her eyes widened in shock, full of surprise. But her body remained still, her meridians shattered. She had no breath left, dead with her eyes wide open. Luo Fani covered her mouth, her eyes showing fear. Large tears, driven by terror, flowed uncontrollably. In a moment of life and death, she panicked and threw a bunch of magic tools, hitting the ancestor of the Feng family hard. The Feng ancestor looked at her calmly, allowing the magical weapons to explode on him without moving or being hurt at all. Luo Fani was so scared she collapsed to the ground, face full of fear. This is a natural fear of a super powerful being. The Feng ancestor, like an unbeatable deity, spoke coldly and emotionlessly. Are you the successor of the Fani Palace? Luo Fani saw a glimmer of hope and quickly nodded with a pale face. Yes, I am, the Feng ancestor asked. What do you want to do? Luo Fani shook her head quickly. I don't want to do anything. Please. Don't kill me. The Feng ancestor, heartless and cold, said, Get out. The pressure from a super strong being at the Spirit Emperor level was too much for ordinary people to bear. Ugh, Luo Fani vomited blood violently, her internal organs almost shattered. She was terrified and used all her strength to crawl and roll, trembling as she quickly crushed the teleportation talisman, looking very helpless. Su Gui's eyes flashed with a cold, hellish aura. Her mind raced as she ordered, Go find Nangong Ming, and do it quickly. Nangong Ming probably didn't know that the Feng ancestor is here. This old man had quietly sneaked in without anyone noticing. Bai Li Shangyu felt a sudden worry. What about Gui? Su Gui's gaze was sharp as an ice blade. I must get the heavenly demon zither. Her enemies were in the realm of the gods. She had to use the heavenly demon zither to find the ancient 8 clans' heirs. What about the Spirit Emperor level powerhouse? So what? She would do everything she could to defeat them. Chu Xian clenched his teeth. Let's go. We need to find others quickly. Staying here will only cause trouble. A Spirit Emperor level super strong being is not something we can resist. This kind of was very deadly. Chu Xian didn't understand why Su Gui was so determined to risk everything to take the heavenly demon zither. But he supported her actions, knowing she was a leader. The two quickly left. Su Hui's eyes flickered with a dangerous cold light as she looked intently at the Supreme Corpse King. The Supreme Corpse King grinned foolishly, showing his teeth. Su Hui's mouth twitched in silent frustration. Go, fight him, distract that old thing. Hit him as hard as you can. There was an ancient scroll present. The Supreme Corpse King obeyed Su Hui's orders completely. If she told it to go east, it went east. If she told it to go west, it went west. Now, only one thought filled its mind. Hit that old thing as hard as you can. Just a moment ago, the Supreme Corpse King was grinning foolishly, but it quickly stopped. Its stiff, pale face was cold and fierce, with a brutal and violent aura, radiating terrifying killing intent. The Supreme Corpse King appeared before the old ancestor of the Feng family. Its hollow eyes revealed an unstoppable, invincible bloody aura. Dark, deadly energy pressed in, cold and chilling. The Feng family old ancestor frowned slightly. What is this thing? A trace of disdain and contempt flashed in his eyes. As a super strong in the Spirit Emperor realm, he held a top position, standing at the peak. As long as no spirit sage appears, the continent of Fengyun is ruled by super strong spirit emperors. They control the life and death of everything in the world. All of it is insignificant. Nowadays, even things without a bit of insight dare to come close to him. The Supreme Corpse King saw that this old thing's face twisted like a maggot, even more disgusting than its own ancient corpse of 1,000 years. It hated ugly things the most. Its fist, fierce and violent like a mountain, struck out. The void twisted, and the heavens and earth shattered. The old ancestor of the Feng family sneered coldly, eyes full of contempt. A small, bluffing ant. He stood with his hands behind his back, raising one hand to block the opponent's fist. He was about to crush this annoying ancient corpse completely. However, could the furious strike of the ancient corpse be so easily resisted? Moreover, the old ancestor of the Feng family didn't care at all. A appeared in the protective aura of the super-strong Spirit Emperor. Tremendous, destructive force shattered the heavens and the earth, shocking the soul. The Feng family old ancestor stiffened all over, his expression changing drastically. Could this ancient corpse actually break through his Spirit Emperor realm's protective aura? It was almost unbelievable. The ancestor of the Feng family gathered a huge, terrifying power in his palm and fiercely fought back. A shining light of divine power spread across the sky, calling the wind and rain. A powerful force burst out from between the two of them, like a mountain collapsing and the sea rising. It turned into a fierce shockwave that spread in all directions. The air shattered, and the bones turned to dust. The ground exploded, and the sky seemed to fall, and the earth too. The Feng family ancestor was forcefully knocked back. He felt a strong inner shock and quickly steadied himself. He only felt his blood rushing inside, and his limbs and bones were icy cold. When was the last time he felt such a threatening power? The Feng family ancestor stared fiercely at the ancient corpse in front of him. Suddenly, his pupils trembled like an earthquake. This aura was strange.
Could it be
the Supreme Corpse King? The Feng family ancestor froze like stone, his mind trembling. Wasn't the Supreme Corpse King supposed to be sealed away? Who released this terrifying monster?
He sensed a terrible threat.
The Supreme Corpse King made strange sounds in its throat. Its blood-red eyes rolled with dark, stormy mist, as if very displeased with a punch. The Supreme Corpse King stepped forward again. It appeared once more in front of the Feng family ancestor. Where its shadow passed, an explosion rang out. It raised its hand, and its sharp claws aimed straight at the other's eyes. It seemed to want to gouge out those eyes. Infinite power crazily struck. The air was filled with a suffocating, terrifying pressure. The Feng family ancestor's eyes were cold and fierce, and a deadly killing intent appeared on his face. The powerful strength of the Spirit Emperor realm erupted wildly. Countless shadows flashed past. Bright, intense light illuminated the entire void. In just a moment, the two fought over 100 moves. Above the sky, thunder roared. It was like lightning colliding, shocking the heavens and crying out to the gods. The battle of super-strong fighters alone was enough to people's minds. Sun Yo watched as the Supreme Corpse King finally entangled the Feng family ancestor and led him away. The instant movement skill of the immortal king's leg bones was pushed to the limit. A cold, sharp figure suddenly appeared beside the demon magic instrument in the dragon's skeleton heart. The magic energy in Sun Yo's dantian was roaring to the extreme. It was as if she couldn't wait to rush forward immediately. This cluster of light and shadow was wrapped in swirling demonic energy, revealing endless fierce and bloody violence, dark and suffocating terror. Like a trapped beast in the abyss, it had a destructive power that could destroy anyone who approached, obliterating their soul and spirit, destroying heaven and earth. For some reason, Sun Yo felt a wave of pity in her heart. Her eyes softened, and her voice was gentle. "Don't be afraid, it's me." Her delicate, white hands gently stroked the light and shadow, as if comforting or showing mercy. The entire demonic energy cluster suddenly froze. The fierce, murderous light and shadow of demonic energy, which was about to erupt with power, suddenly extinguished. Strands of demonic energy strangely wrapped around her hand. Sun Yo's eyes narrowed slightly, gathering strength from her demonic energy core, and slowly reached her hand into the light and shadow. "Sun Yo, stop!" A furious scream rang out. Sun Yo remained expressionless, ignoring her completely. Her hand inside the demonic light and shadow was icy cold, chilling to the bone. But she felt nothing. A hint of bloody murderous intent flashed in Su Nyo's deep, dark phoenix eyes, like a hellish demon, bloodthirsty and murderous. The heavenly demon zither was not absent here. No, it had activated its self-destruct mode. Once truly captured by the enemy, the heavenly demon zither would explode and be destroyed forever. It had been sealed by the ancient demon Black Tower for thousands of years. How much resentment and pain had it endured? Su Nyo's voice was cold, her aura like a sword looking down from the sky. Since I have returned, I will bring you with me and kill all enemies in the world, live so that the world can see your unmatched beauty. Let everything look up to you, chase after you, and fear you. At this moment, her stunningly beautiful and noble face was filled with breathtaking, peerless sharpness. Like the supreme ruler, her naturally commanding presence radiated an unstoppable disdain for all living things, proud and overbearing. The demonic energy cluster suddenly became more violent. Darkness and evil filled the air, fierce and cruel, like a storm of blood and gore, terrifying and suffocating. It seemed to cry for thousands of years of suppressed resentment. The sharp, blade-like demonic energy tangled around Su Nyo's hand. Bright red blood shot out like a fountain. Seeing that Su Nyo did not stop, Luo Fanchi was furious and filled with rage. The heavenly demon zither is mine. Don't even think about touching it. Luo Fanchi angrily rushed forward, glaring fiercely. But she was now at the very end of the dragon's remains. Earlier, she had been half-crippled by the pressure from the ancestor of the Feng family, and she had used up all her magic tools. She couldn't catch up quickly. By the time she arrived, everything would be over. A flash of frustration and shame crossed Luo Fanchi's face. It must have been Su Hui who deliberately sent the Supreme Corpse King to lure away the Feng family ancestor. If she couldn't get it, Su Hui wouldn't either. Luo Fanchi was about to do her best to warn the Feng family ancestor. At that moment, a shocking voice came from the entrance of the 99 levels. It's the heavenly demon zither. Luo Fanchi looked over, her eyes brightening. It was Prince Nangong Ling from Dongling and Bai Rongma from the Imperial Academy. Bai Rongma was standing beside a woman. This was Bai Changlao from the Imperial Academy, Bai Rongma's aunt, Bai Yunmei. She was at the peak of the spirit sovereign realm. Luo Fanchi shouted, "Quick, kill Su Hui, otherwise she will get the heavenly demon zither." Hearing this, Bai Rongma's face darkened and she gritted her teeth. "Auntie, Qingluan was killed by her. If it weren't for her ordering the golden sparrow black bee king and the queen bee to block the entrance, we would have the heavenly demon zither." Fortunately, her aunt also came to the dragon and phoenix secret realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with the bee king and queen bee. Nangong Ling's black eyes flashed with a murderous aura, and he sneered. Su Hui is just an unworthy waste from the Su family. She dares to dream of the heavenly demon zither. By Changlao, only you are worthy to wield the divine artifact, the heavenly demon zither. By Rongmo. Yes. The owner of the heavenly demon zither should be my aunt. Their flattery satisfied by Changlao, a proud spirit sovereign expert. Her eyes were filled with supreme arrogance. Like an all-powerful deity, high above, commanding presence. Bai Yunmei's powerful aura suddenly erupted around her. She gathered an immense force in her palm. Her expression was emotionless, filled with unstoppable killing intent. Bai Yunmei's figure shot forward. A crushing, ancient pressure aimed to destroy everything. Bai Rongma and Nangong Ling exchanged a quick glance. The two swiftly moved out, joining Bai Yunmei in a trio. It's not that they didn't trust Bai Yunmei's strength. It's that Su Gui's luck was too incredible. She could even tame the golden sparrow black bee king and the queen bee at the spirit king realm. If an accident happened, they would suffer great losses. A huge danger was approaching. The entire area was trembling with a terrifying, oppressive feeling. Su Gui's perfect face was cold as frost, her long black hair wildly flowing, and her clothes fluttering. Her straight body stood tall and firm, unshaken. Her blood mixed with demonic energy, flowing into the heavenly demon zither. Luo Fanchi was lying on the end of a dragon skeleton, clutching a bone with her fingers, smiling wickedly and boldly. Su Gue, you're doomed. I don't believe you can escape this time. The three of them charged forward with deadly intent. Bai Yunmei looked at the heavenly demon zither slowly appearing in the demonic energy, her eyes filled with greed almost bursting out. A fierce look flashed in her eyes as she struck with terrifying force towards Su Gue's skull. The whole world seemed to turn into a bloody, terrifying scene. Mountains and seas roared, and the earth trembled. Almost at the moment Su Gue was hit, time suddenly stopped. A terrifying black hole spiraled out. A tall, elegant figure appeared before the black hole. Nangong Ming's noble face was stunningly beautiful, but he radiated an unprecedented savage and brutal aura. His eyes were icy and fierce, surrounded by raging storm-like killing intent. His powerful presence was both terrifying and overwhelming. At this moment, he looked like the supreme king of gods, merciless and deadly. Bai Yunmei showed a look of disbelief and horror. The prince of the underworld was also here to the heavenly demon zither? How could he arrive so perfectly? Time suddenly rewound. Bai Yunmei felt her body uncontrollably retreating. A terrifying force was tearing her apart. She was almost torn into pieces. Her mind was shaken violently. She felt the shadow of death looming fiercely overhead. She could no longer worry about whether Su Gue would get the heavenly demon zither. She quickly used her spiritual power to resist frantically. Bai Rongma's face was extremely grim, full of unwillingness. As long as she could get the heavenly demon zither, what can Prince Underworld do? He ignores the pressure and instead releases a surge of spiritual power. He is determined to kill Su Hui with a single strike, to seize the heavenly demon bell. On the handsome face of Nangong Ming, a cruel and fierce smile appears. He suddenly raises his hand and reaches out into the void. Bai Rongma's eyes bulge, and veins on his forehead stand out. His face turns purple and blue, as if his throat is being squeezed by a large hand. A deadly feeling of suffocation pierces his heart, making it tremble.
Aunt!
Help! Bai Rongma struggles desperately, fear flashing in his eyes. Before he can react, a loud explosion echoes across the sky. A strong, foul smell of blood spreads everywhere. Bai Rongma's body is violently torn apart, turning into blood foam. The scene is like a battlefield of demons. It is extremely brutal and savage.
Molly Daner. Bai Yunmei's furious shout is heartbreaking.
The crown prince hurriedly retreats in panic, staring with fear at the figure in the void. Nangong Ming, this madman. Bai Rongma was a talented genius cultivated by the Empire Academy. Bai Yunmei is furious, her eyes cold as ice. Prince of the Underworld, if you want the heavenly demon bell, fine, but why destroy my nephew? We didn't provoke you at all. If you don't give us an explanation today, the Empire Academy will not give up. Nangong Ming's tall figure lands beside Su Hui like an all-powerful shield of wings, protecting peace for eternity. He casually glances at Bai Yunmei with disdain. Are you representing the Empire Academy? Bai Yunmei chokes. This condescending look, looking down on everyone, is extremely insulting. She clenches her fists tightly, her face twisted. I may not represent the Empire Academy, but the Bai family is not so easy to mess with. Nangong Ming's beautiful eyes turn cold and fierce, radiating an unstoppable dominance. Is the future queen of the underworld someone you can move against? Bai Yunmei's eyes widen in disbelief. She suddenly stares at Su Hui. The future queen of the underworld. This girl is actually going to be the future queen of the underworld. There has been no news from the Wind and Cloud continent. White Cloud May shot fiercely at the crown prince, eager to punish him severely. You lied to me. Weren't you the one who said she was useless in the Su family? Nangong Ling's head buzzed, unable to understand what Nangong Ming was saying. His eyes filled with hatred. She is my discarded fiancée. How did she become the queen of the underworld? A sharp, crisp slap echoed loudly. Nangong Ling was violently slapped across the face. He was thrown back forcefully, almost hitting a sharp object on the ground. The crown prince was stunned. Covering his split face, he stared at Nan Gongming in disbelief. "Try saying that again." Nan Gongming's voice was calm and gentle, but it carried a sense of impending storm. Cold, ruthless, and bloodthirsty. The crown prince's face twisted with anger, and he roared, "Nan Gongming, I am the crown prince. Do you have no sense of justice?" Nan Gongming exuded a strong killing intent. "If you keep making noise, I will make you suffer the same fate as him." The crown prince's face turned pale instantly, filled with fear. He believed that if he dared to defy him, Nan Gongming would really do it. This madman, this lunatic. He was so angry, he could explode. Nan Gongming looked at him coldly. Regarding their family ties, it was his own mother who proposed the marriage back then. If not for the emperor's interference, it wouldn't have accidentally become Nan Gongling. He only found out after meeting his little wife. Nan Gongming's deep, dark eyes were icy and intimidating. His gaze slowly shifted, settling on Bai Yunmei. Bai Yunmei's eyes narrowed, and she stepped back cautiously. She glared fiercely at the crown prince, wishing she could whip him. The helpless crown prince was obsessed with saving face, and he dragged her into it. The Underworld lord was a brutal, unkind madman. Now that she had angered him, she had to find a way to escape. Luo Fanqi was secretly listening from the corner, heart pounding. Her face twisted with deep hatred. Why did Su Hui get both the Sky Demon Zither and the Lord of the Underworld's favor? What kind of incredible existence is this? Luo Fanqi's jealous eyes were as poisonous as a venomous snake, flashing with a ruthless look. She used her remaining spiritual power and shouted desperately into the void. Ancient ancestor of the Feng family, Nan Gongming's face suddenly changed. He shot a sharp ice blade toward the corner. His wrist was cold and ruthless. Before Luo Fanqi could finish speaking, she was suddenly pierced through the throat by the sharp ice blade, blood spraying out. She tilted her head, eyes wide with shock, and lost her breath. Nan Gongming quickly set up a protective barrier. But it was too late. The ancestor of the Feng family, who was fighting the Supreme Corpse King with the sky and earth shaking, suddenly appeared, looking very fierce. Bai Yunmei was about to be overjoyed, since the Bai family was connected to the Purgatory sect, and their relationship was unusual. But she saw the face of the Feng family ancestor. His face was swollen and bruised, with a torn mouth. His body was covered in blood. He looked almost like a bloodied person. Bai Yunmei was stunned. It was obvious he had been beaten badly. The Feng family ancestor was a super strong in the Spirit Emperor realm. On the Cloud and Wind continent, hardly anyone could defeat him. Even in a battle between super strong Spirit Emperor realm experts, it was unlikely he would be so badly hurt. Could it be that an old monster from the Spirit Saint realm had appeared? Bai Yunmei couldn't figure out the reason. Suddenly, another terrifying aura appeared. The Supreme Corpse King, shrouded in dense black mist, radiated an endless aura of power. Bai Yunmei's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Supreme Corpse King. The Supreme Corpse King turned its neck with a cracking sound, its black hollow eyes giving a deadly sense of soul imprisonment. Bai Yunmei felt cold all over, her face losing all color. In front of it, her peak spirit respect realm cultivation was nothing but trash. But the Supreme Corpse King didn't bother to pay attention to her. It was always focused on its mission, killing the old thing. The Supreme Corpse King charged at the Feng family ancestor with fierce speed. The killing intent was overwhelming and mighty. The Feng family ancestor shouted in anger, "I'm cursed. I've had the worst luck to meet this deadly monster." He tried to grab Su Hui, but Nan Gongming blocked him in front. The Supreme Corpse King struck with a powerful punch. The Feng family ancestor was caught off guard. There was a loud bang on the top of the head. His brain almost burst out. The ancestor of the Feng family was furious, shouting at the sky, "Ah, you are doomed." The terrifying mental energy shock affected everyone at the scene. Bai Yunmei's head throbbed painfully, struggling to resist the peak of the spirit sovereign realm. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince vomited blood heavily, barely alive. The Supreme Corpse King toyed with the Feng ancestor like a cat teasing a mouse, tormenting him terribly. The Feng ancestor cried out in despair. Enough is enough. At this moment, several powerful auras appeared again in this area. 5 terrifying figures landed on the dragon skeleton. Each had sharp black eyes like hawks and a strong smell of blood. They radiated a mighty aura, as if capable of moving mountains and seas, vast and boundless. The most striking was a beautiful woman in a red robe. The crown prince gasped in shock, almost fainting. A strong spirit emperor, a divine instrument appeared, attracting so many people to fight over it. Experts from the Spirit Sovereign, Spirit King, and Spirit Emperor realms all arrived. How many big figures are there in the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm? The Crown Prince moved nervously, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. The pressure from the Spirit Emperor realm experts could crush him instantly. The beautiful woman in red coldly stared at Nangong Ming, her eyes wide with anger. Prince Ming, you are quite busy. Protect yourself while worrying about the safety of beauties, future queen of the underworld? Very well. Nangong Ming has a weakness now. No wonder he hurriedly killed 15 Spirit King realm experts in the chaotic space and left in a rush. He was actually here to be a protector of the flowers. Her gaze fell on the girl beside him, full of undisguised scrutiny. The girl's face looked somewhat like the one she remembered. Could it be a coincidence? The beautiful woman in red spoke with a fierce tone. Prince Ming, if we kill her, what will you do? Nangong Ming's face, unmatched and commanding, looked down with a supreme gaze. You have no chance. You all will sacrifice yourselves with those 15 useless ones. The beautiful woman in red looked grim. Even if we are all defeated, we will eliminate you. Nangong Ming's natural aura was powerful and domineering. He waved his hand forcefully. A figure shot toward the beautiful woman in red. The woman in red sneered, her powerful spiritual energy ready to attack. But she realized the attacker was Luo Fanxi. Young Master Luo, she exclaimed in shock. One of the Spirit King realm experts quickly grabbed Luo Fanxi's body. There's no breath left. You actually killed our palace master of Fan In Palace, she shouted angrily. Her eyes flashed with fierce, sinister intent. Kill him. Take that woman and bury her with the young Master Luo, she roared out her deadly command. 5 Spirit King realm experts charged at once. Their power was overwhelming, like endless waves. Nangong Ming's noble face looked as cold as thousand-year-old ice, filled with a fierce killing aura. A battle shook the heavens and earth. Energy exploded, shining brightly, with runes dancing wildly. The 5 Spirit King experts attacked Nangong Ming furiously. They fought with all their strength, causing chaos as if the world was ending. Bai Yunmei's eyes sparkled with a sharp glint. While Nangong Ming and the old ancestor of the Feng family were distracted, it was the perfect moment to seize the heavenly demon Zither. She shot a cold, fierce look at Su Qi, unleashing a powerful pressure that crushed everything. Suddenly, Nangong Ming appeared and kicked her in the forehead. Ah, she cried out. Bai Yunmei was struck hard, falling into a deep pit. She lay on the ground in pain, her eyes blackening, her head ringing. Her body was numb like a fish that couldn't turn over. Her face was full of fear. Her internal organs and meridians trembled violently, blood and teeth mixing as she spat out blood. The beautiful woman in red's eyes tightened. Seizing the moment, she struck fiercely at Su Qi. The wild power of the Spirit King realm combined with destructive force was unstoppable. Unmatched, Nangong Ming's deep black eyes flashed with a cold, bloodthirsty glare. The scene was intense and breathtaking. It was a terrifying battle that seemed to destroy everything. Su Qi was surrounded by dark, deadly energy. Her cold, icy phoenix eyes shone with a brilliant, icy blue light. Heavenly demon Zither, come out, she shouted loudly. An endless, terrifying power shot straight into the sky like a black beam of light. The entire void was filled with dark, bloodthirsty demonic energy. The force was immense, with thunder rolling everywhere. It rushed like thousands of armies charging forward, shaking everything around. The sky cracked open, stars shifted and moved. The scene was so chaotic it almost shattered people's minds. This incredible phenomenon interrupted a fierce and bloody battle. Everyone watched in fear and shock. At the heart of a huge dragon skeleton, a fierce wind howled like a demon from. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with a captivating look appeared holding an ancient black zither. The black was pure and noble, representing the highest honor. The pressure from fierce beasts around her was overwhelming. It felt as if she had traveled back to ancient times, invincible and commanding the wind and clouds. Su Nian's figure suddenly appeared in the void. The girl's enchanting face was cold and indifferent, as if she looked down on everything. Her every move carried a natural, commanding aura, showing her dominance and strength. It was as if gods and demons had descended, causing the world to fall silent and all creatures to submit. Nan Gongming's handsome face reflected the girl's dazzling figure in his dark eyes. His gaze was full of love and tenderness, almost drowning anyone who looked into it. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his lips, revealing a proud and confident look. His charming and slightly mischievous aura shone brightly. Nan Gongming's charismatic and commanding figure stood behind Su Nian, ruling the world and looking down on all beings. He declared his dominance with absolute strength, telling everyone that no matter how turbulent the world was, he would protect her forever. She was his only beloved. Their perfect figures complemented each other beautifully. They were unmatched in elegance and strength. Like a perfect match made in heaven, a true pair. Everyone watching this scene almost went blind from the sight. Seeing the Demon King in love was truly eye-opening. It was almost enviable to the point of envy. But right now, their most important task was not to admire the Demon King's romantic display. All the onlookers turned their furious gazes towards Su Nian. Hand over the heavenly demon zither now. Yes, the heavenly demon zither isn't something a young girl like you can control. Even with the Demon King's protection, so what? Strength is what truly matters. You simply cannot control the heavenly demon zither. Su Gui's lips curl into a charming smile. What foolish words are you talking about? A powerful spirit king realm expert is extremely angry. Steal the heavenly demon bell. Su Gui's eyes flash with a mocking smile. Her icy fingers lightly touch the strings of the instrument. A fierce and intense melody echoes throughout the void. A ripple appears in the air, radiating outward in all directions. Vast and powerful spiritual energy, like a clear wave, spreads across the sky. The Spirit King Realm expert's body stiffens suddenly, and a look of shock and fear appears on his face. They seem to be caught in a raging storm. Huge waves crash down fiercely, bringing a sense of death and danger. The prince hiding in the shadows shows a frightened look in his eyes. He quickly crushes a teleportation talisman and hurriedly escapes. Bai Yunmei, lying in a deep pit, looks at Su Gui with hatred and determination, then reluctantly crushes her teleportation talisman to save herself. The remaining Spirit King Realm experts cover their heads. They feel a sharp, overwhelming mental force rushing at them, fierce and aggressive. Quick! Seal your minds, the beautiful woman in red shouts loudly. Everyone feels chills and hurriedly follow her commands. The Heavenly Demon Bell truly is one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts. It's powerful and terrifying, attracting many people. Even just the mental attack from its music makes Spirit King Realm experts wary. Su Gui's lips lift into a cold, proud smile. Her voice is soft and mysterious. Let me give you a chance to apologize. The beautiful woman in red seems to hear a big joke. Apologize? Who do you want us Spirit King experts to apologize to? Su Gui's eyes are icy. How long have you been chasing Nan Gongming? Many Spirit King experts doubt they heard correctly. Nan Gongming proudly responds, No, I heard right.
My little princess cares about me.
The Spirit King experts sneer. What's that to you? Are you still trying to vent your anger for the Underworld King? Does the Underworld King need you to protect him? Nan Gongming's lazy, charming voice replies, I still need him very much. The Spirit King experts. Underworld King, where's your face? Who is it outside the void that killed their 15 brothers? And let a little girl protect you? Su Hui's tone was calm. If you refuse to apologize, then I will let you reunite with those beyond the void. Her voice, light as a gentle breeze, carried an unmatched murderous aura. The beautiful woman in red showed disdain and mocked. Are you joking? What's the use of your heavenly demon zither? Do you really think you can kill us? Su Hui's eyes were deep and mysterious. It's not impossible. Her 3,000 ink-black hairs fluttered, and her stunningly beautiful face was cold to the bone. She moved swiftly. Her teleportation skill, borrowed from the king of immortals' leg bones, was so fast it was almost invisible. The woman in red looked fierce and sinister. Arrogance will only lead to your spiritual destruction. All the powerful spirit kings burst into action. A mighty rush like a herd of horses charging forward. The void trembled, blood energy surged wildly. Thunder roared like a waterfall tearing through the sky with a shocking presence. Lightning struck through the sky, fierce and relentless. The Spirit King realm experts' pupils widened in shock. Such strong lightning's spiritual power. They unleashed their peak strength, dodging at lightning speed. Countless lightning strikes fell. But strangely, none hit anyone. The woman in red sneered sarcastically. Little girl, your thunder is so weak and inaccurate, just making noise for show. We don't take you seriously at all. She waved her hand and ordered, capture her. The Spirit King realm experts released terrifying pressure. A formidable, all-encompassing barrier appeared everywhere. But Su Hui's speed was too fast and too strange. Even with their peak strength, they couldn't keep up with her movements. She was incredibly cunning. They simply couldn't catch her.
Zing! Zing!
Zing! The urgent, lively sound of the zither made everyone nervous. After the thunder, an endless blaze of flames erupted. Rolling flames like molten lava spread across the entire area, using lightning to set up a formation. But this formation was easily seen through by peak Spirit King experts, full of flaws. The woman in red looked disdainful. Little girl, setting up this kind of formation is just tickling us. Nan Gongming, with his captivating face and bright eyes, raised his eyebrows. Perhaps he guessed what his little princess was planning. Su Hui's figure appeared in the void, overlooking all beings. On her stunningly beautiful face, her expression was calm and indifferent, like a supreme deity ruling the world. A ghost emperor seal appeared in her palm. The huge, shadowy figure of the ghost emperor seal shone brightly. It covered the entire sky, unstoppable and mighty. Ghost Emperor Seal. Everyone was shocked. Su Nian had actually obtained the Ghost Emperor Seal. There was no time to think further. A force like a mountain collapsing, and a sea roaring pressed down fiercely. Suddenly, lightning shot up from the ground. A huge lightning net exploded with a loud bang. It trapped all the powerful spiritual kings inside the lightning. Along with blazing flames burning everywhere, the whole world shone brightly. Not good. The beautiful woman in red was trembling with wide eyes. She felt a cold chill run down her back and her scalp tingle. It was as if something was breaking apart. A destructive power filled the entire 99 levels, like a powerful force destroying everything, full of bloodshed and coldness. At this moment, the beautiful woman in red finally sensed something was wrong. The lightning array was not meant to target them. Lightning strikes that miss people? Flaws everywhere? None of that was true. It was all wrong. Su Nian was actually trying to destroy this tower. She wanted to destroy the ancient demon Black Tower. Dealing with the powerful spiritual kings was just a side effect. Su Nian's cultivation level couldn't directly kill the spiritual kings. But if she trapped them inside the tower and destroyed it together? Thinking of this, the beautiful woman in red's heart trembled fiercely, and her body turned cold. Such a clever person. Such ruthless methods. She shouted in anger. Su Nian's formation isn't meant for us. She wants to destroy this tower. Run. Quickly get away. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Destroy the ancient demon Black Tower? How dare Su Nian do that? This tower was a relic from ancient times. Even the strongest in the Spirit Emperor realm might not be able to destroy it. It was too crazy. All the spiritual kings unleashed their deadly power. They fiercely charged at the lightning barrier. The overwhelming pressure of the Ghost Emperor seal was like a mountain collapsing and the sea rising. It was majestic and endless. Lightning streaked across the sky. Its power was unstoppable. Strong experts in the Spirit King realm hurriedly dodged. Their faces showed deep fear. This formation is too powerful. They simply cannot break through it. The entire ancient demon Black Tower emitted a terrifying cracking and collapsing sound. The Ghost Emperor's seal pressed down fiercely, like a mountain. Oppression, suffocation, despair. The experts in the Spirit King realm finally showed signs of panic. Su Nian looked on coldly. The pair of fair, jade-like hands resting on the heavenly demon zither seemed to control the fate of all things in the world. Zing! The fierce sound of the zither echoed loudly through the sky. Bloodthirsty, cold, cruel, and merciless. A terrifying and powerful force violently collided and clashed. The sky turned upside down, and the earth trembled. Su Nian and Nangong Ming appeared in the forest at the center of the Forbidden Zone. Lightning crossed and struck the entire Black Tower. It shot out endless brilliant rune lights. The explosion roared like the anger of the heavens. The ancient demon Black Tower shattered into pieces and collapsed. Ah, a piercing cry filled with extreme terror echoed through the clouds. But it could only fade away with the destruction of the Black Tower. To the cultivators exploring the center of the Forbidden Zone, this scene was terrifying. Their hair stood on end with fear. Such a tall Black Tower actually fell. What happened? The heavenly demon zither appeared, so it must be a fierce battle among top experts. The scream was so tragic. I wonder which powerful being fell. Another terrifying aura is emerging. So scary, many cultivators panicked and fled. Suddenly, a furious roar burst out in the sky. Return the heavenly demon zither to me. The stern voice of the Feng family ancestor echoed as his figure suddenly appeared. Nangong Ming's deep, dark eyes flashed with a hint of anger. The Supreme Corpse King's fist struck again toward the Feng family ancestor, fierce and ruthless. The Supreme Corpse King would not be destroyed with the Black Tower's collapse. The Feng family ancestor was furious. He was already annoyed by this troublesome ancient corpse. Su Nian's eyes were like snow. Feng family ancestor, beware of being cursed if you steal the power of the heavenly demon zither. The old ancestor of the Feng family cast a cold, fierce look at Su Nian and snorted. Little girl, it's not your place to worry about this. Return the heaven demon bell, and I will forgive you this time. Nangong Ming's face showed a cold expression. Is the Feng family ancestor unable to express himself? The heaven demon bell belongs to my little wife. How can I return it? The Feng family ancestor's face was full of fierce, bloodthirsty anger. Nangong Ming, how bold you are. Nangong Ming's gaze was sharp, and his presence was strong. My courage is unmatched. If you dare to act recklessly, I don't know if thousands of lives from the Purgatory sect will disappear with you. The Feng family ancestor's eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. You are threatening me. Nangong Ming's aura was powerful and domineering. Likewise, the Feng family ancestor's eyes narrowed dangerously. Nangong Ming's intimidating presence made him feel a chill. No one on the entire Cloud and Wind continent knew the true strength of the Underworld King. But no one dared to provoke him. Anyone who truly angered him would cause their family blood to flow like a river. He said he would make the Purgatory sect disappear, and he would do it. The Feng family ancestor carefully weighed his options, cautious above all. But his expression remained cold and fierce. He glared fiercely at Su Nian and said, I will come back later to take the Heaven Demon Bell, implying that he would strike again someday. The Feng family ancestor waved his sleeve and strode away. Su Nian looked at the Supreme Corpse King. Little corpse, remember to stay close and take good care of the Feng family ancestor. So he doesn't trip and fall while walking at night and blame others, better to stay lying down. The Feng family ancestor's steps wobbled as he walked away, nearly falling. The Supreme Corpse King grunted in a rough voice. The Feng family ancestor was furious and embarrassed. Brat. At that moment, the Supreme Corpse King aimed a deadly attack at the Feng family ancestor, mercilessly. The Feng family ancestor ran wildly, like fleeing for his life. A super expert at the Spirit Emperor realm was chased by a Supreme Corpse King, fighting desperately to escape. If this got out, the entire continent would tremble. Nangong Ming's deep gaze looked at Su Nian, his eyes full of mysterious meaning. Su Nian's eyes sharpened. What's wrong? She instinctively grabbed his wrist to check his pulse. Nangong Ming's warm, large hand turned to hold her delicate wrist, pulling her into his embrace. His strong arm wrapped around Su Hui's slender waist, and his eyes looked dangerous. Little corpse. Su Hui's face showed a hint of confusion. Supreme Corpse King? Is there a problem? Nangong Ming's clearly defined fingers poked her smooth forehead. That's a big problem. Su Hui looked serious. Tell me. Nangong Ming saw her serious expression, feeling both annoyed and amused. His handsome face, which could captivate anyone, showed a hint of complaint. You haven't called me that affectionately before. Su Hui almost choked on her saliva. A flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. Are you jealous? On Nangong Ming's handsome face, he snorted. Is that a no? Su Hui slightly widened her eyes. No. What about the mighty and commanding lord of the underworld from the Feng family earlier? Su Hui looked at him curiously. Then how should I call you? Little Ming Ming, it seemed a bit off.